What should one do if they accidentally traverse through time? Waiting online? Where does this online waiting come from? Time travel is not a concern, but transforming into Dudley, yes, the very Dudley Dursley you are envisioning. Can one traverse again, even after death? Chapter 1. Transformation into a chubby boy. June 23rd marks a day of significance. T number 4, Privet Drive in Surrey, within a quaint two-story house. A woman clad in a red wool sweater and apron stood outside the storage cupboard at the foot of the stairs, energetically pounding on the door while calling out in a somewhat sharp voice, "Hurry up, get up quickly." Accompanying her words was a resounding thud against the door. Inside the cupboard, young Harry Potter was jolted awake, but he quickly regained his composure, for such occurrences were merely routine for him. As Harry sat up, a heavy thumping reverberated down the stairs. A plump boy, Dudley Dursley, with one hand gripping the wall and the other on the banister, raced down the stairs with considerable force. Upon reaching the bottom, Dudley paused momentarily, as if recalling something, then leaped energetically on the stairs, laughing and exclaiming, "Wake up! Hurry up! Don't waste our time!" Poor Harry, confined in the cupboard beneath the stairs, was engulfed in dust as Dudley's exuberance stirred up the particles. As Dudley descended again, he collided with Harry, who had just emerged from the cupboard, forcefully shoving him aside before slamming the cupboard door shut once more. Dudley's actions indicated that he took great pleasure in tormenting Harry. "Our little birthday star, you've arrived. Happy birthday, son." The living room radiated a serene atmosphere filled with laughter and cheer. Yet outside, one person bore no smile. Dudley's mother, Petunia, beamed as she interacted with him until Harry stepped into the living room, at which point her expression shifted dramatically. She transformed into a mask of seriousness, disdain evident on her face as she commanded, "You better make breakfast without burning anything again." "All right, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Petunia once again showcased her talent for changing her demeanor. She covered Dudley's eyes with her hands, affectionately stating, "I hope everything goes smoothly for you today, as it is our little Dudley's birthday. Look quickly, gaze upon these splendid gifts, darling." Dudley surveyed the presents, his brows furrowing in displeasure. He turned to his father, Vernon, demanding loudly, "How many are there in total?" 36. "I counted them myself," replied Dudley's father, Vernon Dursley, with a sense of pride, eagerly anticipating a satisfied smile from his son. However, upon hearing there were only 36 gifts, Dudley's expression morphed into one of fury, his eyes nearly squinting shut as he shouted, "Only 36? Last year I had 37. Harry, pouring coffee nearby, shook his head, suddenly feeling a pang of bitterness akin to tasting lemons. Vernon appeared somewhat lacking in confidence, muttering, "Yes. Yes. But this year's gifts are larger than last year's. I don't care how big last year was," Dudley retorted, leaning closer to Vernon. Hinny, observing Dudley's fury, gently comforted him for a while and acquiesced to several of his demands, which finally quelled his tantrum. Only then could the family enjoy a somewhat stable breakfast, after which they departed in an orderly fashion. The zoo was teeming with families out for a day of leisure. After a morning of exploration, everyone felt rather exhausted. However, for the corpulent Vernon, there remained an abundance of energy and stamina as he relentlessly lectured Harry during lunch, instilling a sense of gratitude in him for being taken out to enjoy the day, admonishing him not to cause any trouble. After lunch, they found themselves in the reptile house. The Dursleys were gathered around a lethargic snake, which lay motionless upon a rock. "Make it move," Dudley shouted, his impatience evident. "Move," Vernon tapped on the glass, commanding it. With Vernon setting the example, Dudley followed suit, banging on the glass even harder, exclaiming, "Move." "It's sleeping," Harry remarked, addressing Dudley's unreasonable demands. "How dull," Dudley grumbled, turning to saunter slowly toward another exhibit. Harry shook his head at Dudley's retreating figure and then turned to the snake, apologizing. "I'm truly sorry he has never experienced that kind of existence, lying there day after day, facing the grotesque faces peering in at him, to Harry's astonishment. The snake lifted its head, swayed it slightly, and blinked at him, but a mix of fear and delight coursed through Harry as he cautiously scanned for onlookers. No one seemed to be paying them any mind. He blinked back at the python and asked, "Can you understand me?" The snake nodded vigorously. "I've just never spoken to a snake before." Do you often converse with people?" Harry inquired, somewhat dazed. "Whoever speaks with a snake? Are you from Burma? Is it nice there? Do you miss home?" Harry chattered on. The snake turned to glance at the sign beside it, prompting Harry to follow its gaze. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward as he read the inscription, "Breeding specimen in the zoo, Mom." "Dad, come here. Look at this snake. It's incredible." Dudley came rushing over, his body jiggling, and he unceremoniously knocked Harry over as he pressed his face against the glass in excitement. Harry fell to the ground, glaring at Dudley, when suddenly, the glass Dudley was leaning on vanished. Dudley tumbled into the exhibit's water tank. Now, let us rewind 3 hours to a house in City SH. Mercury. Lily was just finishing the 7th Harry Potter film. Having stayed up all night, his cheeks were greasy, heavy bags hung beneath his eyes, and they were bloodshot. Yawning, he mumbled to himself, "Magic is truly wonderful, so enchanting. I wonder if our great China possesses magic. Never mind, never mind. I should stop thinking and sleep. My life is precious." Lysilin rose from his chair, his hands propped against the table. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed onto the chair behind him. Before long, a faint silhouette appeared behind him, both shallow and profound. Lysilin gazed at him for a prolonged moment, only to realize that he was dead. Lysilin muttered to himself, "What the hell? Programmers can pull all-nighters for days without issue. Yet I die after just one? Is there some fatal flaw in my constitution? And what state am I in now? Could it be, as Dumbledore said, that death is merely another grand adventure?" An orphan, Lysilin had struck gold in 2000 by investing in a soaring stock, subsequently purchasing a property in Shanghai. With the surge in real estate prices and subsequent urban redevelopment, he now owned several properties that provided him with a steady rental income, freeing him from the shackles of employment. His life had devolved into a monotonous cycle of indulgence and leisure, which he had grown weary of long ago. Thus, he found it relatively easy to accept his current state of existence, akin to that of a ghost. As his thoughts began to race, he suddenly sensed a force pulling him upward. He traversed through walls, ascending higher and higher, the pull intensifying and his speed increasing. A sensation of vertigo gripped him the higher he went, the more he felt as if he were being torn apart, until in an instant, darkness claimed him once more. In that fleeting moment of collapse, he had already met his demise, drawn into the body of the recently deceased Dudley. "Dudley, Dudley." Urgent cries echoed in his ears as he slowly opened his eyes. He beheld a slender-faced woman with golden hair and pale eyes, alongside a portly man whose neck was obscured by his girth. That a child, clad in ill-fitting clothes, sat on the ground, his face a mask of terror, while an elderly man in a suit sighed deeply, dabbing his forehead with a handkerchief. "Oh, my little dada, my angel, you've finally awakened. You scared your mother half to death," Petunia exclaimed, cradling Dudley in her arms, her voice tinged with tears. Lysilin felt somewhat rigid in Petunia's embrace. Little dada? Angel? What was all this? Had he truly died? Or was he still alive? Dudley was doted upon by his parents, Petunia and Vernon, and tormented his cousin, Harry. Yes, that Harry won from Harry Potter. Could he perhaps transcend this existence through suicide once more? Reality, no matter how difficult to accept, must be faced. Life was, after all, akin to something or other. Resistance was futile, and one could only choose to revel in it. "Son, are you all right?" Vernon inquired, draping a blanket over Dudley that had been handed to him by a zoo staff member. "We should never have adopted you. You nearly cost my son's life." Petunia spat, her voice sharp with indignation. "Dad, Mom, it's all right. Don't blame Harry. It's not his fault." "I'm fine, truly, I am." Dudley, now keen to mend relations with Harry, realized that muggles could still brew potions, and he would need Harry for the necessary books and ingredients. Moreover, even without the skill of potion making, it was essential to cling tightly to this invaluable ally. Vernon released his grip on Harry's oversized collar, yet his eyes remained wide open, fixated on Harry like a hound that had caught sight of its prey. Harry was incredulous. What had come over Dudley that he would dare speak up for him? Was this the onset of fear? To Harry, it seemed he was the one truly terrified. Initially, he had believed Dudley was dead, convinced he had taken a life, and that his future was destined to be spent in the juvenile facility of St. Brutus Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys. Chapter 2. A Delightful Surprise. Lysilin has been traversing as Dudley for over a month now. He has relished the nostalgic experience of primary school once more, albeit with a reprimand from his teacher, a stark reminder of his predecessor's dismal academic performance. Fortunately, after just a week, summer break commenced. Otherwise, the prospect of an adult enduring the trials of primary education for an extended period would be utterly confounding. Perhaps only Conan could truly empathize with such a plight. Regarding the incident with the escaped python, under Dudley's persuasion, Harry was merely confined to a storage room for one night as a token gesture by Vernon, who delivered dinner to him, sparing him from hunger. The following day, arranged by Dudley, Harry vacated the storage room and moved into a room on the second floor, much to Vernon's chagrin. On July 24th, a sun-drenched day unfolded. A delightful day invariably commences with physical exercise. Thus, Dudley now engages in a regimen of fitness both morning and evening, given his predecessor's considerable girth. After a month of unwavering commitment, Dudley felt that his clothes had begun to fit more loosely. Notably, Vernon's treatment of Harry had shifted from overt hostility to a more indifferent demeanor. as if Harry were a mere figment of his imagination. "Mom, Dad, cousin, apologies for the wait. Let us hasten to breakfast," Dudley announced as he took his seat. Despite his time here, Dudley still struggled to acclimate to the British cuisine and longed for the comforting flavors of traditional Chinese breakfast, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and sweet tofu pudding. After breakfast, Dudley was savoring the leisurely morning when an owl swooped in, clutching a thick parchment envelope. The owl perched before Dudley, and he immediately noted the absence of a postage stamp, the address elegantly inscribed in emerald green ink. Number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey, for Dudley Dursley and Harry Potter. Dudley stared at the envelope in disbelief, astonished that his name appeared upon it. The owl, tilting its head, waited patiently for Dudley to react, and upon seeing his inaction, it released its grip on the envelope and pecked at Dudley's hand. The sharp jab jolted Dudley back to reality, and he tremulously reached for the envelope, eyes widening as he scrutinized each letter, confirming that indeed, his name was there. It was him. Harry leaned closer, inquiring, "What is this?" "I don't know," Dudley replied, fully aware that it was the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, yet he could not openly disclose this knowledge, lest he reveal the source of his insight. He handed the envelope to Harry, saying, "Your name is here too. Take a look." After passing the envelope to Harry, he grabbed a biscuit from the table, breaking it into small pieces to feed the owl. "Who would send us a letter?" Harry mumbled. Vernon and Petunia watched them intently. Upon seeing the envelope in Harry's hands, Vernon swiftly snatched it away. Petunia, clutching the envelope, wore a perplexed expression, with a sense of resignation and a hint of solace. There lingered a perplexity regarding Dudley's reaction. The Dursleys seemed to harbor a profound aversion and fear toward magic, and Vernon's response appeared quite typical. However, Petunia's reaction left him somewhat bewildered. Vernon glanced at Petunia but said nothing, resuming his seat and feigning interest in the newspaper. For Vernon, his love for Petunia was unwavering. If she liked something, he would come to appreciate it too. Yet, he suddenly found it difficult to reconcile the fact that his son Dudley was a wizard. Petunia opened the envelope, revealing 4 sheets of parchment. She extracted one and began to read. Although Dudley was aware of the letter's contents, he, like Harry, gazed at the letter with great anticipation. Upon finishing the letter, Petunia sighed deeply as she handed it to them. Dudley, upon seeing the contents, felt a genuine sense of relief wash over him. He was not a muggle. How delightful. A wizard? Is this truly real? Harry stammered, feeling as if his entire worldview was collapsing and being rebuilt. "I believe so," Dudley exclaimed with excitement. "This is genuine. However, Dudley, I am torn between wanting you to go and wishing you wouldn't tea," Petunia said to Dudley, her words somewhat cryptic. She settled between them and continued, "And Harry, there is something I must tell you about your parents." "My parents?" Harry inquired, perplexed. After hearing her words, Harry's face drained of color. After a long pause, he exclaimed, "But you said they died in a car accident." Petunia embraced Harry, her tone somber. "I am deeply sorry. You see, Lily could learn magic, while I could not. I was exceedingly envious and jealous. We severed ties and prohibited anything related to magic. Thus we had to fabricate a tale." With that, Petunia covered her face with her hands. "Why?" Harry paused, then asked, "I mean who? Why did they kill my parents?" "Voldemort," she replied. "At least that is what the letter from Dumbledore indicated." "What letter?" Harry inquired urgently. "Apologies, the letter has been destroyed," Petunia responded awkwardly. "However, I can recount its contents to you." Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the living room. One of them was tall and slender, with long silver hair and a beard, resembling a quintessential wizard. He wore a long robe and a floor-length purple cloak, complemented by buckle-adorned high-heeled boots. Behind half-moon spectacles, a pair of bright blue eyes sparkled with brilliance. The other figure was exceedingly tall, nearly 3 meters, with a somewhat fierce and rugged appearance. He possessed a wild mane of hair and a tangle of beard, dressed in a rather shabby leather coat. Dudley immediately recognized the 2 figures as Dumbledore and the half-giant Hagrid. Startled by their sudden appearance, Vernon, who had been eavesdropping, tossed aside the newspaper and swiftly positioned himself in front of Petunia and the others. "I felt an impulse to visit today," he said, "and I sincerely apologize for our unexpected arrival. You must be Mr. Dursley, I presume?" Dumbledore spoke. "We did not intend to be rude. However, we often encounter unexpected discourtesies." Petunia gently addressed Vernon, who stood in front of her, saying, "It's all right." Dumbledore turned to Petunia, remarking, "Ah, good morning. You must be Petunia." "Indeed, Albus Dumbledore. We corresponded through letters. Please, take a seat." Petunia gestured toward the sofa nearby. As Hagrid settled down, Dudley observed that the sofa seemed somewhat strained under the weight. "I am exceedingly pleased you could join us," Dumbledore began, but Petunia interjected, "I suppose so. I can confront the past. I lack talent. Magic fills me with envy and jealousy. However, my son Dudley Dursley possesses that ability. He will take my place." Dudley sensed that his mother Petunia harbored a concealed past, far more complex than what was portrayed in films. I suppose so, Dumbledore smiled, looking at Dudley. May we speak privately? Dumbledore inquired, directing his gaze towards Petunia. Vernon appeared somewhat anxious, gripping Petunia's hand tightly. Mr. Dursley, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to request a favor from this old man, Dumbledore said before stepping into the garden. Petunia patted Vernon's hand and followed him. Hagrid, excited to see Harry, exclaimed, the last time I saw you. You were just a little one. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, but your eyes are just like your mother's. Harry, feeling nervous in the presence of the giant, expressed his gratitude and then asked, who are you? My apologies, I have yet to introduce myself. Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. You may call me Hagrid. That is what everyone at Hogwarts calls me. Hagrid chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Do you know my parents? Harry was now eager to learn more about them. Do you know why my parents were killed by Voldemort? Before Harry could finish, Hagrid interrupted him. Chapter 3, Arrival at Diagon Alley. Hagrid shuddered and said, do not utter that name. In any case, Dumbledore entered and said, Hagrid, I believe you should refer to Voldemort by name. He has no reason to instill fear in you. Well, all right, the only one Voldemort fears is you. Hagrid suddenly wailed, pulling out a grimy, stained handkerchief to blow his nose. Petunia, somewhat fastidious, found it difficult to witness this but felt too awkward to comment, clearing her throat uncomfortably. Dumbledore produced his wand and pointed it at the handkerchief, stating, cleanse it anew. Instantly, Hagrid's filthy handkerchief appeared immaculate. Truly remarkable, Vernon remarked, as he had heard of magic but had never witnessed it firsthand. Thank you, Hagrid replied. It is indeed unfortunate. There are no better people than your parents. Petunia embraced Harry with sorrow, saying, that day you lost your mother, I lost my only sister. I am sorry I did not care for you properly. Vernon patted Harry's shoulder heavily, murmuring, I am sorry, Harry, I am truly sorry. Dudley handed them tissues, and Harry, choking back emotion, said, it's all right. Dumbledore smiled at them, and after a while, their emotions gradually settled. He continued, Harry, Voldemort sought to kill you, yet he failed, leaving only a scar upon your forehead. Do not be troubled by him. Harry, speak his name boldly. He is not as formidable as you might fear, Dumbledore encouraged. What happened to Voldemort? Harry felt an overwhelming surge of questions. That is an excellent inquiry, Dumbledore replied. He vanished, though some claim he has met his demise. Shaking his head, Dumbledore added, I do not share that belief. However, he has undoubtedly lost his powers, rendered weak and waiting. Dumbledore chose not to delve further into Voldemort's affairs and addressed everyone, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I must take my leave. Hagrid will accompany you to procure your school supplies. Harry, Dudley, I shall see you at school. Mr. Dursley, my apologies once again for the unexpected visit. With a playful wink, Dumbledore vanished into thin air. Once they processed the information, they adjusted their attire and followed Hagrid to purchase their supplies. Hagrid's entrance was easy, yet exiting proved quite the challenge. His towering height made the doorframe appear scarcely half his size, compelling him to bend considerably to squeeze through. Upon stepping outside and standing by the roadside, Harry's curiosity surged, and he inquired, Hagrid, where are we headed? Are there stores selling these items in London? How do we get there? Will we arrive as you did, instantaneously? Is this magic? Dudley, eager to interject, attempted to dismiss Harry's enthusiasm. You wish, kid, we take the subway. Do you have the letter with you? Hagrid asked. Yes, Dudley replied, retrieving the second page of the letter he had not yet examined. It detailed the required uniform, textbooks, equipment, and pets for enrollment, with a note stating that first-year students could not bring their own broomsticks. This last point left Dudley somewhat perplexed. London Station will arrive shortly. Passengers disembarking. Please ensure you have your belongings and wait orderly, announced the speaker. During peak hours at the London Station, the atmosphere buzzed with activity. However, with Hagrid leading the way, Dudley and his companions navigated effortlessly through the crowd, able to walk sideways if they wished. After approximately half an hour of walking, Hagrid finally stopped and declared, Here we are, the Leaky Cauldron, a most renowned establishment. After disembarking and walking for a while, Vernon gasped, This is it? You must be jesting. All I see is a bookstore and a record shop. This is the place. Non-wizards cannot perceive it, as it is cloaked in magic, Hagrid explained. Penny, assisting Vernon in catching his breath, remarked, I have been here before. Unless you hold the hand of a wizard or they explicitly guide you, you cannot see it. Dudley glanced over and spotted the sign of the Leaky Cauldron, adorned with a large black cup, the entire sign appearing worn and grimy, nestled between the bookstore and the record shop. Unable to contain his eagerness, Dudley seized Vernon's and Penny's hands and dashed forward. They stepped inside, where the absence of electric lights was compensated by a small skylight that let in a few beams of light. In the dim ambience, the flickering glow of candles danced. The broken cauldron was filled with wizards draped in cloaks and adorned with top hats. Some indulged in drink, others puffed on pipes, while many animatedly discussed magic. For Dudley, this was a source of immense wonder. The reality before him was far more enthralling than any film could portray. magic was truly enchanting. Vernon's discomfort was palpable, yet Petunia appeared nostalgic, having long yearned for the world of magic that she had not visited in decades. The bar's proprietor, Tom, was keen-eyed and immediately recognized their entrance. Clearly familiar with Hagrid, he raised a glass and inquired, "The usual, Hagrid?" Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Not today, I'm here on Hogwarts business." Tom, with a chuckle, responded, "Very well, I'll save this for you next time." He set down the glass, only to suddenly exclaim, "Good heavens, could it be?" His excitement crescendoed as he shouted, "He is Harry Potter." Instantly, the bar fell silent, all eyes converging upon them. Vernon and Petunia, nervous, clutched Dudley's arm tightly. Within moments, the sound of chairs scraping echoed as everyone stood, startling Harry. To Dudley, it resembled the fervor of a starstruck fan, a treatment he had never experienced in his past life. And he would never admit to feeling a twinge of jealousy. "Mr. Potter, it is such an honor, truly an honor," one man exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. As Harry took each step forward, he awkwardly shook hands with the throng, finding it increasingly difficult to navigate through the crowd. Dudley noticed an elderly witch repeatedly approaching Harry for a handshake, and he realized that for a reclusive boy, this attention was perhaps best left untouched. Eventually, Harry encountered a man with a disarming smile, his head wrapped in a purple scarf that made it appear swollen from a distance. Even from afar, Dudley could detect the unpleasant odor emanating from him. He recognized who it was and was aware of the peculiarities hidden beneath that scarf. In such moments, it was wise to exercise caution. He lowered his gaze, feigning interest in his fingers. "Meeting you is exhilarating," Harry stammered, addressing him. "Hello, Professor. I didn't see you at first." Hagrid nodded in greeting and then said, "Harry, and this is Dudley. This is Professor Quirrell, who will teach you defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts." "Oh, I am honored," Harry responded, and Dudley, wishing to maintain a low profile, found it increasingly futile. He bowed his head further, avoiding eye contact, but emphasized the word honored with an exaggerated bite. As Harry extended his hand for a shake, Quirrell did not reciprocate, instead stuttering, Why, you probably don't need to take this course, Potter." He was decidedly not a pleasant conversationalist. Hagrid seemed to share the sentiment, for he quickly stated he had other matters to attend to and led them around the bar to the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, Dudley playfully nudged Harry and teased, "Star cousin, I could use those strong legs for support." Harry expressed his vexation, saying, "Why does everyone here know who I am?" Dudley, wrapping his arm around Harry's shoulder, replied, "Oh, my foolish cousin, it's quite evident. Remember what Dumbledore said? It is because of you that Voldemort vanished. You are practically a savior." This revelation left Vernon utterly astonished. He had never anticipated Harry's fame, rendering him speechless. Petunia playfully tapped Dudley's head, chuckling, "Don't speak of your cousin like that. That Hagrid. Do you think Professor Quirrell seems a bit neurotic?" Harry inquired. "Indeed," Dudley muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Harry asked, puzzled, as he thought he had overheard Dudley mutter something. "Oh, I meant, there's South No Road here, Hagrid." At that moment, Hagrid produced his umbrella and tapped the wall, saying, "Don't worry, watch closely. Count 3 bricks up, then count 2 bricks in. All right, everyone stand back." The bricks Hagrid tapped began to shift. The 3 bricks in the front recessed inward while the 2 in the back protruded outward. Subsequently, the entire wall began to move and transform before them. A small opening emerged, growing larger until it became an archway through which even Hagrid could stand upright. Vernon gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Petunia trembled with excitement, recognizing this as a profoundly familiar scene. Dudley and Harry were utterly delighted, their smiles wide and uncontainable. A gateway to a new world had opened for them. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Chapter 4, Vernon's Regret. As Dudley beheld the vibrant scene before him, he instinctively stepped inside. Diagon Alley was bustling with life and joy, in stark contrast to the dim and somewhat foreboding atmosphere of the Leaky Cauldron. The nearest shop to them was the Cauldron Shop, boasting a massive sign that read Pottage's Cauldron Shop. Additionally, an advertisement board stood outside, adorned with illustrations of various cauldrons, reminiscent of a dollar store advertisement from a former life. Peering through the shop's glass window, Dudley spotted some large cauldrons and suddenly thought that they would be quite suitable for making soup. "Oh, cauldrons, you must buy one," Hagrid suggested, "but first, we need to exchange for wizarding currency." Throughout the journey, Hagrid continued to provide them with insights. "Look, here you will need to purchase quills and ink. Over there are all the magical trinkets you require." After a short walk, they encountered a dimly lit shop. It was difficult to fathom how such a prime location could house such a shadowy establishment, but upon seeing the sign that read Elop's Al Emporium, it became clear why it was so dark. As they passed one store, a boy nearby exclaimed loudly, "Wow, look, that's the new Firebolt 2000. Another child, with his forehead pressed against the display case, remarked, "That's the fastest model." Dudley took a few steps forward, only to realize that Vernon had not followed. He remained rooted at the original shop, intently gazing at the broomsticks within the display case. "Ah, I like it. Indeed, I like it very much, Vernon said. His brow furrowed, his demeanor dark and somewhat distracted. Petunia approached, linking her arm with Vernon's and offering him a warm smile. Dudley paid no heed, as his mind was entirely consumed by the myriad shops within Diagon Alley. Gringotts has arrived, Hagrid announced. Gringotts? Dudley pouted. What is that? Harry pointed to a diminutive figure at the entrance of Gringotts, clad in a red uniform adorned with golden trim, possessing a dark complexion and scant hair atop his head. That is a goblin. They are quite shrewd, but rather unfriendly. Stay close to me, Hagrid advised. Harry was taken aback by Hagrid's words. Upon entering the grand doors of Gringotts, they encountered a second door, inscribed with warnings against greed and the folly of seeking wealth through thievery. Hagrid gestured towards the inscriptions, remarking, "You see, I doubt anyone would dare to rob Gringotts. Those who would are likely mad." Dudley silently scoffed, thinking, madness has always been close at hand. Hagrid led them to an unoccupied counter and stated, "We need to withdraw some funds from Mr. Harry Potter's vault." Understood. Has Mr. Potter's key been brought? Indeed. Hagrid replied, patting his pocket. He searched thoroughly, but the key eluded him, leading him to empty his pocket, revealing a teapot, a bag of tea leaves, a large bunch of keys, and a moldy dog biscuit. After rummaging through his belongings, he finally produced a golden key, exclaiming, "Ah, here it is." The goblin took the key, inspecting it carefully before saying, "Very well. Oh, and one more thing," Hagrid continued, handing over a letter. "This is a missive from Dumbledore. It concerns the confidentiality of Hogwarts. Dumbledore instructed me to retrieve items from Vault 713. The goblin cautiously perused the letter before returning it to Hagrid, then called out, "Pull the lever." "Does Harry still have a vault here?" Vernon inquired. "Yes, it was left to him by his father," Hagrid confirmed. Petunia clutched Vernon's arm, saying, "We'll wait for you outside while you exchange money." Vernon's expression darkened further as he remarked, "Can we accompany you to see?" "Oh, I'm merely curious." Dudley regarded Vernon's face with suspicion, wondering if he intended to pilfer Harry's little vault. If they were permitted to enter, he would keep a close watch on his father. In truth, Dudley was intrigued by the dazzling allure of gold. Harry found Vernon's expression somewhat comical, yet it made him feel uneasy. Hagrid merely cast a glance, unfazed, as there was no cause for concern. The goblin led them out of the main hall, through a door, revealing a narrow corridor flanked by torches that illuminated the path. They traversed the passage to find a railway with a small cart perched upon the tracks. They boarded the cart, which featured only seating. It was enchanted so that upon sitting, one would be secured by a harness-like contraption, while the rest of the cart remained open, revealing an unfathomable abyss below. For those with a fear of heights, it was advisable to refrain from riding. One's feet could not dangle freely, save for the footrest at the front. The vehicle roared to life, racing along its track, veering left and right, plunging downwards, and soaring through a cascade of water. The little car came to a swift halt. Here stood Vault 687. Dudley stepped out first. He exchanged a glance with Harry, both exhilarated by the thrill of the ride, while Vernon and Petunia leaned on each other, their legs trembling, and Hagrid swayed, slightly dazed. Before Dudley loomed a circular iron door, which he perceived as a grander version of a manhole cover. With a turn of the key, the cover creaked open, revealing a dazzling sight of mountains of golden coins. There were no nuts, no sickles, only galleons. Harry felt a bit weak at the knees upon seeing the coins, prompting Dudley to tease him, saying, "Let's be friends, wealthy one. I want to be your friend. You surely won't mind my lack of riches, after all. I am not as affluent as you." At that moment, Vernon barged past them, unsteadily entering the vault. He picked up a galleon, scrutinized it, and wryly remarked, "How foolish I have been, so naive." Petunia rushed in and embraced Vernon, reassuring him, "It's all over. It's all right. It's all in the past." In 1978, Vernon and Petunia became engaged, despite Petunia's earlier misgivings about the unusual aspects of his family, including wizards. Vernon was unfazed, for his love for Petunia was unwavering. Deeply moved, Petunia felt compelled to invite her sister, who was in her 7th year at Hogwarts, to meet her future brother-in-law. Upon receiving the letter, Lily discussed with James how to leave a favorable impression on her future brother-in-law. On that day, Vernon had prepared meticulously. He donned a newly purchased suit, booked a room at an upscale hotel in London, and intended to drive his cherished little car. During dinner, James passionately recounted tales from the Wizarding World, while Vernon shared anecdotes about his daily work and life. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain, unless one is male and the other female. The phrase may be exaggerated, but it's akin to one person claiming 1 + 1 = 1, while another insists it equals 2. How can two men engage in pleasant conversation when their channels of thought diverge? As their discussion progressed, Vernon grew increasingly irritated, perceiving James as mocking him. Observing James's tousled hair and slender face, a smirk graced Vernon's lips, which he interpreted as derision. Thus, feigning curiosity, Vernon inquired about the type of vehicle James drove. intending to boast. James, however, spoke of various flying broomsticks, including the Moonlight Dream and the Firebolt 1000, meticulously detailing their capabilities, such as how many miles they could fly per hour. If he were addressing someone from the magical community, they would undoubtedly respond with admiration. Yet facing Vernon, who dismissed flying broomsticks as mere cleaning tools, he scoffed, thinking that boasting would yield no benefits. Vernon lamented his inability to afford a car, suspecting that he would soon rely on unemployment benefits for sustenance. Yet, James spoke of his vault at Gringotts, filled with the wealth left by his parents, all in gold. This left Vernon bewildered. Did James truly consider himself a millionaire? He, who lacked even a single car, felt as though he had been deceived by James. Ultimately, this first encounter also became the last, concluding with Vernon and Petunia hastily departing. After recounting his tale, Vernon fell into a moment of silence. He approached Harry. Resting his hands on Harry's shoulders and gazing intently into his eyes, he said, "Harry, I beg your forgiveness for my arrogance and ignorance. Have I not owed you much?" "Dear nephew?" Dudley was utterly taken aback by the revelation of such a story. Harry looked at Vernon, his expression shifting before he finally smiled and replied, "Uncle Vernon, those days are behind us." Harry then moved towards the mountain of gold, gathering a generous handful of coins to distribute among Dudley, Vernon, and Petunia. Dudley smiled. Indeed, once everything was laid bare, it was all right. Concealing one's feelings is akin to an apple rotting from within, corrupting everything around it. In the end, Dudley and the others declined Harry's gold coins. A family that could resolve their differences could not, in truth, accept such a gesture and remain estranged. Satisfied with a bag full of galleons, Harry departed, while Dudley cast a glance at the golden treasure, which remained as splendid as ever. Chapter 5. The Curious Omen. Upon exiting the vault, the goblin meticulously closed the door, conducting a thorough inspection to ensure its security before departing. The group reboarded the cart, and Hagrid inquired, "Could we possibly slow down this time? This contraption only possesses one speed," came the response. Their next destination was Vault 713, located even deeper beneath Harry's own vault. "Everyone, please step back." The goblin gestured for them to stand clear. "Hagrid, what is kept inside?" Harry asked. "I cannot disclose that, Harry. It concerns the secrets of Hogwarts." Hagrid replied. He then turned to the goblin. "How often is this vault checked? Surely there are no issues, considering Dumbledore's orders." "Cousin, I am aware," Dudley whispered conspiratorially to Harry. "Oh really?" Dudley smirked, raising his eyebrows mischievously. "Approximately every 10 years, the goblin admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "Rest assured, aside from the goblins of Gringotts, anyone else attempting to do what I do would be ensnared by the door and trapped within." As the door swung open, within this highly secure underground vault lay a small package wrapped in somewhat soiled brown paper. Though its exterior appeared unremarkable, it contained the legendary Philosopher's Stone, renowned in the magical world for its ability to turn base metals into gold and grant immortality. After a swift journey in the cart, they finally emerged. Vernon exchanged some galleons for Dudley, who was eager to indulge. The current exchange rate stood at approximately 5 to 1. £5 could be traded for a single galleon. Initially, Vernon intended to exchange only 80 galleons, but under Dudley's relentless insistence, he ultimately procured a full 100. One should not underestimate the value of 100 galleons. Consider the average salary in 1991 and the disparity between the Chinese yuan and the British pound. Standing on the sunlit street outside Gringotts, Dudley felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Being rich is fantastic. Let us shop till we drop." Regardless, both Dudley and Harry found their pockets brimming with wealth. Dudley pulled out his shopping list, unsure of what to purchase first. Upon entering the shop, they were warmly greeted by a short and plump witch dressed in purple, who was none other than Madame Malkin, the proprietor of the establishment. Madame Malkin first instructed them to stand on a footstool as she took their measurements. After a lengthy wait, 2 garments were finally completed. Hagrid had timed it impeccably. Just as Dudley and the others exited the robe shop, Hagrid appeared. They then proceeded to procure parchment, ink, and quills. Dudley even spotted a self-answering quill but refrained from purchasing it, knowing such contraptions would be prohibited during examinations. Half an hour later, Dudley checked the list and remarked that they still needed to acquire wands and books. "Let us procure wands first, for they are the true objects of our desire," he suggested. "For wands, we must visit Ollivander's, the finest wand maker. Many wizards from abroad prefer to purchase their wands there. You are sure to find the best," Hagrid responded. Ollivander's wand shop was a small and dilapidated establishment. In the window, on a slightly faded purple cushion, lay a solitary wand. The gold-lettered sign above the door was somewhat worn, declaring, "Ollivander, established 382 BC. Master Wand Maker." Upon opening the door, a bell chimed softly. The interior was dimly lit, with only a nearly extinguished candle flickering on a table and no one in sight. The atmosphere was profoundly oppressive and silent. "Good day," a gentle voice intoned. The sudden sound startled them, revealing an elderly man with silver eyes that shone like the moon. Rubus Hagrid. A yew wand, 16 inches long, slightly bendy, am I correct? I remember every wand I have sold, he continued. That was indeed a fine wand. Suddenly, Ollivander's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he remarked, I presume your wand was broken when you were expelled. Instead of pursuing the topic of Hagrid's wand any further, Ollivander turned his attention to Dudley and Harry. Which of you will go first? He inquired. As Harry glanced over, Dudley raised an eyebrow at him, hesitantly stepping forward. I was wondering when I would see you, Mr. Potter, Ollivander said, producing a tape measure from his pocket. Which hand do you prefer? I am accustomed to my right hand, Harry replied. Ollivander began measuring him, while Dudley pondered the significance of the measurements, questioning the purpose of such an exercise when growth was inevitable. He recalled the scene from the film where Lucius extracted a wand from his cane, and upon comparison, he realized that wands were indeed quite diminutive. Your eyes are just like your mother's, Ollivander mused. The day your parents came to purchase their wands feels as if it were just yesterday. Your mother's wand measured 14¼ inches, made of willow, and it made a swishing sound when waved. Your father's was quite different, measuring 11 inches, crafted from cherry wood, powerful and ideal for transfiguration. As he spoke, Ollivander moved among the shelves in search of something. He retrieved a wand from a long box and presented it to Harry, saying, Try this one. It's made of beech wood and the heartstring of a dragon, measuring 9 inches in length. Harry accepted the wand, momentarily bewildered, staring blankly at Ollivander. Give it a flick, Ollivander urged. It was only then that Harry reacted, waving the wand to the side, and suddenly, several drawers flew open. Startled, Harry hastily placed the wand back on the table. This one seems unsuitable. Ollivander pondered for a moment before climbing up to a higher shelf to retrieve another wand. Perhaps this one will do. Maple, phoenix feather, 7 inches long, quite flexible. Give it a try. As Harry took the wand, he barely had time to lift it before Ollivander snatched it back. No, definitely not this one. Try this, ebony, unicorn hair, 8½ inches. Harry waved the wand, creating a loud noise that shattered a vase. He carefully placed the wand back on the table. Before long, Ollivander presented another wand, proclaiming, This must be it, an extraordinary combination. Holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches long, remarkably supple. Upon taking the wand, Harry had yet to wave it when a soft golden light and a gentle breeze began to swirl around him. Ollivander took the wand from Harry's hand, wrapping it in brown paper while exclaiming, Marvelous, truly marvelous. Excuse me, Harry interjected. What about this is marvelous? Well, there was a phoenix. I crafted 2 wands from its tail feathers. One is in your hand. The marvel lies in how it seems destined for you, while the other, its brother, left you that scar. Harry gasped. 13½ inches. You would. It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed remarkable. However, remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. One thing is certain, you are destined for greatness. Ollivander's face was almost pressed against Harry's, recalling how that nameless dark entity had also achieved great, albeit terrifying, feats. Now then, Ollivander clapped his hands to rouse the crowd. Next, we have a new face. What is your name? Dudley Dursley, sir. As Ollivander measured Dudley, he muttered to himself, Every wand possesses extraordinary magical properties. This is its essence. Using a wand that belongs to another wizard will never yield such remarkable effects. After all, the wand chooses the wizard. Dudley interjected, Mr. Ollivander. Since the wand chooses the wizard, why not simply call out for the wand that suits me to fly over? Wouldn't that suffice? You are quite the character, Ollivander replied. Dudley awkwardly regarded Ollivander, who seemed to have no need to roll his eyes. They were already quite prominent. At that moment, all the boxes containing wands began to tremble. One box shook violently, and a wand inside soared directly into Dudley's hands, while the other boxes settled down. Dudley felt a surge of magic within him. Exhilarated as the dormant power was drawn forth, he extended his wand and gave it a gentle flick. A streak of black light shot forth. Lacking the radiant golden glow characteristic of Harry's wand, he deemed it decidedly understated yet luxurious. Wow, how cool! Dudley exclaimed, gazing at the wand in his hand. Its hue a pure black, measuring approximately 9 to 11 inches, though the precise material eluded him. Feeling somewhat smug, he turned to Ollivander and said, Mr. Ollivander, what do you think? Strange and ominous, indeed, Ollivander replied. Dudley, frowning, inquired, what is ominous about it? It flew here by itself. How cool is that? Do you know the material of this wand? Ollivander responded, 10 inches long, made of purple wood, with a core of a nocturnal steed's tail feather. The yew tree, due to its toxic sap, is often associated with magic and death. When the outer layer of an ancient yew tree dies, new growth emerges from the center. Thus it is regarded as the tree of immortality, symbolizing the reincarnation of the soul. Dudley felt a sudden chill. The nocturnal steed is a remarkable and magical creature, visible only to those who have witnessed death. Consequently, it has been deemed an ill omen, said to bring various dreadful misfortunes to those who glimpse it. Ollivander recounted in a low, raspy voice. Penny gasped and clutched Dudley, exclaiming, "Sir, are there other wands? We don't want this one. Let us choose another." "Mother." Dudley struggled to push her away, asserting, "That's mere superstition. Did you not hear Mr. Ollivander say it symbolizes, or perhaps is believed to be so? All of this is mere hearsay, nothing to worry about. Besides, this wand chose me." Dudley was utterly enamored with this assertive wand. "Yes, superstition. Hogwarts has nocturnal steeds. They are quite gentle. My favorite is the one named Yu," Hagrid chimed in. Ultimately, Harry's wand cost 7 galleons, while Dudley's wand came to 10. "Mr. Ollivander bowed as he ushered them out. They had acquired most of their supplies, with only the books remaining to be purchased. Dudley's final stop in Diagon Alley was at the Leaky Cauldron's bookshop. The store was expansive, with 2 levels. Upon entering, one could see the staircase leading to the second floor. Rows of bookshelves overflowed with tomes, many volumes lacking space and piled haphazardly on the floor. Some stacks reaching the ceiling, illustrating the vastness of the store's collection. For first-year students, one must procure a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Dudley recalled that during his parents' generation, it had been adapted into 2 films, recounting tales of Newt and Dumbledore in their youth, though he regretted never having the chance to see them. After considerable time, Dudley finally gathered the necessary books for school. The most elusive was A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, cleverly concealed in a small corner. "Oh my, isn't that the whiny crybaby?" Dudley's expression darkened instantly. He felt a wave of displeasure. It was an inevitable unhappiness, a remnant of a dark past too grim to confront, which now belonged to him. This was roughly 6 months prior. At that time, Dudley was still Dudley, and he had an insatiable fondness for sweets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have grown so plump. Excessive indulgence in confections inevitably leads to dire consequences, and thus, his teeth became severely decayed. Vernon took Dudley to the dentist, and by a stroke of misfortune, they ended up at the clinic owned by the father of a little girl. "Doctor, could you please examine my son? He has been crying out in pain regarding his teeth," Vernon said as he guided Dudley to the doctor's side. "Please wait a moment," the doctor replied, turning to the little girl who lay on the examination table. "Dear, why don't you sit on the sofa over there for a while? Daddy will check your teeth shortly." The little girl obediently climbed down, took a book, and sat quietly on the sofa, engrossed in her reading. "Come and lie down," the doctor instructed. Vernon exerted considerable effort to get Dudley onto the examination table, making it appear as though Dudley were gravely ill. After the examination, the doctor addressed them. "His teeth are completely rotten and need to be extracted. You see, your son is still young, and new teeth will grow back. However, please do not allow him to consume excessive sweets in the future, as it is detrimental to his health. Thank you. Please proceed with the extraction." "Yes, doctor. I will be mindful of that," Vernon replied earnestly. Yet, given his indulgent nature towards Dudley, it seemed improbable that he would ever restrict his son's sweet consumption. "Dudley, you mustn't eat sweets anymore," he warned. Upon hearing this, Dudley furrowed his brow, and his entire face contorted in dismay. Just as the doctor prepared his instruments and inserted them into Dudley's mouth, Dudley squirmed and cried out, "Daddy, it hurts. It hurts so much." The sound of Dudley's distress tugged at Vernon's heartstrings. In a fit of anger, he yanked the doctor aside and scolded him harshly. "Be quiet," shouted the little girl from the sofa. She slammed her book shut and exclaimed, "You're disturbing my reading. It's just a tooth extraction. What a spoiled crybaby." Vernon could not abide anyone speaking ill of his son, just as he had vehemently defended Dudley against teachers who criticized him in school. Infuriated, Vernon's cheeks flushed crimson as he rolled up his sleeves, pointing accusingly at the girl. However, her father quickly stepped in front of her to shield her. A scuffle ensued between Vernon and the doctor, during which Dudley's decayed tooth was inadvertently knocked out, along with damage to an expensive piece of equipment. After Vernon begrudgingly compensated for the equipment, they were permitted to leave the clinic. Before departing, Dudley mockingly called out to the little girl, "You with the big front teeth." "Miss Bunny." Dudley gazed at her, and without thinking, blurted out, "It's you, Miss Bunny. You crybaby." The girl retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Dudley scratched his head, feeling embarrassed that he had let such words slip. After all, he was no longer the same Dudley he once was. He vowed that this was entirely the fault of his previous self, and he would not take the blame for it. I meant to say that day at your father's clinic. Actually, Miss Bunny, I was complimenting you," Dudley stammered. The little girl raised her head slightly and glanced at Dudley, saying, "Go on, please continue." Dudley waved his hands and replied, "No, really, it's truly a compliment. I wonder if you've ever heard a song." Before the little girl could respond, Dudley began to sing, accompanied by some rather ridiculous gestures. "Little white rabbit, white and pure, with 2 ears standing tall. Loves to eat radishes and green vegetables, bouncing and jumping. Oh, how adorable." The little girl was amused by Dudley's antics, and with a hint of playful pride, she inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Hermione Granger." "Dudley Dursley," he answered, and with that, he dashed away. By the time Hermione realized what had happened, Dudley had vanished from sight, prompting her to stamp her foot and huff. When Dudley approached the checkout, he discovered that Harry was already waiting for him. As they exited Flourish and Blots, they spotted Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, each carrying a cage containing a snow owl. Petunia announced, "We've bought you 2 an owl each. Isn't it splendid? They can deliver your letters and packages. This one is for you, Harry." She handed Harry the cage, which contained a remarkably beautiful snow owl, its feathers a pristine white with a few black accents. Vernon then passed Dudley his cage, where the snow owl nestled its head beneath its wing, sleeping soundly. The owl's plumage, a striking mix of white and black, resembled a zebra crossing, albeit denser, and Dudley proudly named it Black and White. As the delightful day of shopping came to a close, Hagrid embraced them both, his face filled with reluctance. Before departing, he handed each of them a ticket and reminded them not to miss the train on September 1st, when school commenced. Long before the year 1993, European society harbored a deep-seated animosity toward wizards. At that time, non-magical people were profoundly fearful of those who practiced magic, viewing it as sorcery, a manifestation of the unknown which they found terrifying. Upon discovering someone possessed magical abilities, they would mobilize large groups to apprehend the individual, often meting out severe punishments. The prevailing policy was one of better to wrongly execute 1,000 than to let one escape. Consequently, the already scarce number of wizards became even rarer, leading to the emergence of 4 great sorcerers. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was established in 993 AD by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the time. From its inception, Hogwarts was divided into 4 houses, each named after its founders: Gryffindor, Godric Gryffindor; Hufflepuff, Helga Hufflepuff; Ravenclaw, Rowena Ravenclaw; and Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin. Over the years, Hogwarts evolved into one of the 3 premier magical academies in Europe, operating on a 7-year educational system. The area surrounding the school was enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm, rendering it invisible to non-magical folk. Even if a muggle were to arrive at Hogwarts' doorstep, they would only perceive dilapidated ruins, marked with signs warning of danger. Dudley closed his book and muttered, "Life is precious. I must sleep. I can't believe I stayed up all night. I hope I won TimeTravel through time again." Chapter 7. The Hogwarts Express. Dudley was uncertain whether his pace of learning magic could be considered rapid, yet within the span of just over a month, he had already mastered 2 spells from standard spells, beginner level, namely Lumos and Levitation. In truth, when all was said and done, he had managed to grasp several others, though they remained uncast, primarily due to a warning letter he received from the Ministry of Magic after attempting levitation. The letter broadly stipulated that underage wizards were prohibited from using magic outside school grounds, alongside various regulations, which he merely glanced at before discarding carelessly. The thrill of learning magic was so exhilarating for Dudley that he completely forgot about the trace, aware only that it could detect magic within a certain vicinity without identifying the caster. He had originally intended to practice spells in Diagon Alley, but the lengthy journey dissuaded him. He wished to reside at the Leaky Cauldron, but alas, Vernon and Petunia refused, compelling Dudley to abandon the idea. On the morning of September 1st, Dudley awoke around 5, unable to return to slumber. He prepared himself, yet the hour was still too early. So he picked up a book that had captured his fascination, though he found himself unable to concentrate. At 10:30, Dudley and his family arrived at King's Cross Station, where his parents assisted in placing their luggage onto a trolley, guiding them into the station. "Platform 9 3/4? Hagrid must have given us the wrong ticket," Harry exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the ticket. "Oh, Dudley, how do you know that?" Petunia inquired, puzzled. Dudley was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently spoiled the surprise. 9 3/4, which translates to 9.75, right? He then smacked his forehead and added, "Mother, could you perhaps refer to me as son or Dudley? It's rather embarrassing." The group reached a platform adorned with a plastic sign reading 9, while another platform displayed a prominent 10. There were no trains bound for Hogwarts, only a solid wall. Petunia pointed at the wall, declaring, "This is it. We ordinary folk cannot pass through. You must push the trolley and walk straight through." Harry hesitantly asked, "What if we crash into it?" "Don't worry. If you're nervous, you can run a little," Petunia reassured him, gazing into Harry's eyes. "Your mother did the same." Dudley shot a glance at Harry, fully aware that a collision was inevitable, yet this year, there was no cause for concern. "I'll go first." Dudley waved to Vernon and Petunia, saying, "Mom, Dad, I'm off. I'll write to you once I arrive at school." He then pushed the trolley toward the wall. Just as he was about to collide, the trolley passed through the barrier, and he took a few more steps, fully entering the wall. The first sight that greeted Dudley was the sign for platform 9 3/4 hanging at the edge, followed by a magnificent deep red steam engine, adorned with a sign reading, "Hogwarts Express, number 9572. The platform was bustling with parents gathering to bid farewell to their children. The dense smoke of the steam locomotive swirled above the chattering crowd, as variously colored cats darted playfully among the feet of the people. Some individuals accompanied by owls added their piercing calls to the cacophony. Dudley and his companion struggled through the throng, eventually locating an unoccupied compartment near the rear of the train. They spent considerable time loading their numerous belongings onto the train, as their possessions were indeed abundant. Approximately 10 minutes after boarding, the sound of a whistle signaled the train's departure. The figures of parents on the platform gradually diminished until they vanished from view, while the houses outside the window flashed by in rapid succession. The scenery morphed continuously, and soon they found themselves traversing the desolate fields beyond the city. The sliding door of the compartment opened, revealing a boy with slightly soiled red hair, who awkwardly leaned against the door and inquired, "Excuse me, may I sit here?" He gestured towards the seat next to Dudley, explaining that all other compartments were full. Dudley couldn't help but marvel at the narrative's tendency to intertwine their fates. Even in such circumstances. "Go ahead," he replied, indicating the vacant seat. "Thank you." The boy entered, appearing somewhat shy as he lowered his gaze and pressed against the door. "Hey, mate," Dudley said, patting the boy's shoulder. "What's your name?" Ron Weasley." "I'm Dudley Dursley," he introduced, gesturing toward Harry. "This is my cousin, Harry Potter." Harry smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "Blimey, Harry Potter, you really have that." He pointed to his forehead. "What? The scar?" Harry chuckled, brushing his fringe aside to reveal a lightning-shaped scar. Ron leaned forward, exclaiming, "Wow, cool." The three quickly became familiar with one another, engaging in lively conversation that made the time fly. Dudley, gazing out at the sun shining brightly overhead, estimated it to be around noon as hunger began to gnaw at him. Suddenly, a loud clattering echoed down the aisle as a cheerful woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door, asking, "Would you like to buy any snacks, children?" "No, thank you. I brought my own," Ron replied, his cheeks flushing a deep red as he awkwardly retrieved a sandwich wrapped in a plastic bag from his tattered coat. Dudley understood that the Weasley family lived quite frugally, with meager wages stretched thin to support several children. With a wave of his hand, Dudley declared, "We'll buy everything." Having exchanged a considerable amount of galleons at Gringotts, he knew that a cart full of snacks would not cost much, and he was eager to sample the various delicacies of the magical world. Ron watched in wide-eyed fascination as Dudley and Harry filled their compartment with an array of treats from the trolley until it was completely empty, the available seats now brimming with food. "Let us share," Dudley suggested, gesturing at the snacks. "I mainly want to try something new. There's no way Harry and I could finish all this ourselves." Dudley gazed at the vacant space filled with an array of delectable treats, including Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, blowing bubbles super bubble gum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pies, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and an assortment of peculiar foods he had never encountered before. The three of them indulged in pies and cakes, with Ron having entirely abandoned his sandwich, engaging in lively conversation as they dined. Dudley complained about the pumpkin pie, declaring it unpalatable due to an overabundance of pumpkin. Harry, savoring the every flavor beans, looked down on Dudley, remarking that what pumpkin pie could exist without a generous portion of pumpkin? Dudley, having tasted a single bean, promptly dismissed the entire concept. The term every flavor encompassed an astonishing variety of tastes, ranging from chocolate, mint, orange, and watermelon to more unorthodox flavors such as vegetables and meats, even liver. To his dismay, Dudley was oblivious to the fact that the inventor of this confection had included flavors like boogers and earwax, a culinary creation far beyond the reach of those with discerning palates. Then there were the chocolate frogs, which could only be described as a culinary abomination, animated chocolate frogs that, while palatable, would quiver and twitch upon being bitten, evoking the unsettling sensation of consuming something alive. Each frog came with a collectible card, according to Ron. He had amassed nearly 500, missing only the cards of Agrippa and Ptolemy. The first card Dudley received was that of Dumbledore, prompting him to mutter, "Old Dumbledore certainly knows how to pose for the camera." Disenchanted with the confection and the trivial pursuit of collecting the cards, Dudley nonchalantly passed it to Harry. As Dudley munched on his snacks, he gazed out the window, where the desolate fields sped by, the orderly farmlands having vanished, replaced by dense woodlands, meandering rivers, and dark green hills. At that moment, a knock sounded at their compartment door, and a round-faced boy entered, his eyes brimming with tears. "I'm sorry," he said, "but have you seen my toad?" The trio shook their heads, and the boy burst into tears, lamenting, "I've lost it again. It always tries to escape from me." Before Dudley could respond, the boy had already departed. "If my pet Scabbers were lost," Ron remarked, reaching into his coat pocket to produce a mouse. "This is my pet mouse, Scabbers." Dudley looked with disdain at the mouse perched on Ron's leg, shuddering at the thought of an old man sharing his bed with him. "It probably died long ago. It makes no difference either way." Ron glared at the mouse, expressing his frustration. "I tried to turn it yellow yesterday to make it more amusing, but my spell failed." "Let me show you," Ron said, rummaging through his suitcase for some time before producing a very worn wand, its surface peeling in places, with a glimmering white tip, almost exposing the unicorn hair beneath. However, Ron gazed sadly at his wand. Dudley curled his lip, astonished to see the legendary unicorn's mane in such a manner for the first time. Ron raised his wand and uttered, "Daisy." Chapter 8. Arrival at Hogwarts. The compartment doors swung open once more, and the boy who had lost his toad appeared before them again, this time accompanied by Hermione, who had donned her new Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville lost one," he inquired. Hermione's tone was somewhat haughty as she surveyed the compartment and suddenly noticed Dudley's presence. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she disdainfully remarked, "Oh, it's you, the whiny crybaby." Haha. Harry could not contain his laughter. Dudley sighed. "Is anyone interested in a gold galleon, cousin?" He supported his head with one hand, his thumb rubbing his temples. "Hermione, could you please alter how you address me? I believe there is a misunderstanding you're unaware of." Arms crossed. Hermione lifted her chin defiantly, saying, "I will not. Please explain your actions at my clinic last time, and what you meant at the leaky cauldron by calling me adorably still." Dudley felt somewhat helpless, the blame for the clinic incident weighing heavily. "This is quite difficult for me. What should I explain?" "Yes, rabbits are adorable. Being still while roasting is the most delicious." Dudley smirked. He had grown weary of conversing with Hermione, finding it exhausting, primarily due to the irritating history between them. "Neville, you were running too quickly. What I meant to say is that you could use the summoning charm to bring your toad here," Dudley suggested to the round-faced boy. "Really? But I don't know how." "I've only seen my grandmother use it," Neville replied, dabbing at his tear-streaked face, looking quite forlorn. "I know how. It can summon objects," Hermione interjected, her tone smug. "Wait a moment," Dudley said as he retrieved his suitcase from the overhead rack, rummaging through it until he found his wand. "This is my first time using it as well, so if it doesn't work, you might need to seek help from an upperclassman." Dudley aimed his wand at his palm, pausing to ponder the name of Neville's toad. This peculiar pet seemed rather unappealing to him. The air was thick with silence, and Neville was on the verge of tears again. Hermione, amused, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is this the dawdling spell?" Dudley tilted his head and shot her a glance. "Humph. Neville, extend your hand. What is your toad's name?" "Trevor," Neville replied. Dudley waved his wand over Neville's outstretched hand. "Trevor the toad, come forth," he commanded. All eyes were fixed on Neville's hand, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the toad. After a moment of suspense, just as disappointment began to settle in, a golden-backed toad landed gracefully in Neville's palm. Dudley exhaled, revealing his own anxiety. It was his first time casting this spell, and it had succeeded perfectly, much to his relief. After expressing his gratitude, Neville joyfully cradled his golden-backed toad and departed. Dudley shook his head, perplexed as to why the magical world would choose to keep toads as pets. They can't be petted, they can't deliver messages, and certainly, they cannot be eaten. However, Hermione showed no intention of leaving. She strode in, took a seat beside Dudley, and haughtily let out a hum. "Were you about to cast a spell just now? Allow me to witness it," she said. Although Hermione was addressing Ron, her gaze challenged Dudley. Dudley, feeling helpless, pondered what provocation this was. This girl truly held grudges. She was not to be trifled with. Ron appeared momentarily dazed before he cleared his throat symbolically. "Daisy, sweet cream, and sunlight transformed this foolish fat mouse to yellow." Ron waved his wand, yet nothing occurred. The speckled creature remained gray, blissfully asleep. Embarrassed at the ineffectiveness of his magic, Ron awkwardly smiled at everyone and remarked, "Fred and George have tricked me again. Are you sure that's actually a spell?" Hermione retorted, offering Ron no grace. "Wow, it seems that spell isn't very effective." Ron's ears flushed crimson, wishing a hole would open beneath him for him to escape into. The four of them exchanged glances, and Ron felt inclined to expel Hermione from their midst. "It appears to be rather unimpressive, doesn't it? I practiced several simple spells at home, merely for rehearsal, and they all worked, though I'm not familiar with the one that the delicate, weeping girl used earlier. Miss Rabbit, read more books, keep up with the news. Eat fewer snacks, and sleep more. You can do it," Dudley chimed in. Hermione brandished her wand at Harry's glasses and declared, "Restored to original. Is this what you mean? The rest is manageable." She glanced at Dudley. Harry removed his glasses and discovered that the previously damaged parts were now fully restored. He pursed his lips, thinking that had they not been worn by the Ministry of Magic, he could have fixed it himself. Hermione continued at a rapid pace. "No one in my family understands magic, so I was utterly astonished and thrilled when I received my acceptance letter. From what I know, this is the most esteemed magical school. I have memorized all the textbooks. Of course, I hope that will suffice. By the way, my name is Hermione Granger. May I inquire about your names?" Dudley could hardly believe it. She had spoken so much at once, clearly overwhelmed by the impending school enrollment. "I am Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Is it truly you?" Hermione asked incredulously. "I know everything about you. Of course, I've additionally acquired numerous reference books, such as A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. You are mentioned in all of these." Yes, Harry said, brushing aside his hair once more. "Thanks to Dudley, I've read those books too." "You and Dudley?" Hermione inquired. Yes, my cousin. Upon hearing Dudley refer to Harry as his cousin, Hermione's enthusiasm waned somewhat. Dudley, noting the change in Hermione's expression, discerned about 80% of her thoughts. It was all too evident, practically written across her face. Miss Rabbit, since you've read so many books, do you know how many houses there are in the school? Certainly, Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. I hope to be sorted into Gryffindor, as it is reputed to be the finest of them all. I have heard that Dumbledore graduated from there. However, I suppose Ravenclaw is not without its merits. Stop. Dudley quickly interrupted Hermione's incessant chatter, fearing it would continue indefinitely. Do you know how they sort us into different houses? Dudley inquired of Hermione. She merely shook her head in response. Ron suggested, it must involve some sort of test. My brothers told me it could be quite perilous, but I believe they were jesting, as they often do. That is indeed true, Dudley said with a serious expression. Every year's examination is different. I have heard, or rather, I have gathered that this year, we must endure a dragon's attack for 10 seconds. Dudley observed Hermione and Ron, who appeared taken aback, and a satisfied grin spread across his face. Harry was initially inclined to believe him, but upon seeing Dudley's grin, he quickly realized he was being deceived. He had not seen Dudley venture out alone all day. How could he have acquired such information? That dreadful old man, so wicked, he thought. Hermione, feeling somewhat apprehensive, stood up. She thought it wise to seek out others or consult a book for any spells that might counter a dragon. Take care, Miss Bunny, Dudley chuckled, waving his hand. Once Hermione had departed, Harry clutched his stomach in laughter, saying, You are truly despicable. What? Ron, still recovering from the fright, asked. You fell for his trick, Harry replied. After a brief explanation, Ron finally understood. With Hermione's absence, their conversation became far more enjoyable. As they chatted, Dudley turned his gaze out the window, only to realize that night had fallen. He beheld the deep purple sky above a landscape of mountains and forests, and the train seemed to be slowing down. I believe we should change into our robes, Dudley declared. They shed their outer garments and donned their black robes. Harry and Ron's faces paled. One clutched his robe tightly, while the other fidgeted restlessly, glancing about anxiously. The train gradually decelerated before finally coming to a halt. The students jostled and surged towards the doors, standing on the platform as the night's chill made Dudley shiver. The robes offered little warmth. A bright lantern danced ahead, and the imposing figure of Hagrid was unmistakable amidst the crowd. With a beaming smile and his bushy beard, he called out, First-year students. First-year students, please come this way. Hurry now, newcomers, don't be shy, let us go. Hello, Harry and Dudley. Hagrid grinned as he greeted them. Hi, Hagrid, Dudley and Harry chorused in unison. Wow, Ron exclaimed, gazing in awe at the towering Hagrid. He truly was remarkable in stature. After counting the students, Hagrid announced, Come along, first years, follow me, keep up now. And watch your step. A group of individuals followed Hagrid as they exited the station, making their way down a steep, narrow path, stumbling along the way. The darkness on either side of the path was chilling. At the end of the narrow trail, a vast black lake suddenly unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a towering hillside, its spires reaching skyward, with windows twinkling under the starlit sky. No more than 4 individuals per boat, Hagrid exclaimed, gesturing towards a cluster of small boats moored at the shore. Initially, Dudley and his companions trailed Hagrid closely, boarding one of the boats, while Hermione emerged from an unseen corner to join them. Is everyone aboard? Hagrid called out, occupying nearly all the space in his own boat. All right, let us proceed. Hagrid's boat led the way, followed in a neat row by the new students' vessels, which appeared to glide forward on their own, likely enchanted by magic. Chapter 9, The Clash of Harry. The small boats glided across the serene surface of the lake, creating gentle ripples, as the occupants remained silent, gazing at the towering castle that seemed to rise above them. As they drew closer, the castle appeared to hover just above their heads. Wow, incredible. But why are only we first years taking the boats? Ron broke the silence with his inquiry. Dudley, unimpressed and seemingly unfazed, scoffed at Ron's concern for the sorting hat ceremony. At that moment, Hermione, exuding her scholarly aura, began to speak. On the 208th page of this book, it mentions that this is to allow the new students to experience the hardships endured by the 4 great wizards who founded the school. They too arrived here by boat, crossing the Black Lake for the first time, which is why each boat accommodates only 4 people. Ron provided a timely assist, prompting Hermione to continue her explanation uninterrupted, as if she were sharing a tale from a past life. Ron glanced at Dudley and Harry, despairing, wishing he could slap himself for being caught in this conversation. Dudley shrugged, casting a look that implied it was all Ron's fault. Lower your heads, came Hagrid's voice. Hermione finally ceased her discourse, and Dudley felt an immediate relief from the incessant buzzing. Vowing to learn spells that could silence others or render him deaf to their words once he arrived at the school, such magic would prove invaluable. As Dudley looked ahead, he saw a sheer cliff, Everyone quickly bowed their heads as the boats carried them through a verdant veil of ivy that draped over the cliff face, leading them to a hidden, open entrance. Once ashore, the young wizards erupted into animated chatter, all discussing the same topic. Did you hear? The entrance exam. What? About what? The test, of course. Ah, that. Yes, I know. According to an anonymous student, Dudley Dursley, the test involves withstanding a dragon's attack for 10 seconds. Indeed. That's what I heard as well. Goodness, my parents merely chuckled and told me I would find out when I arrived. This is utterly terrifying. The young wizards were filled with dread. Hermione Granger. Dudley shouted in anger, yet he failed to catch a glimpse of Hermione. She had been on the ship earlier, but now she was nowhere to be found. He took a deep breath and remarked, "She runs quite fast." Harry nudged Dudley's shoulder with a mischievous grin, saying, "Fiste, our unnamed classmate. You've stirred up quite the ire, haven't you?" Dudley wrapped his arm around Harry's neck with a sinister smile and suggested, "How about from now on, you be Dudley, and I shall be Harry? Do you have a scar?" Harry lifted his fringe. Dudley wished he could peel back Harry's skull in frustration. Why was he being so cheeky? Who had led his foolish cousin astray? The group gathered before a massive oak door. "Is everyone here?" Hagrid inquired, surveying the crowd. He then raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. "You will enter through here and ascend the staircase," he instructed. A throng of young wizards climbed the stairs, where they encountered a tall, black-haired witch clad in a vibrant green robe. Her expression was grave, reminiscent of the stern headmistress from Dudley's former school, whose perpetual seriousness instilled a desire to flee. Clearly, the formidable Professor McGonagall intimidated everyone. As the whispers among the young wizards ceased, "Welcome to Hogwarts. Shortly, you will pass through this door and join your upperclassmen. However, before you take your seats, you must undergo the sorting ceremony to determine which house you shall belong to," Professor McGonagall announced. "The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable wizards. During your time at Hogwarts," she paused, scrutinizing the audience with a stern gaze. Before continuing in a gentler tone, "the house will serve as your home. Your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any rule-breaking will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that, regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will strive to bring glory to it." Neville Longbottom dashed into the crowd and scooped up the toad that had been at Professor McGonagall's feet. "Poor Neville. He's lost his toad once again," Ron whispered, suppressing laughter. "Soon it will begin, and in the meantime, I suggest you tidy yourselves up a bit to appear more presentable," Professor McGonagall remarked, her gaze lingering on a smudge on Ron's nose. "Ron, your nose is a bit dirty." Dudley pointed out the blemish on Ron's nose, saying, "Right there." Ron wiped his nose and replied, "Thanks." Professor McGonagall seemed satisfied and departed, prompting everyone to exhale in relief. It appeared that what I witnessed earlier on the train was indeed true. Harry Potter had arrived at Hogwarts. A boy with light blonde hair and a pale, elongated face leaned against the staircase railing, pointing to his forehead. It was then that Dudley noticed Harry's lightning-shaped scar was not concealed by his fringe. On either side of the dandy stood 2 robust young men, rather distinctive in appearance, resembling bodyguards. He introduced them, saying, "This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. I am Malfoy." Young Master Malfoy ascended the steps in front of Harry, looking down upon him with a smile as he declared, "Draco Malfoy." Ron coughed lightly, stifling a laugh. Draco Malfoy regarded him. "Do you find my name amusing? No need to inquire about your identity. My father has informed me that the Weasley family is characterized by its red hair, freckled faces, and an abundance of children they can scarcely afford to raise, all clad in tattered robes." Malfoy's face was a mask of disdain and mockery. He then turned to Harry, saying, "You will soon discover that certain wizarding families are superior. Potter, do not associate with the unrefined. I can assist you in this regard." He extended his hand to shake Harry's, but Harry ignored him. "I believe I can discern good from bad on my own." "Thank you," Harry replied coolly. "Young Master Malfoy, if you wish to make new friends, this is not the proper approach. Should you desire to learn, I am willing to teach you," Dudley interjected. Draco Malfoy's pale cheeks did not flush, but bore a faint hue of embarrassment. "Another haughty oddity," Dudley muttered. Professor McGonagall clearly overheard Dudley's remark, and he instinctively shivered under her gaze. "All set. Follow me," she commanded as the grand door behind her swung open. The hall buzzed with chatter as the students only saw Professor McGonagall and a somewhat plump boy enter, while the remaining first-year wizards remained motionless. Sensing something amiss, Professor McGonagall halted, and the boy behind her collided with her. "Ouch!" Dudley exclaimed, clutching his forehead as he staggered back, realizing he was the only one who had entered and had not registered the situation. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Dudley's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. "Are we to confront a dragon?" Neville timidly inquired from the crowd. Dudley admired Neville's courage. It was no wonder he had been sorted into Gryffindor, daring to provoke Professor McGonagall's nerves at such a moment. Professor McGonagall, exasperated, patted her chest to steady herself and retorted, "Who told you there would be a dragon? There is no dragon. Hurry." Dudley's heart raced as he fervently prayed they would not divulge the truth. After all, time was of the essence, and everyone was waiting. Professor McGonagall chose not to press further. With her repeated assurances that there would be no dragon, the young wizards finally felt emboldened to follow her into the Great Hall. Hermione, puffing out her cheeks, glared at Dudley and said, "Liar, there is no dragon. You dare to show your face before me again?" Dudley retorted, flicking her forehead. Hermione winced, nearly in tears from the force of his gesture. "I said I heard it, secondhand, you know. Who told you to spread it around, anyway?" Dudley turned to leave, ignoring Hermione, his gaze fixed on the Great Hall. The older students from other years had gathered around 4 long tables, adorned with shimmering golden platters and tall wine goblets. At the head of the hall, additional long tables were set for the faculty, with Professor Dumbledore seated at the center. Professor McGonagall ushered everyone to the front. Hermione gently nudged Dudley, saying, "Hey, look at the ceiling." Dudley, puzzled by her sudden remark, obediently glanced upwards and was met with a breathtaking sight. The velvety black ceiling was speckled with twinkling stars. "This ceiling is enchanted to mirror the night sky outside," Hermione explained. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. I assume you've come across it as well." Chapter 10, The Sorting Hat. Professor McGonagall produced her wand and with a graceful flick, conjured a stool before the first-year students. She then placed upon it an old, patched, and exceedingly dirty pointed wizard's hat. The hall fell silent. The hat began to move, splitting open with a wide seam, resembling a mouth, and started to sing. "You may think me not so fair, but do not judge by appearances. Indeed, one should never judge a hat by its looks, after all." This hat was a relic left behind by Godric Gryffindor. Dudley had to admit that the singing of this tattered hat was rather pleasant. If the Muggle world could accept a hat that sang, it could easily host a concert. The young wizards began to murmur excitedly, "Goodness, we've all been deceived by the Dursleys. It turns out all we had to do was wear the hat." Dudley covered his face, questioning who had misled them, but was interrupted by Professor McGonagall. "Silence, please. Before the sorting ceremony commences, Professor Dumbledore has a few words to share." As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, Professor Dumbledore rose and announced, "I have several important reminders for the beginning of term. First-year students, please note that it is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the forest adjacent to the grounds. That area is known as the Forbidden Forest." Dumbledore's gaze shifted towards the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table. "Furthermore, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you not to use magic in the corridors during breaks." In his previous life, Dudley had always found Filch insufferable. He was a squib, born into a wizarding family, yet devoid of magical ability. He often watched the capable young wizards misbehave, feeling a mix of envy and resentment as they took their magical education for granted. Filch's envy had morphed into a twisted bitterness. Additionally, the tryouts for the Quidditch teams will take place in the second week of this term. Any students interested in joining the house teams should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, and most importantly, the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor is also off limits. If you wish to avoid a most tragic fate, do not venture there. Thank you. Dudley was certain that the Weasley twins would inevitably sneak a glance. Though Dumbledore is not omniscient nor omnipotent, the blatant presence of Voldemort at Hogwarts clearly belittles the old wizard's intelligence. Dumbledore, it appears, is quite cunning, engaging in a form of entrapment. Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment in her hands and declared, "Students whose names are called, please step forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head to determine your rightful house." The first to approach was not Hermione, but a young girl named Hannah Abbott, her golden braids bouncing as she hurriedly made her way to the front, visibly shaken. She was sorted into Hufflepuff. Following her, several young wizards were assigned to various houses. Then came Dudley Dursley. As he stepped forward, a stir erupted among the young witches and wizards, all pointing and whispering about him. "Professor, P.S. the one who claimed the sorting hat test is a challenge against dragons," Malfoy shouted. Dudley was infuriated. Yet the professors showed no intention of delving deeper into the matter. Malfoy, that mischievous child, had suddenly emerged to stir the pot. One could almost wish for him to face a watermelon-sized consequence. "Malfoy, did I personally inform you of this, or did you witness it with your own eyes? Speak of matters without evidence, and be wary of my defamation suit," Dudley retorted, flustered. Of course, Malfoy could produce no evidence. He had merely heard others speak of it. "Dudley, please don the hat," McGonagall urged, her expression stern. Dudley reluctantly picked up the hat, feeling an odd stickiness on his fingers. As he rubbed the brim, he noticed a dark smudge on his thumb. He wished he could conjure his wand to clean it, but alas, it was packed away in his trunk. Even if he had it, he had never employed such magic. "Please be swift," McGonagall insisted, her demeanor serious. Resigned, Dudley submitted, deciding to embrace the experience. With a spirit of defiance, he placed the sorting hat upon his head. "Goodness, this is an unusual scenario. Am I wearing the hat incorrectly? I refuse to take the blame for this, he thought. The Sorting Hat replied, the peculiarities you exhibit are indeed your own. Are you reading my thoughts? Dudley stammered, trembling in confusion. He felt utterly defeated. He believed it imperative to master the art of mental shielding post-haste. His concerns were not with Dumbledore, but rather with dark wizards akin to Voldemort or magical artifacts like the Sorting Hat. Though both Dumbledore and Voldemort possess the ability to extract thoughts, it illustrates the distinction between white and dark wizards. One exercises self-control and knows the limits of their power, while the other acts without restraint, utilizing whatever they desire without conscience. Do I resemble a dragon? He quipped. I refuse to take the blame for that either. You ought to declare that this is the most ill-mannered group you have encountered, Dudley countered. Which house do you think I am suited for? He inquired. You possess a keen intellect, along with courage and a spirit of adventure. Both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor would suit you well, the hat responded. So with my diverse traits, you might misassign me? Look, I have been up here long enough to feel like a hat myself, yet you still cannot decide. Don't you think I also exhibit the qualities of a Hufflepuff badger? Dudley exclaimed. Whose fault is it that you cannot decide? You are correct. The conversation came to an end, and I would not allow you to become a source of embarrassment. Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat declared before all the faculty and students. Dudley was still in a daze, the last words echoing in his mind. This is very Gryffindor. Amidst the cheers of the young lions of Gryffindor, Dudley took a seat with them. Subsequently, without any deviation, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were also assigned to Gryffindor. Dumbledore rose to his feet, arms outstretched and a beaming smile upon his face, proclaiming, I believe no one wishes to hear this old man's ramblings, so welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commenced, he added a final remark. Fools. Crybabies. Rascals. Cheers. What does that mean? Hermione inquired, nudging Dudley with her elbow. Nothing could be more vexing than a question posed by a little girl sitting beside him. Dudley replied weakly. Ravenclaw would call you fools. Gryffindor would label you crybabies, Slytherin would deem you rascals, while Hufflepuff simply keeps to themselves. Each represented the distinct characteristics of their respective houses. Oh, so how did you end up in Gryffindor, you delicate crybaby? Hermione teased with a twinkle in her eye. Dudley buried his face in his hands, reluctant to respond, letting out a heavy sigh instead. After Dumbledore settled back down, he gently tapped his spoon against the goblet 3 times, producing a clear chime. Instantly, every house table was laden with an abundance of food. Dudley gazed at the spread before him, filled with many of his favorites: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, and ketchup, and for some inexplicable reason, peppermint candies. Once every student had feasted to their heart's content, the leftovers mysteriously vanished from the plates, leaving them gleaming once more. At that moment, desserts were served, including puddings, various flavors of ice cream, apple pie, syrup-soaked fruit tarts, chocolate soufflés, and fried jam-filled donuts, everything one could desire. Dudley picked up a strawberry-flavored pudding to savor. As the young wizards indulged in their sweets, they began to share stories about their families. I am half and half, said Seamus. My father is a muggle, and my mother only revealed her magical heritage after they were married, which startled him quite a bit. Initially, my father forbade my mother from using magic at home, but whenever he lost something, he would rely on her to retrieve it with a summoning charm, and gradually he accepted the reality of magic. And you, Neville? Ron asked. I was raised by my grandmother, who is a witch, Neville replied. Neville was initially taken aback, but then recounted how his family had always regarded him as a muggle. His uncle Algy had persistently attempted to catch him off guard and compel him to reveal his magical abilities. On one occasion, they had pushed him into the Black Lake from the dock, yet nothing transpired, and he nearly drowned. Up until the age of 8, he had encountered numerous near-death experiences. On one particular day that year, they returned, and his uncle dangled him by his ankle out of a window. Coincidentally, Aunt Enid was handing him a cake. As he reached for the cake, Neville plummeted downward, but, to his astonishment, rebounded upward, soaring across the entire garden before landing on the road. They were all elated. Some even moved to tears. If only one could have seen the expressions on their faces when he received his acceptance letter. In their joy, they gifted him a toad. Laughter erupted among the group at Neville's expense. As Dudley prepared to take another bite of pudding, a head suddenly emerged from his plate. He heard shrieks from around the hall as approximately 20 spectral figures emerged from the walls, their pearlescent, translucent forms gliding past the dining tables, whispering among themselves. Most of the ghosts floated towards the first-year students. Greetings, welcome to Gryffindor, spoke the ghost adorned in a ruffled collar, addressing Dudley. He then gazed wistfully at the pudding, remarking, it appears quite delectable. Would you care for a taste? I haven't eaten anything in 500 years. The ghost, a touch melancholic, added, I do not require sustenance, but I do reminisce about its exquisite flavor. I suppose I have yet to introduce myself, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 11. Dudley's first night. Percy, the prefect seated beside Harry, inquired, "Sir Nicholas, how was your summer?" "Tremendously dull," Sir Nicholas replied. "I applied to join the Headless Hunt, but was declined." He floated above the table. "I recognize you now," Ron exclaimed suddenly. "My brothers have told me about you. You're nearly Headless Nick." "I prefer to be addressed as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington," he replied, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. "Nearly headless?" Hermione asked, her expression one of bewilderment. "How does one become nearly headless?" Sir Nicholas looked quite perturbed, clearly unwilling to discuss the matter further. "Like this," he said impatiently, tugging at his hair, which caused his neck to tear asunder, leaving only a thin layer of skin connecting his head to his body. It seemed someone had attempted to behead him, but had failed to complete the task. Hermione shut her eyes in fear, likely regretting the topic of conversation. Dudley, feeling nauseated, swallowed hard as he observed the gaping wound at Sir Nicholas's neck, where bone and flesh were starkly visible, the flesh writhing as though it were pudding, indulging in dessert. "Quite a distressing sight," Dudley complained. "Miss Rabbit, even food cannot silence your mouth." Sir Nicholas observed the expressions of fear and nausea on their faces with great delight. He gently tossed his head back, reattaching it to his neck, and cleared his throat, proclaiming, "Well, new students of Gryffindor, I hope you will assist us in winning this year's House Cup, shall you? Gryffindor has not gone this long without a victory in ages. Slytherin has secured a remarkable 6 consecutive wins. The Bloody Baron is simply intolerable. He is the ghost of Slytherin." Dudley glanced over to the Slytherin table and spotted a ghost sitting nearby, frightful and wide-eyed, his robes stained with silver blood. The Bloody Baron was seated right next to Malfoy, and he found Malfoy's constipated expression amusing. "How did he get covered in blood?" Harry inquired curiously. "I've never asked," nearly headless Nick replied, appearing quite apprehensive of the Bloody Baron. "Rest assured, if we do not win the House Cup this year, I shall consume the Gryffindor table," Dudley declared, slapping the table, which astonished the surrounding young lions. Harry leaned forward and whispered, "Aren't you afraid you'll end up eating the table?" Dudley laughed, responding, "But you'll be there." The raucous Gryffindor lions were all abuzz with the matter. Gossip traveled swiftly, and soon all 4 houses were aware. The Slytherin table was the loudest, with everyone agreeing that Dudley should perform his table-eating act last. It was not until dessert had vanished that Professor Dumbledore stood once more, restoring silence to the hall. "Time flies when one is having a good time. Before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together," Dumbledore declared, extending his arms. With a flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon soared into the air above the dining tables, twisting and curling like a serpent to form lines of text. Each person chose their preferred melody. "Ready? Sing," Dumbledore joyfully proclaimed. Thus, the entire faculty and students sang heartily, "Hogwarts, Hogwarts." Dudley watched old Dumbledore waving his wand, swaying to the music as if he were a woman dancing in a public square in a past life. He felt compelled to join in the merriment. Dudley thought of a catchy tune from his past life, Little Apple, and sang out loud, his voice even overpowering the funeral march of the Weasley twins. Before long, silence fell upon the assembly, leaving Dudley as the sole singer. "Ah, music," Dumbledore said, supporting his waist. "It truly is enchanting. Please forgive this old man's back, otherwise, I would suggest we do it again." "Hey, brother, teach us this tune next time," George and Fred chimed in unison. Dudley coughed, his throat dry. Gryffindor, true to their courageous nature, dashed towards the hall's exit at the mention of bedtime. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, however, meandered slowly at the back. Dudley could still hear the Slytherin's taunts, calling them uncouth and a reckless bunch of little lions. Upon exiting the auditorium, the first-year students of Gryffindor followed Percy. As they rounded a corner, Percy instructed, "Please keep up, everyone." "Thank you." They arrived at the base of a grand marble staircase. This was the most direct route to the dormitories, yet one must be cautious, for the stairs often shifted their direction, Percy warned. Dudley listened attentively to Percy's words, glancing upwards to observe several staircases altering their course high above. "This way, Gryffindor. Everyone, follow me," Percy declared, leading them to the left. As they ascended the staircase, the portraits adorning the walls gestured and whispered amongst themselves, each painting engaged in lively conversation. The first-year lions, not to be outdone, exchanged glances and pointed at the portraits. Hermione pointed to one of the paintings and exclaimed, "Hey, look, isn't she gazing at you?" Among the artworks, one featured a woman clad in a flowing white gown, cradling a bouquet of flowers, who offered a slight curtsy to the newcomers. Another depicted a scholarly elderly figure, who greeted them with a welcoming, "Welcome to Hogwarts." Percy continued to lead the group while sharing insights about Hogwarts. There are a total of 142 staircases. Some are wide and grand, while others are narrow and precarious. Some change destinations every Friday, and at times, a step may abruptly vanish, requiring you to remember where to leap. Additionally, there are numerous doors. If you politely request them to open or tap in just the right spot, they may still refuse to budge. Some doors are merely illusions. solid walls masquerading as entrances. Remembering the locations of various items is quite a challenge, as everything seems to be in perpetual motion. Occasionally, the figures in the portraits visit one another, and even suits of armor may wander about. They climbed numerous flights of stairs and navigated many turns. Dudley, puzzled and fatigued from overindulgence, began to wonder how much longer they would walk when suddenly, the group ahead came to a halt. Dudley, momentarily disoriented, thought they had arrived. His eyelids heavy with sleep. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, a voice sang, mimicking the tune Dudley had just begun, albeit rather off-key. The little lions heard the melody, yet could not discern the source of the song. Percy raised his voice, calling out, "Peeves, come out." Peeves was a mischievous poltergeist. Not quite a ghost, but rather a manifestation of psychic energy. Unlike ghosts, who are remnants of the deceased, Peeves originated from the pressures that Hogwarts students had endured over the centuries. In response, a loud, grating sound echoed, reminiscent of a deflating balloon. "Are you asking me to find Bloody Baron?" Percy replied, somewhat exasperated. Suddenly, with a pop, a diminutive figure appeared, possessing malevolent black eyes and a wide grin. Floating cross-legged in midair. "Huh, you little first years have disturbed me," he sneered, with an air of disdain. Suddenly, Peeves lunged towards the students, leaving them in shock. "Step aside, Peeves, or I shall inform Bloody Baron. I am not jesting," Percy bellowed. Peeves stuck out his tongue at them and promptly vanished. After Peeves departed, Percy urged everyone to proceed with caution, stating, "You must be wary of Peeves. The Bloody Baron is the only one who can subdue him. He does not heed our authority as prefects." Percy continued, "Some ghosts are simply unmanageable. Often, just as you are about to open a door, a ghost will leap out from behind it, startling you. Among them is nearly headless Nick from Gryffindor Tower, who is quite eager to guide the new Gryffindors. However, if you find yourselves late for class and happen to encounter the mischievous Peeves, it is far worse than facing 2 locked doors and a staircase laden with traps. He might append a wastebasket onto your head, pull the rug from beneath your feet, toss chalk at you, or stealthily follow you, seizing your nose while shouting, 'Got your nose.'" After a brief walk, they halted once more, not due to Peeves, but because they had arrived. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a rather plump woman clad in a pink dress. "Password?" she inquired. The portrait tilted its head and made a welcoming gesture, swinging open to reveal a hidden passage. Derry saw a wall cavity concealed behind the painting, approximately the height of a person and twice as wide. From the entrance, the interior was completely obscured. They stepped inside, and Derry discovered a cozy circular room furnished with plush armchairs. "Wow!" everyone exclaimed. Percy stood before them and declared, "Gather here." Once the group was assembled, he continued, "Welcome to the Gryffindor Common Room. The girls' dormitory is to the right of the staircase, the boys' is to the left. Your belongings have already been delivered." As Derry ascended the staircase, he sensed they were within a tower. Before long, he located his room. The chamber contained only 4 beds, each draped in deep crimson velvet curtains. His trunk was neatly placed beside his bed. Derry's roommates included his cousin Harry, Ron, the forgetful Neville, and an elderly gentleman. Exhausted, Derry felt no inclination to converse. He changed into his pajamas and collapsed onto the soft, warm bed. Chapter 12. Hogwarts, A Few Matters. That night, Derry dreamt. In his dream, he stood atop a high mountain, clad in a black robe and holding a wand. Before him lay a sheer cliff, while a throng of people behind him gazed at him with unwavering eyes. His robe billowed in the wind, and his cold gaze fixed ahead. He extended his hand and waved his wand gently, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically. Suddenly, a massive banquet table appeared before him, beckoning, "Come, eat." The unexpected fright caused him to slip and tumble down the mountainside. Dolly awoke with a start, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and exhaling a sigh. Muttering to himself, "This is no pleasant dream. Old Deng must step up. Otherwise, I'm doomed." He sat up and, through the window, noticed the faintest light beginning to break in the sky, while his dormitory mates, the little lions, remained blissfully asleep. His gaze fell upon a piece of parchment beside his pillow, inscribed with the schedule for Gryffindor. To his delight, there were no classes on Monday morning or Friday afternoon, coupled with a weekend, granting him an extended respite of 3 consecutive days. It was still quite early. Surely, this did not count as a nocturnal escapade. He resolved to explore Hogwarts, for despite having watched the films in his previous life, he remained utterly ignorant of the castle's myriad secret passages and the location of the Room of Requirement. The only knowledge he possessed was that beneath the Whomping Willow lay a passage leading to the Shrieking Shack. Upon exiting the Gryffindor Common Room, he found the fat lady dozing with her head bowed. Dolly was unsure how long he wandered, but he felt as though he had been meandering in circles throughout the castle. He seemed to be caught in a labyrinth. Presently, he had no idea where he was. But fortune smiled upon him as he turned a corner and spotted a ghost floating at the end of the corridor. He hurried toward it. To his surprise, the specter was none other than nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower. It dawned on Dolly that he had not traversed far at all. merely circling around the tower. He waved and called out, "Hi, Nick." However, Nick paid him no heed, swaying left and right. Dolly soon realized that Nick was still in a slumberous state. Nearly headless Nick? No matter how loudly Dolly called, he received no response. "Nick, your head has fallen off." At that instant, nearly headless Nick opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Really? That's splendid. I can join the headless hunt." Curious about the state of his own head, Nick waved his hand vigorously. His head remained attached to his neck, albeit tilted at an awkward angle, held by only a thin strip of skin. He sighed in disappointment, saying, "What an unfortunate jest." Upon reaching the Great Hall, Dolly encountered Percy leading a group of little lions. "Where have you been? Why weren't you here when Percy called for us?" "I asked Harry and Ron, and they said they hadn't seen you since waking up," Hermione queried, taking a seat beside Dolly with a maternal tone. "Don't mention it," Dolly replied, exasperated. "I woke up too early and wanted to explore the castle, but I ended up lost." He added, "It was merely a minor mishap." "You needn't explain," Hermione retorted with a disdainful look, then whispered, directionally challenged. "Cough, cough. But where are Harry and Ron? I haven't spotted them." "Unfortunately, they were whisked away by the moving staircases," Hermione shrugged, explaining. "Percy instructed them to wait in place while he went to fetch them." It was not until Dudley had finished his breakfast that Percy led Harry and Ron to the dining hall. There, Dudley rose to wave his arms at Harry and the others. No sooner had they seated themselves than Ron promptly complained, "Filch is truly insufferable." Dudley then realized that they had not adhered to Percy's directive to remain in place. Clearly, it was impossible for the little lion to be obedient. Hence they had lost their way. In Dudley's view, getting lost was a perfectly normal occurrence. Even worse was the fact that Filch had discovered Harry and Ron preparing to force open a door, which happened to be the entrance to the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. Filch did not believe they were lost, and firmly insisted they had intended to trespass, threatening to lock them in the dungeon. Fortunately, Professor Quirrell happened by just in time to defuse the situation. Dudley chuckled with schadenfreude. Though a flicker of concern crossed his mind, Voldemort was testing the defenses of the Philosopher's Stone far earlier than expected. "Why didn't you wait in place?" Hermione admonished. Yet no one paid her any heed. By the afternoon classes, all the first-year Gryffindors were aware of Harry and Ron's audacious escapade. Dudley, in his previous life, seldom ventured outside, spending his days lounging at home, collecting money, and ordering takeout. Even when he occasionally stepped out, he had the convenience of a smartphone map. In this life, prior to arriving at Hogwarts, no one had ever left their home. He could hardly fathom having unlocked the skill of being directionally challenged. And at such a high level, Dudley's day could be succinctly summarized. He was either lost or had already lost his way. His most egregious tardiness occurred on the first day of Charms class. By the time he successfully located the classroom, most of the lesson had elapsed. Fortunately, the Charms instructor, Professor Flitwick, was quite diminutive, appearing to be around 1 meter tall, with somewhat elongated, pointed ears. Dudley suspected he might possess some elfin lineage. Nevertheless, Professor Flitwick was exceedingly kind, merely deducting 10 points from Dudley without imposing any further punishment. Had it been Professor Snape's potions class, the consequences would have been unthinkable. As they rushed into the classroom, only the sound of their footsteps and heavy breathing filled the air. The other young wizards were quietly engrossed in their books. Dudley spotted a tabby cat perched on a desk ahead, observing them with an oddly human-like gaze. Professor McGonagall was rather mischievous. Adhering to the spirit of a dead friend is better than a poor companion. He said nothing to Harry and the others, merely bowing to the feline before quietly taking a seat beside Hermione. No sooner had he settled than he heard Ron exclaim, "How fortunate! If Professor McGonagall were here, her expression would surely be terrifying." Suddenly, the tabby cat leaped forward and transformed into Professor McGonagall, her face stern. "Thank you for your assessment, Mr. Weasley," she remarked. "Perhaps I should turn one of you into a pocket watch, so at least 2 of you could keep track of time." "We got lost," Harry defended. "Then perhaps you should become a map?" "Now, one does not require a map to find their place." After Harry and Ron obediently took their seats, Professor McGonagall turned to Dudley and inquired, "Mr. Dursley, I am quite curious as to why you bowed to a cat. I merely read about animagi in a book and learned that there are 7 registered with the Ministry of Magic, including you. Moreover, the area around the cat's eyes bears a slight resemblance to the glasses you wear," Dudley replied. "Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous form of magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she stated sternly. "Should anyone misbehave in my class, I shall ask them to leave and never return. I have warned you." Chapter 13, Hagrid's Invitation. Dudley had long since finished the beginner's guide to Transfiguration. The more he delved into the subject, the more he perceived its vast complexities. Transfiguration is not merely a matter of reciting incantations and waving one's wand. It necessitates a crucial prerequisite, ample magical power. The more intricate and grandiose the transformation, the greater the magical energy required. Unlike the simple spells of lumos or levitation, which demand incantations and wand movements at a specific frequency, The magical energy expended in such spells is negligible for novice wizards. Transfiguration is not akin to the summoning charm Dudley initially employed, which is a more advanced form of magic, as its success hinges upon the user's will. Transfiguration can alter inanimate objects into living beings, and vice versa, directly altering the structure of matter, something even the heaviest of burdens cannot suppress. Professor McGonagall commenced her transfiguration class, elucidating complex and profound knowledge that was challenging for the other young wizards. After instructing them to take notes, she distributed a matchstick to each student, prompting them to attempt transforming it into a needle, a relatively simple form of transfiguration, given the minimal difference in species and size, thus requiring little magical energy. Yet, for newly enrolled students, it proved quite challenging. In the last half hour before class concluded, Dudley finally succeeded in his transformation. Despite significant flaws, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his initial attempt at transfiguration. Do not perceive his progress as slow. While Dudley had grasped the concepts of transfiguration, understanding is one thing, and the ability to execute it is quite another. Very well done. I am pleasantly surprised to see a first year achieve a successful transformation. Professor McGonagall praised. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Hermione, hailing from a well-to-do family, had always been the class representative during her time at a Muggle school, embodying the ideal student in the eyes of teachers, parents, and as the envy of others. Upon discovering she was a witch, she felt a rush of excitement intermingled with a profound sense of inadequacy, fearing she would lag behind those raised in wizarding families. However, she later learned that children from wizarding families did not necessarily begin their magical education at an earlier age. Their starting point was, at least, equal. Hermione diligently committed herself to memorizing all the textbooks she needed to study, aspiring to excel at Hogwarts just as she had in her Muggle school. She possessed a sense of pride, and indeed, she was justified in her confidence. Her efforts bore fruit. However, she also encountered an unconventional Dudley Dursley. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Hermione gazed at Dudley, whispering, "How did you manage that? I've tried for so long, yet there's still no change." Her cheeks flushed with anticipation as she looked at Dudley. After a considerable pause, Dudley remained unresponsive. Frustrated, Hermione exclaimed, "Crybaby, are you even listening?" Her outburst successfully captured the attention of everyone, including Dudley. "Granger?" Professor McGonagall's expression was stern, her brows furrowed. Hermione's face turned crimson as she stood abruptly, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Professor. Please take your seat and observe classroom decorum," McGonagall instructed. Only then did Dudley realize that Hermione had been speaking to him. He had been lost in thought concerning transfiguration. When he looked at Hermione, he found her glaring at him with indignation. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch that at first," Dudley began, but Hermione had already turned her head away. Hermione focused intently on the matchstick, contemplating deeply for a moment before waving her wand. The matchstick had indeed transformed, albeit only slightly. "Hermione, you're incredible. With more practice, you could enhance each transformation a little more," Dudley cheered. "Humph." Hermione turned away, yet in that fleeting moment, Dudley noticed her expression shift from anger to delight. By the end of the lesson, only Dudley and Hermione had successfully transformed their matchsticks into needles, while Harry had only managed to achieve minor alterations. Professor McGonagall demonstrated the transformation herself, completing it with swiftness and perfection that surpassed Dudley's. On Friday morning, as everyone enjoyed breakfast in the Great Hall, the chatter about Dudley was inescapable. He had become a celebrity within the school. Regarding the matter of points being deducted, Dudley mused that it was easy to lose and gain points, and any lion who had never lost points could hardly claim to be a Gryffindor. Yet, under these circumstances, it remained uncertain whether Dudley would ultimately consume the Gryffindor long table. He feared that Voldemort might access his memories, which prompted him to skip classes. The consequences of such an intrusion could be catastrophic. Later, while in the library, he discovered a book explaining the soul-sucking charm, realizing that Voldemort, shrouded in his purple scarf, could not perform it on him, as Quirrell was incapable of doing so. Regrettably, the book only detailed the charm and did not instruct on its application. As Dudley cheerfully sipped his cereal, a flock of owls swooped down from the sky. He hastily finished his breakfast, aware that he might soon find feathers in his bowl. Each owl carried a package, seeking its owner. Hedwig arrived, fluttering between the jam and sugar bowls. Dudley remained curious about who might be writing to Harry. It certainly wouldn't be his parents, as he had just sent them a letter the day before. Without Hedwig or the black and white owl, the Dursleys were unable to send any correspondence to Dudley and his companions. Harry retrieved the note that lay beside his leg. Dudley could only make out the hasty scrawl upon it. Harry gazed intently at the note for an extended period, his eyes nearly adhering to the paper, and eventually declared, "Dudley, it is a letter from Hagrid. He invites us for afternoon tea at 3 o'clock today, as he wishes to inquire about our first week." "Oh, splendid. I am indeed curious about Hagrid's rock cakes," Dudley responded with enthusiasm. "Ron, will you join us?" Dudley inquired. "Of course," Ron replied. Dudley feigned interest toward Hermione. Oh, by the way, Miss Rabbit, will you attend? Certainly. Since your invitation is so sincere, Hermione replied, closing the book she had been perusing, a faint smile gracing her lips. Dudley was taken aback. He swore he had not intended for the invitation to be sincere. Had he known, he would have refrained from being so glib. The decision was made. Harry took up a quill and inscribed on the back of the note, "All right, we would be delighted to join. Alongside Dudley and myself, Ron and Hermione will accompany us, and we eagerly anticipate our meeting this afternoon." He reattached the note to Hedwig's leg, gently stroking her feathers before sending her off to deliver the message to Hagrid. "Ron, what are you reading?" Harry inquired. "The Daily Prophet. Would you like to have a look?" Ron offered the newspaper to Harry. "Thank you." With the absence of reading material, Ron found himself at a loss for what to do, prompting him to ask, "What classes do we have today?" "Goodness," Ron exclaimed in surprise. "I've heard that Snape is the head of Slytherin House and tends to favor his own students. I am curious to see if that is indeed true." "Naive?" Dudley interjected. "If only Professor McGonagall favored us as much, I wouldn't he have lost so many points." Hermione cast a disparaging look at Dudley. "Your loss of points is certainly not Professor McGonagall's fault. If you simply arrived on time and did not skip classes, she would have no reason to deduct your points." "Speaking of points, the points you have gained are far outweighed by those you have lost," Hermione remarked, tapping the table with her hand, adding, "It's quite solid." Dudley felt despondent, pondering whether he could ever recover from such a significant deduction. Based on the final tally from old Dumbledore, he had only accrued an additional 50 points. "Dudley, there is an article here that I believe will pique your interest," Harry said. "What is it?" Dudley asked, still preoccupied with his calculations. "Listen. Someone has broken into Gringotts. The goblins have confirmed that an intruder accessed Vault 713, believed to be the work of an unnamed dark wizard. Yet they insist that nothing was stolen. The vault had been emptied earlier that day. When pressed about the contents of the vault, the goblin spokesperson declined to comment, urging against interference in the matter. What do you think? Doesn't that intrigue you?" Harry inquired. Dudley shook his head. Harry was at a loss for words. "This vault is where we went with Hagrid to retrieve items. This implies that someone entered after we had left, presumably seeking to pilfer its contents. Are you not at all curious? Do you not wish to know who attempted the theft? What they sought to steal? I am truly uninterested. I am aware of who it is and what lies within," Dudley stated with unvarnished honesty. In an instant, Harry's enthusiasm was extinguished as he retorted, "Keep pretending. Please commence your performance." Fine. I am not certain, but I find this rather intriguing yet." "Yet what?" Harry inquired. "If we do not head to the classroom, we shall be tardy," Dudley declared before rising and sprinting away. Unfortunately, Dudley halted after only a few strides. Harry and Ron soon caught up to him. "Why have you stopped running? Go on, run," Harry teased, draping an arm over Dudley's shoulder. As Hermione passed by Dudley, she remarked, "Running without knowing the way, such a childish and whiny crybaby, humph." The potions classroom was situated in a basement, colder and gloomier than the other classrooms, reminiscent of a morgue. The walls were adorned with glass jars containing preserved animal specimens, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 14, Severus Snape. Upon entering the classroom, Dudley and his companions discovered only 3 vacant seats remained, one of which required sharing with Hermione. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the petty schemes swirling in their minds. Harry and Ron shared a silent understanding, each grasping the other's arm before turning to Dudley with mischievous grins. "No," Dudley interjected, placing his hands on their shoulders. "Can you truly be so heartless?" After theatrically wiping away non-existent tears, he continued, "Do you have any idea how torturous this past week has been for me? Especially during history of magic and astronomy classes, while you both slumbered soundly. I struggled to feign alertness, all the while enduring Hermione's incessant chatter." Drawing Harry and Ron closer, he whispered conspiratorially, "For goodness sake, who will sit with her?" Harry and Ron, akin to startled dragons, hurriedly occupied the 2 adjacent empty seats, with Ron nearly tripping over himself in the process. Dudley's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "You truly are the best of friends." Resigned, Dudley found himself sitting next to Hermione, feeling rather uncomfortable, particularly as her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Undoubtedly, she had overheard every word. As Dudley contemplated a means of escape, Hermione turned her back, presenting him only with the rear of her head. Her hair was thick and unruly, increasingly reminiscent of an Angora rabbit. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from the doorway as a man clad in deep purple garments and a flowing black cloak entered. His cloak billowed as he moved, rendering him akin to a walking bat. His eyes, dark as night, exuded an air of indifference, deep and unfathomable. This was none other than our Professor Snape, a figure marked by a tragic persona in the original narrative, a man who stood behind Harry. Indeed, behind every successful man often lies another who selflessly contributes in the shadows. Professor Snape walked while speaking. "You have come here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." His voice was somewhat subdued, yet resonated clearly for all to hear. As there will be no foolish waving of wands in this space. Many of you may not believe this to be magic. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the exquisite nature of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors. You may not grasp the wondrous power of a liquid coursing through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your status, concoct glory, and even stave off death, but there is one caveat. You must not be the kind of imbeciles I frequently encounter. Upon concluding his brief opening remarks, a profound silence enveloped the room, with Harry and Ron exchanging disdainful glances. Hermione nearly shifted from her seat, leaning forward eagerly, clearly desperate to prove she was not an imbecile. Subsequently, Professor Snape produced a piece of parchment to take attendance, pausing when he reached Harry Potter's name. "Ah, yes," he murmured, his voice rising distinctly. "Harry Potter, our illustrious newcomer." Harry's visage was a magnet for Snape's jealousy and animosity, a mask of derision that was more than ample. Dudley, witnessing Harry's bewildered expression, nearly erupted in laughter. Harry's face seemed to scream, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? I suspect some of you arrived at Hogwarts already endowed with extraordinary abilities and sufficient confidence. Let us see," he continued, sweeping his cloak as he approached Harry. "Potter," Snape inquired, leaning over Harry's desk, "tell me, what would result from the combination of powdered daffodil bulb and wormwood infusion?" Hermione, striving to remain seated, raised her hand higher, evidently provoked by Snape's earlier insinuations about imbeciles, eager to prove herself. Harry recalled having encountered this in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, responding confidently. "The bezoar is a stone taken from a goat's stomach, possessing potent antidotal properties." With a proud gaze directed at Snape, Harry seemed to challenge him, almost daring him to continue questioning. "What would one use to breathe underwater?" Snape pressed, his countenance dark. Hermione finally lowered her arm, uncertain of the answer. Dudley directed his mouth toward Harry, shielding one side of his face with a hand, attempting to obscure Snape's gaze. Dudley mouthed a response, yet no sound emerged. Snape, casting a cold glance at Dudley, remarked, "Dursley, for providing Potter with the answer, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." Dudley shrugged in defeat, having anticipated this outcome. Even if he wished to assist Harry, he was utterly clueless about the potion for invisibility. Harry was utterly dumbfounded, yet while some were in shock, others were filled with excitement. Hermione abruptly rose to her feet, inadvertently colliding with Dudley, her arms stretched out as if she wished to poke the ceiling. "I don't know," Harry said cautiously, "but I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why not ask her?" A few students could not suppress their laughter, which displeased Snape, who felt provoked. "Sit down," he barked at Hermione. Indignant, Hermione seemed ready to retort, but Dudley quickly pulled her back, suggesting they let Harry and Snape engage in their quarrel. "Allow me to inform you, Potter, that the invisibility potion requires the hair of an invisibility creature, the juice of a carrot, and spider eyes soaked in alcohol. Why do you not commit this to memory?" The young wizards felt a twinge of fear towards Professor Snape, hastily taking up their quills to write on parchment. The classroom was filled solely with Snape's voice and the rustling of writing instruments. Eventually, Snape declared, "Potter, due to your arrogance, lack of initiative, and disrespectful behavior in class, Gryffindor loses 5 points because of you." Following this minor incident, the potions class resumed. Though Gryffindor students found themselves in a precarious situation as Professor Snape sought various reasons to deduct points from these young lions, the class culminated in potion making, where Snape paired them into groups of 2, instructing them to concoct a simple potion for treating boils. Snape, draped in his long black cloak, paced the classroom, observing them as they weighed nettles and crushed snake fangs. Almost every student faced criticism, save for Malfoy, who seemed to enjoy Snape's favor. Just as Snape was demonstrating how perfectly Malfoy prepared a potion using a slug with antennae, a noxious green smoke suddenly erupted from the cauldron, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Somehow, Neville had managed to turn Seamus's cauldron into a twisted mass, splattering potion across the stone floor and burning holes in their classmates' shoes. Within seconds, the entire class stood atop their stools, as Neville, drenched in potion, sported red, swollen boils on his arms and legs, screaming in agony. "You imbecile!" Professor Snape roared, waving his wand to clear the potion from the floor. "I presume you failed to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills. Did you not?" Neville burst into tears, new boils appearing on his nose. "Take him to the hospital wing," Snape commanded Seamus sharply. He then turned his attention to Harry and Ron, who were situated next to Neville. Snape began his tirade, blaming Harry entirely, wielding his accusations with a sharpness that rivaled Dudley's. "Potter, why did you not advise him against adding the porcupine quills? Do you think his mistakes will reflect well on you? Gryffindor loses another 5 points because of you." After class, the Gryffindor students, thoroughly exhausted from Professor Snape's torment, nearly crawled out of the underground classroom. Chapter 15, a suggestion for Harry to wear a dress. As soon as they exited the classroom, Harry exclaimed in frustration, Why is Snape so relentlessly targeting me? He deducted so many points today. Calm down, it's just a few points. Do you see me caring? Not at all. Dudley reassured him, patting Harry on the shoulder. Ron, with a sense of resignation, shrugged and said, "Hey, mate, cheer up. Snape often deducts points from Gryffindor, and you see, he frequently takes points from Fred and George too. They seem to be carefree and enjoy life, and everyone adores them. It's infuriating, yet I must force a smile." Hermione stated, stamping her foot in frustration. True. In the end, it's not me who will be consuming from the Gryffindor table, Harry said with a mischievous grin. Just as Dudley, enraged, clenched his fist, Harry darted away, declaring, "Come on, let us hurry to Hagrid's place. We're going to be late." Hagrid resided in a quaint little hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, constructed from uneven stones and timber, with a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots resting by the door. When Harry knocked, they heard a flurry of commotion and low growls from within. Then, Hagrid's voice emerged, "Back off, Fong, back off." Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. "Just a moment," he said, turning around to admonish, "Back off, Fong." Once the timid Fong retreated, Hagrid stepped aside, inviting Dudley and the others to enter. Upon their entry, Fong suddenly lunged forward, and Hagrid had to desperately grasp the collar of the enormous black hound to calm him down. Hagrid's abode was not merely small, it was singularly so, consisting of a single spacious room that could accommodate someone of Hagrid's giant lineage. The ceiling was adorned with hanging hams and wildfowl, and there was just one bed, draped with tattered sheets and blankets. Nearby, a brazier bubbled with boiling water in a copper kettle. Dudley and the others felt somewhat awkward upon entering, unsure where to sit, as various corners were cluttered with odds and ends. The only available seating was a large single armchair, clearly Hagrid's favorite, along with the bed. "Don't be shy. Take a seat," Hagrid said, releasing Fong, who immediately bounded towards Ron. Startled, Ron fell onto the bed, unable to evade Fong, who merely licked his ear. In truth, Fong, like Hagrid, appeared formidable yet possessed a gentle heart. "You may as well sit on the bed. It seems I need to acquire more chairs, as I seldom have visitors," Hagrid remarked. "Hagrid, this is Hermione Granger, and this is Ron Weasley." Harry introduced them to Hagrid. As he busily poured hot water into a large teapot, Hagrid said, "Another little brother from the Weasley clan. I've spent nearly half my life trying to keep your twin brothers out of the Forbidden Forest. Here, try my rock cakes," Hagrid concluded, distributing a rock cake to each of them. Dudley gazed at the rock cake. Despite its name, it resembled a chocolate petit four, generously sprinkled with raisins. True to its name, the rock cake was as hard as a rock. Dudley nearly damaged his teeth with the first bite. He plucked a raisin and tasted it, finding it acceptable enough to consume, and thus devoured all the raisins atop the cake. He pondered how he might tackle the bare rock cake that remained. "Hagrid, this rock cake is quite impressive," Harry remarked, shaking the intact cake in his hand with a smile. Yet, Harry's grin seemed somewhat forced, suggesting he was merely being considerate of Hagrid's feelings. As if in response to a sudden drowsiness, Dudley promptly handed his rock cake to Harry, saying, "If you enjoy it, have more. Take mine as well. Look at you, so thin. Eat up, mate." Ron and Hermione also contributed their rock cakes to Harry's collection, which deeply moved him, causing Dudley to notice the tears of happiness welling in Harry's eyes. Harry struggled to consume the rock cake while recounting his recent school experiences to Hagrid. The small creature, Fong, rested its head on Harry's lap, drooling and dampening his robes. Hagrid shared that he had also disliked Filch during his school days, referring to him as that old coot, which delighted Harry and Ron to no end. As for that cat, Mrs. Norris, I truly wish to introduce her to Fong one day. You see, every time I go to school, she follows me everywhere, impossible to shake off. It must be Filch's doing. Hagrid, next time you should take Fong to school with you. Mrs. Norris will follow you, and you can let Fong roam," Dudley suggested from the side. "What a splendid idea, Dudley. How did I not think of that?" Hagrid replied with delight. Hermione, observing Dudley's mischievousness, instinctively pinched his side. Dudley grimaced in pain, feigning a laugh towards Hagrid. "I truly appreciate you, Dudley. Here, have another piece of rock cake," Hagrid offered, lifting a plate piled high with cakes. No, I'm fine." Dudley waved his hands, rising and spinning around to Hagrid. "Look at me. I'm quite plump and currently on a diet. Harry seems to enjoy them, so give them to him." "Very well," Hagrid acquiesced, eagerly presenting the plate to Harry. Harry glanced at the 3 remaining pieces of rock cake in his hand, and then at the mound on the plate. After much effort, he had managed to consume but one piece. He was indeed a true warrior, bravely confronting the harsh realities of life, undaunted by the bloodshed it entailed. "Hagrid, I haven't finished this yet. Perhaps it could go to Hermione and Ron. They don't need to diet." With no further reason for refusal, they begrudgingly each took a piece of rock cake. Harry felt a twinge of fear at their murderous glares and hastily shifted the conversation to the events in Snape's class. However, Hagrid, like Ron, reassured Harry not to worry, for Snape had shown little fondness for anyone outside of Slytherin students. Yet, It seemed he truly harbored a deep-seated animosity towards me, Harry lamented. Nonsense. Why would he hate you? Hagrid, a man incapable of deceit, appeared somewhat flustered as he averted his gaze. Harry scrutinized Hagrid intently. How is your brother Charlie? Hagrid, feeling the weight of Harry's stare, turned to Ron and inquired. I have a great fondness for him. He possesses a remarkable affinity for creatures. He is doing exceptionally well, having gone straight to Romania after graduation to study dragons. The last time I saw him, he bore the marks of experience, with a robust physique and numerous scars from dragon fire adorning his arms. Harry interrupted their conversation, saying, Hagrid, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? Hagrid appeared taken aback by Harry's question, awkwardly fidgeting with his hands. Harry, in truth, Professor Snape does not harbor hatred towards you, Dudley interjected, coming to Hagrid's aid. Harry looked at Dudley in confusion. Dudley continued, he has always despised your face. Harry instinctively touched his own face and asked, why? Let me tell you a story. It is indeed a sorrowful tale. In 1969, there was a beautiful and lively 9-year-old girl who encountered a boy. This boy played with the girl, enchanted her with magic, and explained the wonders of the Wizarding World to her. They attended Hogwarts together, essentially growing up side by side, with no animosity between them. However, during the sorting ceremony, the girl was placed into Gryffindor, while the boy found himself in Slytherin. Dudley looked at Harry, still somewhat perplexed, and said, think about why you are named Harry Potter and not Harry Snape. Indeed, the girl was Harry's mother, Lily Potter, and the boy was Severus Snape. Now they all understood, as Harry and his companions covered their mouths in astonishment. This ancient tale was quite sensational for them. Would you like to know how to avoid Snape, sire? Dudley patted Harry on the shoulder and said, the next time you attend potions class, dress in women's clothing, and simply conceal your face, revealing only your eyes to stare at Snape. Dudley patted Harry's leg, speaking heavily, yet a distinct smile graced his lips. Not only did Dudley's smile elicit laughter, but Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid all burst into hearty laughter as well, with Dudley's jest being relatively mild. Harry, dressed as a woman, I dare say you would be the most beautiful. If you require it, I can lend you my clothes. You all have gone too far, Harry exclaimed, slapping Dudley's hand, which turned red from the impact. He declared, there is no way I would ever wear women's clothing. You're quite dark, aren't you? I should have known better than to tell you. Dudley winced from the sting, blowing on his hand in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Harry initially placed his trust in Dudley's words, yet Dudley's recent statement prompted him to question whether he was being deceived once more. Over the course of the past month, Dudley had hoodwinked him no less than 10 times. You wouldn't be trying to trick me into wearing women's clothing, would you? He inquired. Chapter 16, The Room of Requirement and the Mind-Shielding Charm. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Dudley replied, raising his hands in surrender. What I told you is indeed true. The suggestion to appear before Snape in women's attire is genuinely for your benefit. That can't be right. You must be pulling my leg. How could you possibly know about such distant events? Dudley felt that Harry had fallen victim to his tricks, though he couldn't quite recall having deceived him that many times. Fine, but I absolutely refuse to wear women's clothing, Harry declared resolutely. I'll fetch a cup of tea to calm my nerves, Harry said, turning to Hagrid. Did you see the report? What report? The article about the break-in at Gringotts. The vault that was robbed is the very one we visited. What was stored there? If you hadn't retrieved the items, they would likely have been stolen by the intruders. Hagrid took the small piece of paper and tossed it into the roaring fire. Harry, that is not something you should concern yourself with. Even after being evicted, Hagrid generously offered the 4 of them a plethora of rock cakes, and out of politeness, they felt obliged to accept. Upon exiting the small hut, Dudley promptly placed the rock cakes into Harry's hands. Hermione and Ron followed suit, and soon Harry found himself burdened by the weight of the cakes, feeling utterly overwhelmed. During the weekend, Dudley traversed the castle from the lower levels to the upper, and back again, fixated on locating the Room of Requirement. This magical chamber, also known as the come-and-go room, manifested only when one truly needed it. For Dudley, it represented an excellent opportunity to practice his spells. Grasping the brass handle, he pulled open the door and stepped inside a spacious room illuminated by torches. The chamber was largely empty, save for a life-sized dummy holding a wand. As Dudley concentrated on his desire to practice, the Room of Requirement transformed into a suitable training environment. Standing in the center, he envisioned various objects he might need. A toilet appeared momentarily, followed by a bathroom. But when he wished for food, nothing materialized. His primary focus lay in mastering the mind-shielding charm, and he tentatively contemplated the need for a book on the subject. In response, a bookshelf emerged, displaying a tome titled Comprehensive Guide to the Mind-Shielding Charm. It seemed the room could not conjure items from thin air at will. The inventor of the mind-shielding charm certainly lacked creativity in naming. One might assume from the title alone that it simply involved sealing away memories and providing a defense against soul-sucking intrusions. Such a notion is utterly misguided. If Voldemort were to employ legilimency against Snape and were to be thwarted or unable to perceive any memories, it stands to reason that, provided Voldemort is not a fool, he would deduce that Snape had utilized occlumency. In that scenario, Snape would have no need to assume the guise of a spy. His mere presence would equate to a death sentence. In fact, if the tome titled A Comprehensive Guide to Occlumency did not elucidate the magical implications, it could be regarded as a commendable work of psychology. The text discusses two magical functions. The first allows one to remain conscious under legilimency, thereby presenting the desired memories, while the second permits the concealment or alteration of memories within the mind. These two functions are interdependent. Neither can exist without the other. Without maintaining consciousness, one cannot actively conceal or modify memories. Conversely, if memories are neither concealed nor altered, mere consciousness serves no purpose. Furthermore, if the memories presented contain flaws, they are rendered ineffective. Occlumency is a spell providing dual safeguards. It is a wise investment, promising lifelong benefits. Unlike other forms of magic that require active invocation, this spell operates through both proactive and reactive skills, allowing one to prepare for the concealment and modification of memories in advance. The altered memories effectively become one's original recollections. This does not imply that the original memories are forgotten or directly replaced. Rather, it is akin to copying and pasting, followed by the modification of new memories while the old ones are concealed. Unless one chooses to reveal them, the memories retrieved will be fabricated. As Dudley contemplated the need for a room to practice occlumency, the space around him instantaneously shrank to approximately 3 cubic meters. The room was engulfed in darkness, with only a mirror radiating a faint glow before him. Confused, Dudley pondered how to practice occlumency in such a shadowy chamber with an enigmatic mirror. However, as he stood before the mirror, everything became clear. It reflected his memories, including those from his previous life. Even the first word learned by the original owner in childhood, absolutely, was displayed, allowing him to observe his life as a spectator, which felt both wondrous and unsettling. Dudley commenced his practice of occlumency, beginning with emotional control. He needed to ensure that his mind governed his emotions, not the other way around. For instance, when someone insults you, you must genuinely smile, thereby allowing your mind to regulate your feelings, and vice versa. In this regard, Dudley excelled, a skill honed through his experiences in a competitive online game during his previous life, where failure to master emotional control would have led to countless frustrations. After much effort, Dudley finally succeeded in emptying his mind. In that moment, he felt as if his intellect had been vacated, rendering him somewhat foolish. The subsequent phase was the most crucial and perilous, necessitating his immersion within his memories to conceal and modify them. Concealment was straightforward, but modification posed significant challenges, with dire consequences lurking at every misstep, such as the risk of becoming a fool, a madman, or senile. The rarity of wizards proficient in the art of mental occlusion can be attributed to the intricate mastery it requires. Dudley, with his wand directed at his own mind, initially believed that the intertwining of memories from 2 lifetimes would pose a significant challenge. However, he discovered that these memories existed as distinct entities, akin to a dual-core processor, allowing him merely to conceal the memories of his previous life. Dudley had not anticipated that his mastery of mental occlusion would emerge so seamlessly. He felt fortunate that the memories did not amalgamate, for had they done so, he would have faced the formidable task of extracting and concealing them before forging new ones, a process that would have demanded immense effort. At first, Dudley thought that mastering mental occlusion would be a daunting endeavor, particularly since Harry struggled with it in the films, ultimately allowing Voldemort to invade his mind and implant false memories. Harry's difficulties in learning this technique were primarily due to 2 factors: his inability to control his emotions, often incited by Snape, and Snape's lackadaisical teaching approach, merely advising Harry to remain calm and clear his mind before employing the Patronus charm. Satisfied, Dudley exited the room of requirements. In the Great Hall, Malfoy loudly lamented to Crabbe and Goyle, "Have you ever soared through the skies on a broomstick? I have. And my broom is of the latest model. During my inaugural flight, I soared swiftly and steadily. If only first-year students were eligible for the Quidditch team, I would undoubtedly have been selected. I have flown countless times. Once, I nearly collided with a Muggle airplane. A harrowing experience that would have ended poorly had I not reacted swiftly. I am certain to embarrass myself in front of Malfoy during today's flying lesson," Harry complained. Dudley, caught off guard, sprayed his cereal. "My apologies," he said, wiping his mouth. "You seriously believe his tall tales? He is not even trying to be subtle. Have you fallen for someone, causing your intelligence to plummet?" Ron confidently remarked, "I know Malfoy is always boasting about his Quidditch prowess, but I wager he is merely exaggerating. I have never ridden a broomstick. My grandmother forbids me from coming near one. I wonder how flying lessons will unfold. If only my grandmother would allow me to ride a broom." "Poor lad," Dudley patted Neville. "Your grandmother is right. You create endless calamities with both feet on the ground. let alone in the air. Do you aspire to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Neville wore a disheartened expression. Why do you say such things, Dudley? Neville, I have a book titled The Magical Quidditch Ball. I can read it to you. It contains a wealth of flying knowledge, Hermione said, clutching her book. Despite her own anxiety about flying, Hermione recited the guidance from her book in hopes of alleviating her nerves. Neville listened intently, eager to absorb any useful information that might help him secure his position on the broom later that afternoon. Hermione, open your mouth, Dudley called out. Hermione paused, puzzled, and looked at Dudley. Open your mouth. Chapter 17. The Turmoil of the Flying Lesson. Hermione, though exceedingly reluctant, obediently opened her mouth. Dudley tossed a candy into Hermione's mouth, propping his head with one hand as he tilted it, smiling at her, and saying, holding a piece of candy in your mouth will alleviate your stress. Hermione felt as though her throat was constricted. She coughed a few times and, to her astonishment, thought, I swallowed it. Are you a pig? This is truly exasperating. Dudley exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Is it my fault? Why didn't you just give it to me directly? They had unexpectedly capsized. Fortunately, a flock of owls flew in, shattering the brief silence. One owl swooped toward them, dropping a small parcel it clutched in its talons right in front of Neville. Instead of flying away immediately, it perched nearby, tilting its head as it observed Neville. Excitedly, Neville began to unwrap the parcel, ignoring the owl, which incited its ire. The owl pecked him sharply with its beak, squawking in displeasure before flapping away. Neville was indeed unfortunate. Typically, school owls would not peck young wizards even if they forgot to feed them after delivering their items. This was an owl with its own will, a formidable presence. Tears nearly welled in Neville's eyes from the pain inflicted by the vicious creature. After a considerable while, the pain subsided, and he retrieved a glass orb from the parcel, which appeared to be filled with white smoke. Neville, you have received a memory orb, Thomas remarked. I read about it in a book. Hermione set aside her copy of the marvelous Quidditch ball, gazing curiously at the memory orb in Neville's hand. You must hold it tightly. If the white smoke turns red, it indicates you have forgotten something. Like this? My grandmother knows I always forget things, Neville replied, his face falling as the orb glowed a bright red. The only problem now is that I don't know what I've forgotten. Malfoy, what do you intend to do? Return Neville's belongings at once, unless you wish to be punished? Dudley shouted. No sooner had he spoken than Harry and Ron sprang into action, eager for a confrontation with Malfoy. Look, you're now close to Gryffindor territory, and you haven't summoned your bodyguards. Do you think we could suddenly give you a beating and you would withstand it? Just then, Professor McGonagall appeared, always the first to sense trouble brewing. Professor, they are conspiring to beat me up, Malfoy sneered. Dudley scoffed. That's not true. Professor, Malfoy stole my memory orb. Neville called out anxiously. Just wait and see, Malfoy retorted, hastily making his exit. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Dudley and the others prepared for their first flying lesson. It was a clear day with a gentle breeze, and as they hastily descended the sloping grass towards a flat expanse on the opposite side, the blades of grass gently rippled beneath their feet. Beyond the lawn lies the forbidden forest, where the distant trees sway ominously in the wind. They always arrive last. The other Gryffindor students and those from Slytherin had long since gathered. Over 20 broomsticks lay neatly aligned on the ground. These brooms appeared quite weathered, with several branches jutting out haphazardly, yet the handles gleamed as if polished, suggesting they had been wielded by generations of witches and wizards. Dudley noticed several brooms bore evident signs of wear and tear. Those who used them knew the risks involved, as they could easily be deemed hazardous to operate. The young sorcerers clustered according to their social circles, boasting about their soaring escapades on broomsticks. Dudley silently observed, stifling a laugh, knowing it wouldn't be long before these boastful figures revealed their true selves. Shortly thereafter, their instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived. With her short gray hair and piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, she commanded attention. Let us commence the first flying lesson. What are you all waiting for? She called sharply, instructing everyone to stand beside a broomstick. Hurry, hurry, time is of the essence. Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick, Madame Hooch directed. Then proclaimed up. The young witches and wizards echoed up. Dudley noticed that Harry only needed to call once for the broom to obediently leap into his grasp. Ron, however, shouted several times with no response until Madame Hooch urged them to infuse their commands with emotion. Finally, Ron's broom sprang to life, albeit fueled by his frustration, promptly smacking him in the nose. Dudley and Harry couldn't contain their laughter. Ouch! Stop laughing, Ron protested, rubbing his nose, utterly at the mercy of the broom. The most amusing of all was Hermione, who varied her tones in a melodic fashion, yet her broom merely rolled on the ground as if sulking. What kind of expression is that? Your broom hasn't risen either, Hermione retorted to Dudley. Just watch, Dudley muttered, lowering his gaze to the broom. With fervent emotion, he commanded. Up. The broom lay motionless, utterly unresponsive. It was outrageous. It wouldn't even indulge in a little tantrum. Hermione chuckled. It might still be waking up. Let me try again. Up. This time, Not only Hermione but also Harry and Ron erupted in laughter. Harry chuckled, speaking in fits and starts. Are you suggesting it was frightened and fell out of bed? It certainly needs to be dealt with. Dudley could hardly bear to watch, finding it utterly exasperating. Such a broom deserved to be snapped and used for firewood. Stealthily, Dudley drew his wand from his waist and whispered, "Levitate." To his astonishment, the broom began to float gently. Seizing it, he swayed back and forth, reveling in his display. What a move. How can you do that? It's cheating. With a slight tilt of his head, Dudley haughtily scoffed. We are wizards. This is merely foundational practice, nothing extraordinary. As everyone successfully grasped their brooms, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broom without slipping off. She moved along the line, correcting their hand grips. At that moment, all sorts of magical creatures seemed to emerge. Madame Hooch persistently critiqued Malfoy for his numerous errors, much to Harry and Ron's delight, who could hardly contain their eagerness to celebrate. Now you may mount your brooms, holding tightly to the front, but do take care not to fall off. Listen for my whistle, 3-2. Perhaps Neville was too anxious, fearing he would be left behind. The instant Madame Hooch touched the whistle without blowing it, Neville propelled himself upward with a kick. In the air, Neville alternated between rising and falling, swaying side to side, his pale face reflecting sheer terror. With a hint of a whimper, he cried out, No. Someone help me. I can't get down. Help. Suddenly, he shot upward as if ignited by a booster. Soaring 10 feet, then 20. Look at Neville's foolishness. He has provided me with all my laughter for the year. I wager he will surely break a leg. Malfoy remarked gleefully from the side. Malfoy, shut your mouth. Dudley glared at him. In a mere moment, Neville showcased astonishing flying skills to the young wizards. Rapid spirals at great heights, dashing toward the ground only to ascend again just before crashing, colliding with the castle walls. Ultimately, he slipped off the broom in a vertical ascent, miraculously hanging onto a torch bracket on the castle wall, while his broom continued to ascend higher, drifting slowly towards the forbidden forest before vanishing from sight. Just as Neville's wizarding robes seemed on the verge of tearing, Dudley produced his wand and shouted, "Levitate." Madame Hooch hurried towards Neville, her face as pale as his. As for Mr. Dursley, your magic was invaluable. Your timely and impressive intervention earned Gryffindor an additional 30 points. Subsequently, Madame Hooch supported the terrified Neville as they made their way back into the castle. Until they were out of sight, Malfoy burst into laughter. Did you see his face? That big oaf? His pallid, terrified visage was streaked with tears. I can guarantee that his pig-headed brain has not retained how to fly or descend. Look at this. Malfoy tossed Neville's memory ball, saying, if that fool could just squeeze this ball, he would remember to land on his backside. The other Slytherin students chimed in agreement. Chapter 18. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry shouted. Hand it over. Dudley reached out towards Malfoy. Not only did Malfoy refuse to return the memory ball, but he also held it high, glinting in the sunlight. What will you do if I don't give it back? Malfoy taunted with a sneer. He swiftly mounted his broom and took off. I think I shall place it somewhere for Longbottom to retrieve, perhaps atop a roof or in a tree. Where should we place it? They wondered. On the roof. In the tree. The students of Slytherin cheered enthusiastically, their suggestions echoing in a delightful cacophony. Although Malfoy often boasted with an arrogance that could elevate a cow to the heavens, he indeed soared quite well, circling around before finally hovering at a height parallel to the top of an oak tree. He shouted, how about that? Can't reach it, can you? If you're capable, come and take it. Seeing Malfoy's smug expression, Dudley felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. He seized Malfoy's broom and mounted it. No, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm as she stepped in front of Dudley. Mrs. Hooch said we're not allowed to fly when she is not here. You'll get yourself into trouble, and there's a high chance you'll be expelled. Besides, you don't know how to fly. Hermione stepped aside. Dudley waved his hand dismissively. Harry's already up there. Indeed, while Hermione was preoccupied with stopping Dudley, Harry had taken to the skies on his broom and was now confronting Malfoy. Good heavens, how can he? He is going to get into trouble. What an idiot. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Seizing the moment when Hermione was distracted, Dudley leaned forward, pushing off with his legs, and tumbled to the ground like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Ugh, how could I be so foolish? I shouldn't have stopped you. Dudley grumbled as he picked himself up, glaring at the broom. This broom was showing him no respect. Was he not a person of stature? Dudley resolved to give the broom one more chance. If it failed to lift him this time, he would break it and present it to Hagrid as a firewood stick. Mounting the broom once more, this time Hermione didn't even attempt to intervene. Dudley adjusted his posture, pushing his legs off the ground repeatedly, yet the broom remained stubbornly still beneath him. Damn it, move. Suddenly, Hermione pointed skyward. Look, Dudley, disenchanted, discarded the broom aside. Breaking it was out of the question. He would choose to forgive it instead. Harry, soaring on his broom like a dragon diving into the sea, seemed to possess an innate understanding of how to fly. Dudley felt a pang of envy. He too longed to fly, as it was humanity's eternal aspiration. Just imagine gliding freely on a flying broom. Feeling the rhythm of the wind, how exhilarating that would be. For Dudley, who remained earthbound, despair settled in. He had no inkling of how many skill points Harry had invested in flying. Yet Dudley was certain that his own flying skill points were undoubtedly in the negative. "Give it to me," Harry shouted, "or I'll knock you off." Malfoy scoffed, "Such bravado. But here, there are no Crabbe and Goyle to protect you. Do you think I could knock you off next time?" "Oh, really?" Malfoy attempted a laugh, yet his expression was taut with concern. He realized Harry spoke the truth. If he were to be knocked off, the consequences would be dire. "Here, let us see if you can catch it." Malfoy, having finished his words, hurled the memory ball far into the distance. In an instant, Harry dove upwards, causing concern among the young Gryffindors. As Malfoy descended towards the ground, Dudley activated his targeting mode. The objective had been located. The target had entered the attack range. Requesting attack orders. "Attack. Watch me." Dudley clenched his fists and charged forward. Malfoy wore a smug expression, perhaps imagining that Harry would fail to catch the ball and suffer a broken leg. He was utterly unprepared for Dudley's direct assault. By the time he realized, it was far too late to evade. With a powerful upward swing, Dudley bent low and landed a punch squarely in Malfoy's abdomen. Malfoy staggered back, clutching his stomach, and fell to the ground. Dudley, striking a boxing pose, shouted with glee, "Awesome." The Slytherin students, who had gathered to watch the spectacle, surrounded Dudley and Malfoy. Dudley felt no intimidation from the first-year Slytherins. Being only 2 weeks into the school year, they were unlikely to wield any spells. "What do you want?" Ron, accompanied by a group of Gryffindor lions, rushed over, forming a long, serpentine line that established a standoff between the two factions. "How dare you? You filthy Malfoy." Malfoy trembled as he stood, holding his stomach. Before he could finish his sentence, Dudley brandished his wand at the broomstick he had discarded, giving it a shake and a wave. It floated into the air. Dudley directed the broomstick to hover in front of Malfoy, then flicked his wand downward, causing the broom to swing menacingly. "Ah, sorry. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Please, say it again. This time I will listen intently," Dudley said earnestly, even as the broom took a threatening stance. Malfoy, rubbing the spot he had been struck, cast a fearful glance at the broom. He opened his mouth to speak, but emitted no sound. The tense atmosphere between the two groups was abruptly shattered. "What should we do?" Hermione anxiously tugged at Dudley's sleeve. "Stay calm. Miss Horkins, it is not as you think. I am merely demonstrating the spell I used to save Neville earlier," Dudley explained, waving his wand to make the broom float and move. "You see, we are only 2 weeks into the term, and they are all quite curious about this." Dudley cast a sly glance at Ron, who was indeed a clever little rascal. Ron immediately clapped his hands, cheering, and the Gryffindor wizards responded with enthusiasm, showering Dudley with praise, which made him blush slightly. "What do you think, Malfoy?" Dudley inquired, his eagerness palpable, as if Malfoy's approval would compel him to unleash the broomstick. Malfoy's expression darkened. He had initially thought Ms. Horkins would arrive to properly discipline Dudley. However, he now dared not gamble on whether Dudley would strike him in her presence. "All right, a rather impressive spell," Malfoy begrudgingly admitted, his voice laced with reluctance. Since that's the case, Malfoy suddenly wore a malicious grin, pointing towards the sky. "Look over there. It's Potter." Madame Hooch was utterly astonished, rendered speechless, as her eagle-like, yellow eyes glimmered with fury. Harry appeared oblivious to Madame Hooch's presence, one hand gripping his broom while he raised the snitch high in the other. The young lions could no longer cheer, each bowing their heads in silence. "Do you wish to be expelled, Harry Potter?" Madame Hooch shouted in anger. It was only then that Harry noticed her among the crowd, his heart racing, causing his broom to wobble precariously. After a difficult landing, he stood upon the ground, feeling no sense of stability. "You are undoubtedly the worst class I have ever taught." Madame Hooch was genuinely frightened by the little wizards, terrified they might plummet from the sky. What if someone were to fall to their death? Such a catastrophe had never occurred in her career. Harry, overwhelmed with fear, gazed at Dudley with hollow eyes, as if preparing to bid farewell. Dudley trembled under Harry's stare, approaching Madame Hooch to interject. "Madame Hooch, please do not blame Harry. I doubt anyone could resist the allure of flying. Look how splendidly he soared earlier. He is truly remarkable. We all wish to fly, but none of us can. Harry is the only one who can. This is an unparalleled gift. He just mentioned he aims to become the king of Quidditch. Regardless, Mr. Potter has violated the rules. 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor," Madame Hooch declared. However, Dudley's plea seemed to have a calming effect, as Madame Hooch's fury subsided, and she refrained from imposing a severe punishment on Harry. It was likely the final remark that truly moved her. Harry finally felt a sense of relief, breaking into a foolish grin. "Harry Potter." The situation was indeed tumultuous, and Professor McGonagall soon arrived, causing Harry to tremble even more, feeling the chill of the wind. "Excuse me, Madame Hooch, I wish to take Mr. Potter with me," Professor McGonagall stated, to which Madame Hooch nodded in acquiescence. "This is not his fault," McGonagall added. Enough. Mr. Weasley. Potter, come along. Dudley patted Harry on the shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry, you won't be expelled. Go on. Professor McGonagall strode purposefully toward the castle, and Harry, likely not absorbing Dudley's words, mechanically followed behind. This is so unfair, Ron muttered quietly. Madame Hooch overheard and shot Ron a sharp glance, commanding, silence. Now, let us resume the lesson. The continuation of the flying class brought Dudley to tears. While other young wizards soared into the sky, Dudley could not manage to lift off. No matter how hard he pushed off the ground with his legs, he was left with no choice but to secretly use a levitation charm. Attempting to rise into the air, Dudley Dursley. Madame Hooch's sharp voice and disappointed shake of her head caused Dudley's spell to falter, resulting in a rather undignified landing. Chapter 19, Malfoy invites Potter for a midnight meeting. Dudley managed to endure until the end of class, utterly exhausted, lamenting the trivial flying lesson that had left him grounded. He wished for broomsticks to perish. I hope Harry will be all right, Ron inquired. He is truly foolish. How could he break the rules and soar into the sky? Hermione exclaimed. Hermione and Ron were embroiled in a heated debate, each staunchly defending their perspective. Enough. Please cease your bickering, Dudley interjected, feeling as though his ears might burst from the noise. Humph. Hermione, shaking her tousled hair, quickened her pace, muttering to herself. I suggest someone go seek Professor McGonagall for an explanation. Dudley, gazing at Hermione's departing figure, was at a loss for words. Hermione possessed both admirable qualities and flaws. Even Dudley, with his adult reasoning, found her incessant lecturing, delivered in a maternal tone, quite unbearable. Is she out of her mind? Ron remarked, shrugging. It was quintessentially Hermione. Even before she became irate, she was already in a state of frustration. Should we go find Professor McGonagall to clarify? It would be unfortunate if Harry were expelled over this incident, Ron inquired hesitantly. There's no need to seek out McGonagall. Even if you were expelled, Harry would not face expulsion, Dudley reassured him, patting Ron's shoulder. Don't worry, let us move on. Harry will undoubtedly be fine. If anything, it will be for the better. When Dudley and Ron arrived at the Great Hall, they found Harry leisurely enjoying his dinner. Hermione was seated nearby, casting a furtive glance their way before hastily lowering her head, continuing to eat while perusing her book. As the two sat beside Harry, he glanced around as if a thief, then quietly recounted the events that transpired after Professor McGonagall had escorted him away. Are you joking? Ron exclaimed, momentarily forgetting about his meat pie as he prepared to take a bite. Shoo, keep your voice down, Harry urged, glancing around to ensure they were not overheard. However, he was oblivious to Hermione, who was craning her neck, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. I am not joking, Ron. I have been selected as the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Harry declared, his face alight with joy. Ron was so astonished that he merely sat there, staring blankly at Harry. Next week, I will commence training. You mustn't tell anyone. Wood wants to keep it a secret. Wood was the captain of the house team. Congratulations. You are now the youngest player on the team, Dudley chimed in. The youngest player in a century, as Wood informed me, Harry said, taking large bites of his pie. Poor me, unable to fly at all, Dudley lamented, envious of Harry, not for his place on the Quidditch team, but for the ability to soar on a broomstick. In the magical realm, not being able to ride a broom and fly was akin to being a fish out of water. It was a disservice to the legions of those who had crossed over, a true embarrassment. Harry looked at Dudley, puzzled by his comment about not being able to fly. Harry, let me tell you, you truly missed out on witnessing Dudley's moment of glory, Ron said, before vividly recounting Dudley's illustrious history. Harry raised his eyebrows, suppressing a laugh, but ultimately could no longer contain himself and spat out the crumbs of his pie. Wiping his mouth, he said, ahem, pardon me. The more Dudley observed, the more he felt that Harry was stifling a laugh, wondering how this little rascal hadn't tea-choked yet. Harry exhaled deeply and said with a serious expression, I believe there must be something wrong with your broom. Yes, it must be that old broom of yours. Dudley, have you ever tried my broom? Or the one Hermione and Harry have used? The results were the same. Dudley resembled a balloon that had been ruthlessly punctured by Ron, his vacant eyes losing all zest for life. At that moment, Fred and George passed by. They stood on either side of Harry, leaning in to whisper, Well done, Harry. Wood has already informed us. He was practically incoherent with excitement when he mentioned you joining the house team as a seeker. We are also on the house team. Each of them chimed in, Seekers. They high-fived behind Harry. Seekers? George clarified. It's to ensure you won't get knocked around too badly. Yet, surprises are always lurking. Quidditch can be quite brutal. It is said that Wood, in his first match, got knocked out cold by a bludger and lay in the hospital for a week. Poor Wood. Harry's face paled slightly. Don't worry, no one has ever died playing Quidditch. There are always a few missing after a match, but they typically resurface after a month or so. Ever since Charlie left, Weehaven T won the Quidditch Cup. I believe this year we shall achieve great glory and seize the cup, for we have Harry Potter. We must be off. Lee Jordan thinks he has discovered a new secret passage that leads outside the school. I suspect it's the tunnel behind the statue of that toady Gregory, which we found during our first week here. Farewell. Dudley appeared excited, finally learning of a passage that would lead him outside the school. The prospect of sneaking out was within reach. Just as Fred and George departed, Harry felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. I've never played Quidditch. What if I make a fool of myself? Harry, you won't embarrass yourself. You have a hereditary talent, Dudley said. Your father, James Potter, was also a seeker. Harry looked puzzled. How do you know that? Well, I was skipping class last time and got punished by polishing trophies in the trophy room, where I saw it. If you have time, you can go and check it out. A rather unpopular figure made his appearance. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle flanked him. Dudley and Harry exchanged glances. Harry, did you hear that sound? It's like barking. You heard it too? I was just wondering where that barking was coming from. Dudley and Harry played off each other. Malfoy's face turned red with anger, his fists clenched, yet he dared not act out, especially with the teachers filling the dais. You are currently exhibiting great arrogance. However, wait until Potter is expelled tomorrow, and we shall see if you retain your bravado. Not only has Harry evaded expulsion, but Ron. Dudley timely interrupted Ron, for otherwise, Ron would have likely revealed Harry's participation in the house team. Remember, one should never engage with a fool, for they will drag your intellect to their level and triumph over you with their overwhelming experience. Malfoy has never endured such humiliation, with eyes wide. He spoke in a low, furious tone. I challenge you to a duel between wizards, to be fought solely with wands, no physical attacks permitted. Dudley found Malfoy's bravado amusing. Malfoy, who gave you the audacity to challenge us? Is it the two dimwits beside you? Or are you oblivious to your own capabilities? It is not you, Dursley. I wish to duel Potter one-on-one. Harry regarded Malfoy with a look of disbelief. What a bizarre notion. To shy away from a duel with Dudley, yet seek one with him. I decline, Harry replied calmly. You cannot possibly be that foolish. Potter, are you afraid? Or have you yet to become acquainted with the concept of wizard dueling? Malfoy wore a mocking expression. Malfoy, if you are so fearless, we could engage in a one-on-one duel now. The professors are all above, and there is no reason to fear for your life. Dudley, exasperated, interjected, demanding they either accept or leave, ceasing their incessant chatter. Malfoy disregarded Dudley's remarks, turning to Harry. Potter, do you only dare to hide behind Dursley? Enough, Malfoy. Harry, looking exasperated, replied, Must I agree to your challenge? You truly are a vexing little sprite. Malfoy chuckled, uncertain whether his joy stemmed from Harry's consent to meet him at midnight. He declared, Our duel shall take place at midnight, shall we? I will meet you in the trophy room, which is never locked. Harry waved his hand impatiently, indicating for him to depart swiftly. As Malfoy prepared to leave, Dudley called them to a halt, recalling a spell he had seen a couple of days prior, which was perfectly suited for this situation. He pulled out a blank parchment from his wizarding robes. With a flourish of his wand, the parchment filled with text. The Wizard Duel Contract. Tonight at midnight. Party A, Harry Potter. Party B, Draco Malfoy, Judge, Dudley Dursley. Both parties shall engage in a fair and just one-on-one wizard duel in the trophy room of Hogwarts. 1. Neither party shall provide any excuse for non-appearance, nor inform any professors or administrators of the school. 2. Both parties may only use magic to attack, with no physical contact permitted. 3. The judge must maintain absolute fairness and impartiality. Upon signing the contract, any party, including the judge, who violates any of the aforementioned rules shall face the severe penalty of developing blisters on their soles, with their feet itching uncontrollably, worsening with each scratch. Chapter 20, Hermione and the Wall. Dudley handed the parchment to Malfoy, instructing him to examine it and, should everything be in order, to affix his signature. Thus, we would finalize the contract and avoid any unnecessary embellishments on your part. Malfoy sneered disdainfully, snatching the parchment and, after a cursory glance, waved it dismissively, questioning its efficacy. Let us see if it works, he retorted. However, observing Dudley's calm demeanor, a flicker of anxiety crossed Malfoy's face. His original plan had been to lure Harry into the display room and promptly notify Mr. Filch, the caretaker. Now, he felt as if he were caught in a furnace, trapped with no means of retreat. Isn't it rather unfair that you alone serve as the judge? If you truly risk punishment to aid Potter, then what is the point? Malfoy was exceedingly reluctant to sign the agreement. Fine, you're the boss, your word is final. Dudley seized the parchment back from Malfoy, proposing, I'll eliminate the judge, and you shall determine the outcome based on your duel's actual circumstances. If one of you falls and doesn't rise within 10 seconds or concedes. How does that sound? And if neither falls nor concedes? Malfoy inquired. If I fail to win within 10 minutes, I concede defeat. Harry, under Dudley's subtle influence, was no longer the same Harry Potter of old. He brimmed with newfound confidence. All right. Malfoy's face twitched with excitement. Let us add one more clause. The loser shall also face the penalties outlined in the contract. With a flick of his wand, Dudley altered the text on the parchment. Harry, sign your name. Dudley presented the contract to Harry, who without a moment's hesitation inscribed his name boldly. He then thrust the parchment back at Malfoy with a defiant expression, practically daring him to cower. After Malfoy signed, he waved dismissively at Crabbe and Goyle, signaling their departure. Embodying the very essence of a domineering figure, Ron stood dumbfounded, still clutching a cold pie that he had neglected to eat. Harry, do you even know what a duel between wizards entails? How can you agree to it? Harry shrugged. Is it any different from dueling among medieval muggles? They wield swords while wizards utilize wands to cast spells. There's no need for Dudley's so-called contract. What if I lose? Excuse me, may I interrupt? Hermione approached, having seemingly materialized from nowhere. Can't you wait until I finish speaking? Ron snapped irritably. Ignoring him, Hermione addressed Dudley. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. How can you encourage Harry to duel? Stop, Dudley exclaimed, bewildered. When did it become my fault for urging Harry to duel Malfoy? I certainly did not encourage him. Be careful, or I might accuse you of defamation. This is clearly Malfoy's invitation for a midnight rendezvous in the castle, Dudley protested, raising his hands in innocence. Harry rolled his eyes. Hey, how did a perfectly good duel turn into your twisted version? One must never wander the school grounds at night. Think about it. Are you suggesting a date? 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Hermione, whose face began to flush crimson, all because Dudley had carelessly mentioned a date, prompting her to unwittingly echo the sentiment. Hermione cleared her throat awkwardly and exclaimed, It is a duel. Goodness, just think how terrifying it is. One of you might perish, and the other would face expulsion. How could that be possible? Ron scoffed at Hermione, asserting that death could only occur in a duel with a true wizard. He believed that Harry and Malfoy could at best merely create sparks against one another. Their knowledge of magic was too scant to inflict real harm. Dudley and Harry exchanged mischievous glances, thinking how youthful and naive they were. Without sufficient prowess, how could they dare to challenge the formidable? Harry, you absolutely cannot go. Hermione insisted. This is my duel with Malfoy. It does not concern you. Moreover, Harry glanced at the parchment on the table. A duel contract? Hermione pondered momentarily before exclaiming. You all. She picked up the parchment and scrutinized it, then pointed her wand at it and chanted, Restore swiftly. Wherever Harry's name appeared, a small scrap of paper fell away, and soon the parchment bore no trace of his name. Who would have thought your transfiguration skills were so adept? Hermione remarked. You're quite impressive yourself for discerning it and employing the counter curse. Hermione beamed with pride at Dudley's compliment. Initially, there had been no contractual magic. Dudley had merely witnessed a curse spell earlier and applied it to the parchment. This particular spell was not profound or intricate. It had significant limitations, requiring the cursed party to willingly inscribe their name. The curse would only result in blisters on the feet and an itchy sensation, without any other effects, activating automatically after 10 hours and lasting for 1 hour. Thus, the parchment was merely a trivial trick for amusement. You're quite wicked. Harry and Dudley exchanged grins, reveling in their mischief. But I like it. You're both so vile. Hermione grimaced in disdain. So, does that mean, Ron, somewhat slow-witted, suggested that Harry could disregard the stipulations stated above? There has never been any contract to begin with. Hermione retorted with contempt directed at Ron. Now you have no compelling reason to go. Nevertheless, Hermione was still adamant about Harry not venturing out at night to confront Malfoy. Dudley shot a glance at Harry and declared, We want to go. Let Malfoy wait foolishly by himself. Indeed, Ron fell silent after a sharp look from Dudley. This fellow nearly jeopardized everything. It was impossible not to go. Malfoy had been targeting Harry since the start of the term, and this was an opportunity for Harry to confront him. Before venturing out, they must first soothe a rather ruffled little lion. Indeed, upon hearing that they would not venture out for the night, Hermione's furrowed brow relaxed, her expression one of hopeful encouragement as she nodded in agreement. Harry wore a mysterious smile, enigmatic in nature, too inflated with confidence, making even Dudley consider administering a lesson. Time passed swiftly, yet felt agonizingly slow for Harry. It is 11:30. We should leave, Harry remarked, eager to confront Malfoy. They donned their clothing, grasped their wands, and stealthily traversed the room, descending the spiral staircase into the Gryffindor common room. As Derry and his companions approached the portrait hole, they were suddenly met with the sound of voices behind them. I knew you would do this, Derry remarked, his words utterly untrustworthy. A lamp flickered to life, revealing Hermione, clad in a pink nightgown adorned with dainty floral patterns. Why am I being blamed? Tonight, I am merely a charming little ornament, she pouted, her fists pressed against her cheeks, playfully smiling. Oh my goodness, Hermione exclaimed, rubbing her eyes. Step aside. Do not delay us. You ought to be in bed, Ron asserted, his anger palpable. Let us go. I can hardly wait to confront Malfoy, Harry declared fiercely. He pushed through the fat lady's portrait, leading the way, followed closely by Ron. Hermione, however, was not one to concede easily. She prepared to follow them, only to be pulled back by Derry, causing her to spin and lean against the wall. Derry took a small step forward, propping himself against the wall with one hand, while gently lifting Hermione's chin with the other. Hermione, it's quite late. You should obediently retire to bed, he said softly. In Derry's mind, Hermione should have blushed and shyly scurried away, and blush she did, though not in the manner he anticipated. Step aside. Hermione gasped. You've stepped on my foot. You fool. Derry, taken aback, looked down to find her small foot trapped beneath his. He quickly retracted his foot, awkwardly apologizing. I'm sorry, my apologies, goodbye, and fled the common room in embarrassment. Once outside, he glanced back to see Hermione had not followed. He signaled to Harry and Ron to hurry along, his heart racing with anxiety. Stop right there. Hermione called out, pursuing them. She sounded like an irate mother goose, lowering her voice as she scolded. Do you not care for Gryffindor, only for yourselves? I do not wish for Slytherin to win the House Cup again, nor do I want you to squander the points I have painstakingly earned. Derry, do not forget that Gryffindor has not won the House Cup. You are to consume from the long table, as you promised. The three remained silent, watching Hermione, who was visibly disheartened. Very well, I warned you. If you get expelled, do not say I did not forewarn you. Hermione turned to re-enter the common room, only to find the fat lady's portrait empty, likely having gone visiting. What am I to do now? She cried out in desperation, suppressing her voice. That is your predicament, Ron replied, somewhat gleefully. We must leave. We're going to be late. Yet, before they could reach the end of the corridor, Hermione caught up with them. I am coming with you, she insisted. You are not permitted, Ron protested vehemently, wishing for her not to tag along. Do you think I would stand out here waiting for Filch to catch me? If he discovers the three of us, I will relay the truth, claiming I was trying to dissuade you. Then, you can testify on my behalf. Not a chance. We will absolutely not testify for you, Ron shouted. Silence, you two, Derry admonished sternly. These two truly had no fear of inciting the wrath of the caretaker, Filch. Chapter 21. The Three-Headed Cutie. Dudley and his companions walked briskly down the corridor, the moonlight streaming through the tall windows, casting silvery beams upon the floor. They hurried up the staircase to the 4th floor, tiptoeing towards the trophy room. Inside, trophies, medals, and statues glimmering in silver and gold were arranged neatly in rows of crystal glass cabinets. Harry, look, Dudley pointed out. Indeed, that's your father's Quidditch trophy. After Harry's excitement subsided, he remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the doors, wary of Draco Malfoy who had yet to arrive, prepared for a sudden intrusion and a possible spell. As time ticked by, the clock struck midnight. Malfoy entered through the door on the right, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe. Here comes the little brother, Dudley shouted at Malfoy. Shoo! Malfoy glanced around nervously. Quiet down, we almost got caught by Filch. Ron, somewhat skeptical, remarked. Are you trying to lure Filch here? Idiot, Malfoy scoffed. What do you think I would gain from that, you empty-headed Weasley? Ron, fuming, pointed an accusatory finger at Malfoy, his face reddening in the darkness. All right, we came here to duel, not to bicker. Dudley stepped back slightly. Harry and Malfoy drew their wands, bowing to each other before stepping back. The duel officially begins after my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Petrificus Totalis. It was evident that Harry's petrifying spell was swifter than Malfoy's leg-locking curse. A beam of brown light from Harry's wand struck Malfoy as he was still uttering his incantation. Malfoy was instantly petrified, falling stiffly backward. The duel, which had already been rather juvenile, concluded even more swiftly. Awesome, Harry. You actually know the petrifying spell, Ron exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. Hermione covered her mouth in disbelief, as both she and Ron had expected the novice wizards to produce only a few sparks at this early stage of the term. Malfoy, you're truly pathetic. Harry coldly glared at the fallen Malfoy. How dare you provoke me daily? From now on, you'd better steer clear when you see me. Dudley furrowed his brow, sensing a shift in Harry's demeanor. While winning might warrant a moment of pride, becoming arrogant and self-important was sheer folly. Harry, Dudley called out in a chilling tone. Harry had assumed Dudley was about to congratulate him, but upon turning, he was met with Dudley's stern expression. I'll give you 3 seconds to prepare. I'm coming for you. Dudley stepped aside with his wand, counting down. 3. Dudley, what are you doing? Hermione asked in astonishment. 2. Dudley ignored her, continuing to count. Are you serious? What madness is this? Harry inquired. Dudley maintained his icy demeanor, devoid of any jest, determined to impart a crucial lesson to Harry. 1. Dudley had yet to make a move when Harry, with a flourish of his wand, unleashed the petrification spell. He exhibited no urgency. Just as the spell was about to strike him, he deftly redirected it towards the ground. In a sudden turn of events, Dudley was sent flying, and Harry's wand flew from his grip, landing squarely in Dudley's hands, adjacent to Malfoy. As Harry attempted to rise, a knife materialized in midair, pressing against his brow, rendering him motionless. A wave of fear swept over the onlookers as Hermione and Ron opened their mouths in an attempt to speak, yet no sound emerged. Look at Malfoy, Dudley taunted. You petrified him. Do you not feel overshadowed by someone raised in a wizarding family while you were nurtured in the Muggle world? What distinguishes you from him now? We both hail from the same origins, starting from the same line. Why was my victory over you so effortless? It is simply a matter of diligence, for you have exerted less effort than Malfoy. Remember, genius is but 1% talent, complemented by 99% hard work. Dudley smirked, concealing a further thought, that 1% of talent is paramount, even surpassing the significance of the 99% of effort. Throughout the narrative, it becomes evident that Harry possesses talent, yet lacks the requisite effort. The professors at Hogwarts impart invaluable teachings, yet without personal diligence, such instruction is futile. Consider this. What grounds do you have to be so arrogant, believing yourself to be the greatest? Upon concluding his remarks, Dudley waved his wand, causing the knife to vanish without a trace. He stepped forward and assisted Harry to his feet. Harry, not lacking in awareness, responded with a subdued apology, lowering his gaze. A teachable spirit, Dudley mused. Now, be off with you, he added, playfully tapping Dudley's shoulder. Dudley left the encounter feeling satisfied with the day's outcome. Not only had he realigned Harry's mindset, but he had also instilled in him a renewed commitment to study, laying a robust foundation for future confrontations with Voldemort. Moreover, Dudley reveled in the successful conjuration of a knife through transfiguration. In a duel, the sudden appearance of a knife slicing through an adversary's throat would be utterly unexpected. However, he was acutely aware that such an operation drained an immense amount of magical energy, leaving him somewhat dizzy. Ron and Hermione rushed over. You scared us half to death, Hermione exclaimed. Shoo! Harry signaled for silence. Listen, he urged. Dear friends, let us investigate. They may be hiding in some nearby corner. It seems Filch is conversing with Mrs. Norris, Dudley noted. Now, let us proceed quietly towards that door. With that, Dudley directed the frightened assembly towards Malfoy. What do you intend to do with him? Goyle stammered, eyeing Dudley nervously. Petrificus totalis. Malfoy sat up, his neck rigid and immobile. Let us go, Dudley commanded, as he hurried towards Harry and the others. Catching Malfoy's mutterings behind him. Two fools. Why don't you hurry and help me up? Just as they exited, the sound of another door creaking open echoed from the display room. They are here. I can hear them. They must be hiding, Filch murmured, accompanied by his cat. Dudley addressed Malfoy and his companions, saying, You go that way, and we shall take the other. Let fate decide our paths. Farewell. Malfoy cast a lingering glance at Dudley, remaining silent as he and his friends sprinted away. We should depart as well, Dudley urged, leading Harry and the others towards another direction. Unfortunately, their luck was rather poor. Just as they turned the corner, Filch emerged from the display room, having chosen the same path as Dudley and his group. Stealthily, Dudley guided Harry and the others down a corridor lined with suits of armor, the sound of Filch's approach growing ever closer. Suddenly, Ron emitted a terrified scream. He had stumbled and instinctively clutched Harry's waist, resulting in both of them tumbling onto a suit of armor. The cacophony was enough to rouse the entire castle. Get up. Run, Dudley exclaimed, seizing them. It was a grave error to let the directionally challenged Dudley lead the way. He had no sense of where they were headed, only that they had moved far from the display room. Yes, perhaps, Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Ron bent over, gasping for breath, struggling to articulate his words. I warned you, Hermione gasped, clutching the seams of her shirt. We're bound to be caught. Yet we have not been caught yet, Dudley retorted. This place is rather frightening. Should we really be here? Hermione inquired nervously, her gaze sweeping the eerie surroundings. However, matters were not so straightforward. Just as they prepared to depart, a cat's meow echoed, the sound of Filch's cat, which had followed them. Run. More running? I'll be exhausted. Ron complained, dragged along by Harry. They fled to the end of the corridor, where a door awaited. Ron dashed forward, eager to pull it open, only to find it locked. This is disastrous, he lamented. We might as well not have Ron. Step aside, Hermione said brusquely, pushing Ron aside. She reached for her wand, only to realize she hadn't brought it. Snatching Dudley's wand, she whispered, Alohomora. With a click, the door swung open, and they hurried inside, promptly shutting the door behind them. Dudley quietly praised Hermione, noting that the unlocking spell was rather obscure, one he had never considered employing. Pressing his ear against the door, Dudley eventually announced, Filch has departed. The door is locked. Perhaps he assumes no one could enter. Hermione replied, there must be a reason for the door being secured. Ron and Harry chimed in, indeed, for they now found themselves face to face with the eyes of a monstrous dog. A creature so large it filled the space from floor to ceiling. It possessed 3 heads, each with a pair of wicked, swiveling eyes, 3 noses twitching in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths, saliva dribbling like sticky ropes from its yellowing teeth. Chapter 22. Dudley is no more. It is said that the 3-headed dog serves as the guardian of the underworld, possessing 3 heads, a serpent-like tail, and its body adorned with writhing venomous snakes. From its maw, it can unleash a deadly venom. Its primary duty is to safeguard the gates of the underworld, preventing the living from trespassing and the dead from escaping. Alas, The lineage of the three-headed dog has long since lost its otherworldly form and magical attributes. How tragic it is that even the mightiest succumb to the ravages of time. In the present day, the three-headed dog has been reduced to a mere pet of Hagrid, leaving one to wonder why he would choose such a creature as a companion, for it hardly embodies the essence of a pet. However, there is no time for Dudley to dwell on these nonsensical thoughts. The three-headed dog lunged at Harry and Ron, and had Dudley not reacted swiftly to pull them aside, they would have surely met their demise as headless corpses. "Open the door," Dudley commanded, placing himself protectively behind them. He unleashed a flurry of spells at the central head of the beast, yet his lack of combat experience was evident. He believed that sheer quantity could substitute for quality. However, this strategy proved futile. The creature's fur possessed remarkable magical resistance, and Dudley had squandered much of his magical energy conjuring daggers in the display room. His magic only caused the central head to sway slightly, but with two other heads still unperturbed, the beast opened its cavernous jaws, poised to bite down on Dudley. Frantically, Dudley racked his brain, recalling that the three-headed dog would fall asleep upon hearing music. He wished to conjure a harp, yet he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Desperate, he searched for other spells, but his mind was a blank. He simply lacked the repertoire necessary. In that fleeting moment, the massive head of the three-headed dog was mere inches from him, the stench of its breath palpable. In a critical instant, Hermione yanked him out the door, while Harry and Ron hurriedly secured it behind them, the door shaking violently from the creature's relentless assault. Dudley was engulfed by panic, his heart pounding fiercely within his chest. He had once believed that having faced death, one could confront anything with composure, yet he realized how profoundly mistaken he was. In his past life, he had not registered the finality of death, feeling liberated from fear. But just now, he had been a mere centimeter from oblivion, and terror gripped him. Fear of death. A fear starkly amplified by the love of his parents, the companionship of his siblings, and the allure of magic in this life. In that moment, he began to comprehend Voldemort's obsession with conquering death. It was indeed a formidable specter, especially for one who had already tasted its bitterness. That night, Dudley found himself unable to sleep. He longed for the embrace of slumber, but was haunted by visions of the three-headed dog devouring his head. As dawn broke, he resolved not to continue tossing and turning in bed. He ventured into the common room, only to discover that someone was already there. "Did you not sleep?" Dudley inquired, observing the individual before him, clutching a book and sporting distinct dark circles under their eyes. "I woke early to read," came the reply. "Thank you for yesterday, Hermione. Had you not pulled me out, I shudder to think what might have happened." Hermione pressed her lips together as she gazed at Dudley and inquired, "And you? Have you been all right since you emerged yesterday?" "Thank you. I'm fine," Dudley replied with a smile, nodding at Hermione before exiting the common room. Unbeknownst to him, Hermione extended a hand, wishing to call out to him, yet no words escaped her lips. Dudley approached the tapestry depicting the giant troll beating the hapless Barnaby on the 8th floor. As he walked, he contemplated that only formidable strength could ensure his safety from harm and death. The door to the room of requirement materialized on the wall, though Dudley failed to notice something amiss with it. Upon pulling the door open, he was met not with what he sought, but with an abyss of darkness. A frigid wind swirling forth. Hesitating at the threshold, he pondered whether to enter. Logically, the room of requirement should manifest what he needed. Yet, the current atmosphere filled him with trepidation, fearing that something horrific lurked within. He lingered at the entrance, observing for a considerable time, but nothing menacing emerged. The surroundings remained unchanged. Within that oppressive darkness, he could not discern direction, nor could he ascertain how long he had wandered, the space seemingly infinite. A sound echoed from ahead, prompting him to quicken his pace. Before him stood a wooden door, adorned only with a handle, from which the sound emanated. Curiosity gnawed at him. Where was this place, and how could he escape? The endless gloom threatened to drive him to madness. Anxious to unveil the mystery, he flung open the wooden door, only to be confronted by a colossal, genuine three-headed Cerberus, each head roaring in unison, the thunderous cacophony filling him with dread. All petrified. All petrified. Obstacles abound. Dudley attempted to cast a spell, yet it bore no effect. His incantation failed him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, for the three-headed beast was charging towards him. Not having sprinted far, Dudley was swiftly overtaken, sent sprawling by a powerful paw of the beast. Its sharp claws raked deeply across his back. Boom. The creature's paw came crashing down upon him, leaving him feeling utterly flattened. "Ah!" Dudley cried out in agony, fatigue setting in as he labored to cough, crimson blood spewing forth from his mouth. The pain was so intense he yearned to succumb to unconsciousness, to escape the torment. Yet his mind remained agonizingly lucid. The three heads of the beast roared in a frenzied competition, seemingly arguing over which would take the first bite of Dudley. Presumably, the central head prevailed, as Dudley glimpsed it opening its gaping maw, ready to strike. Crack! A sharp pain shot through his neck, and darkness enveloped him. Dudley was finally liberated. This morning, Hermione did not rise as early as she had claimed. Rather, she had spent the night in the common room, waiting, observant as ever. Hermione had sensed something amiss with Dudley, her concern mounting. Upon seeing him in the morning, her suspicions were confirmed, prompting her to stealthily follow him after he had left. After observing for a while, she stepped forward, calling out, "Dudley?" He exhibited no reaction, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with terror. Hermione felt somewhat at a loss. When she tapped Dudley, he immediately collapsed backward the moment her palm made contact. "Ah!" Hermione exclaimed in alarm. "Dudley, what happened to you? Wake up." Miss Granger, a white-bearded old gentleman, suddenly appeared. "Do not overthink. He is not the kind of grandfather who bestows miraculous powers. He is merely Professor Dumbledore." "Dumbledore? I don't know what to do," she stammered. "Please remain calm." Dumbledore's words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, and Hermione's clarity swiftly returned. "Please step aside." After Hermione moved, Dumbledore bent down and lifted Dudley. The legendary Princess Carrie, had Dudley been conscious, he would have preferred the old man to hoist him onto his shoulder. "Follow me." Dumbledore led Hermione to a grotesquely large stone monster and recited, "Cockroach cluster." Suddenly, the beast sprang to life, leaping aside, causing the wall behind it to split in two. Hermione couldn't help but marvel in silence. Behind the wall was a spiraling staircase, gently ascending like an escalator. Dumbledore stepped onto it first. "Please come up, Miss Granger." Hermione, startled, hurried up, and with a thunderous sound, the wall closed behind them. They spun higher and higher until they halted before a shimmering oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Upon entering, Dumbledore placed Dudley on a soft leather sofa. "Professor, what happened to him?" Hermione inquired anxiously. "Nothing to worry about. I believe he will awaken shortly." Dumbledore picked up a cockroach cluster from a plate and tossed it into his mouth. The office was filled solely with the sound of Dumbledore crunching the cockroach clusters. Dudley, displaying remarkable courtesy, gradually opened his eyes, the first sight he beheld being Hermione's anxious face. "Blimey, why are you here?" Dudley, in fact, felt a surge of joy. He was alive and had not been transported elsewhere. Hermione, initially delighted at Dudley's awakening, found her joy dampened by his words. Humph, she turned her head away, refusing to look at him. How enviable love is. If I were to be 100 years younger, I would seize the moment. Once you fainted. She was genuinely worried about you. Chapter 23, The Disappearing Magic. Old Dumbledore was quite mischievous. What would you do if you were 100 years younger? Dudley gazed at Hermione, now radiating a charming aura, and impulsively reached out to tease her nose. Hermione stammered, "Why you, Dudley felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been forward, yet Hermione's earlier expression was simply too adorable. Quite sour, Dudley thought, incredulously glancing at Dumbledore, who was now sipping a glass of lemonade. Don't ask Dudley how he knew it was lemonade, as half the glass was filled with freshly cut lemon slices. Hermione currently feels utterly embarrassed, wishing to escape this place. Dumbledore's demeanor is far too irreverent for her liking, and she could never have imagined him to be this way. In an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Dumbledore waved his hand, causing 2 clusters of cockroaches to soar from a plate, hovering before Dudley and Hermione. Dudley glanced at the clusters with some disdain, yet, unable to resist his curiosity, he reached out and seized them. The cockroaches squirmed restlessly in his grasp. He then plunged the cluster's head into his mouth and took a bite. With a crunch, they ceased to struggle. The sensation of consuming them was surprisingly sweet and crisp. After finishing the remaining half, he remarked, "If only some sweet syrup could be added, it would truly resemble live cockroaches." Hermione discreetly shifted further away, prompting Dudley to inquire, "Aren't you going to try? The taste is quite delightful, though they do wriggle a bit in your mouth, which feels rather unsettling." This only made Hermione retreat even farther. "Then I shall partake," Dudley said with a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. He then recounted the entire series of events to Dumbledore. "Hogwarts is indeed vast and enigmatic. I never imagined you could locate the room of requirement. I wished to find it during my own school days, but alas, I was unsuccessful." Dumbledore reminisced about his past. "In the book," Hermione began, but was abruptly interrupted by Dudley, who, perhaps feeling discomfort at her boasting, was eager to retort. Yet this only served to irritate Hermione further. "I believe we have all encountered it in literature." "Old Dumbledore, I wish to know." Hermione and Dumbledore fixed their gazes upon Dudley. Hermione was incredulous. What audacity he possessed to address the professor in such a manner. Dumbledore, too, was taken aback, having never before heard anyone call him that. Dudley felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he inadvertently voiced his thoughts. "Isn't this a bit more familiar?" he mused inwardly, placing the blame on Hermione. "Old Dumbledore, I wish to know what that door I entered truly is," Dudley said with earnest intent, his gaze locked onto Dumbledore, who surely possessed the answer. Having arrived so promptly, "Follow me," Dumbledore instructed as he led them to the second floor of his office. He halted before a white wall, where he began to draw. In an instant, the wall vanished, revealing an ancient and ornate wooden door meticulously crafted from planks seamlessly joined together, adorned with golden patterns. At its center was an engraving of Dudley's face, beneath which loomed a large, blood-red numeral 1. "What is this?" Dudley asked, perplexed. "The Door of Inquiry," Dumbledore announced. "What an absurd name. Others have names like the Sword of Inquiry or the Mirror of Inquiry. Even a spell would suffice. This door seems less useful than that so-called magic mirror, and it dares to inquire about the heart. Who named it?" Dudley stifled his urge to critique. It was not unreasonable for him to vent his frustrations. This door should at least live up to its name. For he had inexplicably faced a three-headed dog and experienced death in a most vivid and painful manner. "Godric Gryffindor. This is one of his relics," Dumbledore revealed. Dolly was astounded. This was a renowned wizard from over 1,000 years ago, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and the creator of Gryffindor House. It is no wonder that this door is called the Door of Inquiry. His naming choices were rather lackluster, as he simply referred to his sword as the Sword of Gryffindor. Gryffindor should have left behind only the Sorting Hat and the Sword of Gryffindor. At this moment, Hermione was eager to answer, though it was not a question posed to her. "The most widely known artifacts are indeed those 2 you mentioned, Miss Granger. And the third is the Door of Inquiry, knowledge of which is reserved solely for the headmasters of each generation." Dolly was again perplexed. While the movies featured 2 artifacts, there was no stipulation in this reality that Gryffindor could only leave behind 2 relics. He wished to touch the door, but the vanishing wall reappeared, blocking his path. He looked at Dumbledore in confusion. "You possess quite the audacity, daring to touch it again without fully understanding," Dumbledore remarked, feeling quite weary. After they descended, the portraits in the headmaster's office awakened from their feigned slumber, chattering eagerly. "Albus, is it true?" inquired Delilah Devante. "Did this little one truly open the door left by Gryffindor?" Dolly glanced at the names on the portraits. The speaker was Phineas Nigellus Black, who was also the great-great-grandfather of Sirius Black. "Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm still quite bewildered. What exactly is the purpose of this door?" "We do not know. We are merely curious. This door has only been opened by Godric Gryffindor since its inception, and no one has been able to open it since," Dexter Fawcett replied. Not all headmasters' portraits hung in the office, a tradition that had emerged over time, where portraits were displayed posthumously. Fawcett was among the earliest to be included. Not knowing? Curious? Dolly mused if these elderly figures were simply too idle. Then why did this door suddenly appear? Was it not always in the headmaster's office? And, old Dumbledore, how did you come to be there? "It appears before those who need it," Dumbledore replied. "And I do as well. When did you acquire this peculiar notion? It's highly toxic. I need this door right now." As soon as Dolly uttered this, the door suddenly manifested before him. "See," Dumbledore said with a smile. "I wasn't even thinking about needing it at that moment." Dolly exclaimed, exasperated, "What kind of door forces itself upon me? It may believe you require it. I no longer need you." The door vanished as quietly as it had appeared. Dolly rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Is it beneficial or detrimental to me?" he hurriedly inquired. There was a long pause, and if they were to utter another "I don't know," Dolly felt he might explode on the spot. Dumbledore's kind, loving gaze peeked through his half-moon spectacles as he solemnly said, "I began to examine your condition. There is no trace of magical energy within you." "What?" Dolly stood in disbelief, vociferously questioning the situation. He could hardly fathom the notion of his magic dissipating, and promptly brandished his wand. He levitated into the air, petrifying everything in sight, yet faced with insurmountable obstacles. Having exhausted every spell he knew, he felt no surge of magic within him. All his incantations proved futile. He had lost his magical essence. Stunned, Dolly stood frozen, his wand slipping from his grasp, still unable to accept the reality. Murmuring to himself in disbelief, "How is this possible?" After experiencing the myriad wonders and the profound mysteries of the magical realm, the sudden absence of his powers overwhelmed him. Hermione retrieved the wand from the ground and gently supported Dolly, leading him to a nearby sofa. After a moment of silence, Dolly swiftly came to terms with the loss of his magic. This setback was not enough to break him. The adversities he faced in his previous life far surpassed his current plight. Moreover, he had originally been a muggle devoid of magic, and upon reflection, he found solace in the idea of gaining something only to lose it. With a smile, he patted Hermione's hand, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, I'm all right now." Turning to Dumbledore, Dolly hesitated. "Old D, there must be a way to resolve this loss of magic, right? My powers vanished after I opened the door of reflection." "Dolly, I must commend you for your swift acceptance of reality. To transition from losing your magic to embracing this truth in such a brief span is remarkable. I cannot assure you I would have managed as well in my youth. Regarding your inquiry, I believe there is a solution, yet first, we must comprehend the purpose of this door," Dumbledore replied. "Furthermore, I need to understand what transpired with you that caused this door to appear unexpectedly. What happened?" Dolly pondered for a moment before a light of realization dawned upon him. "I understand now. It must have been last night." Hermione tugged at Dolly's sleeve, her expression tense, presumably fearful that Dudley would divulge the events of the previous night to Professor Dumbledore, resulting in a loss of points. Did you go on a date? Dumbledore squinted, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Chapter 24, The Nimbus 2000. Dumbledore truly was a mischievous old soul. Dudley found himself helpless, unable to contend with Dumbledore's playful banter. Enough with the jokes. We need to focus on serious matters, he said wearily. I believe we have discussed everything necessary, Dumbledore replied, a smile gracing his face. As he pointed to his heart, isn't the answer you seek already within you? Follow that instinct, it will guide you. Dudley pursed his lips, contemplating the futility of knowing the answer. It feels as though the purpose of the door of reflection is akin to a boggart, and it pales in comparison to the mirror of Ariste, which at least reveals the deepest and most fervent desires of one's heart. Among young wizards, not many possess such extensive knowledge as you do, Dumbledore observed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Dudley gestured slightly, just a tad more knowledge than the average. I must offer you a piece of advice. One should refrain from passing judgment on matters with which one is unfamiliar, at the very least. Your words will not strip you of your allure. Dudley rolled his eyes. He hardly needed Dumbledore to reiterate the fact that he had lost his charm. Alas, such is the fate of a formidable figure. Truly, Dumbledore deserves the title of the greatest wizard. His wisdom is unparalleled, accompanied by remarkable insight. He spoke gently to Dudley, stating, death is akin to finally retiring to bed after a long day. For those with a clear mind, it is merely another grand adventure. Dudley preempted him, aware that Dumbledore was entirely correct. He was indeed experiencing this great adventure, a realm he found quite agreeable, and he had no desire to embark on a new quest. Dudley's predicament stemmed from a psychological barrier. Having tasted death, he now recognized the beauty of life, yet he harbored an intensified fear of losing that beauty. Whether he could overcome this barrier remained solely in his hands. How astute, Dumbledore mused, a hint of regret flickering across his features as he tapped his head, lamenting his advancing years. I must remind you, the inscription upon the door indicates either the number of times you have entered or that you have but one opportunity remaining. Without absolute certainty, do not attempt to enter, lest unforeseen consequences ensue. How could you almost forget such a crucial matter? Dudley bellowed, realizing that had Dumbledore not warned him, he might have succumbed to his insatiable curiosity at the most inopportune moment. Truly, Dumbledore was his nemesis. Let us show some understanding for the elderly, Dumbledore remarked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Dudley shook his head, resolving never to return to this office, fearing he might be driven to an early grave by this troublesome old man. Old Dumbledore, might you grant me access to the restricted section? Dudley inquired tentatively, prepared to let the matter rest. Knowing he could always solicit Gilderoy Lockhart for access next year, flattering Lockhart was a straightforward endeavor. To his astonishment, Dumbledore acquiesced, and with a wave of his hand, a note materialized before Dudley, stating, I, Albus Dumbledore, grant Dudley Dursley permission to read books in the restricted section, though they must not be removed from the library. Dudley carefully tucked the note away, a grin spreading across his face. Thank you, old Dumbledore, we shall take our leave. As they approached the door, Dudley instructed Hermione to step outside and wait for him. Old Dumbledore, how long do you intend to keep this stone here? Dudley's gaze fell upon the strikingly vivid Philosopher's Stone resting on the desk. Its brilliance was impossible to ignore, especially since Dumbledore displayed it so openly. Dudley couldn't help but chuckle at Dumbledore's astonished expression. Queer in his quarrel, he winked at Dumbledore before stepping out. They had lingered too long with Dumbledore, and by the time they emerged, class was about to commence, leaving them no opportunity to dine in the Great Hall. Had he known, Dudley would have indulged more during their visit. The wretched law of Murphy dictated that the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Upon arriving at the potions classroom, they found Professor Snape standing at the podium with a scowl adorning his face. Dudley and Hermione stood hesitantly at the doorway, unsure whether to enter or remain outside. Severus Snape remained silent, and they dared not make a move. What are you two doing lingering at the entrance? Do you wish for me to brew a petrifying potion for you to drink, thus leaving you as statues at the door? He deducted 10 points from Gryffindor. Potter, Snape intoned in a low voice, why did you not call for your classmates during class? Are you pleased to see them tardy? Another 10 points deducted from Gryffindor due to your actions. Harry was about to protest when Dudley interrupted him. Professor, I forgot my book. Dudley shot Harry a look, signaling him to cease his objections, for they would only lead to further deductions. Snape's lips twitched. Dudley truly was a vexatious little lion, deriving amusement solely from deducting points from Harry and relishing the sight of Harry's irate countenance, though Dudley's delight was now thwarted. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. The books are in the cabinet behind. Go find them yourself. Dudley chuckled, not out of concern for the lost points, but rather because he had longed for an opportunity to secretly uncover Snape's old tome on advanced potion making. Now, that chance lay before him. The deducted points could be viewed as a trade with Snape. After all, he could scarcely recall how many points had been deducted since the beginning of the term. Snape had once adorned his copy with various improved potion recipes, and most importantly, it contained his own invented spells, such as the Blasting Curse, the Hanging Bell, and the Soundproof Charm. The Blasting Curse, in particular, manifested no overt signs. The victim's skin would bleed as if cleaved by an invisible sword. It was a covert, malevolent, yet exceedingly potent form of dark magic. Had Snape not devised a counter-curse, this spell would have been a new, unforgivable curse. Dudley opened the cabinet, revealing roughly a dozen worn books, all meticulously arranged. Among them, he discovered a volume with the inscription property of the Half-Blood Prince on its cover. Hermione, seated beside Dudley, quickly noticed he had taken an extra book. How did you? Shoo, Dudley interjected. If Snape finds out, I won't be able to keep this book. Let us discuss it after class. The potions lesson proved arduous, with Snape relentlessly seeking fault with the Gryffindor Lions. Were it not for Dudley's current lack of magical prowess, he would have assuredly transformed Harry's attire into women's clothing, eagerly anticipating Snape's reaction upon witnessing Harry in such garb. Today, the highlight of the potions class was Draco Malfoy. A curse he had cast the previous day erupted just as class commenced. The curse caused Malfoy considerable pain and itching, prompting him to rise from his desk. To Dudley's surprise, Malfoy refrained from screaming, instead enduring the agony, his face contorted and drenched in sweat, evoking a twinge of sympathy in Dudley, though alas, no counter-curse was available. At last, the lesson concluded, and Dudley felt as though he might perish from hunger. Just after finishing his meal, 6 long-eared owls swooped in, delivering slender packages. All eyes were drawn to the few owls, as the young wizards were eager to discover the contents of the package, which required the delivery of 6 owls. Several of these majestic birds swooped down, landing right before Harry. Just as they flapped their wings and took off, another owl arrived, dropping a letter onto the package. Dudley speculated that it must be the Nimbus 2000 sent by Professor McGonagall. A fervent fan of Quidditch, she was eager for victory. And with Harry Potter on her team, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. As Harry tore open the letter, Dudley leaned in, revealing the message. Do not open the package on the table here. It contains the Nimbus 2000, a gift for you. I wish to keep it a secret to avoid sparking everyone's envy. Oliver Wood will meet you at the Quidditch pitch next Friday at 7 for your first training session. Unable to contain his joy, Harry passed the letter to Ron, who had yet to read it. Nimbus 2000. Ron exclaimed enviously, I've never even touched one. They all longed to test the new broomstick, hastily leaving the Great Hall to fly beside Hagrid's hut. However, as they crossed the entrance hall, they were confronted by Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy snatched the package from Harry, feeling it. It's a broomstick, he said, tossing it back to Harry, his face a mixture of jealousy and spite. Just wait, Potter. First years R&T allowed to play with these. Dudley thought to himself that Malfoy had truly forgotten his place. Unable to endure Malfoy's taunts, Ron retorted. This isn't some outdated broomstick. It's a Nimbus 2000. What was it you claimed to have at home, Malfoy? A Comet 260? Ron laughed broadly at them, noting that while the Comet was indeed flashy, it paled in comparison to the Nimbus. We have plenty of brooms at home. What is it to you? Can't your family even afford half a broom? Malfoy scoffed dismissively. Chapter 25, The Half-Blood Prince and the Album. Ron, incensed by the insult, charged at Malfoy. But just then, Professor Flitwick appeared. Children, I hope you're not about to engage in a fight, he squeaked. Startled by Ron's approach, Malfoy straightened his clothes, saying, Someone sent Potter a broomstick by owl, and you know first years R&T allowed their own brooms, Professor. Yes, I am aware, but this isn't his own. Professor Flitwick replied, smiling at Harry. Professor McGonagall has informed me of the situation, Potter. What model is it? It's a Nimbus 2000, Professor, Harry replied, struggling to suppress his laughter at Malfoy's horrified expression. I owe my good fortune to Malfoy here, he added. We were just about to go for a test flight. Ron said smugly, casting a triumphant glance at Malfoy. Dudley and his gang departed towards the castle, while Harry and Ron stifled their laughter at the sight of Malfoy's evident anger and confusion. Indeed, I speak nothing but the truth. When they arrived outside the castle, Harry burst into laughter. Were it not for Malfoy seizing Neville's memory ball, I would never have made it onto the team. So you believe this is a reward for your transgression of school rules? Hermione exclaimed angrily, casting a disapproving glance at the package in Harry's hands. Harry, cradling the broomstick, wore a foolish grin. If this is considered a reward, I would gladly break the rules again. Dudley interjected. All right, let us each keep our comments to a minimum. We are about to test this broom. As they approached Hagrid's hut, Harry, without even seeking Hagrid out, promptly sat on the ground and hastily unwrapped the parcel. Wow! Ron gasped as the broomstick revealed its full splendor. This magnificent broom was elegantly designed, gleaming with a polished sheen, crafted with a handle of mahogany, and adorned with a long, sleek tail made from perfectly straight twigs, with the words Nimbus 2000 embossed in shining gold at the tip of the handle. I'll give it a try first, Harry asserted, mounting the broom, and, with a vigorous push from his legs against the ground, soared into the air amidst joyful shouts. Dudley suddenly recalled something. How could he fly without magic? Even if he had magic, he could not lift off, and he regretted joining this commotion. He decided to retreat to Hagrid's hut for a moment. "Dudley," Hermione called as she jogged to catch up. "Where are you going?" "Just to sit with Hagrid for a bit," Dudley replied, glancing at Ron, who was eagerly watching Harry soar. "Please don't mention my loss of magic to them." Feeling somewhat despondent, Dudley acknowledged the turmoil within himself. If he could not overcome it, he contemplated dropping out at the end of the term. For remaining here without magic would only hinder him further. Dudley knocked on the door. "Who is there?" came Hagrid's voice. The door swung open to reveal Dudley and Hermione. Hagrid moved aside. "Come in. What brings just the two of you here today?" "They're over there," Dudley pointed out. Harry was selected for the house team, and Professor McGonagall gifted him a broom. He is testing it now. "How wonderful," Hagrid replied. "You two go in and take a seat. I'll prepare some snacks for you." As they entered, Fong leapt up, barking excitedly, his paws resting on Dudley's shoulders. The dog's drool dripped onto Dudley's robes, and he gritted his teeth, attempting to push Fong's head away, yet Fong only grinned wider in delight. Hermione stifled a laugh. "Miss Rabbit, you look rather foolish when you laugh," she teased. Startled, Hermione quickly covered her mouth, glaring at Dudley with her small eyes. It is often said that a girl's mood can shift rapidly. Dudley was witnessing this phenomenon firsthand. Dudley produced the book titled Advanced Potion Making. But before he could even open it, Hermione inquired, "Why did you secretly take that book this morning? Are you aware that constitutes theft? If caught, you could be expelled." Dudley rolled his eyes. If memory served him correctly, Hermione would be sneaking into Snape's office the following year to pilfer ingredients. "I'm merely borrowing it. It will be returned," he replied. He placed a hand on Hermione's shoulder, gazing intently into her eyes, and soon, her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. Darryl raised an eyebrow and remarked, "As a Gryffindor, such actions are merely fundamental. One must remain composed and not be overly startled." He then inquired, "Why is your face flushed? Are you unwell?" Darryl expressed a hint of confusion. With a swift motion, Hermione smacked his hand away, insisting no. Puzzled, Darryl scratched his head. Wondering why Hermione was acting so strangely, he had done nothing amiss. He shrugged off his concern and turned his attention to his book. Severus Snape's talent for potions was undeniable. Every blank space in the book was filled with his annotations, and some ingredients required for certain potions had been crossed out. Darryl casually flipped through the pages, searching for the spells invented by Snape, a task made difficult by the minuscule and chaotic handwriting. "Why did you specifically choose this book?" "If I am not mistaken, it is available at the Leaky Cauldron as well," he said, pushing the book towards Hermione, who seemed intrigued. Hermione picked up the book and began to peruse it, eventually exclaiming, "How can you read such a book?" Darryl felt a sense of unease, sensing something was amiss. "This book has been heavily altered. You cannot be certain of its accuracy." "Do not worry. Everything written in this book is correct, for it belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." Hermione turned the book over to reveal its cover. "Who is that?" Darryl asked. "Severus Snape." "What?" Hermione's hand trembled, causing the book to fall to the floor. Darryl's heart constricted. He picked up the book and dusted it off, inspecting it carefully. The book was already quite worn, resembling something on the verge of disintegration. And if the pages scattered due to Hermione's mishap, it would be troublesome. Hermione repeatedly questioned whether the Half-Blood Prince was indeed Snape. And only after Darryl confirmed it multiple times did she begin to believe him. "If you wish to read it, you may do so. But return it to me once you are finished," Darryl sighed, feeling distressed by the lack of magic. He found himself unable to even attempt a spell he had discovered. "All right," Hermione replied, swiftly taking the book from Darryl's hands and smiling at him. Suddenly, Darryl felt an impulse and reached out to ruffle Hermione's hair, which was already tousled and now even more disheveled. After doing so, he realized the atmosphere had grown awkward as they gazed at each other. At that moment, Hagrid entered, accompanied by Harry and Ron. "Darryl, the Firebolt 2000 is incredibly fast. It's exhilarating. Would you like to try it?" Harry exclaimed upon entering. Darryl waved his hands dismissively, replying, No, thank you. "Here, I have prepared something for you," Hagrid said, placing a large plate of rock cakes on the table. The four of them exchanged glances, hesitant to approach the potentially tooth-shattering delicacies. "By the way," Hagrid suddenly interjected, hurriedly crouching in front of a cupboard to rummage through it. When he stood up again, he held a beautifully bound book. He turned to Harry and asked, "Do you remember what your parents looked like?" Harry shook his head, a look of disappointment crossing his face. "This is for you," Hagrid said, handing the book to Harry, who opened it to reveal pages filled with photographs of wizards, showcasing images of his father and mother. "I dispatched an owl to deliver a letter to your parents' old classmate, requesting photographs. Do you find it agreeable that you do not possess any of their pictures?" Harry was rendered speechless, yet tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. And everyone comprehended the depth of his emotions at that moment. This morning, Dudley awoke to the enchanting aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridor. Professor Flitwick divided the class into pairs for training, separating Dudley from Hermione, placing Harry with Dudley, while Hermione was to collaborate with Ron. It was challenging to ascertain who among Ron and Hermione was more vexed by this arrangement, even when the four of them were together. Hermione seldom engaged in conversation with Harry and Ron. If not for Dudley's presence, it seemed they would hardly exchange a word, which perplexed Dudley considerably. Now, let us not forget the subtle wrist motion we have been practicing, Professor Flitwick declared from atop his pile of books, his voice sharp. Remember, a flick and a swish. It is imperative to pronounce the incantation accurately. Do not forget about the unfortunate Baruffio, who mispronounced his spell and found himself sprawled on the floor with a buffalo standing upon his chest. Chapter 26, Selling Hermione for Sweets. The explosion startled everyone, even causing Professor Flitwick, who stood atop a stack of books, to fall out of sight. Once he managed to rise, his face smeared with soot from the blast. Neville numbly remarked, "Professor, we ought to have an additional feather." Professor Flitwick cleared his throat, replying, "No, you do not require a new feather." The notion that Seymour's spells were prone to explosions had already ingrained itself in the minds of the professors. "No, I need one," Seymour shouted at Professor Flitwick. Coughing, Professor Flitwick feigned ignorance to Seymour's demand. He had no intention of providing Seymour with a new feather, as it was far too perilous, particularly for Neville. With a smile directed at Dudley, he said, "Mr. Dursley, I have heard from Ms. Hooch that your levitation charm was executed flawlessly. Perhaps you could demonstrate for the class." "Well, I think I'll pass. If the professor requires a demonstration, I suggest Harry or Hermione. Both of them have performed the levitation charm exceedingly well." Professor Flitwick had not anticipated Dudley's refusal, but having another demonstrator was acceptable. "Then let Mr. Potter showcase it for everyone." "Professor," Malfoy bellowed, waving his wand in a flourish, causing a feather to rise gracefully. The feather drifted upward, gliding across Ron's cheek, momentarily reddening his face as if he had been slapped. Subsequently, the feather danced before Harry, swaying up and down, left and right. Malfoy had undergone some transformation since the previous duel. Although he still targeted Harry, he had begun to engage earnestly in his studies. Dudley occasionally observed him clandestinely practicing spells in the woods. Recently, he had been persistently challenging Harry to a rematch. Harry, not to be outdone, maneuvered the feather to swirl before Malfoy. "Well done, very impressive." Professor Flitwick beamed. Slytherin and Gryffindor each earned 5 points. Harry and Malfoy ceased their incantations, and the feathers descended gracefully to the ground. Dudley maliciously speculated whether they had been exchanging tokens of affection. A shiver coursed through him, causing him to tremble. "Now you may each attempt it, but do remember the key points I have mentioned," he instructed. The young wizards sprang into action. Some waved their wands with no effect, while others saw only slight tremors in their feathers, a clear indication of instability, too much excitement leading to their failure. At another table, Ron exemplified the former group. "Levitate," he exclaimed, flailing his arms like a windmill, resembling a giant in his exuberance. "Stop, stop," Hermione interjected, adopting a defensive posture. "You might poke someone with that, and besides, you misread the spell." With sleeves rolled up, she waved her wand and declared, "Levitate." Her feather ascended from the table, hovering 4 feet above her head. "It should be done this way. Dudley has taught you numerous times," she asserted. "Mind your own business," Ron bellowed in response. "And when he taught us, he only mentioned the theory." Hermione's face flushed crimson with anger. Ron was utterly insensitive. It was not merely Dudley's intention to teach theory. She shot a furtive glance at Dudley, noting his unchanging expression, and continued, "Harry and I learned this way. It's clearly your lack of seriousness in studying. I've truly had enough. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable." Ron rushed over to complain immediately after class. "She is like a nightmare. Honestly, even her roommates dislike her. You're the only one who can tolerate her." Hermione abruptly stood, her hands pressed against the table, her head lowered, her tousled hair obscuring her face. "Hermione," Dudley called out, but she turned and fled the classroom without even grabbing her books. "Ron, you've gone too far this time." Dudley glared at him, visibly displeased. Ron felt discomfort under Dudley's gaze, a flicker of regret surfacing, yet he stubbornly muttered, "It's simply the truth." He strode towards the restroom, where he encountered a striking girl with dark hair exiting. "Parvati Patil, is Hermione inside?" "Yes, she is in there, crying quite sorrowfully. And she won't let anyone comfort her. Are you here to see her? You should go in. There's no one else inside." Parvati giggled, covering her mouth. Dudley thanked her and pushed the door open, faintly hearing Parvati murmur outside, "I envy Hermione. I wish someone would barge into the girls' restroom to find me when I'm upset." He chuckled to himself, bemused by the precociousness of the 11-year-old girl, whose thoughts seemed so absurd. He and Hermione shared a purely platonic friendship, and he had entered openly, not surreptitiously. Upon entering, Dudley heard Hermione's sobs resonating from within. Gently pushing the door, he found it locked. He glanced up and down, noting that there was no way to enter from below. Only the above could be traversed. Fortunately, it was not like the restrooms of his previous life, which were completely obstructed. Otherwise, he would have been left standing outside, helpless. With a half squat and a push of his legs, Dudley jumped to the height of the doorframe. Extending his hands to grasp the top of the door, Hermione was sitting on the toilet lid, hugging her legs and weeping. "Hey, Hermione," startled by Dudley's voice. Hermione looked up to see him grinning foolishly over the door. "This is the ladies' restroom," she sobbed intermittently. "Indeed," Dudley replied, resembling a sloth, his face adorned with a cheeky grin. "I know that. Could you please open the door first? Hanging here is quite exhausting. Or perhaps I should just climb in." Hermione quickly interjected, No, you go down first, and I'll come out." Dudley released his grip and jumped down. Hermione then opened the door and stepped outside. He moved forward, brushing her hair aside, gently wiping the tear stains from her face. "Look at you. You've cried like a little kitten." "No, I haven't cried," Hermione said, stepping back in alarm and hastily wiping her face with her sleeve. "How did you get in? Did you lose your mind from crying?" "I simply walked in." Dudley inhaled sharply as Hermione pinched his waist. "What are you doing? If you feel at a disadvantage, I can take you to the men's restroom." Hermione's hair fluffed up in indignation. "Who wants to go to the men's restroom? Come, I will take you somewhere." Dudley casually brushed her hair back, not waiting for her consent, and seized her wrist, leading her out. Dudley brought Hermione to the center of the fourth-floor corridor, where a statue of a hunchbacked, one-eyed witch stood. This statue was the entrance to the secret passage leading to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. Fortune favored Dudley. Devoid of magic, he was undetectable by the Marauders' map. Otherwise, he would have encountered the Weasley brothers. He had shamelessly borrowed the map to take a look and memorized most of the secret passages. "Take out your wand and say disarm to it," Dudley instructed. Hermione obediently retrieved her wand, pointing it at the statue as she recited, "Disarm." Instantly, the statue's hunchback opened, revealing an entrance just large enough for a person to squeeze through. "What is this?" "Don't ask, just hurry inside," Dudley urged, pushing Hermione through. When it was Dudley's turn to enter, the opening seemed quite small. Had he not slimmed down, he would have struggled to fit. Dudley quickly stood and pulled Hermione up. Glowing lights. Dudley was greeted by a brilliant illumination, seeing Hermione grimacing as she rubbed her shoulder. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be slippery." Hermione twirled her wand around and asked, "Where are we?" "A secret passage leading outside the school." Dudley wore a wicked grin. "I have made arrangements with a dark wizard to sell you to him. He will pay me a handsome sum of galleons, as I am currently in need of money for sweets." Hermione briefly smiled before adopting a serious expression. "Childish. If you don't believe me, just walk ahead," Dudley suggested, pointing to a narrow, low earthen tunnel. "Give me some room, let me go first." Darryl approached the trapdoor, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. However, all he could discern were the anxious breaths of himself and Hermione, as it was his inaugural venture down this secret passage. He cautiously pushed the trapdoor open and peered through the narrow gap, revealing a cellar brimming with crates and various wooden boxes. Darryl climbed up and hoisted Hermione along with him, then securely closed the trapdoor, rendering it indistinguishable from the dreary floor. Together, Darryl and Hermione stealthily made their way toward the wooden staircase leading to the upper levels. In Chapter 27, a half-day trip to Hogsmeade. They were unaware of the woman observing them from behind, yet another young witch daringly sneaking out. "Are many individuals emerging from this secret passage?" she inquired. Darryl smiled and nodded at her, before ascending the staircase with Hermione and exiting through the upper door, finding themselves behind the counter of Honeyduke's sweet shop. Before them stood a man, visibly frustrated, exclaiming, "I knew the Weasleys were unreliable. They've shared the secret passage with others." In an effort to prevent George and Fred from unjustly bearing the blame, Darryl hurriedly clarified, "Sir, I discovered this passage on my own." "It doesn't matter," he added, shrugging off the concern as he ventured to select his own sweets. Rows upon rows of delectable candies adorned the shelves, large blocks of creamy almond fudge, glistening pink coconut ice, toffee in honeyed hues, hundreds of meticulously arranged chocolates, a massive jar of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and another filled with fizzing Whizbees. There were even juiced jelly balls that could levitate one into the air. Against another wall stood magical confections such as bubblegum that could fill a room with bluebell-colored bubbles, remaining unbroken for days, and the curious, crunchy peppermint candies. Darryl was captivated by a striking red lollipop. "What's this?" he queried as Hermione picked up a blood-red lollipop. "Blood-flavored lollipop," Darryl read from the card, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship, which made it tempting to consume. It boasted a heavy, sanguine flavor, likely intended for vampires or those with peculiar tastes. "Here, try this," Hermione said, offering a pink candy to Darryl, recalling scenes from novels and films where girls fed boys, resulting in the boys unintentionally brushing their lips against the girls' hands. Darryl felt a surge of bashfulness. He cautiously opened his mouth, biting the candy without truly making contact with Hermione's hand. Upon finishing, he couldn't suppress a pig-like squeal, prompting Hermione to clutch her stomach in laughter. He let out a few more squeals before coming to a halt, while Hermione continued to giggle uncontrollably. In a playful gesture, Daryl tossed a candy into her mouth. Miss Bunny, he thought, wishing to capture this moment of Hermione's delight. Touch your ears, he exclaimed. Hermione, still somewhat oblivious, extended her hand to feel and shouted. What did you make me eat? The candy that Dudley casually picked up was a rabbit ear candy, which, upon consumption, would transform the eater's ears into those of a rabbit. This peculiar confection caused a temporary metamorphosis lasting approximately 5 seconds. It was indeed a rather disheartening truth. Under Hermione's scrutinizing gaze, Dudley hesitated and ultimately settled for a few special effect candies. He only managed to convince Hermione to agree because he claimed they were not for him. In reality, these unique candies were intended for Harry. Dudley felt relieved that Hermione had not seen the descriptions of these candies. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have realized their mischievous potential. As they exited the Honeyduke sweet shop, Hermione gazed around in astonishment. The surroundings were filled with quaint cottages and shops, all adorned with thatched roofs. Uncertainly, she inquired, "Is this Hogsmeade?" Upon receiving Dudley's confirmation, her excitement bubbled forth as she exclaimed, "I read about this in magical historical sites. This village was established during the same period as Hogwarts, and the first house here was built by Hengist, a wizard who settled here to escape the persecution of Muggles. This place served as the headquarters during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. I can hardly believe it. I have violated school rules by sneaking out with you. I didn't force you. You wanted to come too, and you were quite thrilled about it," Dudley muttered under his breath. Hermione placed her hands on her hips and demanded loudly, "What did you say?" A cold sweat broke out on Dudley as he wondered if she had heard him. "No, I said nothing," he replied, casually gesturing in a random direction. "Let's go explore." After wandering around Hogsmeade for a while, Hermione began to feel fatigued. Dudley initially intended to take her to the Leaky Cauldron, being the closest establishment, while the Three Broomsticks was a bit of a trek across the village. Besides, visiting the Leaky Cauldron would offer a chance to see Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore's brother. "No, we are still too young to go to a pub for drinks. Let us sit at that tea house over there," Hermione insisted firmly. The tea house was not far, nestled on a small street adjacent to the main road where they stood. However, Hermione did not let Dudley finish his sentence and headed towards Madame Putafoot's tea shop. This establishment was rather small and shrouded in steam, filled with a saccharine aroma, and decorated in gaudy lace. Everything from the furnishings to the small round tables. A pink gramophone on the counter played an unknown tune. They settled into a window-side table, but the moisture made it impossible to see the street outside. "What would you like to order?" Madame Putafoot inquired, her plump figure navigating between the tables with difficulty. "2 cups of coffee, please," Hermione replied politely. At that moment, they were the only patrons in the shop. Otherwise, Hermione would not have remained so composed. This was no trivial matter, as Madame Putafoot's tea shop was notoriously known as a rendezvous point for couples, with one hand propping up her head and the other drawing on the glass. Hermione's spirits began to wane. "Am I really that insufferable? What nonsense are you speaking?" Dudley chuckled, playfully flicking her forehead. "But Ron is right. My roommates do not like me, and I have no friends. Am I not your friend?" Dudley was once again preparing to thump her on the head. Hermione covered the spot that Dudley had begun to poke, retreating slightly. "Please, no more thumping my head. It will make me foolish." "Why are you in Gryffindor?" Dudley inquired. Hermione, momentarily taken aback, struggled to keep pace with Dudley's erratic thoughts. The Sorting Hat said I could go to either Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, and I chose Gryffindor." "You are a Gryffindor, yet your demeanor resembles that of a Ravenclaw. A Gryffindor who adheres to the rules, never causes trouble, and has never lost points is not a true lion." Hermione pouted. "Well, I am a good lion. We roamed the night, and thanks to you, we lost points. And don't try to justify your own point deductions." "Huh." Dudley squinted, bewildered. "What is all this about?" "My point is," Dudley scratched his head. "You've completely confused me. I don't even know what to say anymore. Humans are social creatures, and in society, various social circles emerge, each possessing its own characteristics. If you wish to integrate into a particular circle, you must conform to their ways, otherwise, you will be ostracized. But I am who I am. Why should I change to fit in?" Hermione struggled to grasp Dudley's perspective. Dudley chuckled, his laughter innocent. "Yes, that's you. If you change, you cease to be yourself. To make friends, you must be approachable. Look at Malfoy. When school commenced, he wanted to befriend Harry. What was his attitude like then? Smart. We are all 11 years old. If you adopt a condescending demeanor to preach, no one will accept you. Everyone harbors a proud heart. But what should I do?" At that moment, Madame Putafoot arrived with 2 cups of coffee. "Your coffee, enjoy." "Thank you," Dudley and Hermione replied in unison. Madame Putafoot settled at the counter, resting her arms on it, her chin propped on her hands, her gaze fixed on the doorway, as if awaiting someone. This was a story, but alas, Dudley had no drink. Hermione fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, within Hogwarts. Chapter 28. An adventure with a troll at Hogwarts. 1,000 bats flitted against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining table, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker and dance. Delectable dishes suddenly appeared on golden platters, reminiscent of the feast from the opening ceremony. Not long into the feast, as Harry savored a slice of chocolate cake, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his scarf askew and his face awash with terror. Troll. Everyone stared at him as he stumbled to the center of the hall, shouting, "A troll has entered Hogwarts. It's in the dungeons." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. A timely clap of thunder jolted the still astonished young wizards awake, and chaos erupted within the hall. Professor Dumbledore was compelled to conjure a few bursts of purple fireworks from the tip of his wand, and he spoke steadily, yet loudly. Silence. The young wizards looked back, and Dumbledore said, "Please remain calm, everyone." In a low, commanding tone, he instructed the prefects to escort their respective students back to their dormitories. "Teachers, follow me to the basement." Percy, naturally adept at this, led the first-year students closely behind him. "As long as you adhere to my instructions, there is no need to fear any trolls." "Excuse me, coming through. I am the prefect. How could a troll possibly get in here?" Harry inquired as they ascended the staircase. Along the way, they encountered a throng of students hastily moving in various directions. As they squeezed past a bewildered group of Hufflepuff students, Harry suddenly grasped Ron's arm. "I just remembered that Dudley and Hermione are unaware of the troll situation." Ron bit his lip. "Oh, fine," he decisively replied, "but we should avoid being seen by Percy." They ducked down and blended into the crowd of Hufflepuffs, heading in another direction. They quietly slipped through an empty side corridor, hurrying towards the girls' restroom on the 4th floor. Just around the corner, they heard hurried footsteps behind them. "Someone's coming," Harry whispered, pulling Ron behind a large stone statue of a griffin. Peering from their hiding place, they saw Snape crossing the corridor, soon vanishing from view. "What is he doing here?" Harry murmured. "Professor Dumbledore said all the teachers were with him in the basement. He should be down there." "How should I know?" Ron replied. "There's a secret passage behind the statue of the one-eyed witch on the 4th floor. We could sneak to the kitchen." "This is unbelievable." Dudley pushed Hermione's shoulder. "Come on, hurry up." They split up at the passageway's entrance, light spilling in from outside. Dudley caught a glimpse of the disdain on Hermione's face, clearly indicating that he was a total klutz. Dudley awkwardly laughed as he squeezed through the opening, noticing Hermione heading towards the charms classroom. "Where are you going?" "The Great Hall is this way. My textbook is still in the classroom." Just as Dudley and Hermione rounded the corner, Harry and Ron cautiously approached. "Did you hear that noise?" Harry asked. Ron pretended to listen intently, and after a moment, he shook his head at Harry. "Listen closely," Harry urged, and soon they heard a low mumbling and the sound of heavy feet dragging across the floor. Harry noticed a massive figure moving towards them from the end of a corridor on their left. They quickly retreated into the shadows, watching as it emerged into the moonlight. As Dudley accompanied Hermione to retrieve her textbook, a colossal creature appeared before them, a horrifying sight in the dim light. It stood 12 feet tall, its skin dull and lifeless, resembling granite, and its enormous, clumsy body looked like a mound of giant rubble, topped with a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Its short legs were thick as tree stumps, ending in large, flat, calloused feet. The stench emanating from it was utterly nauseating. In its grasp, it held a stout wooden stick, trailing along the ground due to its elongated arms. The original narrative had strayed far from its course, and Dudley felt a twinge of regret. He had believed that venturing into the cursed classroom would not lead to an encounter with a troll. Had he known otherwise, he would never have permitted Hermione to fetch her textbooks at this moment. The troll, upon spotting them, excitedly approached, dragging its hefty club. Suddenly, it raised the stick and swung it downwards. Dudley, pulling Hermione along, hurriedly retreated just in time, narrowly avoiding the blow. Unfortunately, the desk that was caught in the trajectory of the swing was not so fortunate, splintering into fragments that scattered everywhere. They were fortunate to have escaped swiftly, otherwise, that single strike could have very well decapitated them. "Are you all right?" Dudley inquired, glancing back at Hermione. Dudley clenched his fists in frustration, feeling utterly helpless in the moment. The troll collapsed, as Hermione's spell struck its diminutive head. The creature shook its small, bean-like cranium, seemingly unperturbed, yet it was now fixated on Hermione. Gradually, she stepped aside, creating space for Dudley to flee. Disarming charm. Hermione successfully cast the spell for the first time since learning it. Though her limited magical prowess and the troll's formidable resistance meant that only a small cut marred its face. The troll, perhaps unfamiliar with the concept of anger, was solely driven by the desire to crush the tiny figure before it, its face pained. With a roar, it raised the stick above its head and swung down with force, prompting Hermione to leap aside in a swift reaction. Attempting to rise, she realized that her exertion had twisted her ankle, causing her to collapse once more. Seizing the moment, the troll advanced, lifting its club again for another strike. Hermione calmly closed her eyes, recalling that fateful night of the duel when Ron had urged her to discern which was more terrifying, death or losing house points. She understood then that death indeed surpassed the fear of point deductions, She would rather face the latter, yet felt no regret. At least one of them might emerge alive. A loud thud echoed. Hermione felt no pain but heard Dudley's furious voice. Are you foolish? Why close your eyes and not dodge? Slowly, she opened her eyes to see Dudley standing protectively before her, a door hovering askew in the air behind him. The Heart's Inquiry, the very source of Dudley's diminished magic. Dudley had gambled correctly. The Heart's Inquiry successfully shielded them from the Troll's assault. The creature, in its foolishness, fixated on breaking the door to reach the two small figures, repeatedly striking it with the club, yet the door remained unscathed, allowing Dudley to relax slightly. He pulled Hermione to her feet and asked, Aren't you afraid? Terrified, she replied, unsteadily standing with a dirty face, forcing a smile despite the pain. Then why? Hermione interrupted. Weren't you frightened when facing the three-headed dog? My choice mirrors yours. Dudley remained silent, offering only a self-deprecating smile. The Heart's Inquiry is sinking, Hermione exclaimed in alarm. As Dudley's heart sank, he realized that the heart-seeking door was not something he could control with magic. The troll could not shatter the door, but if it continued to descend, it would ultimately crush them. Circumventing it was impractical. While the troll was foolish, it was not blind, and its target remained Dudley and Hermione. The arrival of the professors would be of no help. Devoid of magic, Dudley had no means at his disposal. He gazed at Hermione for a moment before embracing her tightly. Though Hermione could have escaped on her own, she chose instead to divert the troll's attention to allow Dudley a chance to flee. Dudley patted her back and said, Thank you. Next time, don't so readily close your eyes. Surrendering yields nothing, but perseverance brings hope. With determination, Dudley turned and resolutely twisted the handle of the heart-seeking door. He was uncertain of what lay ahead, yet he knew that without this action, they had no chance whatsoever. Upon entering, it was not his physical form that traversed the threshold, but rather his consciousness, while his body remained outside. This time, the space was not shrouded in darkness. It was brilliantly illuminated. Before him stood a fearsome three-headed hellhound, its malevolent gaze fixed upon him. Dudley instinctively took a step back, contemplating an escape, but he quelled that thought. He could not flee. The central head of the beast bore a mocking expression, its lips curling in disdain. The hellhound approached Dudley deliberately, and he trembled with every step it took towards him, retreating in response. The atmosphere felt suffocating, and Dudley sensed he might be driven to madness by the creature. In silence, one might either erupt or perish. With a roar, he declared, I am a Gryffindor. What does it matter if I am now a powerless muggle? To hell with you. Unfazed by life or death, he charged forward. The hellhound sprinted, seizing the opportunity to leap at him. Dudley clenched his fists and struck, yet his punch passed through the beast without encountering any tangible resistance. At that moment, the hellhound dissolved into motes of light and vanished. Chapter 29. Restoration of Magic and Mysterious Flames. Dudley, Hermione, Harry, and Ron burst through the door of the Charms classroom, urgency in their steps. Fear gripped them, for they had initially locked the troll inside the classroom. The thought that Dudley and Hermione might be trapped due to the locked door, leading to some misfortune, haunted them with the weight of eternal regret. Currently, Dudley showed no signs of response, while Hermione had twisted her ankle and could only await rescue. Upon hearing Harry and Ron's voices, Hermione's spirit soared, and she called out excitedly, Over here. Quickly, draw the troll away. Harry and Ron hastily picked up shattered wooden debris from the floor and hurled it at the troll. The creature halted its assault, clumsily turning around, squinting as it tried to discern the source of the disturbance. Its grotesque eyes landed on Harry, and after a moment of hesitation, it lumbered towards him, brandishing the makeshift club in its hand. Hey, you big oaf. This way. At that moment, Ron dashed to the other side, shouting loudly as he hurled a wooden plank towards the giant. The creature paid no heed to this feeble assault, but upon hearing the shout, it halted in its tracks and turned its gaze towards Ron. Its small head struggled to comprehend how such a tiny figure had managed to evade to the other side, providing Harry the perfect opportunity to slip around from behind. Run, Hermione, Harry called out, attempting to pull her up, but she remained motionless, confused. Harry followed her gaze and spotted Dudley, who was hiding behind a door that was floating askew in the air, which had initially obscured him from Harry's view. What is wrong with him? Harry asked, perplexed. Now is not the time for questions. He can't move, and we must not allow the giant to approach us again. Sounds echoed from both directions, and the creature's limited intellect struggled to process such a complex situation, seemingly driving it to madness. It raised its small head and roared, disregarding everything else as it advanced towards Ron, who was closest. Terrified, Ron retreated until his back pressed against the wall, leaving him with no escape. In that moment, Harry performed an act that was both exceedingly brave and foolish. As the giant reached for the stick behind it, Harry surged forward. Leaping to grab hold of the wooden club, he was hoisted into the air along with the club, and with a mighty leap, he landed on the giant's neck. Initially indifferent, the giant reacted only when Harry thrust his wand directly into one of its nostrils. The giant howled in agony, thrashing its body and swinging the club wildly, while Harry clung desperately to its neck. At any moment, the giant could shake him off and deliver a devastating blow with the club. "Hey, Harry, what kind of acrobatics are you performing?" teasing the giant. Dudley watched the spectacle from the sidelines, arms crossed, one hand idly tapping his shoulder with his wand. "Dudley!" Hermione and Ron exclaimed in surprise, but Harry had no time to engage with Dudley. Suddenly, he found himself floating away from the giant under Dudley's spell. His legs wobbled as he landed on the ground. Harry's wand flew out from the giant's nose, accompanied by large globs of gray, gelatinous substance. This grotesque sight repulsed Dudley, who recoiled, deftly snatching his wand back into his grasp. "That's the giant's snot. Truly disgusting," Harry remarked, wiping his wand on his cloak. "Enough of that." Dudley stepped back from Harry, appalled. "How can you wipe such vile stuff on yourself?" "I'm impressed." Dudley sneered. "My foolish cousin. How can you act so idiotic in my absence?" Harry wanted to retort, but Dudley cut him off. "You're a wizard, not a warrior. You discarded your wand and went toe-to-toe with a giant. Explain to me this behavior." Feeling embarrassed, Harry scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Ah!" Hermione suddenly shouted, "Watch out." With its nostrils unimpeded, the giant felt a sense of relief and was soon drawn to the small figures before it once more, raising its club to strike. Armor on. Dolly appeared remarkably relaxed, as if the monstrous attacks were striking against an invisible barrier. The force of the rebound caused it to stagger backward repeatedly, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash that reverberated throughout the room, while Dolly found it effortless to protect himself from harm. Inflicting damage upon the giant proved to be a formidable challenge. Ordinary spells were ineffective against such a creature, and beings with high magical resistance were indeed a source of great frustration. In a moment of inspiration, Dolly recalled the element of fire and, with a mindset of experimentation, uttered the incantation, "Flames ablaze." To his astonishment, the spell produced flames of an unexpected hue, whereas flames typically manifested in a fiery red. His conjured flames were a chilling shade of azure, devoid of any burning sensation, exuding only an icy coldness. As the cerulean flames made contact with the giant, it let out a heart-wrenching shriek, rolling on the ground in agony, while the room filled with a cloud of ash. Initially, the flame was no larger than a fist, yet it steadily consumed the giant's form, and in a matter of moments, the creature was engulfed in the ghostly blue fire. Dolly was taken aback by the flames, which spread across the giant's body in mere seconds, reminiscent of the fiend-fire curse, capable of continuously amplifying itself, albeit with a different effect. The giant fell still, the azure flames coalescing at its chest, transforming into a crystalline blue lotus. "Merlin's beard," Ron exclaimed. "Is it dead?" "Most likely," Dolly mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The potency of the flames ablaze spell had caught him off guard, yet the giant appeared lifeless, beyond any semblance of vitality. Suddenly, a series of loud footsteps echoed, drawing the attention of Harry and Ron to the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to them, the ruckus they had caused was considerable. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the restroom, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell trailing behind. Quirrell cast a fleeting glance at the giant, then emitted a feeble whimper, collapsing onto an intact desk while clutching his chest tightly. Snape bent down to inspect the giant. Professor McGonagall quickly spotted Harry, Ron, and the pensive Dolly. Harry had never witnessed her in such a state of anger. Her lips were ashen. "What on earth are you playing at?" she demanded, her voice laced with icy fury. Harry and Ron exchanged glances with Dolly, who remained absorbed in contemplation, frowning at his wand. "Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been killed by it. Why weren't you staying in your dormitory?" Dolly suddenly realized that the professors had arrived, and he instinctively concealed his wand behind him. "Our legs wouldn't obey us," Harry stammered, his anxiety palpable as he attempted to articulate an explanation but struggled to find the words. Dolly discreetly gave Harry a thumbs up, acknowledging his knack for courting danger. "You lot," Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her hand pressed against her chest as she took deep breaths. At that moment, a low voice emerged from the shadows. "Please, don't be so harsh, Professor McGonagall. They were here looking for me." "Miss Granger." Hermione limped toward them. "I came to find the giant because I thought I could handle it alone. I've read about them and know quite a bit." Harry and Ron gazed at Hermione in disbelief, for she had spun an outrageous lie about a professor. Dudley stifled a chuckle. It seemed Hermione had indeed gone astray. "Had they not found me, I would surely be dead by now." It was not their fault, for they had hardly any time to seek help. Initially, Hermione stuttered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, yet as her deception unfolded, it flowed more smoothly. "When they entered, the troll was about to devour me. I never anticipated the troll's ferocity." "Miss Granger, a moment please," Snape interjected with his deep voice. "I wish to ascertain who among you has employed an unknown dark magic that extracted the troll's soul, transforming it into this ice crystal lotus." "Professor, you must be mistaken," Dudley interjected boldly. "I used fiend fire, not any dark magic." "Extracting a living being's soul," Such malevolent magic cannot be misidentified, Snape asserted with unwavering certainty as he rose to his feet. I suspect Azkaban shall soon welcome its youngest wizard. His cold gaze bore into Dudley, compelling him to treat the matter with utmost seriousness as he employed the soul-capturing spell. You have surprised me. Dudley observed Snape's ever-unflinching demeanor, grinning widely as he brandished the wand he had concealed behind his back. He raised his wand towards the professors, summoning a surge of fiery flames. A beam of ethereal blue fire erupted from the wand's tip. Severus, this is indeed fiend fire. Dumbledore emerged from behind several professors. Yet this is clearly not the manifestation of fiend fire, as it should be. My fiend fire differs from yours. Let us pause this discussion for now, Dumbledore concluded, casting a gentle glance at Dudley. You will accompany me to my office. Dudley ceased his incantation, reluctantly pouting. A warning loomed ahead. Despite his resolute vow never to return to Dumbledore's office, he found himself compelled to go. Professor Dumbledore Hermione winced as she took a few steps forward. This should not be blamed on Dudley. The fault lies with me. Dumbledore listened quietly to Hermione's words, pondering for a moment before responding. In that case, Miss Granger, you shall pay the price for your reckless actions lacking sound judgment. 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. His gaze swept over Dudley, Harry, and Ron. As for you three, though you have transgressed school rules, your camaraderie is commendable. You collaborated to vanquish the troll. Each of you shall receive 20 points. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, realizing they had not only escaped unscathed, but had also profited from the encounter. Dudley thought to himself, old Dumbledore is rather generous. Once the business concluded, Dumbledore's demeanor turned playful. He patted Dudley on the shoulder and winked. I believe you should escort Miss Granger to Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. Chapter 30. A return to the headmaster's office. Do not forget to visit my office one last time, Dumbledore said before departing. Off you go, Professor Quirrell laughed awkwardly. I will handle the rest. Dudley approached Hermione, asking, can you still walk? Hermione attempted a few steps, limping painfully, her face contorted with discomfort. All right. You might as well stay. Dudley crouched down in front of Hermione. After a moment of silence, Dudley tilted his head in confusion and urged, hurry up and get on. What are you staring at? Oh. Hermione puffed her cheeks and nestled against Dudley's back, believing that this would conceal the blush spreading across her face, much like a fawn burying its head in the snow, convinced that the enemy could not see it. Dudley stood up, giving Hermione a little shake to secure her on his back before remarking, at this pace, you won't reach your destination by tomorrow. Once they exited the classroom, Professor Quirrell appeared timid, muttering to himself, Master, I didn't anticipate this. I merely wished to assist you in gathering information. Fool. A deep voice emanated from Professor Quirrell, laced with frustration. Do you think Dumbledore is a fool? Indeed, the voice belonged to the infamous noseless wizard. Had he not been short of minions at that moment, he would have dealt Quirrell a severe blow. You are utterly inept. I require rest now, so do not create any further disturbances. Understood, Master. Quirrell trembled and bowed his head. After a considerable pause, Quirrell ceased his shivering, his dark gaze fixed upon the corpse of the troll. In a fit of rage, he marched forward and kicked the troll's head with great force. Truly, Quirrell embodied the essence of a man in his prime, albeit for a fleeting moment. Gasping for breath, he ceased his assault on the body and seethed, Foolish troll, you have caused me to lose face before my master, with a flick of his wand. Quirrell summoned a burst of red flames that engulfed the troll's remains, leaving no trace behind. Had Dudley been present, he would have realized that Quirrell was not as incompetent as depicted in the films of his previous life. In the infirmary, Dudley carefully placed Hermione on the bed, attentively kneeling to remove her shoes and socks. Hermione's ankle had swollen to the size of a bun. When he gently prodded it with his finger, Hermione cried out in pain, instinctively pulling her foot back. What are you doing? Madame Pomfrey approached briskly, a vial of white potion in hand. Do not take advantage of the situation. Dudley, flustered, muttered, I just wanted to see how serious it was. Do you know how to treat injuries? Dudley paused, then replied, no. Then step aside. Dudley hurriedly got to his feet, nervously retreating a few steps. Hermione couldn't help but smile at Dudley's awkwardness. In truth, the potion was bound to be unpleasant, a fact Hermione deduced from its pungent odor. Yet under Madame Pomfrey's watchful gaze, she dutifully drank it all, revealing a satisfied smile. However, upon turning to find Dudley still present, she frowned and said, Why are you still here? The patient needs to rest. Dudley, in a daze, struggled to comprehend why Madame Pomfrey was treating him so unfavorably. He was certain he had not offended her. Stop playing the fool. Just leave. Hurry. Madame Pomfrey urged Dudley in an unfriendly manner. Madame Pomfrey's gaze rendered Dudley exceedingly uncomfortable. He uttered not a word and turned to flee, only to trip over his own foot in his haste, nearly tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Upon exiting the infirmary, Dudley found himself in a dimly lit corner, rubbing his flushed cheeks as he muttered to himself, How foolish of me to be reduced to tears. Dudley approached a colossal and grotesque stone creature on the 8th floor. Before he could utter the incantation to open the passage, the stone beast obligingly revealed the way. "Is this pleasant?" Dumbledore inquired with a faint smile. "Not at all," Dudley replied, instinctively taking a seat across from Dumbledore. As he gazed at the lavish spread before him, he suddenly remembered that Hermione had yet to dine. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, having carried Hermione on his back earlier had given him a rough estimate of her weight, and it seemed she could afford to shed a few pounds. Dudley tore into a roasted leg of lamb, devouring it with great enthusiasm, grease dripping from his chin. With his mouth still full, he mumbled, "Old Dumbledore, another drink, please." Dumbledore paused, momentarily taken aback. "When did I become your personal servant, Dudley? I am Albus Dumbledore, recognized as the greatest wizard of our time." Just then, a glass of chilled lemonade appeared before Dudley. He sighed. Although Dumbledore relished lemonade, it was not to Dudley's taste, yet it was better than nothing. Thus, Dudley added a new spell to his repertoire, one for transfiguration, and resolved to visit the kitchen soon, as he found his daily breakfasts increasingly tedious. As Dudley reached the door, he collided directly with Dumbledore's chest, falling awkwardly. Rising with a grimace, he rubbed his backside and complained, "Was that really necessary? You're breaking the rules." In an instant, Dumbledore appeared before him with a flick of his wand. With unwavering eyes, Dumbledore stated, "You must understand, I am the headmaster, and I have certain privileges." He stroked his long silvery beard and added, "After all, such privileges do come at a cost." Dudley regarded him with confusion, genuinely unaware of the implications. "Each time I perform apparition or disapparition within Hogwarts, I lose a hair from my beard," Dumbledore lamented, his eyes narrowing with a hint of sorrow. Dudley tugged at his hair, inhaling deeply before exhaling heavily. "Old Dumbledore, your persona is quite off," he exclaimed. "What sort of cost is this?" he shouted in frustration. "Young man, do not be so tempestuous," Dumbledore replied with a benevolent smile. Dudley waved his hand dismissively, unable to articulate his confusion. This was not the Dumbledore he knew. Dudley, with a sense of foreboding, surmised that Dumbledore had summoned him to discuss matters regarding the door to the heart. Regret washed over him. He should not have fled. It was not that he wished to avoid Dumbledore, but rather that the conversation would be difficult to broach. Taking a moment to compose himself, Dudley recounted the events that had transpired. Inside the heart's door, after the three-headed dog vanished in a flurry of light, the glowing particles coalesced, and a flash of crimson light enveloped him. "Child, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time," spoke a venerable figure, whose aged visage was belied by a voice filled with vigor. Darley's fist was effortlessly halted by a single finger from the old man. In disbelief, Darley gazed at him, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize the elder closely. The old man appeared somewhat portly, his face adorned with a gentle and contented smile. He wore a pointed wizard's hat and sported long, wavy, crimson hair. Whether he was bald remained a mystery. His thick beard, of the same vivid hue as his hair, intertwined so seamlessly that it was difficult to distinguish between the two. Draped in a red cloak trimmed with gold, he wore exquisite black leather gloves, the material of which was indiscernible, yet the craftsmanship was impeccable. At his waist hung a sword with a crimson scabbard and a silver hilt, the hilt embellished with a striking red gemstone. "Godric Gryffindor," Darley exclaimed in astonishment. "A clever child," Gryffindor replied, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "It's you. Please, expedite my departure. I have urgent matters awaiting me outside," Darley implored, gripping the wizard's robe in excitement. Gryffindor gently ruffled Darley's hair, saying, "I am aware, child. However, you need not fret. As long as you remain in this space, your physical form outside shall remain unharmed. Worry not. After nearly a millennium of waiting, I have finally encountered the heir of the legacy. Wow, the master of inheritance," Darley exclaimed, rubbing his palms together in exhilaration. "What will I inherit? How long will it take? Hurry so I can leave." "It shall be swift," Gryffindor assured, guiding Darley forward. "Only 1 month." "What?" Darley halted in disbelief, attempting to withdraw his hand, yet finding it a Herculean task. Gryffindor's grip was overpowering. The more Darley struggled, the more pain surged through his hand, as though it were on the verge of being crushed. "Consider this. Should you receive the inheritance, unimaginable power will be yours. Would you truly forsake that for a few people outside?" Gryffindor continued. "With the inheritance, everything you desire will be within your grasp." Taking a deep breath, Darley steadfastly declared, "I believe I do not require your inheritance." A faint smile graced Gryffindor's lips. "Is that so? Yet your heart betrays the certainty you seek to project. I will now release my grip. If you withdraw your hand, it signifies your renunciation of the inheritance." With that, he opened his hand. Chapter 31, The Legend of the Three Brothers. Darley observed Gryffindor's open palm for what felt like an eternity, yet he remained motionless. The same voice echoing in his ears, "Do not withdraw your hand. With the inheritance, everything will be yours. You know your friends outside will not perish. Come, accept the inheritance." and thus unfolded the situation. Darley spread his hands in disdain, exclaiming, "Bah! This counterfeit adventure of an old man has infuriated me. I was foolishly elated for nothing." "What?" Darley looked at Dumbledore, perplexed. "You have brought me closer to understanding you," Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. "You are truly remarkable. Few in the wizarding world can maintain their integrity and not be seduced by power, unlike in my time." Dumbledore's visage bore the indelible marks of time, his eyes retaining the keen insight and wisdom of his youth. In that moment, he appeared as a solitary elder, enveloped in the twilight of life. He slowly closed his eyes and murmured, "I apologize. With age comes a propensity to reminisce. Shall we indulge in a bit of cockroach cluster?" Derry pushed a plate piled high with the sweet treat towards him, for a sugary delight often uplifts the spirits. "You speak quite well," Dumbledore replied, popping one cluster after another into his mouth. After savoring a considerable amount, he playfully added, "But do keep this from Madame Pomfrey. She forbids me from indulging too much in sweets." "Feel your magical essence," Derry exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before drawing forth his wand. He cast a transfiguration spell, and a finely crafted dagger suddenly levitated in the air, its blade glinting with a fierce radiance. He sensed that the magical energy expended was noticeably greater than that of 2 months prior, yet he was devoid of the dizzying sensation of being nearly drained of power. An impressive feat of transfiguration. As your professor, I would not hesitate to award you points. At your age, I never dreamed of manipulating the very air itself, Dumbledore remarked. "Old Dumbledore, you flatter me," Derry replied, beaming with pride, eager for others to recognize his prowess. "I believe my power has increased by more than twice." "Then does this imply I have inherited something?" Derry wondered aloud, waving his wand to dispel the dagger, perplexed by the notion of inheritance. Such an inheritance seemed at odds with what Gryffindor had conveyed. "The nature of inheritance remains uncertain," Dumbledore replied gravely. "Inheritance is not merely an increase in magical power. It pertains to bloodlines. In our Dumbledore family, whenever one is in dire need, a phoenix appears before them. This exemplifies a form of bloodline inheritance. Every pureblood family possesses such a legacy, though the powers of bloodlines vary, and as time has passed, few can harness this strength." "Is this bloodline power exclusive to purebloods?" Derry inquired. "I do not believe so," Dumbledore shook his head, smiling gently. "Nobility is not innate. If we trace back, purebloods may not have always been so. I contend that every wizard harbors a latent bloodline power within." Derry suddenly recalled a certain individual. "So if that is the case, does the explosive nature of Simon Finnegan's magic also count as a bloodline power?" He jested, only for Dumbledore to nod earnestly in response, prompting Derry to reconsider his lightheartedness. He mused that if he possessed such a bloodline power himself, he would gladly forfeit it. A simple and honest existence would be far preferable to the chaos of frequent explosions. He then remembered the unusual flames that had blazed in the Charms classroom and asked, "Are these flames a manifestation of my own inheritance or that of Gryffindor?" "I would lean toward the former," Dumbledore replied. "Is this a benefit of being a traverser? An inherent advantage?" Dumbledore suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on Derry. Derry felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, as if Dumbledore could see straight through him, not through any spell of legilimency, but rather through his profound wisdom and acute perception. "I need you to promise me that, unless absolutely necessary, you shall refrain from using fire-based spells." "Darryl, what are you thinking?" Just moments ago, he had been seized by a wave of anxiety. But now he exhaled deeply and patted his chest, assuring, "You needn't worry, I guarantee it." Dumbledore's ability to change expressions rivaled that of Hinny, if not surpassed it. "Excellent," he replied with a gentle smile. "From what I can see, there is no adverse situation, and you may even have gained some advantages. The door of conscience has vanished. Should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Vanished? Darryl attempted to summon the door of conscience in his mind, but to no avail. How could it disappear? Dumbledore shook his head. "I wish you sweet dreams." Just as Darryl was about to leave, Dumbledore suddenly called out to him. "Are you familiar with the tale of the three brothers?" He pressed his hands to his forehead, obscuring his face from Darryl's view. Darryl was perplexed. Why had Dumbledore brought this up? He was well acquainted with the story of the three brothers. Long ago, 3 siblings, eager for adventure, sought out legendary forbidden places. One day, as dusk approached, they found themselves by a riverbank. The water was too deep to wade through, and the current was perilous for swimming. Such trivial obstacles posed no challenge to them. Each brother was proficient in magic, and through their collaborative efforts, a sturdy arch bridge materialized over the treacherous waters. However, as they reached the center of the bridge, a dark mist suddenly enveloped them, coalescing into a hooded figure that obstructed their path. This figure was none other than Death, who was incensed by the brothers' actions. The bridge they conjured had robbed him of 3 potential sacrifices, for any traveler who crossed the river was destined to drown. This was an affront to Death, who warned them of their impending demise. Yet, the brothers, undeterred, resisted Death's decree. Cunning as he was, Death feigned congratulations for their cleverness in escaping his clutches and offered each brother a reward. The eldest, a brash warrior, requested the most powerful wand in existence, one that would ensure his victory in any duel, a wand befitting a wizard who had conquered death himself. Death approached a nearby elder tree and fashioned a wand from its drooping branches, presenting it to the eldest brother. Then, Death turned to the youngest, the most modest and astute of the trio, who harbored a deep skepticism toward Death. He requested an item that would allow him to depart without being followed. Reluctantly, Death bestowed upon him his own invisibility cloak. Once the rewards were granted, Death dissipated into a cloud of smoke, and the brothers continued on their journey, discussing their extraordinary encounter and admiring Death's gifts. Eventually, they parted ways, each heading toward their respective destinies. The eldest brother traveled for over a week, arriving at a distant village where he engaged in a dispute with a wizard. Naturally, armed with the elder wand, he was destined to triumph in the duel. After his opponent fell lifeless, he proceeded to a tavern, boasting loudly about the invincibility of the powerful wand he had acquired from Death. On that fateful night, the leader, in a state of inebriation, was stealthily approached by another sorcerer who crept to his bedside, absconding with his wand and severing his throat. Thus, the Grim Reaper claimed the leader's life. In a similar manner, the Grim Reaper also took the life of the second. However, for many years, the Grim Reaper sought the third, yet was unable to locate him. The third lived on until a ripe old age, only then donning the invisibility cloak and bequeathing it to his son, before joyfully embracing the Grim Reaper as an old friend, departing this world as equals. What is the issue with this tale? Dolly inquired, feeling quite perplexed. What, precisely, was Dumbledore attempting to convey? He scratched his head vigorously, detesting this penchant for half-spoken tales, leaving the rest for others to decipher. Surely, he knew the story held truth. Could it be that Dumbledore merely wished to flaunt his ancient wand? Chapter 32. The moment Snape's heart stirred. Due to Wood's desire to utilize Harry as a secret weapon, he kept Harry's participation in the competition under strict confidentiality. After much pleading, Professor McGonagall finally permitted Harry to train for Quidditch each night. Consequently, Harry found himself with insufficient time even to complete his homework. He could not rely on Dolly, as Dolly's assignments were all completed with Hermione's assistance. As for why Hermione consented, it was likely a matter of camaraderie among scholars. There always seems to be an unconventional academic prodigy who never completes assignments or pays attention, yet consistently excels in examinations. Had it not been for the encounter with the troll, which forged a friendship between Hermione, Harry, and Ron, Harry might have stood atop the astronomy tower, serenading the night with a melancholic tune. The day before the competition, Hermione lent Harry a book titled Fantastic Quidditch. Dolly glanced through it and was astounded by the sheer number of fouls, 700, to be precise, in this perilous sport. Disdainfully, he tossed the book back to Harry, his head throbbing. Had he known how to fly on a broomstick, he would undoubtedly have been the most dazzling player on the Quidditch pitch. Hermione had undergone significant transformation. She no longer fretted excessively over rule violations. As Dolly had once remarked, it was not difficult to lose points while gaining them. Ultimately, it was a question of whether the professors deducted more points than one could accrue. Regardless, Dolly found joy in the newfound liberty to openly slumber during History of Magic class. Today marked another potions lesson, during which Harry did not fare well. During the break, he ushered them out of the warm classroom into the cold courtyard, justifying the move as a means to cool his nearly exploding mind. The sudden drop in temperature caused Dolly's nose to itch, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Isn't it absurd to be out here in such frigid weather? I've already told you, if you donned a dress, Snape would not be so relentless in his pursuit of you. Harry remained silent, arms outstretched, embracing the biting wind like a carefree spirit. Hermione conjured a bright, warm flame, contained within a jam jar, and offered it to him, saying, "Here, take this to warm yourself." "Hermione, do grant me one as well. I'm on the verge of freezing to death," Ron chimed in, exhaling warmth into his palms. Hermione rolled her eyes. Dudley was unable to wield fire magic. Otherwise, there would be no need for my assistance. Ron was about to say something further when Snape entered the courtyard, limping as he walked. Dudley quickly concealed the flames behind him. Should Snape catch sight of them, he would undoubtedly lose points, a consequence Dudley was keen to avoid. Snape paid no heed to Dudley's furtive actions, his attention wholly captivated by Harry. "What do you have there, Potter?" Harry stammered, wishing to defy the tyrannical Snape, yet ultimately complied and revealed the book in his hand, the marvelous Quidditch ball. Books from the library were not permitted to be taken outside. Snape's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze upon Harry, stating, "Hand it over." Breathing heavily, Snape snatched the book from Harry's grasp, exclaiming, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He limped away, yet his pace quickened, clearly much faster than when he had arrived. "You," Ron exclaimed, pointing at Harry in astonishment, unable to articulate further. "Your hair," Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Dudley glanced at Hermione, snorting, "Women." Harry, realizing the implication, stiffly reached for his own hair. "Dudley," he shouted, approaching him while tugging at the long hair he had unwittingly dragged out from behind. "What are you doing?" Dudley rubbed his ears. "Don't be so loud." "How can you say that?" Harry thrust his hair before Dudley's eyes. "You did this, didn't you?" "Spin around." Harry was bewildered, unable to comprehend the connection between Dudley's hair and spinning. "Don't just stand there. Spin, and I'll tell you afterward," Dudley said, suppressing laughter with a serious demeanor. After reluctantly spinning, Harry looked back at Dudley. "Ah." Dudley shut his eyes tightly, rubbing them. No, you need to spread your arms and then spin." Harry, now thoroughly confused yet willing to indulge Dudley, spun again, declaring, "Like this?" Dudley clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Exactly." He turned to Hermione and Ron, asking, "What do you think? Doesn't he look splendid with hair flowing down to his waist?" He struggled to continue, bursting into laughter that resembled a pig's squeal. Ron and Hermione joined in the laughter, oblivious to the sparkle in Hermione's eyes. Harry, his face flushed, was on the brink of exploding with indignation when Dudley hastily stifled his laughter. "Think about how Snape differs from usual. At least Professor Snape didn't deduct any house points," Hermione pointed out. "Got it now?" Ron asked, perplexed. The three of them sighed in unison, casting a sympathetic glance at Ron, who appeared rather dim-witted. Dudley had mentioned previously at Hagrid's that if Harry donned women's attire, Snape would not target him. Hermione explained this to Ron. Then, looking astonished, she said, "You were telling the truth last time." "I thought you were joking," Harry remarked. "There was no benefit in deceiving you," came the reply. Dudley shrugged his shoulders, asking, "Would you like me to magically transform your clothes into a dress for free?" Harry suddenly erupted, exclaiming loudly, "No, I will never wear women's clothing. I see through your wicked intentions." Before Dudley could finish his sentence, Harry, his face etched with panic, exclaimed, What am I supposed to do now? This is a hair-growing spell, and the only solution is to cut it off." Hermione could hardly bear to watch. It was disheartening. They had studied numerous spells together, including this one, yet Harry only remembered defensive and offensive spells, while his memory for practical spells resembled that of a goldfish, fleeting and ephemeral. The hair-growing spell, a rarely used practical charm, was likely invented by someone with too much time on their hands. It was a boon for programmers, yet it possessed a significant drawback. The hair growth was uncontrollable, reliant solely on luck. With favorable fortune, one might grow the desired hairstyle, but with ill fate, one could easily end up with an uncontrollable mane several meters long. That night, while Harry and the others were engrossed in their homework, Dudley stealthily slipped out of the Gryffindor common room. He was particularly wary of Hermione following him, for he intended to venture to the kitchen. He distinctly recalled her reaction regarding house elves working tirelessly without wages or holidays. Dudley was indeed supportive of Hermione's desire to liberate house elves, yet he understood that such change could not be achieved overnight. Nor could it be resolved simply by establishing an organization for the promotion of house elf rights. Revealing this to Hermione would only serve to increase her frustrations. He arrived beneath the Great Hall, where the Hufflepuff common room was located, along with the kitchen, which was his ultimate destination. In the corridor beside the Hufflepuff common room, there was a painting of a fruit plate, featuring a pear. Dudley scratched the pear, and it quivered as if it were ticklish. Before long, it transformed into a green handle. Dudley grasped the handle and pulled, only to be taken aback when it wouldn't budge. He glanced around. Indeed, this was the right place. Why couldn't he pull it open? He exerted more force, but to no avail. Frustrated, he pushed against the door, which swung open, thankfully without anyone witnessing his embarrassment. He straightened his wizarding robes and stepped inside. The kitchen boasted a remarkably high ceiling, nearly matching the vastness of the great hall above. Surrounding stone walls were piled high with gleaming copper pots and pans, while at the far end of the room stood a large brick fireplace. For long wooden tables were arranged within, mirroring the seating arrangement of the 4 house tables in the Great Hall. How lazy of Dumbledore to rely on such convenient directional magic. "Sir, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Dudley was suddenly surrounded by a multitude of house elves, chattering incessantly. Glancing around, he estimated that there were nearly 100 house elves encircling him. These little creatures donned tattered garments that could hardly be classified as clothing, resembling mere pillowcases with openings for hands and feet. They possessed large, bat-like ears, long, flat noses, and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls. The cacophony was overwhelming. Dobby furrowed his brow and pressed his hand down, exclaiming loudly, "Silence, please, silence." Instantly, the house elves quieted, their large green eyes widening in astonishment. In the dim light, they resembled figures from a horror film. "I'm not hungry at the moment. I merely wish to inquire if any of you can prepare a traditional Chinese breakfast. Eating the same thing every day has become rather monotonous," Dobby addressed them. Chapter 33. The contest sparked by a bowl of tofu pudding. The house elves exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions turning glum. One elf tilted his head, his eyes growing ever larger, a smile slowly spreading across his face as he raised his hand high. "Sir, I can." The surrounding house elves parted, all eyes fixated on the speaker, making him somewhat self-conscious. To Dobby's pleasant surprise, there was indeed a house elf who could cook a Chinese breakfast. Had he not found someone capable, he had planned to teach them himself. What is your name? Sir, I am called Uwu. Can you prepare soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, and tofu pudding? Dobby inquired. Uwu eagerly nodded, affirming, yes, sir. Dobby nodded in satisfaction. He would no longer have to endure bacon toast or cereal daily. Then please prepare tofu pudding for breakfast tomorrow. Of course, sir. You can count on me, Uwu proclaimed, his voice a bit high-pitched, filled with honor at the prospect of serving. Thank you, Uwu, and remember, the tofu pudding should be sweet. However, the other house elves in the kitchen seemed startled and retreated. While Uwu, choking back tears, asked, is there something wrong with what I did, sir? I shall punish myself. Without hesitation, Uwu picked up a copper plate from the table and began to strike his own head, exclaiming, Bad Uwu. Bad Uwu. Uwu, stop. You haven't done anything wrong. Dobby's shout did not deter Uwu, who continued to strike his head with increasing fervor. Dobby, exasperated, feigned anger and commanded, Uwu, I order you to stop. Uwu ceased his self-punishment, but not before a crimson trickle of blood began to drip from his forehead, staining the floor. He paid no heed to the pain, merely sobbing quietly. In his previous life, Dobby had felt little beyond distaste for the enslavement of house elves, but witnessing this scene before him was jarring. Uwu, you needn't do this. At a loss for words, Dobby feared that any further remark might provoke Uwu to resume his self-inflicted punishment. An idea struck him, and he assumed a stern expression. Uwu, I command you to tend to your forehead. Upon hearing the familiar command, a smile broke across Uwu's face, though the blood streaks rendered it tragically ironic. Relieved, Dobby waved his hand dismissively. All right, you may all disperse. In an instant, the house elves vanished. Yet Uwu remained rooted to the spot, gazing blankly at the plate in his hand. The copper surface, stained with fresh blood, was a stark and painful sight. Uwu inadvertently sullied the student's plate. He raised the dish high, intending to chastise himself. Uwu, put down the plate, Dursley exclaimed loudly. Then articulated each word carefully. I cannot permit you to harm yourself. Dursley exited the kitchen and stood gazing at the painting of a pear for an extended moment. Suddenly, he chuckled, realizing that kindness and assistance ultimately resulted in generations of servitude. Have you received the book? Ron inquired, handing Harry a glass of water. What happened to you? Is someone pursuing you? Harry drained the glass in one swift motion, lowering his voice to disclose everything he had witnessed moments before. Concerned they might not believe him, he urged Ron. Ron, do you remember? That night we saw Snape on the 4th floor, though he certainly should not have been there. Indeed, Ron affirmed, his face resolute. At that time, Professor Dumbledore had instructed the other professors to follow him to the basement. I would wager my Nimbus broom that Snape was the one who unleashed that troll, aiming to divert everyone's attention for his own thievery. Dursley felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. No wonder Harry's broom had been shattered by the Whomping Willow in 3rd year. What was the point of its existence? He wouldn't do that, Hermione interjected, her eyes wide with conviction. I know he treats Gryffindor differently. He clearly has it out for you, and you dislike him immensely. But he would never steal something that Professor Dumbledore guards so vigilantly. Hermione, I must speak candidly. Please don't take offense. You always assume all teachers are benevolent. Yet does Snape appear to you as a paragon of virtue? Ron retorted bluntly, believing Hermione dismissed both his and Harry's accounts. Snape was indeed present on the 4th floor. He continued, I wholeheartedly concur with Harry. I believe Snape is capable of anything. Dursley internally mourned for Snape, who had unwittingly transformed himself into a villain. Once shrouded in darkness, he now appeared irredeemably so. Hermione did not let Ron's remarks pass unchallenged. She posed a pressing question. But what could he possibly want to steal? What is the 3-headed dog guard? Dursley, observing the 3 bicker, found himself stifling laughter. He gathered his thoughts and articulated, based solely on your assertions. One can only confirm that Snape was indeed on the 4th floor corridor and was injured by the 3-headed dog. However, that does not directly imply his intent to steal. Perhaps he was among those tasked with guarding that very object. But that does not preclude the possibility of his thievery, Ron countered cleverly. Speculation is permissible in the absence of evidence, but refrain from drawing hasty conclusions. Hermione crossed her arms, tilting her head as she scrutinized Ron. Before entering the dormitory, Ron huffed in annoyance, receiving only the sound of Hermione's door slamming in response. Dursley found himself tormented by the echoing noise, tossing and turning in bed before sitting up, his grip tightening around his wand. With a deep exhale, he released the turmoil within him. The world is so wondrous, yet I am consumed by irritation. This is not right, not right. He reclined once more, burying his head beneath the pillow. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber. The following day dawned with brilliant sunshine, though the air was brisk and chilly. They arrived at the dining hall, where every individual was abuzz with anticipation for the day's Quidditch match. Laughter and chatter filled the atmosphere, mingling with the aroma of roasted sausages that made Dudley feel somewhat queasy. As Dudley settled into his seat, a bowl of tofu pudding appeared before him, encased in a metallic arm. He closed his eyes and leaned in, inhaling deeply, a contented smile spreading across his face. It was a nostalgic delight. "Why is yours different from ours?" Harry inquired, glancing at Dudley's small bowl, unable to discern its contents. Dudley grinned at Harry and replied, "Because I am a member of Hogwarts." He squinted and shook his head, proclaiming, "We are not the same." Ron, eyeing the bowl of tofu pudding with disdain, remarked, "It looks like brain matter." Dudley scoffed at Ron, who, despite his evident disgust, could not suppress the drool escaping his lips. "Is it delicious?" Hermione asked, "since you are so earnestly inquiring." Dudley lifted the bowl towards them, watching intently. "I'll let you have a taste, but just a little." The three of them each took a generous spoonful, beaming at Dudley as if commanded, which made him quite distressed. "Humph," Dudley scoffed. He too took a large spoonful. But when he prepared to scoop another, the bowl of pudding had vanished. It flickered between Hermione and Harry, for they had seized the opportunity to use a disarming charm while Dudley reveled in his delicacy. Ron, growing anxious, waved his wand but struggled to master the spell, failing to conjure the pudding to his side even once. "Enough already," Dudley exclaimed, slamming his spoon down. "How can you fight over one bowl of pudding?" He genuinely feared that Harry and Hermione might accidentally topple it while casting their spells. "Ouch, it's hot and delicious." Harry and Hermione stared blankly at Ron, who had ultimately claimed the pudding after their prolonged tussle. Dudley took a deep breath, declaring, "I am not angry." By 11 o'clock, it seemed that the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. Many students had even brought binoculars. Dudley, Ron, and Hermione ascended to the highest row, joining Neville, Seamus, and Dean, a fan of the West Ham football team, in a bid to surprise Harry. Ron had ingeniously crafted a massive banner from a bedsheet stained by the little rat, Scabbers, proclaiming Potter for the win, adorned with a large painting of a Gryffindor lion. Upon seeing this, Hermione immediately cast a clever spell, causing the colors of the banner to shimmer in a myriad of hues. As Dudley gazed at their banner, he mused that Ron was quite crafty to have created it in secret. "The painting is quite impressive, Ron," he acknowledged, admiring the lion's vivid depiction. Hermione added magic to it, "and I shall cast a spell on the banner as well, ensuring it will astonish you all. Harry will be pleasantly surprised." Ron shook the banner, shouting, "Gryffindor for the win." Meanwhile, in the changing room, Harry and his fellow teammates were donning their vibrant crimson Quidditch uniforms, all eagerly anticipating the opportunity to triumph over Slytherin House. Wood observed the enthusiastic players and cleared his throat, prompting an immediate hush. Now was the moment. An important occasion lay ahead. "We have awaited this moment. This year, victory shall be ours," declared Fred Weasley. "Indeed," echoed George Weasley. "Silence, you two," Wood retorted, feeling exasperated by the Weasley twins. "I am well aware that this is the best Gryffindor team in years, and we shall undoubtedly prevail. Let us go. Let's go," Wood exclaimed, raising his fist with fervor. Inspired by Wood's unwavering spirit, Harry and the others shouted in unison, "Let us go." Wood clapped his hands together and announced, "All right. Time is of the essence. Good luck to everyone." As Gryffindor and Slytherin teams appeared simultaneously on the pitch, they took to the skies on their broomsticks, soaring around the field before hovering in midair. "Greetings. This is Hogwarts' inaugural Quidditch match of the year, featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin." The atmosphere erupted as wizards from both houses cheered for their respective teams. "I am your commentator, Lee Jordan. Remember my name," he quipped. The players were all set, and the referee was stepping onto the field, signaling that the match was about to commence. The referee for Hogwarts Quidditch match was Madame Hooch, who approached the center of the pitch, her broomstick in hand. "I expect everyone to showcase their skills with style," Madame Hooch stated gravely, casting a stern glance at Marcus Flint, who not only resembled a diminutive troll, but had also been particularly rowdy in past matches. At that moment, Harry spotted Dudley in the crowd. Ron was energetically waving a banner, and Harry raised his hand vigorously in their direction. Dudley grinned up at Harry, knowing it was time for his performance. A wave of unease washed over Harry. Whenever Dudley wore that grin, something was bound to happen. Standing behind the banner, Dudley tapped the lion on it with his wand. The lion sprang to life, and had Dudley not restrained Ron, the banner would have been discarded. The lion writhed within the banner as if awakening from slumber, then protruded its head, emitting a deafening roar. In that instant, Dudley and his crew became the center of attention on the pitch. The lion leisurely emerged from the banner, hovering in the air as if an invisible floor supported it beneath. It ascended gradually, step by step, with a swagger reminiscent of a devil's gait, exuding arrogance without a hint of lion-like grace. "Is this what you call a surprise?" Hermione questioned skeptically. "Right?" Dudley could hardly believe it, for the lion indeed appeared rather boastful. "You certainly resemble it," Hermione remarked. Dudley pressed his lips together, and one could hardly blame him, for he was confronted by a mature lion with its own thoughts. The lion ultimately hovered majestically above the center of the arena. Its imposing figure was striking, and even from a distance, one could see its mane shimmering with golden rays under the winter sunlight. A roar erupted from the lion, followed by a startling proclamation. Go! Harry Potter! Gryffindor shall triumph! Long live Gryffindor! Professor McGonagall was the first to react, swiftly snatching the brass horn from Lee Jordan, upon which an amplification charm had been cast. Mr. Dursley, Professor McGonagall's voice was laced with irritation, yet a smile danced at the corners of her mouth. Please cease your enchantment and refrain from disrupting the match. Hermione hastily urged Dudley, who, rather than immediately lifting the charm, waited until the lion had completed its third roar before dispelling the magic. Cool. Absolutely awesome. By Merlin's beard. The sounds of admiration from the surrounding young wizards filled Dudley's ears, and amidst the ensuing cheers, the Gryffindor team's spirit overshadowed that of Slytherin. What a splendid display. Thank you, Mr. Dursley, for this performance. Gryffindor shall prevail, Lee Jordan proclaimed as he reclaimed the horn. Jordan. Professor McGonagall shot him a warning glare. My apologies, Professor. Lee Jordan began his formal commentary. The quaffle is in the air, followed closely by the golden snitch. The first team to capture the snitch will receive 150 points, and the match will conclude. Madam Hooch tossed the quaffle into the air. The quaffle is released. The match begins. Lee Jordan's voice resonated with enthusiasm. Barely 3 seconds into the match, he announced, the first to seize the quaffle is Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. Truly, she is an exceptional chaser, and she possesses an enchanting beauty that has captivated me. Jordan, if you do not focus on the commentary, you shall no longer commentate, Professor McGonagall lamented, feeling that choosing Lee Jordan as the commentator was perhaps her gravest error. Johnson soared with the ball, gracefully evading the attempts of Marcus Flint to intercept. It's almost there, she heads it. Can Slytherin's keeper, Blatch, block this shot? No. It's in. Gryffindor scores 10 points. Dudley's heart raced in tandem with the goal, and he mused that Quidditch might not be so bad after all. Perhaps he would consider it as a career post-graduation. You can't fly. Ron interjected suddenly. Ron. Hermione appeared somewhat irked, yet her expression quickly transformed into a smile. What an absurd truth. You too, Dudley remarked, pointing at them. Are you hoping to drive me to my demise so you can inherit my little treasure trove? Do you have one? Hermione inquired. Dudley awkwardly chuckled and replied, Watch the match. Watch the match. Look, now the captain of Slytherin, Marcus Flint, has seized the quaffle. The game continued with fervor, the quaffle exchanged back and forth between the two teams. Heavens! The quaffle is back in Flint's possession. He darts through the crowd and launches it towards the goal. He is about to score, but no goal. Wood truly lives up to his name. With a graceful flick of his broom, he thwarted Flint's offensive charge. Bertie bought every flavor beans, licorice wands, creamy fudge, pumpkin soda. Anyone interested? Excuse me, coming through. Hagrid? Dudley caught sight of Hagrid, laboriously navigating the throng while holding a large tray of sweets. His towering frame made it quite a challenge to weave through the crowd of young wizards. There you are? Hagrid exclaimed, beaming upon spotting Dudley and his friends. They shuffled slightly, creating a small space for him. Are you selling something? Ron inquired, puzzled. Hagrid nodded, explaining, I've been a bit short on funds lately, so I thought I'd take this opportunity to sell some snacks. He then asked, would you like to purchase some? Sure, just in time. I'm feeling a bit peckish, Dudley replied, taking 3 portions from Hagrid's tray and handing them to Ron and Hermione. How much do I owe you? Oh, consider it a gift, Hagrid chuckled. That's not right. You're out here selling sweets, Dudley insisted, rummaging through his pocket. Luckily, he had some money and placed a gold galleon on the tray. That's far too much. What you're taking isn't worth that, Hagrid said. No worries. I don't have change anyway. If I don't sell everything, I'll save some for after the match, he added. All right then. Remember to come by after the game. After Hagrid departed, Dudley relished his treats while watching the thrilling match unfold. Angelina Johnson scored again, and Gryffindor had taken a 50-point lead. Harry soared through the air on his broom, performing flips to express his joy. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of gold, sending a rush of excitement through him as he finally caught sight of the golden snitch. He dived down, pursuing the radiant blur. Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, also saw it. Both raced toward the snitch, while the chasers seemed to forget their roles, hovering in midair, captivated by the spectacle. Harry's speed surpassed Higgs's. He could see the tiny, fluttering ball ahead. He accelerated fiercely. Bang! A chorus of furious shouts erupted from the Gryffindor supporters as Marcus Flint deliberately collided with Harry, causing his broom to veer off course, but Harry clung tightly to it. Foul! The Gryffindors protested loudly. Madam Hooch angrily admonished Flint and ordered a penalty shot for Gryffindor in front of the goalposts. Yet this penalty seemed futile, as the chaotic scene allowed the golden snitch to vanish from sight once more. From the stands, Dean Thomas shouted, Referee, give him a red card. This isn't football. Dean, Dudley replied, shaking his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe Dean was applying football rules to Quidditch. What is a red card? Ron asked curiously. A rule in football that sends the fouling player off the field, Dean explained. Hermione agreed with Thomas's sentiment. That rule should certainly be reconsidered. Harry nearly got knocked off. Chapter 35, the end of the match. Lee Jordan's commentary is exceptional, particularly due to his inclination towards Gryffindor. It is nearly impossible for him to maintain impartiality unless he is commentating on a match devoid of Gryffindor's participation. Each of his commentary sessions has the potential to provoke Professor McGonagall's ire. Just moments ago, Slytherin's captain, Flint, engaged in a despicable act of cheating against Gryffindor's seeker, Potter. Jordan, Professor McGonagall growled, suppressing her fury. She was equally incensed by Flint's actions, yet Quidditch adheres to its own rules, which must be respected. I must say, Slytherin's conduct is utterly reprehensible. Jordan, I remind you once again. The penalty opportunity allowed Gryffindor to score another 10 points, while Flint of Slytherin spat in disdain. As the match began to take a more brutal turn, as Flint propelled the bludger forward, he mercilessly kicked the pursuing Angelina Johnson aside, causing gasps to erupt from the crowd. However, this did not constitute a foul, as the regulations established by the Department of Magical Sports in 1975 do not categorize kicking while riding a broomstick as an infraction. Flint launched the bludger again, only for it to be easily intercepted by Wood. Enraged, he seized a teammate's bat and swung violently at the approaching bludger, which struck Wood squarely in the face. Wood fell back through the goalposts, unconscious, and plummeted to the ground. How infuriating! Hermione exclaimed, pounding her fist into Dudley. What are you doing? If you're angry, take it out on them. Dudley retorted, rubbing his arm. Hermione, embarrassed, covered her face. I apologize, I got too worked up. Slytherin had no intention of letting Gryffindor off the hook easily. The next target was another chaser, Katie Bell. The circumstances on the field were increasingly unfavorable for Gryffindor. With only the Weasley twins, Seeker Harry, and the remaining chaser, Alicia Spinnet, left in the game. In a matter of moments, Slytherin had equalized the score with Gryffindor. Now, hope rested solely on Harry's ability to catch the golden snitch before Slytherin amassed 150 points. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in capturing the snitch, the outcome would still be a loss. The mischievous golden snitch flitted tantalizingly before Harry's eyes, and in an instant, he was in pursuit. Harry has spotted the golden snitch, Lee Jordan exclaimed. Suddenly, Harry's broomstick began to behave erratically, shaking violently as if possessed, before rolling uncontrollably. He struggled to maintain his balance. The broom's spasms intensified, and after a wild thrashing, Harry was thrown off, barely managing to cling to the broom with one hand, desperately hanging in midair. Could Flint's earlier collision with Harry have damaged his broom? Neville whispered. Impossible. This is the latest model, the Firebolt 2000, Ron asserted confidently, snatching the binoculars from Neville's grasp as he scanned the crowd. What is he doing? Neville inquired, his countenance ashen with despair, the scene before him instilling terror. It was uncertain whether Harry might plummet at any moment. If the broom were not malfunctioning, then it was evident that someone was casting a malevolent curse. Hermione elucidated, as she sought the identity of the spellcaster. Suddenly, Ron exclaimed urgently, I knew it. I knew it. It's Snape. Hermione swiftly seized the telescope. Snape was positioned on the opposite balcony, his gaze fixated on Harry, his lips moving in incantation. Indeed, he was casting a curse upon Harry's broom. Hermione handed the telescope to Dudley, her disbelief palpable. How could a professor from their academy possibly conspire against a student? Yet, the stark reality before her affirmed all suspicions. Dudley, however, ignored Snape, his attention shifting to the figure of Quirrell behind him. Quirrell clasped his hands, a worried expression etched on his face as he focused intently on Harry, his lips remaining still unlike Snape's. It dawned on Dudley that Quirrell possessed some hidden prowess. What shall we do? Ron's anxious voice interrupted Dudley's contemplation. Shall we seek out a professor? Watch this, Hermione declared, preparing to depart. But Dudley restrained her. You will not make it in time, he stated calmly, fully aware that Quirrell would cause trouble. How could he not have anticipated this? Harry had already endured for quite some time. The Weasley twins longed to ascend and rescue him upon their broom, yet each time they approached, Harry's broom soared higher, leaving them spiraling below, hoping to catch Harry should he fall. You lot, shield me for a moment, Dudley instructed before concealing his wand in his sleeve. Whispering, mist of illusion, the tip of Dudley's wand transformed into a silvery hue, enveloping Harry in a dense mist. Snape and Quirrell abruptly ceased their incantations upon losing their target. In that moment, Harry sensed the broom had stabilized. He deftly remounted it and surged forth from the mist. Quirrell, now daunted, refrained from casting further spells. Today had already exceeded his expectations. He had presumed that without Dumbledore's presence, eliminating Harry Potter would be a trivial task, yet his attempt had failed, first with Snape's counter-curse, followed by Dudley's intervention that obscured his aim. Dudley exhaled in relief as he beheld Harry safe. He had prepared numerous spells, which now seemed unnecessary. Harry glanced around and spotted Slytherin's seeker, Terence Higgs, fervently pursuing the golden snitch, unleashing his utmost speed. The two soared through the air, colliding as they flew, when a bludger struck towards Harry. The bludger barreled towards him, and he hung upside down on the broom, clinging tightly to the handle, narrowly evading the rogue ball, Harry Potter, showcasing a remarkable sloth-like grip on the broom. Lee Jordan shouted excitedly. The golden snitch descended rapidly, with both seekers in close pursuit, nearing the ground. The Slytherin seeker, frightened, ascended and halted midair. At that moment, only Harry remained in the chase for the golden snitch, standing atop his broom. What? Harry Potter has fallen. Lee Jordan's voice grew tense. What was happening now? The golden snitch had vanished. Did Harry manage to catch it? After rolling on the ground several times, Harry stood up, his hands covering his mouth as if he were about to vomit. Suddenly, a golden snitch was expelled from his mouth. I caught the golden snitch, Harry exclaimed, raising it triumphantly above his head. Lee Jordan joyfully shouted, Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor earns 150 points. He didn't catch the snitch. He almost swallowed it. Flint protested from midair, but to no avail. Harry had committed no foul. Madam Hooch blew the final whistle and announced the results. Gryffindor won with 210 points to 120. Cheers erupted across the field. A stark contrast between the jubilant Gryffindors and the dejected Slytherins, who hung their heads in despair. Inside Hagrid's hut, Dudley, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered around the round table as Hagrid brewed them a special strong tea. Harry, do you know? Your broom went out of control because of Snape. Ron eagerly explained the cause of the broom's malfunction. We all saw it. Snape was staring at you, his lips moving. He was clearly casting a spell. After Ron spoke, he looked at Dudley and Hermione with hopeful eyes to lend credibility to his claim. Hermione nodded and added, Indeed, I saw it. He was definitely casting a spell. I read about it. The caster must keep their gaze fixed on the target. When Dudley surrounded Harry with fog, Snape stopped the incantation, and Harry's broom returned to normal. This incident significantly altered Hermione's perception of Snape. She no longer referred to him as Professor. Dudley shrugged, aware that it wasn't Snape who cast the dark curse. Yet he refrained from defending Snape, as Ron and Hermione had indeed witnessed him casting a spell. Whether Snape was attempting a counter curse became irrelevant. People often prefer to believe what their eyes see, and some even doubt what they have witnessed firsthand. You mustn't speak nonsense, Hagrid asserted, trusting Snape because Dumbledore did as well. He hoped Dudley and the others would not maliciously speculate about the school professor, as Snape had no reason to act in such a manner. Hagrid set his teacup down heavily. How do you know about the flobberworm? He asked. Flobberworm. I named it. I bought it from a Greek man at the pub last year, Hagrid said proudly. I lent it to Dumbledore for safekeeping. What? Harry asked eagerly. Hermione discreetly kicked Harry under the table, signaling him not to interrupt Hagrid. Enough questions, Hagrid said gruffly. That's Hogwarts' secret, understand? But Snape wants to steal it. Harry protested indignantly. Chapter 36. Talent exceeds 99 sweat. Severus Snape is a professor at Hogwarts and one of the guardians of a certain object. Hagrid pointed at them and said, In any case, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Forget everything you know. This is between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. So, it appears that a figure named Nicholas Flamel is involved, correct? Dudley was disinclined to acknowledge Harry, whom he deemed foolish. Hagrid would have completed his explanation, but Harry once again interrupted him, resulting in Hagrid's silence. He merely consumed a rock cake and sipped his tea in solitude, seething with frustration. Upon exiting the room, Harry slapped his palm against his mouth in vexation, lamenting his quick tongue. On the way back, Harry complained indignantly about Hagrid's disbelief in Snape's potential to steal the treasure guarded by the three-headed dog. Subsequently, he inquired whether Ron was familiar with Nicholas Flamel. After receiving no answer, they deliberated on the need to gather evidence against Snape, determined to prove to Hagrid that he was not fabricating tales. They also invited Dudley and Hermione to join them. Though Hermione declined their plan to surveil Snape, she offered to assist Harry in researching Nicholas Flamel in the library. Dudley, fully aware of the situation, had no intention of volunteering information to Harry unless approached directly. He recalled Harry's words uttered in the underground vault and felt no inclination to join Harry and Ron in their futile quest for evidence against Snape. Knowing well that he was innocent, he had far more pressing matters to attend to, specifically mastering the Patronus Charm. The Patronus Charm is an ancient and enigmatic spell that conjures a magical guardian, representing the most positive emotions of its caster. Indeed, it is a highly intricate and challenging spell to perform, with the majority of wizards unable to summon any form of Patronus. A non-corporeal Patronus bears no resemblance to any creature, lacking any distinctive features. It manifests as a silvery mist or vapor that erupts from the tip of the wand, representing the most primitive and feeble form of this magic. One evening, Professor McGonagall visited the Gryffindor common room. No, Ron shook his head, explaining, My parents are traveling to Romania to visit my brother who works there. That is truly unfortunate. We were looking forward to visiting your home. I have yet to experience life in a magical household, Harry expressed with regret. Why don't you accompany them? It would surely be fascinating to see dragons in their natural habitat, Dudley mused, contemplating the thrill of being a dragon rider. Ron, his face flushed with embarrassment, lowered his gaze and stammered, the budget is insufficient. Ron, you need not feel ashamed or inferior about such matters. Why should you feel shame? Are we not friends? Will we mock you? Of course we are friends. Ron's spirits were dampened, yet he replied, but I can't help but feel unworthy of your friendship. My magical abilities are not as strong as yours, my intellect pales in comparison to yours, and my family's circumstances are less fortunate. Ron frantically tapped his head and exclaimed, I remember you said that genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work. He felt a surge of joy, thinking that with enough effort, he could cast spells just like the rest of them. During the previous practice sessions, he often sought to take shortcuts. Evidently, he would need to dedicate more time to his training. However, that 1% of talent often outweighs the significance of the 99% of hard work. As soon as Dudley uttered this, Ron's face twitched in dismay. It struck a chord deep within him. With a downcast expression, he replied, You really didn't need to tell me that. Why didn't you say this back then? Harry asked in surprise. If I had, you would have become arrogant. There are plenty of people more talented than you, like me. I am putting in the effort. What reason do you have not to? Dudley retorted. You are beyond saving. The truly arrogant one is you, Ron shot back. Dudley soon realized that such toxic sentiments did not suit Ron, as they only deepened his gloom. Shifting his perspective, Ron continued, The truth is, it's essential to understand that everyone has different talents. For instance, you can all fly on broomsticks, with Harry being the standout. Having made the Quidditch team in his first year, while I can't even summon a broom, we must learn to identify and nurture our own unique strengths. According to your logic, does that mean I can't be friends with you? After all, you can fly, Ron said. Of course not, Ron quickly responded. Regarding our backgrounds, none of us could be friends with Harry. No one could match his wealth. Ron, do you think I choose friends based on money? Harry inquired. Ron fell silent, shaking his head in disapproval. Dudley solemnly patted Ron's shoulder, stating, Friendship is not based on superficialities. If it were, it wouldn't be friendship at all. True friends connect on a deeper level. You need to be more confident. Indeed, Ron, Harry affirmed. Ron's insecurities stemmed from his family background, being the youngest among 7 children. With 5 brothers and a sister, he often felt overshadowed by his siblings, especially since his parents favored the youngest. This was also why Ron's reaction was so pronounced when he later wore the Slytherin locket. He had long suppressed his feelings of inadequacy. Dudley decided not to say more, understanding that these realizations were something Ron had to come to on his own. The next morning, bright and early, came a call. Get up, it's snowing. Dudley, groggily opening his eyes, was taken aback to find none other than Hermione Granger before him. He shrank back, wrapping himself tightly in his blanket. How did you get in? This is the boys' dormitory. I know, no need for reminders, she replied. Perhaps due to Dudley's movements, Hermione stood a bit further away and disdainfully remarked, Why do you boys sleep like pigs? It's so late, and you're still in bed. Initially, Ron was indifferent, but soon realized he was mistaken. Dudley and Harry were not lending him their homework, which was certainly not going to happen. Hermione had spoken, and it was better for one person to fail than for 3 to suffer the consequences. After all, it was Ron's own doing. Ron, with a heavy heart, sought Hermione's forgiveness in the dormitory. Halfway up the staircase, it unexpectedly transformed into a slick slide, leading to an inevitable conclusion. Hurry up, I'm waiting outside, Hermione declared before stepping out. The exterior of Hogwarts Castle was blanketed in several feet of snow, the lake frozen solid. How beautiful, Dudley exclaimed, marveling at the scenery before him. He could scarcely recall the last time he beheld such a sight. In that moment, he resembled a child, treading upon the thick snow, delighting in the crisp sounds beneath his feet, laughter bubbling forth. Dudley waved his wand, and a flurry of icy snowflakes erupted from its tip. These snowflakes twirled in the air, coalescing into a snowman with a carrot nose and a row of prominent teeth, animated as if imbued with life, frolicking and rolling about. You've conjured a snowman with magic. That takes away all the fun, Hermione remarked. You don't understand. This isn't just any snowman. It's snowy. Dudley replied nostalgically. He had always adored the animated film Frozen, filled with enchanting magic and uplifting songs, lamenting that his transfiguration skills could not truly bring Snowy to life. Chapter 37. Thoughts on earning money. Let me tell you a story. With a flick of his wand, the snowman vanished, replaced by the picturesque kingdom of Arendelle. Surrounded by the sea, this kingdom was home to 2 lovely princesses, Elsa and Anna. As the kingdom's scenery faded, 2 little girls appeared. As Dudley narrated, the visuals shifted. But the only disappointment was that the images could not flow seamlessly like an animated film, resembling mere illustrations from a storybook. As the tale unfolded, revealing Elsa's discovery of her magical powers and her escape into the snowy mountains, Dudley focused his energy, amplifying his magical output, allowing Elsa to sing a captivating melody. The consequence of this effort left him fatigued, his complexion paling. Had it not been for the surge in magic, he surely could not have achieved such an effect. Yet it was worth it. That was the essence of the experience. When Dudley concluded the story, a resounding applause erupted behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered, including professors. Remarkable transfiguration. Professor McGonagall beamed, her face alight with satisfaction. It was a testament to her teaching that a first-year student could perform such advanced transfiguration. Professor Flitwick added, exquisite control of magic. Dudley gazed at Dumbledore in admiration. The headmaster had succinctly captured the essence of the performance. Did you enjoy the story? Dudley inquired of the throng of eager faces. Absolutely. The song was splendid. The story was thrilling. We adore Elsa and Anna. The young wizards chattered excitedly, their enthusiasm igniting a spark in Dudley's imagination. He envisioned golden galleons hovering above their heads. If books, music, and animated visuals were to be sold together, it would indeed be a tremendous profit. Dudley felt as though a great fortune was beckoning him. The first two elements were relatively easy to manage, but the animation posed a significant challenge. Dudley called Harry, Ron, and Hermione in unison. Dudley looked around in confusion. The only ones left were the professors and their small group. Professor Dumbledore mentioned earlier that he would like to assist you in submitting this story to the Wizarding Weekly, so that more people could appreciate such a wonderful tale, Hermione explained. All right, Dudley replied eagerly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Professor. In the presence of so many people, Dudley refrained from addressing Professor Dumbledore informally. Dumbledore was truly remarkable. The Wizarding Weekly had a global reach, which would undoubtedly promote Frozen far and wide. If Dudley attempted it on his own, it would likely only gain traction within the school and Diagon Alley. Achieving recognition throughout the Wizarding world would be an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed from around the corner, rising and falling in pitch, reminiscent of Quirrell. Dudley wondered what trouble he had stirred up this time. Indeed, it was Quirrell, stumbling forward with his hands clutching his turban, pursued by two snowballs the size of fists. Upon spotting them, Quirrell appeared somewhat exhilarated and quickened his pace, seeking assistance. However, everyone stood frozen, watching as Quirrell was chased by the snowballs. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were momentarily taken aback. Dudley and Dumbledore, however, were alert, yet neither exhibited any inclination to assist. Dumbledore wore a knowing smile, clearly anticipating the sight of Quirrell being struck. What a mischievous old man Dumbledore was. It seemed as though Quirrell had tripped over some invisible force, tumbling forward. Even as he fell, he clung desperately to his turban. Thud! Thud! The two snowballs collided forcefully with the back of Quirrell's head. Soon after, the Weasley twins, George and Fred, arrived, oblivious to the others present, and were met with the sight of Quirrell sprawled on the ground, prompting them to stifle their laughter. Weasley! Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her expression one of anger. She shot a glance at Ron, but then turned her attention solely to the twins. Even a blind person would have noticed the presence of others ahead, yet they were not blind. We're caught, George remarked. We've been caught red-handed. You two will each lose 10 points, serve detention tonight, and submit a 14-inch long essay, Professor McGonagall shouted in fury. Dudley admired the twins. At that moment, words could scarcely convey his excitement. The Weasley brothers had reached a pinnacle of achievement, accomplishing what even Dumbledore could not. Once the twins departed, Professor McGonagall, exasperated, turned to Quirrell, who, as a professor, had been chased by students using magic. Get up. How long do you intend to lie there? Quirrell scrambled to his feet, shivering and flushed with embarrassment, and, in his characteristic stammering manner, he attempted to speak. All right. Professor McGonagall interrupted Quirrell, who struggled to articulate his thoughts. Dumbledore chuckled softly, noting the chill in the air as he turned to leave, accompanied by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Harry observed Quirrell, who seemed poised to speak, and hastily remarked, Professor, it's truly cold outside. Let us head in. He promptly ushered them away. Poor Quirrell was left alone amidst the snow, though he was not entirely solitary, for Voldemort lingered with him. Malfoy's eyes gleamed with provocation as he spoke to Ron, while Crabbe and Goyle snickered beside him. They merely visited Romania to see their brother, Ron muttered, his voice low. Despite Ron's intentional whisper, Snape caught the remark, ever vigilant of Harry. Harry Potter, your classmates are disrupting the class, and you choose not to intervene. 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor due to your negligence. Harry remained silent, engrossed in grinding the spines of a porcupine into powder, unconcerned by the reprimand. He understood that no matter his actions, Snape would always deduct points from him, and he had learned to navigate Snape's scrutiny adeptly. Harry Potter, indifferent to the teacher's deduction of points, Snape continued, finding Harry's lack of defiance rather dull. After imposing the penalty, he turned his attention elsewhere, eagerly anticipating the next opportunity to chastise Harry. Since their defeat in Quidditch, Malfoy had intensified his harassment of Harry, seeking another duel, but Harry consistently refused. Eventually, Malfoy shifted his approach, realizing that provoking Ron would yield similar results. This strategy proved fruitful, as Ron would invariably become enraged, requiring Harry's calming presence to restore his composure. At last, the lesson concluded. What a relief! Harry exclaimed. What? He added, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. I didn't hear a thing. As they exited the underground classroom, they encountered a massive fir tree obstructing the corridor. Spotting the two large feet protruding from beneath and hearing the loud huffing sounds, they immediately deduced that Hagrid was dragging the tree. Hey, Hagrid, do you need assistance? Ron inquired, peering through the branches. No, I'm fine, thank you, Ron, Hagrid replied. Could you step aside? You are blocking the way. From behind them, Malfoy's cold, sneering voice emerged. Weasley, are you so impoverished that you're seeking odd jobs for pocket money? I imagine you aspire to be a gamekeeper here after graduating from Hogwarts. After all, Hagrid's hut must appear like a palace compared to your own home. How about this, upon your graduation? I'll permit you to work as a servant in my household. Ron lunged at Malfoy just as Snape appeared on the staircase. Weasley. Ron released his grip on Malfoy's shirt. He provoked him first, Professor Snape. Hagrid's disheveled head peeked out from behind the tree as he addressed Snape. Malfoy just insulted his family. Regardless of the circumstances, resorting to physical violence is a violation of Hogwarts regulations, Hagrid remarked in a smooth tone. Gryffindor has been deducted 5 points. Weasley, you should consider yourself fortunate that it was not more. Now, off you go, all of you. If you agree to let the matter rest, I shall refrain from provoking you further. Malfoy whispered as he passed by Harry, alluding to his desire for another duel. He then rudely squeezed past with Crabbe and Goyle, knocking needles from the trees and laughing triumphantly. Chapter 38, The Christmas Shopping Spree. I want to teach him a lesson, Ron said through clenched teeth, watching Malfoy's retreating figure. Harry, don't you agree? We could use this opportunity to give him a good thrashing. Harry felt a flicker of temptation. He too wished to confront Malfoy once more, to cease the incessant annoyance he presented. What are you talking about? Hagrid inquired. Nothing, nothing. Ron replied hastily. The matter of the duel could not be disclosed to Hagrid, for he would undoubtedly intervene. Those two are truly insufferable, Harry remarked. Hagrid, seemingly unfazed, replied. Well, Christmas is nearly upon us. Let us lift our spirits. If you have nothing else to do, follow me to the Great Hall and see how splendid it looks now. Let me assist you, Dudley interjected, disregarding Hagrid's refusal. With a flick of his wand, he proclaimed. Levitate. Professor Flitwick, where should we place this tree? Ah, Mr. Dursley, simply position it in that corner over there, Professor Flitwick responded. Having witnessed Dudley's adeptness with spells, he was no longer surprised. Do you require any further assistance, Professor Flitwick? Dudley asked after arranging the fir tree. Thank you, let us decorate this tree together. Dudley conjured a stream of golden bubbles with his wand, adorning the branches of the newly placed tree. Once the decorations were complete, the great hall appeared breathtakingly magnificent. The walls were adorned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, while 12 towering Christmas trees stood majestically, some embellished with shimmering icicles and others aglow with hundreds of candles. Hagrid, why are you the only one left? Where are Harry and the others? Dudley inquired. How could I possibly disclose that? Dumbledore places such trust in me. Hagrid replied with a frown. They have gone to the library to investigate who Nicholas Flamel is. Why seek far when the near is available? Dudley muttered. Dudley had intended to take Harry to Hogsmeade for sweets and treats for Petunia and Vernon, but it seemed he would have to venture alone. Seizing the opportunity with the fourth-floor corridor deserted, Dudley stealthily entered the hidden passage. In the library, Hermione pulled a list from her pocket, detailing the subjects and titles she intended to research. You all should note these books and see what you can find. The library's vast collection was daunting, housing thousands of volumes, many of which were duplicates in the non-restricted section, with rows upon rows of shelves and hundreds of narrow aisles, overwhelming Ron. Why do we not inquire of Dudley? Perhaps he possesses the knowledge. It is impossible for him to know, Harry asserted with certainty. Why? Look at him. Sleeping through his history of magic class, with Hermione doing all the assignments. It is evident that he detests such literature. How could he possibly know? Harry analyzed earnestly. Hermione shot them a glare, prompting them to cease their chatter and diligently attend to the reading list. Unbeknownst to him, Harry found himself in the restricted section. Accessing the tomes within required a signed note from a professor. Have you procured a signed note from a professor to enter the restricted section? Madame Pants, armed with a feather duster, inquired, striking her palm. The librarian waved her duster at him, expelling him from the restricted section. Moments later, they reconvened at a table, with only Hermione clutching a stack of books. Hermione cast them a disdainful glance before distributing the books among Ron and Harry, instructing them to search for any information concerning Nicholas Flamel. Very well, Harry began with eager anticipation, but after swiftly finishing one book, his enthusiasm waned. There were far too many books. Continuing this way, he had no idea when he would find anything. As he glanced around, he noticed that Madame Pants had been watching them for the past fortnight, but now she was absent. He whispered, I suspect Nicholas Flamel may be in the restricted section. But we cannot access the restricted section, Ron replied. Hermione slammed the book shut, declaring, Dudley can read books from the restricted section. Then let's find Dudley, Harry exclaimed excitedly. Yet, it seemed impossible to locate Dudley within the school at that moment. Hello, Mr. Froom. Unloading the goods, I see. The moment Dudley emerged through the hatch, he spotted Ambrose Froom retrieving various candies from a crate. Froom twisted his waist and remarked, with the holidays approaching, you sneak out of school? I need to get gifts for Christmas, Dudley responded. Upstairs, Mrs. Froom was managing the shop. Hello, Mrs. Froom. Goodbye, Mrs. Froom. Dudley playfully stuck out his tongue and dashed out of the store. Their first stop was the Dervish and Banj's shop, a magical equipment store brimming with various enchanted items, such as Quidditch gear, anti-creature eyes, and memory orbs. They came here first because it was where one could purchase items that had been enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. Dudley also had a travel trunk. This magical item could be acquired at a 50% discount from the Leaky Cauldron with a Hogwarts acceptance letter. How splendid it was to have such a generous offer available to every new Hogwarts student. The trunk was approximately 45 inches tall and 20 inches wide, with limited internal space, unable to hold many items, and rather cumbersome to use. Initially, Dudley planned to craft such an item himself, but upon investigation, he discovered it was far from simple. This sort of item required more than just a trunk that could store belongings. It also necessitated extensive knowledge of alchemy. What if one did not know alchemy? The solution was simple: learn it. Initially, Dudley held a similar belief, yet reality proved to be harsh. It seemed that the divine had not granted him access to the door of alchemy. He thoroughly exhausted the pages of an introduction to alchemy, yet he failed to grasp even the most fundamental concepts. Davies and Bands, the proprietors of the shop, were twins, and the establishment bore their names. The elder, Davies, was responsible for crafting magical instruments, while the younger, Bands, handled their repairs. Sir, I wish to purchase a magical artifact enhanced with the concealment expansion charm. It should possess ample space and be easily portable. Unlike the loquacious Weasley twins, these siblings were taciturn, opting for silence whenever possible. Davies bent down and retrieved a parchment scroll from beneath the counter, unfurling it before Dudley. The scroll displayed an array of boxes, varying in size and fashioned as pendants. The largest measured just over 3 inches, while the smallest was roughly an inch in size. Davies gestured for Dudley to select freely, then quietly observed Bands as he repaired magical devices. Dudley scrutinized the boxes, all of which had been subjected to the shrinking charm, allowing them to diminish in size while retaining their actual weight. Each box was accompanied by descriptive text detailing its functionalities and price. The boxes were categorized into 2 types. One type could only contain inanimate objects, priced around 40 galleons, while the other could accommodate any item, priced around 100 galleons. Dudley discovered a particularly exquisite box. It felt almost weightless in his hand, igniting a desire to purchase it, though the price was disheartening. Sir, Davies slowly turned his gaze towards Dudley. Could you reduce the price on this box? Dudley implored. How about it? Lower the price, and I shall buy it immediately. Davies remained silent, simply staring at Dudley. Frustrated by the proprietor's reticence, Dudley retrieved a bulging pouch of coins, reluctantly counting out 120 galleons and placing them on the counter. Upon exiting, Dudley touched his now deflated pouch. Lamenting his need to buy Christmas gifts for his friends, his heart ached, and he felt utterly despondent. Next, he visited a quill shop, where a plethora of feather pens awaited him, including those made from pheasant and goose feathers. After much deliberation, he chose a striking red phoenix feather pen, its fibers exceptionally soft to the touch. This pen was intended as a Christmas gift for Hermione, a token of gratitude for her assistance with his homework. His penultimate stop was at a renowned wizarding apparel store, a large chain with branches in both London and Paris. The quality of service was unparalleled, albeit accompanied by exorbitant prices. With tears in his eyes, Dudley purchased a new garment suitable for Ron and an assortment of peculiar wool socks intended for Dumbledore. Young man, were you jesting with me earlier? Mrs. Flume exclaimed upon seeing Dudley enter, a frown etched upon her face. Pink coconut ice, jackfruit preserves, licorice wands. She recited rapidly, listing all her confections. Would you care to purchase any? Chapter 39. The holiday begins. Dudley grimaced, clutching his chest. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were seated nearby, engaged in hushed conversation. Hey, what are you discussing? Dudley inquired, positioning himself beside Hermione. Where have you been? Harry questioned, regarding Dudley with curiosity. We searched for you all afternoon, but you were nowhere to be found. Hogsmeade, Dudley replied nonchalantly. What? Ron exclaimed, astonished. You sneaked off to Hogsmeade without us again? As Harry was mid-bite, his nose and ears began to transform into those of a pig, and flames erupted from his mouth and ears, creating a rather comical scene. You clearly stated last time that you would take us along, Ron remarked. Dudley seized a chicken wing, stuffing it whole into his mouth. After a moment, he expelled a bone devoid of meat. I was going to call for you, But after assisting Professor Flitwick, you had vanished. Ugh, Ron groaned in frustration. He longed to visit Hogsmeade, aware that his two brothers often slipped out of school to venture there, yet they never included him. After finally having an opportunity to go, he had missed out. He glanced at Hermione. It's your fault. Hermione shot him a glare, silencing Ron, who did not wish to face the wrath that came from provoking her. The thought of having no homework to copy was dismal indeed. Could you assist me in locating information about Nicholas Flamel in the restricted section? Harry requested, adding, Hermione mentioned you possess a signed note from Professor Dumbledore, granting you access to the books there. Dudley raised an eyebrow, surprised that Harry was interested in the restricted section where no information about Nicholas Flamel resided. Seeking distant knowledge? He hinted subtly. Do you know anything about Nicholas Flamel? Hermione asked, her tone uncertain. Dudley took a sip of pumpkin juice, smiling as he nodded slightly. Harry, Ron. And Hermione stared at Dudley for some time, while he merely munched on crisps and sipped his drink. Internally, Dudley was laughing heartily, feigning ignorance of their intentions. Why are you looking at me? Eat something. Aren't you hungry? I'm famished. As Dudley reached for more food, Harry intervened. Stop eating, Dudley. We want to know about any clues regarding Nicholas Flamel. Harry's mind buzzed with thoughts, recalling what Dudley had said before Vault 713 at Gringotts. If Dudley truly knew what was stored in that vault, he must also possess knowledge about Nicholas Flamel, since Hagrid had mentioned that the contents of the vault were linked to Dumbledore and Flamel. Yet, Harry could not fathom why Dudley would have any inkling of its contents. Is that true? Harry inhaled deeply, regretting not having listened to Dudley back then, regardless of the truth. Now, imploring Dudley for information seemed unlikely, unless he resorted to employing his own unique tactics. Harry could be seen poking his cheeks with both hands, then extending 2 fingers to tap on either side of his face. He tilted his head, blinked his eyes, and sweetly smiled. Dudley, I know I've made a mistake. Just tell me. He gently brushed Dudley's shoulder with one hand. Dudley shivered, swatting Harry's hand away and disdainfully wiping the spot where Harry had touched. You're impressive, really. I must commend you. All right, just put away your tricks, I will tell you. He merely intended to tease Harry, but ended up disgusted with himself. Nicholas Flamel, a student from Beauxbatons in France, is a renowned alchemist. He shares a good rapport with Dumbledore and is known to be the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Dudley stated. Suddenly, Hermione slapped her forehead, exclaiming, I remember now. A few weeks ago, I borrowed a book from the library as a light read. It contained an introduction to Nicholas Flamel. How could I have forgotten? What did the book say? Harry inquired eagerly. Hermione, anxiously tugging at her messy hair, pondered. Let me think. The Philosopher's Stone. Yes, she exclaimed with excitement. The Philosopher's Stone is a magical substance with astonishing properties. It can transform any metal into pure gold and create the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who drink it. For centuries, there have been numerous reports about the Philosopher's Stone, but the only remaining stone belongs to the celebrated alchemist and opera enthusiast, Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perenelle. Goodness, he is already 665 years old. Ron remarked in astonishment. No wonder we couldn't find Flamel in studies on modern witchcraft. Just think of what he has accomplished. Giants. Curses. What is there that he wouldn't dare do? Hermione added. Harry wholeheartedly agreed with Hermione's sentiments, sighing, who knows what he will do next. It is exceedingly dangerous to allow Snape to remain at Hogwarts. Even if we were to inform the other professors, they would scarcely believe us. Dudley, listening to their conversation, silently lifted his cup and took a hearty gulp of pumpkin juice in a toast to the dedicated Snape. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Dudley awoke to find a notice placed beside his pillow. It read, Dear Mr. Dursley, the school train departs at 9 o'clock in the morning. Please do not be late. Additionally, note, underage wizards are prohibited from casting spells outside of school. Harry was still asleep, so Dudley approached him and gave him a gentle nudge. Harry, wake up. Harry merely grunted and turned over to continue sleeping. Wake up. Dudley shouted louder in Harry's ear. It was proven that one could never rouse someone feigning sleep, nor awaken one who was sleeping as soundly as a log. Dudley placed his palm against Harry's face, then silently began to count. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished counting, Dudley's hand landed forcefully on Harry's face. He stepped back, shaking his slightly numb hand. Ah! Harry sprang up instantly, covering his face in terror. Don't. Please. This is terrifying. What is wrong with you? Dudley feigned innocence. I dreamt of a dragon, both hideous and fierce, relentlessly pursuing me until, at last, it swatted me away with a mighty blow. Harry touched his cheek, gasping in shock at the pain that throbbed there. Could this truly not be a dream? Dudley chuckled, a hint of mockery in his tone. Did you hit me? Harry inquired. How could that be? Dudley stepped forward, recounting how Harry had suddenly struck himself, startling him in the process. Let me take a look, Dudley said softly, gently prying Harry's hand away, his mind racing at the audacity of calling him ugly. He rubbed Harry's cheek, already marked with a crimson imprint, and declared, It's nothing. It'll fade soon. Fearing further questions from Harry, Dudley hastily urged him to rise, lest they miss the train to school. They soon reunited with Hermione, who had been waiting in the common room for quite some time, as they had planned to depart together the previous day. Why does your face look as though you've been slapped? Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. She playfully poked at Harry's injury, eliciting a chuckle from Dudley. Hermione, not lingering too long on the matter, quickly urged them to hurry. Throughout their journey, she complained about their sluggish pace, fretting that they might miss the train. Yet, her worries proved unfounded as they boarded the train without incident. Inside their compartment, laughter and chatter filled the air as they watched the dense woods outside gradually give way to sprawling fields and quaint villages. They purchased a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from the vendor, playfully challenging one another. The loser would have to eat a bean of their opponent's choosing. Time flew by, and as they passed through various Muggle towns, they changed out of their wizarding robes into thick down jackets. Due to an earlier departure, the train arrived at platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station by 5 o'clock. Exiting the station proved a challenge. They spent a considerable time navigating through, as a gone old guard permitted only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time, preventing a crowd from surging through the solid barrier and attracting Muggle attention. Chapter 40. The sleeping draft. Upon exiting the platform, the Granger couple had been waiting for a while. Hermione waved farewell to Dudley and Harry, bidding them to meet again at school, before rushing towards her parents. Dudley keenly observed Mr. Granger, sneaking a glance at him, faintly hearing Mr. Granger remark to Hermione, "Is that not the boy we saw last time regarding his teeth?" Scanning the area, Dudley noticed the absence of Petunia and Vernon. He and Harry leaned against the wall, waiting for about 10 minutes before Petunia and Vernon hurriedly approached. Upon seeing them, Petunia rushed forward to embrace both Dudley and Harry, exclaiming, "I've missed you too. You both look so thin. Did you not eat well at school?" Dudley felt a sudden pang of emotion, retorting, "Not at all. I've just grown sturdier. It's quite crowded today. We nearly ran out of parking spaces," Vernon said, wiping the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. Throughout the journey, Petunia inquired about their well-being, though they often wrote letters to her and Vernon. Nevertheless, Petunia preferred to hear about their school life directly from them. That evening, Penny personally prepared an extravagant feast, featuring roasted turkey, honey-glazed chicken wings, roasted lamb chops, and creamy mushroom soup. Despite having grown weary of such dishes, Dudley found himself relishing every bite. The delightful dinner, accompanied by laughter and joy, lasted for over 2 hours. The following day, Dudley stealthily ventured to Diagon Alley, a matter he wished to keep from Harry. As he was in search of a gift for Snape, he arrived at the apothecary. Indeed, the establishment was whimsically named the Apothecary, being the sole shop of its kind in Diagon Alley. Situated on the north side of the alley, this apothecary offered a myriad of ingredients for potion making. Even from outside, one could detect the pungent odor of rotten eggs and decaying cabbage wafting from within. Turning his back to the shop, Dudley inhaled deeply of the fresh air before resolutely stepping inside. The ceiling was adorned with bundles of feathers, strings of sharp teeth, and furry claws. Jars of herbs, dried roots, and vibrantly colored powders were meticulously arranged against the walls, while the floor was sticky beneath his feet, each step leaving a residue. "Is the proprietor present?" Dudley inquired, noticing the absence of the shopkeeper. "What's the rush?" came a voice from behind a door at the back of the counter. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a rather stiff and earnest man clad in a pristine wizarding robe, his nose adorned with heavy round spectacles. "What do you require?" The shopkeeper grumbled. "Don't you realize it's impolite to disturb someone's slumber?" Dudley twitched at the corner of his mouth. The shopkeeper's demeanor was less than courteous. Did he not understand that the customer is king? Was his establishment the only apothecary in Diagon Alley, leading to such arrogance? "I need 2 ounces of valerian root, 3 ounces of flobberworm mucus, and 5 ounces of lavender." Dudley listed the ingredients he required. "Valerian?" The shopkeeper scrutinized Dudley intently. "What do you intend to concoct?" "Valerian is a plant imbued with magical properties, known for its calming and antispasmodic effects, frequently employed as a potion ingredient. Its roots can be utilized to brew the elixir of life, commonly referred to as the draught of death. Its stems can yield potions of forgetfulness and sleep-inducing brews." "A sleeping potion. What else can it be used for?" Dudley replied with composure. "Lately, I've been unable to sleep for reasons unknown." Indeed, Dudley sought to create a sleeping potion, and he spoke no falsehood. Unlike the draught of death, which induces a death-like slumber, a sleeping potion merely lulls one into restful sleep. "Is that so?" Dudley shrugged. "What do you expect? I'm only 11. What else can I do?" "Quite right," the shopkeeper conceded, stepping out from behind the counter to search for the necessary ingredients among the shelves. Having brewed potions for some time, he had grown somewhat befuddled. How could a first-year wizard possibly concoct such advanced elixirs as the draught of death or the potion of forgetfulness? He wrapped the gathered ingredients in a piece of newspaper, which Dudley recognized as the Daily Prophet, and declared, "That will be 4 galleons, 15 sickles, and 156 nuts." Dudley extracted money and received the package. Muttering as he stepped out, "It's truly expensive." He dashed out of the apothecary, astonished by the proprietor's unexpectedly fierce demeanor, which contrasted with his seemingly dull and honest appearance. "Tom, reserve a room for me. 1 galleon." Tom displayed a grotesque grin. "I only need it for an hour." Dudley felt it was exorbitant. After all, it wasn't for a whole night, and 1 galleon was far too steep. Tom shook his head, insisting, 1 galleon. "Can we negotiate the price?" Dudley asked helplessly, hoping for a reduction. Minutes passed with Tom remaining steadfast, and Dudley reluctantly surrendered 1 galleon, knowing he couldn't let Harry discover his potion-making endeavors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked sneaking out. An hour later, Dudley emerged from the room, thoroughly satisfied. The potion had brewed successfully, its opulent hue enticing to the eye. He summoned Harry to his chamber. "What is this?" Harry inquired, staring at the vial of pink liquid Dudley offered him. "This is a meticulously concocted intelligence-enhancing potion. Drink it, and it will free you from Snape's harassment. Just imagine, with your intellect heightened, I shall no longer worry about you being questioned by Snape," Dudley proclaimed. Harry shook the glass vial in his hand, skeptical due to Dudley's numerous past betrayals. "Is it genuine?" "Drink," Dudley urged. But Harry playfully dodged him and downed the entire potion in one gulp. He examined the now empty vial, exclaiming, "See, it's all gone, and it actually tastes quite pleasant." Before long, Harry began to feel a sense of dizziness, pressing his forehead while his gaze became unfocused. "Why do I suddenly feel so sleepy?" "A normal reaction," Dudley reassured, helping Harry onto the bed. "The potion is taking effect. A little slumber will do you good." Once Harry was in a deep, restful sleep, Dudley gazed at him with a wicked smile. Chapter 41. The True Cross-Dressing Master Harry. Dudley pinched Harry's cheeks, inspecting him from left to right, chuckling to himself. "Now you're entirely at my mercy." He had exerted considerable effort for this day, fully committed to the task. Dudley dressed Harry in a flowing white gown adorned with beautiful floral embellishments, then placed a long, deep red wig atop his head. After a careful assessment, Dudley adjusted the wig's angle just right to conceal Harry's lightning-shaped scar. "Ah," he mused, admiring his creation, "a touch of light makeup would be perfect." He snapped several close-up photos, capturing Harry in an enchanting pose that resembled a slumbering beauty. The only drawback was that Harry's eyes remained closed, leaving Dudley uncertain whether Snape would appreciate this Christmas gift. Dudley reviewed the presents he intended to deliver, realizing he had prepared a considerable number of items. Aside from Quirrell, he had a gift for each professor. Fortunately, he remembered just in time, nearly forgetting the gifts for the Weasley twins. He deliberately prepared a gift for the twin brothers, known as the Hand of Glory. Its intended use is to place a lit candle within the Hand of Glory, allowing the bearer to illuminate their surroundings in darkness, while others remain oblivious to the candle's glow. This gift would be particularly suitable for their nocturnal adventures. However, the creation of the Hand of Glory is quite gruesome. It requires the hand of a hanged man, which is then wrapped in mandrake root and the vines of Devil's Snare, before being submerged in water until only the white bones remain, marking the completion of the process. As Dudley opened the owl cage, a black and white owl excitedly flitted out, its talons gently resting on Dudley's arm as it cooed. Dudley stroked the owl's feathers with the back of his hand, eliciting a comforting sound from it. He said, "Tonight, I need you to help me deliver these gifts." The owl tilted its head and evaded Dudley's touch, calling out a few times as if to express that it was only remembered during important times, while being forgotten in the corners otherwise. The owl's yellow eyes glared at Dudley. "Of course," Dudley replied, shaking off his arm. "Go on now." Suddenly, a rather flamboyant voice emerged from behind Dudley, and 2 arms wrapped around his waist. Startled, Dudley pried the arms away and turned to see Harry, who was twirling his red hair with his fingers and casting flirtatious glances at him. Ugh! Dudley felt a sudden wave of nausea and pushed Harry away, retreating to the other side. "Can you not speak like that? Let me explain. Why act this way? It's not like you're being considerate," Harry waved at him, teasingly adding, "Isn't this you're doing?" He then covered his mouth, laughing mischievously. Harry lunged at him, and Dudley crossed his arms tightly over his chest, trembling as he inquired, "What do you want? What do you think?" Harry replied, shyly turning his head away, before suddenly yanking off the red wig and tossing it onto Dudley's face. "What do you think I want? Why don't you explain what you've done?" Harry stood up, roughly removing his long dress, saying, "What you gave me was no intelligence potion, but rather a sleeping draught." He glanced around the room and noticed Dudley's camera carelessly placed on the table. Picking it up, he incredulously asked, "You even took pictures?" The camera was devoid of film, and he brought it before Dudley, exclaiming, "Your owl is missing. Did you send it to deliver a letter? Who was the recipient?" Harry's barrage of questions left Dudley speechless. Harry had transformed into a veritable detective, piecing together much of the actual situation. Hedwig, groggily opening her eyes, looked at Harry with confusion. Hedwig, quite irate, was disturbed from her beautiful dream over such trivial matters and pecked Harry's hand sharply. He yanked his hand out of the cage, sucking on the spot where Hedwig had pecked him. With a haughty glance at Harry, Hedwig grasped the cage door with her claw and shut it, dismissing the notion of searching for that troublesome owl. The white and black often take delight in bullying it, only to later appease it with delectable morsels, creating a relentless cycle of torment. Truly, the white and black are incorrigibly wicked. Hedwig, in her lifetime, would never seek out that insufferable little rascal, and it would be best if he were to vanish into the vastness of the night. Hedwig refused to assist Harry. Helpless, he turned once more to Dudley, only to find the door firmly locked. He knocked persistently, yet received no response. Dudley, just you wait. You might evade me tonight, but I highly doubt you can keep it up tomorrow. If you possess any courage, stay hidden. Dudley, eavesdropping at the door, chuckled softly at Harry's retreating footsteps. Harry is increasingly lacking in boundaries. He is truly becoming revolting. Were Harry to discover Dudley's thoughts, he would undoubtedly cry out in indignation. Yet it was Dudley who had compelled him into such a state. The following morning, Dudley sat on the sofa, poised to unwrap the gifts he had received, when a bleary-eyed Harry descended the stairs. "Merry Christmas, Harry." "Merry Christmas," Harry replied. Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly recognized that it was Dudley who had greeted him. In a sudden rush, he lunged forward, wrapping his arm around Dudley's neck. "Now you can't escape. I must tell you, I am not the least bit happy." Dudley gently patted Harry's arm, prompting him to release his grip. After all, he had no genuine desire to harm Dudley, but merely sought an answer. "Trust me. Once school resumes, you will find joy," Dudley asserted. Harry, astonished, pointed at Dudley, exclaiming, "You didn't send that photograph to Snape, did you?" Dudley chuckled, ruffling Harry's hair. "Clever, aren't you? It seems my potion has proven effective." Harry then uncovered a parcel, wrapped in thick brown paper, adorned with elaborate writing that read, "From Hagrid to Harry." He hastily tore it open, and the contents caused him a twinge of discomfort. "I knew it," Dudley remarked, presenting an identical package to Harry. "Rock cakes, all yours." Dudley, discovering a square parcel bearing Hermione's neat handwriting, speculated it contained a book. Upon unwrapping it, his expression darkened. It was Basics of Broomflight. He sensed Hermione's palpable malice. Harry, with grave seriousness, declared, "This book is quite fitting for you." To Dudley's surprise, Mrs. Weasley had gifted him a hand-knitted sweater identical to Harry's. "What is this?" Harry inquired, tossing a lightweight paper package, devoid of any sender's name. "Open it to find out," Dudley suggested, suspecting it might be an invisibility cloak from Dumbledore. However, as it was delivered now, Harry could make no use of it. Upon unwrapping the package, a silvery, liquid-like substance cascaded onto the floor, forming a shimmering pile. "Good heavens!" Petunia exclaimed from the doorway. "Is that a pile of gems?" "Certainly not," Dudley chuckled, picking up the shimmering material and shaking it apart. "It's a cloak." He marveled at the silky fabric. It was indeed one of the legendary Deathly Hallows. Merely by instinct, one could discern that this cloak was distinct from those conjured through the use of a disillusionment charm, cloaked in illusion, or crafted from the fur of an invisibility beast. "This is a cloak," Penny remarked with a hint of disinterest. Vernon chuckled lightly. Women and their obsession with glittering jewels. Penny maintained a stoic expression, though Vernon was oblivious, his gaze fixated on the rock pie that Harry had just placed on the table, which appeared rather appetizing. "No." Before Dudley could finish his sentence, Vernon took a hearty bite, and instead of the imagined sound of shattered teeth, all Dudley heard was the sound of Vernon's chewing. After swallowing, Vernon queried, "What's wrong?" He waved the remaining half of the pie in his hand and asked, "What is this?" "It's rather delightful, albeit a tad tough." Dudley was taken aback, a multitude of alpacas racing through his mind, pondering why he had not inherited such robust genes. In the 42nd chapter, Dudley gulped and stammered, "Rock pie." Vernon tossed the remaining pie into his mouth, chewing while his eyes lingered on the other rock pies left on the table. "Do you want some?" he inquired. Harry promptly grabbed a stack of rock pies from the table and placed them in Vernon's hands, saying, "Uncle, if you enjoy them, they're all yours." Vernon, cradling the pie, smiled gleefully, but Penny seized the moment to retort, "Eat. All you think about is eating. Now hurry up and help make breakfast." Startled, Vernon nearly dropped the rock pie from his grasp, chuckling, "All right, I'm on it." A glance exchanged between Vernon, Dudley, and Harry revealed that the true authority in the household remained Penny. "What is this?" Harry noticed a small note where the cloak had fallen. The note, inscribed in an elongated script, read, "This item was left by your father before his death. I believe it is time to return it to you. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." "Is this something my father left behind?" Harry pondered aloud, taking the cloak from Dudley's hands. "Who could have given this to me?" "Professor Dumbledore." Dudley replied, after a moment's contemplation. "I saw that very handwriting in Professor Dumbledore's office." Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders, and to his astonishment, the lower half of his body vanished from sight. He removed the cloak, then donned it again, repeating the action several times before exclaiming, "What purpose does this cloak serve? I feel nothing different." Dudley, covering his eyes, could no longer bear to watch. believing that Harry truly needed an intelligence-enhancing potion. "Put it back on," he urged. "And then what?" Harry asked, dawned in confusion. Dudley let out a sigh, then replied, "Look at your body." Harry lowered his gaze and felt an odd sensation. He could still sense his physical form, yet it was invisible to his eyes. "Wow, cool," he exclaimed, capturing the attention of Penny and Vernon. Harry found himself in a state of bewilderment, so much so that he did not react even when his hands slipped from the cloak. The garment slid off his shoulders, revealing his form gradually. Dudley rushed over to assist Vernon in helping Petunia to the sofa for a moment's respite. "It's nothing to worry about. It's merely an invisibility cloak," he remarked, picking up the cloak from the floor and demonstrating it several times. "This truly frightened me. I thought something had happened to Harry," Petunia exclaimed, patting her chest as she caught her breath. After a short while, laughter bubbled forth from her. Reflecting on Harry's earlier expression, she found it quite amusing. She propped herself up on her legs and declared, "You all carry on. I shall return to preparing your meal. It's such a shame that the eggs I was frying fell to the floor." Dudley held her back, saying, "Why don't you take a break? I can handle it." Ultimately, it was Petunia who completed the breakfast that morning, asserting that Dudley would be content just to eat. And cooking was beyond his capabilities. This was an unfair characterization of Dudley, for in truth, he was quite adept in the kitchen. In the afternoon, Dudley and Harry engaged in a few rounds of wizard's chess. Dudley won the first game, but thereafter suffered a series of humiliating defeats. His misfortune stemmed largely from Vernon's incessant commentary, which he found highly entertaining, as he offered Dudley strategic advice on how to play. A true gentleman observes in silence. Dudley rolled his eyes in frustration. Yet Vernon, oblivious to the meaning of the phrase, retorted, "Do you realize your father was once unmatched in chess throughout the land?" Dudley fervently wished to teach a lesson to the creator of wizard's chess, lamenting the design that allowed Vernon to command the pieces while he, as the player, was left powerless. Frustrated and unwilling to continue, Dudley relinquished his place to Vernon, who continued to dominate the game until the Christmas dinner, not winning a single match in between. During this time, Vernon's skill left Harry in despair. He developed a fear of wizard's chess, to the point where even the pieces seemed to protest. "You cannot send me there again. I've already met my demise countless times." The inevitable conclusion was clear. With Vernon claiming to be invincible, it seemed there were no challengers left in the world. Dudley discovered that watching others play chess was far more entertaining than participating himself. "Come and eat," Petunia called out cheerfully. "I concede, let us eat, for I am absolutely famished." With that, Harry dashed to the dining table and sat down, utterly unable to continue, as the experience had been excruciating. Vernon followed suit, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "How can you concede? The board is still set. We shall continue after dinner." Observing Harry's pained expression, Dudley erupted in laughter. Petunia's Christmas feast was nothing short of extravagant, featuring a plump roasted turkey, several platters of assorted meats, a large dish of delightful sausages, a bowl of peas dressed in butter, a rich and thick gravy accompanied by cranberry sauce, and potatoes prepared in various styles, boiled, roasted, fried, and even mashed with cheese. Additionally, there were an array of puddings and a splendid Christmas cake. A delightful family Christmas dinner unfolded, filled with conversation and laughter, lasting nearly 3 hours. "Father, this is for you," said Dudley, producing a magical razor and handing it to Vernon. He explained that one must explicitly articulate the desired effect before use, lest it might shave off every strand of hair. Vernon, grasping the razor, declared, "I need to shave my beard." The razor quivered momentarily in his hand before levitating gently. Gliding toward Vernon, it hovered at his chin and began to shave. In mere moments, Vernon's beard was completely gone, including the mustache he had sported for quite some time. With a dismayed expression, he exclaimed, "Oh my, I didn't intend to shave my mustache." Penny pointed at Vernon, laughing heartily. "The mustache indeed falls under your definition of beard." She continued, "Your son has already told you, clarity is essential for the desired outcome. Nonetheless, you do appear rather novel. You've regained a youthful appearance of a decade." Vernon, basking in Penny's compliments, beamed with delight, appreciating the splendid gift that bestowed upon him an unprecedented smoothness and comfort. Harry gifted Vernon an automatic belt featuring voice recognition. With a simple call of belt, it would effortlessly fly and wrap around the wearer's waist. Dudley and Harry also presented Penny with essential feminine products. Dudley gifted a tube of approximately 100 milliliters of beauty potion, which promised to enhance the drinker's allure, while Harry provided a swift smoothing hair serum, perfect for nurturing one's tresses. It is undeniable that the sale of women's products is quite lucrative. Dudley and Harry spent 250 galleons on these potions. Now, Dudley found himself in a rather unfortunate financial state. Initially, Harry offered to cover the cost, but Dudley insisted, arguing that if it were for himself, it would be one matter, but these were gifts for his mother. Thus he owed Harry 200 galleons. Eager to experience the potion's effects, Penny promptly consumed the beauty potion. She felt her cheeks growing warm, and before long, she radiated with vitality. Vernon, witnessing Hinny's transformation, could not resist planting a kiss on her cheek, causing her to blush deeply. Is it possible for someone without magical abilities to concoct such potions? Hinny inquired. Gazing at Dudley, he paused momentarily, then nodded affirmatively, surprised that Hinny expressed a desire to learn potion making, aligning with his initial thoughts. If you wish to learn the art of potion making, I shall take you to Diagon Alley tomorrow, Dudley said, suddenly slapping his forehead, nearly forgetting. He dashed upstairs and returned with numerous sheets of parchment, presenting them to Hinny and Vernon. Take a look at this story. The parchment bore the tale of Frozen, which in a previous life existed solely as an animated film. He had refined the narrative into a short novel, comprising approximately 100,000 words. Approximately half an hour later, Hinny was the first to set aside the parchment in her hands. Rubbing her eyes, she remarked, "What a delightful story, truly moving." Vernon interjected. "This couldn't possibly be your own writing, could it? The prose is exceptionally eloquent, and the narrative flows seamlessly, compelling one to read on." With a smile, Dudley nodded and suggested, "What if we were to publish this as a book and sell it?" They then discussed several matters. The Dursleys had no prior experience in this venture, and Dudley realized that writing a book was not a task for the faint-hearted. It was exceedingly laborious, and he had no intention of committing to long hours of writing in the future. Ultimately, they decided to entrust the publication of Frozen Fairy Tale to established booksellers, who possessed printing facilities and distribution channels, thus saving time and effort. Chapter 43. Among the family, I possess the least fortune. Once all matters were settled, Harry proposed that each of them ignite a wizarding firework. This firework was aptly named for its ability to erupt with surprises. It was a type of firework that would bring joy only to the fortunate, with tales of individuals unearthing a broomstick worth over 1,000 galleons from within. Harry was the first to pull the string of his firework. The explosion resonated like the roar of cannon fire, though fortunately, the sound was not overly loud. Only audible to the Dursleys. Otherwise, one might have mistaken it for an actual bombing. Following the explosion, a cloud of blue smoke enveloped them. Harry's luck was relatively favorable, as he unveiled a telescope, which could fetch at least 5 galleons at the magical supply store. Prior to igniting his firework, Vernon had been murmuring, "I want a wizard's chess set of my own." Ever since he had played wizard's chess, he had desired a set for himself. He informed Dudley that this was a voice-activated firework, and lo and behold, it produced a wizard's chess set. Dudley even speculated that if Vernon wished for a flying broomstick, perhaps it would not yield a chess set, but a broomstick instead. Hinny revealed a splendid wizard's hat, while Dudley mimicked Vernon, muttering, "Please produce a flying broomstick for me." "Why would you need a broomstick if you can't fly?" Harry teased. Dudley, disdainfully looking at Harry, retorted, "I can't sell it off." Dudley activated the firework. Yet reality soon taught him that misfortune had no correlation with voice control. He ended up with 6 little white mice, prompting Hinny to scream in surprise. The 3 of them, Dudley, Vernon, and Harry, scrambled to catch the mice that were scurrying about. From the garden came the resounding hoot of an owl. The black and white owl swooped in, swiftly devouring 3 mice, before grasping one with its sharp beak and clutching 2 more with its talons, flying out of the living room and up to Harry's room on the 2nd floor. The following day, Dudley took Hinny to Diagon Alley, where they purchased an owl, ensuring that in the future, while he was at school, Hinny could not only send him letters, but also send the owl to Diagon Alley to buy ingredients for potion making. Dursley once again accompanied her to the Lehan bookstore, where she purchased several foundational texts on potion making, including magical potions and elixirs and detailed analysis of potion ingredients. Hinny even subscribed to a weekly journal titled Practical Potion Master, committing herself to 1 edition each week. Finally, she acquired an automatic stirring cauldron. Hinny truly possessed a remarkable talent for potion brewing, perhaps indicating a connection between her culinary skills and her aptitude for concocting potions. By the time Dursley's school term commenced, Hinny had successfully brewed several commonly used elixirs through her diligent exploration and experimentation, leaving Harry astounded by her accomplishments. After the school year began, Dursley maintained his usual demeanor, while Harry faced a dismal fate as the Quidditch matches loomed on the horizon, with leading them into intense training sessions. On a particular day, Dursley and Ron engaged in a game of wizard's chess in the common room, while Hermione sat nearby, engrossed in foundations of alchemy. Ron wiped his forehead, which bore no trace of sweat, exclaiming, "Phew, I finally won. Playing chess with you is exhausting, yet quite enjoyable." He placed the shattered pieces back on the board and retrieved intact ones to set up anew. "Come, let us continue." At that moment, Harry walked in with a dazed expression, taking a seat beside Dursley. "Harry, don't speak to me just yet," Ron said, noticing his pensive demeanor. "What's wrong? If something's bothering you, share it with us so we can lighten the mood," Dursley teased, patting Harry on the shoulder. Hermione, book in hand, smacked Dursley's arm, admonishing, "Look at Harry's troubled face, and you still jest." Harry lowered his voice, wishing to keep his concerns private. and revealed to them Snape's ominous intention to become the Quidditch referee. Don't participate in the match, Hermione immediately suggested. You could claim to be ill. Ron applauded his own cleverness as he added, you could even break a leg. I cannot do that, Harry replied. The team lacks a substitute seeker. If I withdraw, Gryffindor's team cannot compete properly. Seeing Harry's reluctance to step down, Hermione shrugged her shoulders and said, fine, just don't expect us to carry you off the field. Do not worry, Harry, Dursley reassured, shaking Harry, who was startled by his own vivid imagination. When the time comes, I shall summon Professor Dumbledore to accompany us. With him present, you will not feel afraid, will you? Really? Harry asked, his eyes glimmering with hope. Certainly, Dursley affirmed. At that moment, Neville tumbled into the common room. Everyone was baffled as to how he had squeezed through the portrait hole, for his legs were firmly bound together. Dursley and the others instantly recognized it as a result of the leg locker curse, which he must have hopped up the Gryffindor tower like a rabbit. Laughter erupted among the group. The explosive little prince, Seamus Finnegan, approached with his wand, declaring, allow me to break the curse for you. Neville panicked, exclaiming, no, 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 I don't need it. You might blow my legs apart. Simo's goodwill was met with refusal, and he retorted in anger, I have no inclination to lift your curse. And besides, if anyone were to notice, my singed eyebrows from last time have already regrown. With that, he turned to leave, oblivious to the fact that a considerable patch on the back of his head had gone bald. As Simo departed, Hermione stepped forward and cast a counter curse on Neville, causing his legs to part instantly. He rose and fervently expressed his gratitude to Hermione. Malfoy, Neville stammered, I encountered him outside the library. He said he was looking for someone to practice spells with. Go tell Professor McGonagall. Hermione urged Neville, report him. Neville shook his head. I don't want to cause any more trouble, he mumbled. You must confront him bravely, Neville. Ron insisted, he's always been domineering. You have no reason to yield before him and let him have his way. Ron is right, Neville, added Dudley. Next time you find yourself in such a situation, if your spell is ineffective, just aim a punch at his nose. Hermione pinched Dudley, admonishing, don't give Neville misguided advice. Matters like this should be reported to a professor so that Malfoy receives the punishment he deserves. I'm not giving misguided advice. Dudley feigned innocence, then turned to Neville. Trust me, Neville, be brave. There's nothing that a punch can't solve, and if there is, then it just takes 2 punches. And as long as you hit his nose, he will surely fall. You needn't say more. I am simply too cowardly and lacking in courage. I truly don't understand why I was sorted into Gryffindor, Neville choked out. Believe me, you are undoubtedly a true Gryffindor, Dudley affirmed. Harry reached into his robe pocket and retrieved a chocolate frog, offering it to Neville. Do not doubt it. You are indeed a Gryffindor. After all, the sorting hat placed you here, did it not? Harry said, you are far superior to Malfoy. Neville took a piece of the chocolate frog, his lips twitching into a feeble smile. Thank you for your comfort. I feel much better now. I just want to rest and get some sleep. As soon as class ended, Snape's low voice commanded, Mr. Dursley, stay for a moment. Dudley was initially taken aback, but soon realized that Snape must have discovered he sent the photographs. Although he had not signed his name, it was not difficult to deduce. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged worried glances at Dudley. He waved them off, signaling them to wait outside. Once they had exited, Snape strode swiftly to Dudley's desk, leaning on it with a somber expression. Those photographs were sent by you, were they not? He whispered. Professor, there's no need for legitimacy in this matter, Dudley replied, rubbing his head. You failed to extract information last time. Why attempt again? Indeed, the photographs were sent by me. Dudley wore a mischievous grin as he looked at Snape. Reveling in the moment, Snape slammed his hand on the desk, gripping Dudley's collar. How did you know? Unfazed, Dudley pointed to his collar. How are we to converse in this manner? Snape's serpent-like eyes fixated on Dudley for a considerable duration before he released his grip on Dudley's collar. Dudley adjusted his collar and sat back down, while Harry, Hermione, and Ron anxiously awaited outside the door. What do you suppose Snape wanted with Dudley? Hermione inquired. A chill ran down Harry's spine. If he were not mistaken, it surely pertained to that incident. He couldn't help but reflect that Dudley's approach had proven somewhat effective, for Snape had indeed refrained from targeting him today, although the way Snape looked at him left Harry feeling conflicted. Chapter 44. Go ahead, Neville. Outside the potions classroom, Harry found himself mired in indecision over whether to don women's attire. Should Dudley discover Harry's thoughts, he might very well manipulate Harry a few more times, resulting in the successful transformation of Harry into a cross-dressing sensation. These matters are hardly secretive, Dudley began slowly. You could never know, Snape bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. Know what exactly? Dudley lifted his gaze to Snape. Is it that you can't acknowledge your affection for my aunt? Or that you are a double agent? Enough. Snape brandished his wand menacingly at Dudley. Rude, Dudley calmly retorted, snatching the wand from Snape's grasp and placing it on the table. It has been ages since those events transpired, yet you remain ensnared in contradiction. If Aunt Lily were aware, she would wish for your happiness. Snape's lips pressed together as his expression shifted repeatedly. Dudley. who could hardly maintain seriousness for more than 3 seconds, remarked, "Don't you think it would be better to have Harry take a picture with his eyes wide open? After all, his eyes resemble Aunt Lily's the most." Snape, staring intently at Dudley, inquired with deliberate slowness, "Does Potter know?" "I have mentioned it to him," Dudley replied, watching as Snape retrieved his wand. He quickly added, "But Harry doesn't really believe it. From now on, you must not disclose anything about me to him." Snape's countenance darkened. "After all, he is the child of the woman you cherished most." Yet his face fills me with revulsion. Snape suppressed his inner fury. "I understand. I shall remain silent." Dudley gestured for Snape to temper his anger. In truth, he wished to refrain from expressing any opinions regarding the bullying, for the topic was far too expansive. And with James Potter having passed, discussing it seemed futile. He merely hoped that Snape would not dwell in perpetual regret. Snape produced a small vial of potion from his robes and placed it before Dudley. The potion shimmered with the hue of molten gold. "Felicity Potion. A Christmas gift for you." Dudley's heart swelled with joy at the sight of the potion, realizing the unexpected benefits it held. The Felicity Potion ensured smooth sailing in all endeavors, and it was both costly and rare. "Remember my words," Snape stated before turning to leave. "This is merely a Christmas gift." "I know it is a gift." "Hey, wait. Don't leave so hastily," Dudley called out cheerfully. Yet another prideful oddity. As soon as Dudley exited the classroom, his friends crowded around him. "Snape didn't give you a hard time, did he?" "Of course not," Dudley replied. "Then why did he keep you behind?" Ron questioned. Dudley glanced at Harry. "Naturally, it was to commend the splendid Christmas gift I prepared for him." Ron exclaimed. "You actually prepared a gift for him?" "He wants to kill Harry." "It is unlikely he would kill me," Harry replied, furrowing his brow. He led Dudley, Hermione, and Ron to a secluded corner, where he shared his reasoning. "Dudley once mentioned that Snape had feelings for my mother. If I am not mistaken, those feelings have endured to this day. If that is the case, Snape cannot possibly wish to harm me. But didn't you see his leg was injured? He wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone to prevent you from interfering, so he might want to silence you," Ron argued. Dudley pondered for a moment, realizing that if Ron continued to mislead Harry, it could lead to unnecessary troubles. Since Harry was already aware of and believed in Snape's affection for Lily Evans, adding more to it would violate any agreement with Snape regarding his mother's love. Hermione said uncertainly. "That means Professor Snape might have been using a counter curse at that time." Harry contemplated for a while. The clues he had gathered were too scant. "Let us leave it for now. We should hurry to the Great Hall for dinner. I still have training this afternoon." "Wait," Ron called out to them. "I'm rather curious about what you gifted Snape." "Ugh." Dudley began to speak, but Harry swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him away. Harry strictly forbade Dudley from revealing anything about the photograph. Otherwise, he would demonstrate an explosive reaction right in front of him. An afternoon later, the Quidditch match was set to take place. Dudley, Hermione, and Ron found a prime spot in the stands as they awaited the commencement of the game. Ron pointed to a high podium across the way and said, "You actually called Professor Dumbledore here. You really believed him?" Hermione chuckled at Ron's astonished expression. During the last match, Harry's broom had been cursed, so Dumbledore was certainly coming to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. "Ouch," Ron yelped, clutching the back of his head as Malfoy intentionally elbowed him, feigning innocence. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you there." Crabbe and Goyle erupted in laughter. "Did you hear that last time Harry's broom was cursed?" Malfoy scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Last time, so many professors were present, yet the curse still happened. What good does it do if Dumbledore comes? Anyone want to place a bet on whether Harry's broom will be cursed again?" "Go, George," Dudley cheered, rising to wave his arms. George dared to aim a bludger at Snape, and though he missed, Snape penalized Hufflepuff with a free shot. Malfoy, clutching his mouth in pain, pointed at Dudley. "You." It turned out that when Dudley cheered earlier, he had inadvertently punched Malfoy in the face. "Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. What do you think you're doing sitting in our Gryffindor stand?" Dudley said unapologetically. The surrounding Gryffindors burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Malfoy shouted angrily. "I challenge you to a duel. I am not the same person I used to be. Indeed, you are no longer the person you once were. You are now destined to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun." As Dudley finished speaking, the young lions erupted into laughter once more. "By the way, weren't you supposed to place a bet?" 1,000 galleons. "I wager that Harry will not fall and will seize the golden snitch to claim victory," Dudley declared. Malfoy hesitated. 1,000 galleons exceeded his living expenses. "Are you afraid?" Dudley continued to taunt, as he was in dire need of money, and he had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Malfoy, sensing the disdainful gazes of the surrounding young lions, retorted sharply, "Why would I be afraid? Let us bet." "Fine, then just watch closely and be prepared to part with your money." A few minutes later, Snape, adhering strictly to his own rules, unreasonably awarded Hufflepuff another penalty shot. Instantly, Malfoy exclaimed, "TSK, TSK, poor Gryffindor." Yet no one paid him any heed. All eyes were glued to the field, engrossed in the match. He then redirected his scorn towards Neville Longbottom. "I believe you should join the Gryffindor team as well. Look, Potter is an orphan." The Weasley brothers are impoverished, and you lack brains. What a perfect combination. Neville's face flushed crimson as he turned to face Malfoy, stammering, "Even if I lack brains, I'm still better than you." Malfoy, along with Crabbe and Goyle, erupted into mocking laughter. Dudley sighed at Neville's retort. It was a sound argument, but he lacked the confidence. "Neville, as I've told you, show Malfoy what you're made of. I want to see just how formidable you are." Malfoy patted Neville's cheek, saying, "If intelligence were gold, you'd be poorer than the Weasley family. That speaks volumes." "Ah," Neville shouted, closing his eyes and landing a punch squarely on Malfoy's nose. That he managed to hit him amidst the crowd was indeed a stroke of fortune. Malfoy stumbled backward, and his fellow lions quickly sidestepped to avoid him, crashing to the ground with a thud. Seizing the moment, Ron rolled over and kicked Malfoy several times, having been infuriated by Malfoy's constant insults towards the Weasley family. "Ah," Hermione shrieked, and the scene fell silent as she glared at Dudley. "How could you allow them to fight?" Dudley feigned ignorance. I don't know, I truly don't know." Frustrated, Hermione could hardly find her words. As Malfoy rose, preparing to confront Ron and Neville, Dudley smiled and said, "Malfoy, are you sure you want to fight? This is our Gryffindor stance. Think carefully." Malfoy hesitated. Glancing around, the young lions remained steadfast, adopting expressions that clearly conveyed, "If you dare to strike, we shall retaliate." At that moment, he regarded Dudley's smug smile with disdain, yet he had no choice but to swallow his pride. The spectators erupted in gasps and applause as Harry executed a stunning dive. The match had become unmanageable. Hermione, after giving Dudley a disdainful huff, immersed herself entirely in the spectacle. She clasped her hands beneath her chin, her gaze fixated on Harry, who soared towards the ground like a bullet. "Hurry, Harry!" Hermione exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to leap from her seat. Harry was hurtling directly towards Snape, just as Snape adjusted his position on the broom. A golden object zipped past his ear, mere inches away. In the next moment, Harry swooped past him. Snape had to reposition himself once more. At that instant, Harry ceased his dive, triumphantly raising his arm, tightly grasping the golden snitch. The stands erupted in exhilaration. This would mark a new record, for no match had ever captured the snitch as swiftly as today. "Dudley, the game is over. We won," Hermione shouted joyfully, bouncing on her seat before jumping down to embrace Dudley tightly. Chapter 45. Inflation, inflation, too much inflation. "Ha, woman, you were just so furious," Dudley muttered. "What did you say?" Hermione inquired, her attention drawn to Dudley, uncertain if she had misheard amidst the cacophony of the stands. Nothing. Dudley's gaze darted about. Just as Hermione prepared to confront him, Dudley caught sight of Malfoy attempting to sneak away. "Where do you think you're going?" He blocked Malfoy's path. Malfoy, visibly uncomfortable, stammered, "I wasn't going anywhere. I trust you won renege on our wager," Dudley replied with a smile. "After all, your family, the Malfoys, is one of the sacred 28. If you default, you would bring disgrace upon your family." Ron chimed in with a cutting remark. "That would be unfortunate. I eagerly anticipate your delivery of 1,000 galleons." Seeing Malfoy's expression, Dudley regretted not having wagered a higher sum, realizing that with the Malfoy family's long-standing legacy, a loss of 1,000 galleons would be inconsequential. "I want to wager again," Malfoy declared confidently, as if victory was assured in his mind. Dudley's heart swelled with joy. It seemed Malfoy was eager to bestow money upon him. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it," Dudley said, clasping Malfoy's hand. He paid no heed to Malfoy's demeanor, his face alight with smiles. "Of course, I am grateful to the wealthy benefactor for his generosity." Ron, Neville, and Hermione remained silent, while Crabbe and Goyle erupted in laughter. Malfoy, infuriated, took a swing at their heads, but when he aimed at Crabbe, Crabbe instinctively dodged. Malfoy glared at him in silence. Crabbe, trembling, approached Malfoy and quietly suggested, "Why not hit me again?" Malfoy, in response, tossed his arm dismissively. "This time, we shall wager on a duel, myself against you, Dudley Dursley." Malfoy, "You can't even best Harry, yet you dare challenge Dudley to a duel?" Ron mocked from the sidelines. "Dudley, are you brave enough?" Dolly promptly nodded in agreement. After all, what was there to fear in accepting money without effort? Having learned from his previous experience, Dolly intended to set a higher price this time. "How much are you willing to wager?" "If I win, the initial 1,000 galleons will be nullified. If you win, I shall pay you another 1,000 galleons," Malfoy proposed. Dolly extended his arm, raising a single finger and shaking it slightly. "You're afraid. You dare not duel with me," Malfoy exclaimed with excitement. "Are you an imbecile?" Dolly scoffed at Malfoy. Fear was not an option. 1,000 galleons is far too little. You yourself just claimed that your Malfoy family lacks for nothing, even that paltry sum. I wish to wager 10,000 galleons. Dolly's audacious proposition left his companions in shock. "Why not just rob Gringotts?" Malfoy retorted, hopping in frustration. TSK. Dolly shook his head. "This is far swifter and safer than robbing Gringotts." Malfoy, irritated, countered. I can produce 10,000 galleons. Can you? Harry's vault is filled with galleons, Dudley replied confidently, knowing he could utilize Harry's name once more. Malfoy fell into contemplation. Ron's taunts continued unabated. You're not scared, are you, Malfoy? 10,000 galleons seems excessive. Hermione tugged at Dudley's sleeve, whispering, That's because you haven't seen Harry's vault. Agreed, Malfoy declared, exuding confidence. If Potter discovers that you lost him 10,000 galleons, imagine his reaction. With time and place established, Malfoy was ready to proceed, and Dudley had no intention of prolonging the conversation. Malfoy kicked Crabbe and Goyle, urging, Come on. What are you waiting for? Once they had departed, Hermione expressed her concern. They wouldn't back out, would they? Impossible, Ron replied in disbelief. Dudley observed their retreating figures, remarking, He cannot escape this. When the crowd at the Quidditch pitch had thinned considerably, Dudley led his friends leisurely toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Meanwhile, a hooded figure swiftly descended the castle steps, evidently wishing to remain unseen. However, Harry spotted the figure as it darted towards the Forbidden Forest. He recognized the furtive gait. It was Snape, sneaking away into the woods. Look, is that Harry flying in the sky? Neville queried uncertainly. Dudley looked up to see Harry already soaring into the Forbidden Forest. You all wait here, Dudley commanded, drawing his wand and uttering disillusionment. Dudley's form vanished as he dashed into the forest. Fortunately, his quick reflexes and the dense trees of the Forbidden Forest aided him as he spotted Harry gliding lower, brushing against the treetops. Before long, Dudley heard voices ahead. It was unmistakably Snape's voice. Presumably, Harry had followed him into the woods. Dudley quietly maneuvered towards the sound, landing stealthily on a towering beech tree. From a distance, Dudley observed Harry cautiously inching along a branch, his grip tight upon his broomstick. To Dudley's surprise, Snape was not alone. Quirrell was also present. Quirrell's stuttering issue had escalated to an unprecedented degree. I cannot fathom why you chose this location for our meeting, Severus. Do you deem this matter appropriate for public discourse? Snape replied, his tone frigid, for students ought not to be privy to the existence of the Philosopher's Stone. Have you ascertained how to navigate past Hagrid's beast? But, Severus, you do not wish to find yourself as my adversary, do you, Quirrell? Snape asserted, advancing menacingly. I do not comprehend what you mean. You are acutely aware of my implication. Snape sneered, your clandestine little tricks. I await your response. Quirrell appeared as a petulant child at that moment. Snape interrupted him. You have time to deliberate. Once you have resolved to whom your allegiance lies, we shall converse again. He draped his cloak over his head and strode briskly out of the clearing, leaving Quirrell standing motionless, akin to a lifeless statue. Chapter 46, An Uncommon Draco. Quirrell remained rooted in place for an extended duration. From Dudley's vantage point, he could observe Quirrell's face, which was a mask of reverence, occasionally nodding slightly. He grew anxious, realizing he could not linger much longer. If Quirrell did not depart, Harry would be unable to mount his broomstick. After all, ascending on a broom would inevitably create a disturbance in the tranquil woods. Dudley resolved to create a diversion further away, hoping to catch Quirrell's attention. And he wished for Harry to be clever enough to exit this perilous situation swiftly. He cautiously took a few steps, but Quirrell, seemingly conjuring a dark cloak from thin air, proceeded deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Dudley exhaled in relief. As Quirrell vanished from sight, Harry's curiosity surged. He wanted to follow and discern Quirrell's purpose in the depths of the forest. He nimbly perched on a thick branch, propelled himself off, and soon found himself hovering in the air atop his broomstick. Dudley would not permit Harry to continue following, should Quirrell discover him. He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate Harry, a chance too precious to squander. Dudley burst forth, brandishing his wand at Harry, declaring, Petrificus Totalis. Just as Harry took flight, the spell struck him, causing him to topple from his broom in a state of panic. As Harry floated gently down, Dudley gradually lifted the petrification curse from him. Dudley, what are you doing here? Harry quickly rose to his feet, seizing Dudley. I just witnessed Snape threatening Quirrell. Come with me. Quirrell has ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest. We must investigate. Harry stumbled, nearly falling, as he tugged at Dudley, who remained unyielding. Why are you standing there? We must hurry, or we shall lose him. This is an exit, Dudley retorted, irritated. If you could not even detect my inferior disillusionment charm, how dare you attempt to trail Quirrell? He is not so easily followed. Do you truly believe that the Dark Lord lurking behind his head would allow such a folly? The inquiry lingered in the air. You currently have no questions, Dudley remarked. He was uncertain whether he should inform Harry about Quirrell's troubling behavior. If Harry's curiosity became too overwhelming, he feared he might one day discover Harry's lifeless body. Harry was free to doubt Snape, to follow or investigate him, for Snape would never resort to murder. At worst, he would merely deduct house points. Dudley mentally elevated Harry's knack for self-destruction, deciding it best to withhold this information for now. Instead of using his energy to tail Quirrell, he ought to focus on mastering the Christmas gift I bestowed upon him, which he had yet to learn. No, but why did you give me a book on mind closure? Harry scoffed. I was genuinely looking forward to your gift, but it turned out to be a book. When you presented it to me, I almost wondered if you were possessed by Hermione. What use is this? Harry inquired. If you fail to master mind closure, some influential figures could glance at you and uncover all your memories, Dudley exaggeratedly explained, hoping to instill a sense of urgency in Harry. The thought of being so utterly exposed sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Ron, what's wrong? Harry exclaimed upon exiting the forbidden forest to witness a tense standoff. He rushed over to inquire. Ron, with one hand covering his cheek, lowered his head in shame, while Neville displayed a look of sheer fright. It must be Malfoy, Harry declared, ready to charge forward, but Dudley restrained him. Dudley turned to Hermione. Malfoy and Ron had a duel, Hermione recounted. When Malfoy and his crew arrived, you weren't here. They mocked us for a bit, and then, ugh, Malfoy swaggered over, a smug expression on his face. I thought you were too scared to show up. Why are you so eager to get beaten up, trying to hand me money? Dudley feigned an air of arrogance. You, Malfoy, Dudley snapped. I won't argue with you. Just be prepared to hand over the cash. By the way, Harry, you might not know, but Dudley is about to lose 10,000 galleons to me, and all of that will be taken from your vault. How does that make you feel? Harry, brimming with excitement, clapped Dudley on the shoulder. Congratulations. You can now open a vault at Gringotts to store your money. Dudley clutched his heart. Feeling a pang of pain, Harry had truly gone astray, mastering not only the art of annoyance, but also the skill of striking at the heart. Old pal, do you realize that being heartless might cost you your friends? A duel was on the verge of commencing. Dudley and Malfoy stood approximately 20 paces apart, wands raised before them as they bowed to each other. Dudley refrained from striking first, waiting for Malfoy to make the initial move, but Malfoy had similar intentions. After a brief moment of observation, Malfoy lost his composure, swinging his wand downward, causing the ground to tremble. Dudley calmly traced a circle with his wand, casting protective charms around himself. The shielding charm is a defensive incantation that can be employed to protect a designated area for a limited duration. The size of the area is contingent upon the caster's magical prowess, and its effect is akin to that of armor, albeit less flexible and convenient. The spell cast by Malfoy hovered before Dudley, seemingly obstructed by an invisible barrier. Subsequently, the area manifested ripples, and his spell was deflected to the side, creating a 1 cubic meter deep crater in the ground. The location where the invisible barrier was struck revealed a series of ripples before vanishing once more. Dudley furrowed his brow at the deep pit, gently tapping his shoulder with his wand. Such a display of magical power exceeded that of a mere first-year student. Malfoy, seething at Dudley's dismissive demeanor, thought to himself about how long that feeble shield could withstand his assault. He waved his wand 3 times in rapid succession, each motion releasing a glistening arrow that shot towards Dudley. Suddenly, a notification chimed. 10,000 galleons are flying towards you. The arrows collided with the protective barrier Dudley had conjured, causing ripples to emanate from the shield's surface. A crack appeared at the point of impact, gradually expanding until the entire barrier shattered into small fragments, dissipating into the air. Ah, so your turtle shell is rather fragile, Malfoy scoffed. Dudley was taken aback, perplexed by Malfoy's arrogance. If Dudley were to unleash the full might of the shielding charm, the barrier he would create could withstand Malfoy's onslaught for an entire night. Pointing his wand at Malfoy, Dudley spun his wrist, summoning a fierce gust of wind. Malfoy was instantly buffeted by the powerful breeze, stumbling backward until he fell to the ground with a roll. Feeling discomfort, Malfoy struggled to rise. Landing on his rear after such a tumble was far from pleasant, and he felt a twinge in his neck. Damn it, he exclaimed, conjuring a swarm of tiny venomous snakes that lunged at Dudley. The name of this spell was indeed clever, as it allowed the caster to generate shape-shifting creatures or other movable objects to attack a target. In theory, if desired, one could conjure multiple small projectiles for assault, and with sufficient magical energy, even create sizable constructs. Rain of projectiles, Dudley declared, as dozens of small orbs shattered Malfoy's serpents. This was the true essence of the spell. Without the orbs, the name would be a misnomer. Disarm your weapons. He offered Malfoy no respite as a red beam struck him, sending Malfoy hurtling backward, his wand flying into Dudley's grasp. Realizing Malfoy had been bested, Crabbe and Goyle rushed over to assist him back to his feet. Malfoy clutched the spot where he had been struck, breaking free from the 2 who were supporting him, and limped towards Dudley. He accepted the wand that Dudley extended to him, gazing at Dudley's smiling face, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. 11,000 galleons. I will have my father open a new vault at Gringotts, and I shall provide you with the key tomorrow. Why do you continue to stare at him even after Malfoy has left? Harry inquired, perplexed. Suddenly, he feigned a look of astonishment and exclaimed, Could it be that you have a fondness for him? Dudley chuckled in annoyance before adopting a serious demeanor. You 2 must refrain from dueling with Malfoy in the future, unless you wish to be pummeled by him once more. Dudley's gaze was penetrating as he focused on Ron. for Malfoy's magical prowess had now reached an elite level among second years. Hermione looked puzzled. Isn't it true that magical ability can only increase gradually? Who informed you of that? Dudley asked, regarding Hermione with curiosity. My magical power has indeed increased. Yours has increased too? Harry exclaimed in surprise. You never mentioned it. You never inquired about it. Dudley replied calmly, shrugging his shoulders as if he had inadvertently donned a disguise. Sensing Hermione's gaze upon him, he nodded and reached out to tousle her unruly hair. Pills. That must be it. Ron exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Malfoy's magic must have increased due to the consumption of a boosting potion. What is a boosting potion? Hermione asked. Her cheeks flushed as she struggled to maintain her composure, her voice still quivering slightly. A boosting potion is one that enhances the drinker's magical abilities. However, one can only consume it once in a lifetime, as it is only effective the first time. Subsequent doses yield no results, Ron explained. Then we ought to procure this boosting potion and drink it, Harry declared, exuding the air of a nouveau riche. Although the recipe for the potion is public knowledge, it is practically impossible to obtain. Ron scratched the back of his head, as one of the ingredients costs 50,000 galleons, and another ingredient is currently unattainable. Harry's face fell, his hopes of pummeling Malfoy once more dashed. However, he recalled that Dudley had also experienced an increase in magical power and turned to him. Dudley. Upon seeing Harry's expression, guessed what he was about to say. Don't even think about it. My increase in magic was not due to drinking a potion. He touched his cheek, perhaps thinking, could it be my unmatched handsomeness that led to this singular stroke of luck? Upon returning to the castle, Harry dismissed Neville, who had been trailing them, and sought out an empty room. He recounted the events he had just witnessed and heard. I believe our analysis is correct. That object is the Philosopher's Stone. Snape intends to coerce Quirrell into assisting him in obtaining it. He questioned Quirrell about how to pass through the troll and alluded to Quirrell's secretive little tricks. I suspect that in addition to the troll, there are likely other mechanisms guarding the stone, potentially a host of magical spells. It is conceivable that Quirrell has cast some counter curses, which Snape needs to dispel. Are you implying that the stone is only safe when Quirrell can resist Snape? Hermione asked in a state of alarm. I can assure you that the Philosopher's Stone will be gone by the next day, Ron declared. Dudley observed them with an expression of helplessness. Yet such skepticism was not entirely unwelcome, as it ensured that Harry remained safe. However, Quirrell was undoubtedly braver than they assumed. In the subsequent weeks, he appeared increasingly pale and emaciated, yet he did not seem completely broken. Each time they passed the corridor on the 4th floor, Harry and Ron pressed their ears against the door, listening for any faint growls from within. Snape strode through the school with his usual furious demeanor, which undoubtedly indicated that the Philosopher's Stone was still secure. During this period, whenever Harry encountered Quirrell, he offered him a smile filled with encouragement. Ron, too, began to persuade others to refrain from mocking Quirrell's stutter. As for Hermione, she was preoccupied with more than just the Philosopher's Stone. She had already started crafting a revision schedule, marking her notes with various colors. Harry and Ron initially paid little heed, but her incessant nagging prompted them to follow suit. Chapter 48, Awaiting Answers. How to Cook a Dragon Egg Deliciously. Now, whenever Hermione ventured to the library, she would drag along Dudley, Harry, and Ron. One afternoon in the library, Ron could no longer endure it. Hermione, the exams are still quite far off. There's really no need for such intense revision, Ron complained, book in hand, adding, and look at Dudley. Regardless of how dismal Harry and Ron felt at that moment, Dudley was in high spirits. Malfoy remained true to his word, delivering the vault key from Gringotts the very next day, after which Dudley occasionally pulled out the key to admire and touch. There's no saving him. The three of them sighed, shaking their heads at Dudley. Are you really comparing yourself to him? Hermione exclaimed, astonished. I do his homework. And he's always daydreaming in class, yet he excels in the mock exams. I can perform well in the finals, Ron retorted, though in truth, his performance in the mock exams had not been commendable. Nonetheless, this statement preserved his last shred of stubbornness. Come on, Ron proclaimed confidently. You may ask me anything. What are the 3 most important potions in the forgetfulness potion? Ron's eyes darted around, and he gently kicked Dudley's foot beneath the table. Harry, feigning seriousness, turned his head toward the window, but soon he could no longer contain himself, squinting and revealing a smile that showcased 8 gleaming teeth. Wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, it was then he realized how splendid the weather was outside. The sky was clear and bright, a blue reminiscent of forget-me-nots, and the air carried the scent of summer approaching. Such weather called for little lions to frolic freely outdoors rather than pore over tedious, drowsiness-inducing texts in that stifling library. Just copy Dudley's answers, or yours if need be, Ron suggested smugly, believing he had devised a clever plan. Well, I suspect you won't succeed. A restored Dudley tucked the key into his small travel case, recalling that the exam regulations specified that a special quill would be provided during the test. This quill was imbued with an anti-cheating charm. Ron was bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Can an exam that prohibits cheating still be considered an exam? Hermione inquired. Dudley, with a grave demeanor, tapped the table a few times. Hermione, how could you say that? How have I become foolish? The key had been in his possession for quite some time. It had neither been stolen nor seized, and there was no need for him to take it out for admiration every day. Hermione looked down upon Dudley's behavior. You don't understand, Dudley exclaimed, a blissful smile illuminating his face. In his previous life, money had merely been a number, an infinite resource, but after his transmigration, he realized how passive life could be without that pile of numbers. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, recalling something of great importance. Frozen. By the way, how is the card you created to carry the runic links coming along? Dudley asked. Hermione scoffed at Dudley. You busybody. You finally remembered. Dudley gazed at Hermione with a pitiful expression. He wished to assist her in the creation, but alas, he lacked the talent for it. Indeed, this was quite useful. Hermione burst into laughter. It's nearly finished. The card is almost complete. Just a little final touch remains. Really? Dudley exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. As his Frozen could soon be on sale. Ding. Gold coins are always ready to fly into your little vault. However, do not expect me to assist you in carving the runic links, Hermione remarked, continuing to peruse her books. You need not review for the exam. I still require time to study. That won't be necessary. Dudley hastily waved his hand. He might not be adept at crafting alchemical objects, but the runic links were still within his grasp. The runic links must rely on alchemical objects. They cannot be inscribed on ordinary items, or else it would lead to a backlash of the runes, colloquially known as an explosion. Alchemy, however, can function independently of runic links. Alchemical products can be divided into two categories: magical alchemical products and runic alchemical products. Among magical alchemical products, there are items such as the Moonlight Mirror and the Seamless Expansion Traveling Case. The quintessential representative of runic alchemical products is undoubtedly the Philosopher's Stone. In modern times, very few utilize runic links, primarily due to the complexity of learning them and the meticulous precision required during inscription. A minor mistake could lead to grave consequences. A backlash from the links is considered a mild outcome. Dudley deeply regretted not having encountered runic links sooner. Otherwise, when the Philosopher's Stone resided in Professor Dumbledore's office, he would have insisted on studying it. Now, he would have to await the conclusion of the Philosopher's Stone incident before borrowing it from Dumbledore for research. Noticing the pleasant weather outside, Harry, who had been unable to focus on his studies, suddenly shouted, Hagrid, what brings you to the library? Hagrid approached with a clumsy gait, concealing something behind his back. He was clad in a moleskin coat, which seemed rather out of place. Just taking a look, Hagrid replied, his eyes darting, instantly piquing their curiosity. What are you doing here? He suddenly became suspicious. Are you still searching for Nicholas Flamel? Several centuries ago, we uncovered his true identity. Ron proclaimed with a sense of triumph. We also know what that dog is guarding, the Philosopher's Stone. Shoo, Hagrid said, glancing around nervously to see if anyone was listening. Don't shout. What exactly do you intend to do? To be honest, there are a few things we would like to ask you, Harry replied, concerning the mechanisms that protect the Philosopher's Stone, apart from Fluffy. Hagrid, alarmed, responded, listen, you can come find me later, but I can't promise to divulge anything. Don't babble here. If this gets out, the other professors will think I informed you. Then, see you later, Harry said. Hagrid stomped away. What is he hiding behind his back? Hermione pondered. A dragon, he whispered. Hagrid is researching dragons. Look at these types of dragons in Britain and Ireland, from hatching to fire-breathing. A dragon-raising manual, guide to raising dragons. Hagrid has always wanted a dragon. He mentioned it the first time I met him, Harry stated. That's illegal, Hermione interjected. Ever since the Wizarding Conference of 1709, a law was enacted prohibiting the raising of dragons. I can secretly tell you, she seemed to hint at something confidential, that the Ministry of Magic has a duty to conceal the existence of these wild dragons. Our wizards must often cast spells on muggles who have seen them, making them forget entirely. So what does Hagrid intend to do? Hermione inquired. I think I might have an idea, Dudley suddenly interjected. Hagrid must be planning to eat a dragon and invited us over to taste it. But Hagrid is borrowing books on dragon care. Hermione exclaimed in disbelief. You're foolish. If you know, why ask? Dudley scoffed, suggesting that perhaps Hagrid had been impersonated. Chapter 49. Can the Philosopher's Stone bring the dead back to life? Go to hell. You whiny crybaby. Hermione could no longer control her anger, and she swiftly threw a punch that struck Dudley squarely on the nose. Dudley slumped back on the chair, clutching his nose, tears of regret streaming from the corners of his eyes. Harry and Ron stared at Dudley in disbelief, astonished that he had cried so easily. Hermione alternated her gaze between Dudley and her own fist. Dudley was distraught, wishing for death, though he had no desire to cry. In truth, Hermione had not struck with great force, but the impact on his nose was enough to unleash his tears uncontrollably. Dudley looked at them, utterly speechless, and then burst into laughter, bemused at such so-called friends. However, being a bad friend comes at a cost. Mrs. Pants, wielding a feather duster, glared at them ominously, warning that if they continued to be so noisy, they would be banned from the library. For Harry and Ron, being banned from the library would be a blessing. They nearly wished to create a ruckus just to prompt Mrs. Pants to impose that very punishment. Some found joy in the situation, while others were dismayed. Upon hearing that she might be banned from the library, Hermione's eyes lost their sparkle as she gazed out the window at the sky. Feeling a sense of despair for life itself, Dudley chuckled mercilessly, observing a group of young and naive souls. He had no intention of revealing to them that Madame Pants was merely attempting to intimidate. Furthermore, even if they were truly forbidden from entering, they could always seek the books they desired in the room of requirement. Under Madame Pants's watchful gaze, they returned all their books, and Dudley dragged the foolish Hermione towards Hagrid's hut. To their astonishment, they discovered that all the curtains in the house were tightly drawn. Hagrid wouldn't actually be raising a dragon, would he? Harry whispered, before knocking on the door of the hut. Hagrid's voice boomed from within. Who is there? The interior of the hut was stiflingly hot. Although the weather had warmed, a roaring fire still blazed in the hearth. The group exchanged glances, each lost in their thoughts. And after a cursory inspection, they found no trace of a dragon. Harry and Hermione were apprehensive that Hagrid might indeed be harboring a dragon, which would be illegal. Ron, however, thought dragons were incredibly cool and yearned for a glimpse of one. Upon entering, Dudley's gaze immediately fell upon the fireplace, nestled in the center of the flames. Beneath the kettle lay a large, pitch-black egg. He pondered how to deceive Hagrid. Surely, dragon eggs must taste delightful. Once settled, Hagrid brewed them tea and brought out sandwiches made from stoat, which they hurriedly declined. Hagrid's food had never been misnamed. These sandwiches were indeed crafted from the flesh of stoats. Dudley reasoned that if Hagrid could consume stoat meat, he would likely not be averse to eating a dragon egg. He was far too presumptuous. Whether in the films of yore or in the present day, Hagrid had an unwavering fondness for dragons, making the notion of tricking him into eating a dragon egg a daunting task. With each sip of the strong tea, they furtively glanced at Hagrid. But whenever he turned his gaze towards them, they quickly bowed their heads and sipped their tea. The sweltering air was thick with silence, and no one dared to break the stillness. After a considerable time, Hagrid could no longer endure their reticence. Do you have something to ask me? Yes, Harry replied eagerly, having already grasped crucial information and deeming it unnecessary to beat around the bush. We want to know what other protections guard the Philosopher's Stone besides Fluffy. Hagrid furrowed his brow as he scrutinized them. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? He said angrily. The answers you seek are beyond my knowledge, and you know far too much already. Why are you so preoccupied with the Philosopher's Stone? Would it not be better to focus on your studies? It's because Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry exclaimed, feeling a sense of relief after voicing his thoughts. We are here to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Harry was exasperated. Did their youth render them untrustworthy in the eyes of others? He glanced at Ron and Dudley. A glance was sufficient for true friends. Ron fervently nodded, proclaiming, Harry speaks the truth. Noticing Dudley's lack of reaction, Harry nudged him slightly. It was then that Dudley, as if waking from a stupor, murmured, Huh? Oh, yes. He had completely missed the beginning of Harry's statement, his mind solely occupied with how to persuade Hagrid to consume the dragon egg. Is it possible that the Philosopher's Stone possesses powers yet unknown to her? Since the stone grants immortality, could it also have the ability to resurrect? Hermione was lost in her thoughts, gradually revealing a smile. Snape loved Harry's mother, which is why he saved Harry on the Quidditch pitch. However, this does not contradict Snape's desire to bring Harry's mother back to life, hence his relentless pursuit to steal the stone. Indeed, it must be so. Hermione then addressed Hagrid in a sweet and flattering tone. Hagrid, I imagine you might be reluctant to share with us, but you surely know what transpired here. Nothing escapes your keen eyes. Although Hagrid maintained a stern expression, it was evident to them that he was quite pleased, as his beard quivered with delight. In truth, we are aware that you, Snape, and Quirrell devised the protections for the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione guided the conversation step by step. We wish to know, besides the three of you, who else does Dumbledore believe could assist him? Upon hearing this final inquiry, Hagrid proudly puffed out his chest. Harry and Ron exchanged satisfied smiles with Hermione. Well, since you've already uncovered so much, I suppose I can share a bit more, Hagrid said, his joy reminiscent of a child's. Dumbledore has great faith in me. He borrowed Fluffy from me and enlisted several professors to cast spells. Let me think. Excluding Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape, 3 other professors participated, Professors Sprout, Flitwick, and McGonagall. Dumbledore himself also performed some magic. Since you already know that Snape is guarding the Philosopher's Stone, why do you still suspect he would steal it? Hagrid suddenly asked. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement as she articulated her initial hypothesis. It must indeed be so, Harry muttered. Harry, does this mean you concur with my theory? Hermione exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Harry smiled awkwardly. He did not entirely agree with Hermione's conjecture, but suddenly realized that since Snape approached Quirrell, he must have already figured out the mechanisms set by the other professors, leaving only Quirrell's magic and how to navigate past Hagrid's Fluffy. Only you know how to get past Fluffy, right, Hagrid? Harry asked eagerly. You wouldn't tell anyone, even if that person were a professor? Rest assured. Dumbledore trusts me greatly. I would never divulge it, Hagrid replied, thumping his chest with pride. Aside from Dumbledore and myself, no one knows how to get past Fluffy. That's good. That's good, Harry sighed in relief. Even if Snape were aware of Quirrell's magic, there was no need for concern, as he could not bypass Fluffy. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said, Hagrid, could we possibly open a window? I am feeling quite overheated. What is that? Hagrid said, nervously fidgeting with his beard. That is, Hagrid, you must be hungry. You're preparing roasted eggs. Your fire isn't quite sufficient. I am quite adept at fire magic. Allow me to assist you. Darley, with a flourish, produced his wand and aimed it at the fireplace. No, Hagrid lunged forward, placing his hands on Darley and delivering a punch that sent him staggering away from the hearth. You cannot do this. It will perish. Darley sighed, reflecting that it would have been far simpler to employ magic to ensure the dragon egg's proper incubation. Yet, it seemed he was incapable of such a feat, for his flames were toxic. Where did you acquire it? Ron seized the opportunity to dart to the fire's edge, scrutinizing the dragon egg closely. This must have cost you a considerable sum, hasn't it? While others seek to rid themselves of it, you have chosen to keep it. What do you intend to do once it hatches? Hermione inquired. I have perused the literature, Hagrid declared, retrieving several hefty tomes from beneath his pillow, all borrowed from the library. Behold this volume, From Egg to Phoenix, a Dragon-Rearing Guide. The information within is comprehensive. Hagrid opened the book, pointing to the text. The egg must be placed in the fire, as their mother breathes upon them during incubation. Look here, it further states that once hatched, one must feed it a bucket of chicken blood mixed with brandy every half hour. Chapter 50, The Devilish Trio. Hagrid animatedly regaled them with details about the unhatched dragon egg, a glimmer of pride evident in his demeanor. He crouched beside the fireplace, gazing intently at the egg nestled within the flames. What a darling. I eagerly await your hatching, so I may discern what manner of dragon you shall become. Hagrid, do remember that you reside in a wooden house, Hermione cautioned. Yet, Hagrid appeared oblivious, contentedly tending to the fire while humming a cheerful tune. What kind of dragon could this be? Darley pondered, furrowing his brow in confusion. If memory served him correctly, Hagrid was supposed to have acquired a rare Norwegian Ridgeback. There was no way Hagrid could fail to recognize it. He promptly picked up the book Hagrid had set down, crouching beside him to compare the egg with the descriptions within. No, there is nothing in the book that aligns with this egg. The Norwegian Ridgeback's egg is characterized by a black shell adorned with earthy brown splotches. While this egg also boasts a black exterior, it is embellished with numerous blue speckles, reminiscent of twinkling stars against a pitch-black sky. A multitude of questions swirled in Darley's mind, pondering what misstep had led Hagrid to possess anything other than a Norwegian Ridgeback. Thus, this mysterious dragon egg ought not to exist. Its ultimate fate seemed destined for consumption. Hagrid, Hagrid. Darley nudged him repeatedly until Hagrid, lost in reverie, finally stirred. Have you considered the consequences should anyone discover that you are illegally harboring a fire dragon within your home? Fear not. Darley, you need not worry. Aside from you lot, I rarely have visitors, Hagrid reassured, whistling at the dragon egg, the melody resembling a lullaby. Darley, exasperated, rubbed his temples, realizing that Hagrid seemed to regard the dragon egg as a child, while he contemplated the rather cruel notion of how to consume Hagrid's offspring. Hagrid, if someone were to consider devouring your dragon egg, what would you do? Darley tentatively inquired. Hagrid first expressed confusion, but then resolutely raised his right hand, forming a fist, exclaiming, "Smash it!" Dudley swallowed nervously, having heard that dragon eggs were said to be quite delectable. Hagrid abruptly turned his head, fixing his intense gaze on Dudley. Clearing his throat, Dudley jumped, fearing Hagrid might suddenly strike him. What I mean is, how could anyone eat such a cute dragon? Indeed, he insisted. One must not consume a dragon. Hagrid's spirits lifted, and he echoed in agreement. Exactly, dragons are just so adorable. Countless thoughts raced through Dudley's mind. Should he first knock Hagrid unconscious, then cook the dragon egg before waking him? Such an act seemed rather unfriendly, especially since he and Hagrid were such good friends. Dudley resolved to refrain from devouring the dragon egg for now, planning to wait until it hatched to see if he could perhaps enjoy roasted dragon later. He bid farewell to Hagrid and left with Harry and the others, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might be unable to resist casting a spell on Hagrid. Once they distanced themselves from Hagrid's abode, Hermione suddenly turned to Dudley and inquired, "Are you, by any chance, considering eating Hagrid's dragon egg?" Dudley's secret was exposed, his eyes darting nervously. "How could that be? That is utterly impossible. Do not speak such nonsense, lest I accuse you of defamation." Hermione raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Do you believe what he says?" Harry and Ron exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Not a chance." Regardless of their disbelief, Dudley proclaimed loudly, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, "Well, I certainly do." For the subsequent week, Harry felt increasingly anxious, burdened by the new worry of Hagrid's dragon egg. He dreaded the day a professor might suddenly announce Hagrid's arrest for the illegal keeping of a dragon. "I wonder when this ordeal will come to an end," Ron sighed. Night after night, he tirelessly completed the mountain of assignments given by their teacher. In comparison to lazy Dudley, he felt as though he were drowning in a sea of academic toil, truly envious of his peer's freedom from homework. "Who told you I don't do my assignments?" Dudley asked, bewildered. "Most of my work I complete myself. I merely pass off the tasks I dislike to Hermione." Hermione tossed a parchment to Ron and Harry, embodying the saying of having a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Though she claimed to be unwilling to assist them in their studies, the parchment was densely filled with a review plan. Ron frantically raked his fingers through his hair, exclaiming, "Oh my, there's so much. I'm going to perish." "Humph." Hermione turned her head away, displeased, like it or not. "Let us get to bed early tonight," Dudley suggested, gathering their books. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to a wonderful place." Before sleeping, Harry and Ron incessantly pressed Dudley about their destination, yet Dudley remained tight-lipped, always presenting an air of mystery. As he drifted into a deep slumber, Dudley was roused by someone calling his name, his eyes fluttering open just a crack. A large face loomed before him, startling him awake. Yawning, he glanced outside to find that the sky was still dark. Dudley patted his still dizzy head and turned his gaze back to the large face before him. The more he looked at that face, the more it provoked him, inciting an uncontrollable urge to deliver a punch. Was Ron on some bizarre medication? He was always the last to rise. At that moment, Dudley teetered on the edge of an explosion, smiling on the outside while his inner turmoil brewed. He had never awakened this early, during his time at Hogwarts. The earliest he had risen was when the sky first hinted at dawn, yet now, there was not a single star in sight. He wished to sleep a little longer. But even with his eyes closed, he could sense Ron's gaze upon him. Irritated, he pulled the covers over his head, telling him to go wake Harry first. Dudley felt the blanket being pulled away, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Harry smiling at him, nodding. "I'm already up." "Oh my goodness. When did you get up?" Dudley felt utterly despondent. What a peculiar roommate he had. He grabbed a pillow to shield his face, exclaiming, "What is the point of you all being up? You might as well go back to sleep until Hermione wakes." "Who is it? Don't tug at my pillow." "Hey, why won't you listen?" Dudley exclaimed in frustration as he sat up. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all wearing identical grins as they looked at him. In a fit of rage, Dudley pointed at the three of them, momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "You must be devils. It was you who said you would take us to a wonderful place. It was you who insisted we rise early. Now the only one still asleep is you." One after another, they each countered his claims, leaving Dudley at a loss for words. He scratched his head, pondering in horror, realizing that it seemed he had indeed said all those things. So was it all his fault? Chapter 51. Hermione, I see through your soul. Dudley, lacking energy, led them out of the common room, turning around two corners until they reached the tapestry depicting the troll beating the hapless Bartholomew. "The room of requirement," Hermione exclaimed. Dudley had collapsed in this very spot before losing his magic, and upon learning that he intended to visit the room of requirement, she discovered its genuine existence and precise location, although she had never entered it herself. "What room?" Ron asked, puzzled. Harry bore a similar expression of confusion. "I've told you repeatedly to read more, snack less, and sleep adequately." Hermione proceeded to explain what the room of requirement was. While Dudley had already grasped the brass doorknob, he stepped inside first, looking back at them and saying, "What do you think? Isn't it marvelous?" "Indeed," Harry replied. "It is quite extraordinary." Ron, Hermione. Dudley sensed their reactions were off-kilter and turned to survey the interior. The room was remarkably spacious, with a large bed in the center adorned with a cartoonish pajama set. "This is mainly because I'm too sleepy," Dudley said awkwardly, feeling quite helpless. He hadn't rested well and was disturbed from his slumber, contemplating sleep upon opening the door. The result was rather touching. Truly, it was the magnificent room of requirement. Dudley quickly envisioned an empty room, and just like that, the bed and cartoon pajamas vanished. "Wow, cool. This is indeed magical," Ron exclaimed excitedly. "But what if I need to use the restroom?" A lavatory appeared within the room, furnished with a toilet of pure gold. Harry and Hermione gazed at Ron with disdain, questioning why he would desire such an extravagant object. Dudley suppressed a chuckle, reflecting on the peculiar fate of the situation. Could it be that the room of requirement was once merely a restroom? He felt fortunate that during his initial entry into the room, he was alone. Moments later, the trio of young lions embarked on a whimsical journey within the room, which transformed from a lounge to a dining hall and then into a jungle. Dudley coughed to regain their attention, reminding them that he had not brought them here for amusement. He altered the space to a vast, empty chamber, from which a small room materialized in one corner. "Harry, you should go into that room," Dudley instructed. Harry looked at Dudley in confusion. Go in there to practice the mind-closing technique, Dudley replied succinctly. Oh, Harry exclaimed, slapping his forehead in frustration. Why didn't you say so earlier? I should have brought the book you gave me. Dudley urged Harry to hurry inside, insisting they should not waste time, assuring him that the same book was available in the room. What is the mind-closing technique? Hermione asked, visibly upset. After perusing numerous books in the library, she was baffled by Dudley's reference to a technique she knew nothing about. Dudley, brimming with self-importance, locked his dark eyes onto Hermione's, causing her cheeks to flush while his expression darkened. Such a delicate crybaby, Dudley's voice was soft but resonated loudly in the quiet room, reflecting his fraying composure. It was the first time he had used the soul-reading technique on someone other than himself, and was taken aback to discover that the thoughts he accessed were merely his nickname. Had he known, he would have preferred to explain the technique's purpose to Hermione directly. Hermione gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Dudley. How did you know what I was thinking? She exclaimed, waving her hands in a flurry. It's not like I don't have any thoughts. Cool. Ron chimed in, enviously. Can I learn that? So this is what you meant by the mind-closing technique. Impressive. Of course not, Dudley boasted, oblivious to the misunderstanding. This is the soul-reading technique. If you master the mind-closing technique, you can prevent those who wield the soul-reading from accessing your thoughts. Hermione, her expression devoid of emotion, took several steps closer to Dudley until nearly pressing her face against his. Do you often use the soul-reading on me? Never, Dudley replied, experiencing once more the rapidity with which a woman's mood could shift. Fearing Hermione's disbelief, he dramatically swore, I promise, this is the first time I've used it. Without hesitation, Hermione turned toward the small room, her hair brushing against Dudley's neck due to their proximity. Watching her retreating figure, Dudley quietly remarked to Ron, Do you feel that? The room suddenly feels a bit chilly. Chilly? I'm not sure, Ron grinned mischievously, but I must congratulate you. You've once again managed to annoy Hermione. With a resounding slam, the door shut, causing Dudley to shudder. Shortly thereafter, Harry stumbled out of the small room. After Hermione expelled Harry, she did not immediately commence her studies on the art of mental occlusion. Instead, she seated herself cross-legged on the ground, her fingers gently caressing her flushed cheeks, contemplating whether it was truly the first time Dudley had employed the Patronus charm against her. Unbeknownst to her, the tall mirror before her was playing out scenes linked to her and Dudley. Harry approached them with a puzzled expression, inquiring, Hermione, what is the matter? Ron discreetly gestured to Harry, urging him to question Dudley. Dudley, his face flushed with embarrassment, glanced at Harry, unsure of how to articulate his predicament. Would he dare to admit to Harry that he had indeed irritated Hermione merely by intruding into her thoughts? As the saying goes, if one cannot elucidate, it is better to refrain from explanation. Dudley had conjured a new room adjacent to the small one, instructing Harry to hasten his studies. With Harry settled, only Ron remained, prompting the question of his plans. Would he read, complete assignments, or practice spells? I shall also study mental occlusion, Ron declared. Dudley nodded, surprised that Ron shared the same desire, yet recognizing the merit in learning mental occlusion. Although he himself would not casually invade others' thoughts, it did not preclude the possibility of others doing so to him. Mastering mental occlusion certainly bore no detriment. However, Dudley began to worry for Ron. The discipline of mental occlusion demanded a stringent character disposition. Given Ron's nature, mastering this skill would likely prove challenging. He mused that if Draco were to learn mental occlusion, he would likely find it remarkably straightforward, not due to talent, but rather because his personality was inherently suited for such practice. Undisturbed by others, Dudley began to inscribe runic pathways onto the alchemical card crafted by Hermione. He conjured a table and chair before him, preparing to embark on his task. From his pocket, he produced a pristine white card adorned with golden filigree, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a testament to the effort Hermione had expended in its creation. Though he lacked proficiency in alchemy, he had at least perused relevant literature. One should not underestimate the complexity involved in crafting such a seemingly simple card. Chapter 52. The perfect pairing of soy milk and fried dough. Dudley placed the card on the table and cast a duplication charm upon it, a spell capable of creating an exact replica of the target entity. The duplication charm possessed two functions, the first being to create duplicates, transforming one into two. The second allowed for infinite replication upon contact. The latter was typically employed against thieves, ensuring that those attempting to abscond with treasures would ultimately be overwhelmed by a deluge of replicated gold and jewels. In reality, the duplicated items bore no intrinsic value. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Dudley from duplicating the card. As alchemical creations were devoid of purpose unless imbued with magic or runes, they were merely vessels. After casting the duplication charm twice, Dudley tucked the original card away, intending to refrain from using it further. The primary objective of this action is to thwart the intentions of those with ulterior motives. Once the duplication incantation is cast, unless a counterspell is performed on the original card, the replicated cards become indelible. Moreover, Even if one attempts to destroy an individual copy, it will not affect the others. Dudley, gripping his wand as if it were a quill, attempted to inscribe a stroke upon the card. In a flurry, he cast the card from the table and enveloped the surroundings in protective enchantments. Upon landing, the card began to emit smoke, which swelled until it ignited in flames. One of the more challenging aspects of inscribing the runic link lies in the necessity for the inscriber to complete the task in one continuous motion, without the slightest hesitation or pause. Dudley, somewhat apprehensive, patted his chest, relieved that he had only made a minor inscription. Had he inscribed more, an explosion could have ensued. This is a significant reason why the products of runic alchemy are scarce. The task of inscribing runic links is akin to that of a programmer, both trading their lives for monetary gain. He sighed and muttered, inscribing runic links is exhausting. It would be far quicker to gamble with Malfoy for money. How difficult this is. Dudley began to reminisce about his wagers with Malfoy. In this era, individuals willing to sacrifice for others, like Malfoy, are rare, and he wondered if he would ever have the chance to bet against him again. Shaking his head, Dudley realized that relying on winning against Malfoy was not a viable strategy. Self-reliance is preferable. He resolved to diligently inscribe the runic links instead. Each attempt felt disjointed, yet removing the card and simulating the inscription on paper yielded a fluid result. This made no sense. Instinctively, Dudley hurled the card from the table. As the card soared through the air, it erupted in a brilliant orange light. Dudley scratched his head, feeling rather disheartened. Surely, he had crafted a bomb. Rubbing his stiff cheeks, he suppressed a wave of frustration. He had been mere strokes away from completing the inscription. However, this instance was safer than the last. During his previous attempt, he had not anticipated the explosion. Had he not added an extra layer of protection for safety, he would have sustained severe injuries. Although unscathed, he was still thrown back by the blast, leaving him in a disheveled state. This occurrence likely stemmed from insufficient magical output. To test his hypothesis, Dudley picked up his wand once more and resumed inscribing. At the point of his previous failure, he deliberately increased the magical output, and indeed, the inscription flowed smoothly this time. Yet, before he could revel in his success, the card began to tremble violently. Bang! The card exploded once more. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he could not help but wonder if he had been possessed by Simeon Finnegan. Was he destined to inherit the title of Hogwarts Prince of Explosions? A shiver ran down his spine, and he dared not dwell on that thought. Is this a welcome for me? Dudley then noticed Hermione had emerged from the small room at some point, and yet again, he had failed. Haven't you completed the inscription yet? Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Did you not say it was quite simple? Dudley looked skyward in exasperation. The heart feels pierced with pain. It appears deceptively simple in books, devoid of any flaws. Yet the practical application reveals an entirely different narrative. Hermione smiled with poise. But to Dudley, this smile seemed laced with malicious mockery from any angle. He chose silence, preferring to gaze at the sky instead. How much time had passed? Perhaps 2 hours? Astonishingly, Hermione had mastered the art of mental occlusion in a fraction of the time it took him to learn it. It was as if she could read Dudley's thoughts, and with a chuckle, she clarified, I haven't mastered it completely. I've merely learned to prevent memories and thoughts from being accessed. Dudley exhaled, relieved to find this pace more normal. The true challenge lay in concealing and altering memories. If Hermione could indeed grasp the complete technique in just 2 hours, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Are you hungry? Dudley's mood lifted considerably as he conjured a chair beside him, pondering when Harry and Ron would emerge. Hermione rubbed her stomach, admitting, I didn't feel hungry until you mentioned it. Moments later, Dudley tapped the table thrice with his wand and drew an intricate pattern upon its surface. The design shimmered with a white glow, vanishing 3 seconds later. With a flick of his wand, 2 bowls of steaming soy milk and several fried dough sticks appeared on the table. How did you do that? Hermione inquired, touching the still warm bowl. Recalling that food transformation was one of the fundamental principles of Gamp's laws of transfiguration. You remembered correctly. Dudley mumbled through a mouthful of fried dough, sipping the hot soy milk and feeling entirely at ease. This was not mere conjuration. It was accomplished through a transfiguration spell. Hermione pondered this, but refrained from further questioning. Instead, she imitated Dudley, taking a bite of the fried dough followed by a sip of soy milk, her eyes lighting up with a rush of blissful satisfaction. Dudley sighed in relief, glad that Hermione didn't pry further. Everything he had said was the truth, albeit with a slight omission. The Room of Requirement exists within a unique space where one-way transfiguration spells are prohibited. Dumbledore frequently employed one-way transfiguration, linking 4 corresponding tables in the kitchen to 4 long tables in the Great Hall, thus saving time and effort. Chapter 53. No Pain, No Gain. To utilize a transfiguration spell within the Room of Requirement, one must employ a 2-way transfiguration. This meant that for Dudley to transfigure food, someone in the kitchen must simultaneously use a transfiguration spell to confirm their positions. This was the rationale behind his initial drawing on the table. It represented an ancient binding spell. In earlier times, this spell was used as newly enslaved house elves resisted their bondage. When rebellion arose, their masters would employ such contracts to restrain them. Unfortunately, as time passed, house elves became thoroughly subjugated, and this spell gradually faded from memory. The bond between house elves and Hogwarts allowed Dudley a loophole, enabling him to remotely summon the house elf, Wu. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Dudley conjured a piece of parchment to wipe his mouth, resolutely affirming to himself, "This time, I shall succeed." Hermione expressed her skepticism. Dudley huffed, insisting that a man must never admit defeat. It was a matter of principle. Failure was not an option. As time leisurely passed, Hermione refrained from urging him, instead resting her chin on one hand, quietly observing Dudley. Dudley opened his eyes and requested her to step back. Once she distanced herself, he made an unexpected decision. He dispelled the protective enchantments surrounding him. In such a precarious situation, should the card explode again, the consequences would be dire. After a brief pause, he pointed his wand at his forehead and cast a spell. Instantly, clarity washed over him. He knew precisely how to carve the next stroke and how much magical energy to release. Suddenly, a sense of danger gripped him. If he proceeded with the current carving, failure and an explosion were inevitable. He hastily altered his carving technique. Exhaling deeply, he realized the card had not detonated. Had he not changed his approach, an explosion would have surely ensued. 30 seconds later, Dudley slammed down his wand. The runic connection was formed. The card trembled, its etched lines emanating a radiant blue glow. A broad smile spread across Dudley's face. He had succeeded. A surge of pride welled up within him. His decision had been exceedingly risky, laden with elements of chance. Yet he had gambled wisely. His runic card had been successfully inscribed. He lifted all protective spells, exposing himself to danger as a prelude to the next step. He then cast a perception charm upon himself, enhancing his awareness to detect any lurking threats, which was integral to his success. Both elements were indispensable. While his approach was indeed a gamble, was it not also a testament to his ingenuity? Indeed, he was merely one step away, a feat not easily achieved. Dudley aimed his wand at his temple, extracting a silvery memory that contained scenes from the film Frozen. With a gentle flick, the shimmering memory adhered to the card. The film card was officially completed. Scratching his head, Dudley gazed at the card on the table, muttering to himself, "For convenience and sales, I shall name you a film card," a title both grand and straightforward. "Let me see it," Hermione exclaimed eagerly. The fragmented images Dudley had conjured while recounting the tale of Frozen had captivated her, and now she could hardly wait to behold the complete version. Dudley, employing the same method, conjured a generous portion of fries and ketchup, along with 2 cups of lemon soda. He then tapped the film card on the table with the tip of his wand, revealing an enormous inverted triangular blue light from the card. Dudley raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the emergence of a futuristic aesthetic within the magical realm. In the ethereal glow of blue light, a scene unfolded. Numerous elderly men sang in unison while collaborating to cleave through a block of ice. At pivotal moments in the film, Hermione would invariably grasp Dudley's arm with her greasy fingers after finishing her fries, provoking his distaste. Time slipped away unnoticed, and upon concluding the film, Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed longingly at Dudley. "If you have something to say, just say it. This is rather unsettling." Dudley shifted nervously to the side. Hermione pouted, her eyes darting toward the movie card on the table. Dudley, exasperated, pursed his lips. If he desired something, he should just express it plainly rather than resorting to such convoluted antics that rendered him uncomfortable. From his pendant-style suitcase, he retrieved a printed copy of Frozen and presented it, along with the movie card, to Hermione. "It even bears my autograph." Upon receiving the item, Hermione turned aloof, retorting, "I have no interest in your autograph." "Then return it to me." Dudley extended his palm. Smack. Hermione swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "What? I have nothing." Dudley rubbed his palm, contemplating whether he should concoct a potion specifically designed to alleviate heartache. He resolved to ignore Hermione, fearing that further engagement might lead him to an untimely demise. Instead, he chose to immerse himself entirely in the endeavor of creating movie cards. Approximately 5 hours later, Dudley paused his work, surveying the 200 or so movie cards sprawled across the table, exhaling a deep breath. "This is exceedingly challenging." Ron stumbled out of the small room, lamenting, "What is so difficult?" Harry followed suit, demonstrating the synchronicity of true friendship. Ron shrugged. "Obviously, it's the brain-blocking spell." "You learned it too?" Dudley inquired. "I suppose it's manageable." Harry grinned at Ron. "I've nearly mastered it. My brain-blocking spell is somewhat unreliable. Sometimes it works, and other times it doesn't. I believe a few more practice sessions should suffice." Hermione, in contrast, had managed to seal her memories within a mere 2 hours. Dudley's casual remark fell like a heavy hammer upon Harry and Ron's hearts. Without comparison, there is no pain. "Ron, are you hungry?" "Quite famished, indeed." Dudley and Hermione were amused by the antics of the two, exchanging glances that clearly conveyed their shared sentiment. These two were beyond saving. In unison, they exclaimed, "We're rather hungry ourselves." Chapter 54. The Old Fox and the Young Fox. Upon exiting the Room of Wishes, Dudley made his way to Dumbledore's office. Delicious. Despite having promised not to return. "Old Dumble, I'm back." Dudley pushed open the office door and strode in boldly. "What a rare sight." Dumbledore, stroking his beard with a benevolent smile, inquired, "What brings you here?" Dudley crunched on a handful of cockroaches, responding, "I thought you might be lonely, so I came to check on you." "You little rascal," Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his head. He gestured for Dudley to take a seat beside him, adding, "I find it hard to believe you'd come by without a reason." Dudley sat on the stool, leaning forward as if a young grandson were eagerly presenting something cherished to his beloved grandfather. "I have something wonderful to show you," he exclaimed, handing over the printed book and movie card. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses and began to peruse the book. Dudley, patiently seated on the stool and munching on a pile of cockroaches, waited quietly for Dumbledore to finish reading. An hour later, Dumbledore set the book aside, remarking that it was far more detailed than the story he had recounted last time. He then picked up the movie card, examining it closely, his fingers tracing the runic connections. With a clever flick of thought, he placed the card on the table, projecting a blue inverted triangle of light. Dudley was momentarily stunned, unable to contain his admiration for the contemporary wizard, a master of his craft. He wondered when he might achieve a similar level of skill. Casting spells without a wand is both simple and complex. It is simple in that most adult wizards can perform it. Yet the challenge lies in the precise control of magical energy. Without such control, even the simplest of everyday spells could waste a significant amount of magic. This explains why few resort to wandless magic in combat. Those who dare are either formidable practitioners or have long since succumbed to the grave. Dumbledore removed his crescent glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose, his eyes slightly reddened. "This film is quite impressive. I didn't expect you to be familiar with cinema," Dudley exclaimed in surprise. "I am not merely an obstinate old wizard," Dumbledore replied, donning his glasses once more. Without them, he appeared like a cantankerous old man. With them, he transformed into a shrewd and wise elder, seasoned by the vicissitudes of life. "What are your thoughts on the magical world and the muggle world?" Dumbledore inquired, his voice soft and contemplative, leaving Dudley perplexed. Why would the venerable Dumbledore pose such a profound question to an 11-year-old child? In a previous life, he had been a reclusive hermit, merely collecting rent and playing games, with little insight into the perspectives of these two disparate realms. Dudley parted his lips, intending to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. The office was eerily silent, the portraits of past headmasters on the walls feigning slumber, while in reality, they observed the interaction between the elder and the youth with half-closed eyes. Dumbledore kept his head lowered, obscuring his true emotions from Dudley. Finally, Dumbledore lifted his gaze, fixing his penetrating stare upon Dudley. It was then that Dudley could discern the myriad meanings reflected in Dumbledore's eyes. This gaze stirred a sense of unease within him, leading to a bizarre thought. Could old Dumbledore be a glass figure? He was baffled as to why such a peculiar notion had surfaced in his mind, simply from observing Dumbledore's eyes. "Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore," Dudley called out, causing Dumbledore to shake his head, momentarily returning to the present and recalling their conversation. As one ages, there is an innate tendency to reminisce about the past, Dumbledore remarked, having engaged in several conversations with Darryl, who was always eager to indulge in a bit of gossip regarding Dumbledore's history. Darryl chuckled awkwardly. That old coot, if there were no substantial matters at hand, he would take his leave. Dumbledore, stroking his beard with a faint smile gracing his lips, inquired, "You must have come to see me for a reason. Are you planning to depart without saying a word?" Darryl slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the purpose of his visit, a lapse he attributed to Dumbledore's unexpected and perplexing question, coupled with those disconcerting eyes that would likely haunt him for a lifetime. "I would like your assistance in promoting this book, Frozen, along with its accompanying film card, in the Wizarding Weekly." "That is entirely feasible." Darryl thought he was about to feel elated, but then a cold splash of reality hit him. However, Dumbledore continued. Darryl felt as if his heart had nearly ceased to beat. A twist in the tale loomed. If this could not be featured in the Wizarding Weekly, the subsequent sale of the book would become quite challenging due to the lack of promotional avenues, making it difficult for anyone to become aware of Frozen. Dumbledore appeared unfazed by the shift in Darryl's expression, gently stating, "Your book is quite lengthy. It cannot be fully accommodated in the Wizarding Weekly." Darryl breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the recommendation. That old rascal Dumbledore, merely a twist in the narrative, had drawn out his response longer than necessary. Having had his fill of jest, Dumbledore, now content, readily acquiesced to Darryl's request. However, Dumbledore's smile gradually turned rigid, his mind swirling with questions. When had he found himself alone in his office, weeping in silence? Darryl discerned Dumbledore's reluctance and interjected, "Old Dung, you initially consented. You wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you?" Refusing now would set a rather poor example. The crux of the matter lay heavy on Darryl's heart. Alas, Who would have thought a professor would impart such a lesson on the importance of keeping one's word? With a sigh, Dumbledore plucked a long silver hair from his beard, conceding, "Very well. I shall assist you in submitting it to the Wizarding Weekly." Chapter 55, Caution on Nightly Journeys. Why do you linger? Dumbledore waved his hand, feeling averse to Daryl's presence. The sight of his face incited a desire to cast a curse. "I have already acquiesced to your request. Rest assured, I will submit it." Daryl suddenly felt a chill, wrapping his arms around himself. "Old Dung, rest assured. I trust you with your promise." He grinned widely at Dumbledore and added, "Just one last small request. After dinner, I wish to sell my books." Dumbledore replied, "No problem. But please leave now. I wish to be alone." Internally, he felt a tinge of embarrassment for having agreed to Daryl's request, aiding him in submitting such an embarrassing proposition to the Wizarding Weekly. Darley was momentarily taken aback, nearly blurting out the question of who Jingjing was. However, he astutely discerned the weariness etched upon Dumbledore's face. It was evident that the esteemed headmaster must be exceedingly occupied with his duties. With a tone of concern, he remarked, "Old D, I understand that as a headmaster, your responsibilities are undoubtedly demanding, but you must also prioritize your rest. Your complexion is rather poor." Just before exiting, Darley, somewhat exasperated, reminded Dumbledore to ensure he takes ample breaks. Once he stepped outside, a smile graced his face as he lightly patted his cheek, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. As a model student, he believed he had performed admirably today, particularly in recognizing Dumbledore's fatigue. The soundproofing of the headmaster's office was impeccable. After Darley departed, the portraits of past headmasters adorning the walls all opened their eyes, chuckling and gesturing at Dumbledore. With a sigh, Dumbledore removed his crescent-shaped spectacles and gently massaged the bridge of his nose while closing his eyes. He then donned his glasses once more, extending his palm forward, where an ancient wand materialized. Squinting slightly, he raised the wand above his head and waved it. A burst of flames erupted from the wand, transforming into the shape of a phoenix above him. The fiery phoenix let out a shrill cry, flapping its wings as it soared past the portraits of the chuckling headmasters. "My goodness, Albus Dumbledore!" the former headmasters exclaimed, crossing their arms in astonishment. Dumbledore tapped the table with his wand, and the flaming phoenix instantly transformed into scattered sparks that fell to the ground without causing any harm. "Excuse me, what were you all laughing about just now?" "I wasn't laughing. I'm still waking up." Phineas Nigellus Black feigned ignorance, turning his back to the other portraits. The other headmasters exchanged glances and mimicked Black's pose. None noticed Black discreetly wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, his expression one of melancholy. After all, who among them had not been a formidable figure in life? Regretfully, he thought, now as a portrait, one ought to embody the awareness befitting such a state. An hour later, Darley sat at the Gryffindor table, gazing at the sumptuous feast before him with little appetite, his mind preoccupied with visions of gleaming galleons. He absent-mindedly picked up a crispy chicken wing, nibbling at it intermittently. Restlessly, he glanced around, wondering why the others had not yet finished their meal. Finally, the food on the table vanished, and the young wizards rose to leave the hall. Dumbledore had yet to announce their dismissal, and Darley pondered whether to rush forward now lest everyone depart. "Please, everyone, hold on a moment." Dumbledore stood up, arms outstretched to calm the gathering. "Mr. Dursley has a few words to share with you all." The young wizards looked towards the Gryffindor table in bewilderment. Everyone at Hogwarts was familiar with Darley, for he often found himself in trouble, causing Gryffindor to lose points. The students from other houses were grateful to this hero, especially since news of his triumph over a troll had spread throughout the school, making it nearly impossible for anyone not to recognize him. Darryl took a few quick steps, standing on the platform and gazing down at the crowd, his heart swelling with excitement. These individuals were akin to a multitude of walking galleons. He conjured a black microphone, imbuing it with a spell to amplify his voice. "Esteemed professors, dear students, good evening," he proclaimed. "Remember," George shouted enthusiastically, "I absolutely adore this story." Fred chimed in. In an instant, the young wizards erupted with fervor, engaging in animated discussions about Frozen, the auditorium buzzing like a flock of sparrows. Darryl exchanged knowing smiles with George and Fred. Little did they know that everything had been orchestrated by Darryl himself. As the atmosphere intensified, Darryl feigned a cough, requesting silence. The crowd quieted, and he proceeded to show them the trailer for Frozen, though it was cruelly truncated at pivotal moments. 3 minutes later, the trailer concluded, igniting a wave of vehement protests. "What is this? It cut off at the crucial parts. We demand to see the entire thing." Someone took the lead, and soon the young wizards were shouting, "You'll get what's coming to you for this." Darryl wiped the virtual sweat from his brow, sensing he had ventured into precarious territory and in need of the professor's protection. Yet, the professors wore expressions of amusement, with the exception of Professor Snape, whose perpetually grim demeanor seemed to convey, "I could easily throttle you." Darryl's palms began to sweat around the microphone, but he summoned his courage and shouted, "Please, everyone, calm down." The young wizards appeared oblivious, fists raised in protest. "I have good news to share," Daryl bellowed. "It is evident that you all cherish this story. I have penned a book titled Frozen, which also comes with a complimentary movie card." He produced both items, demonstrating the functionality of the movie card. "I believe you can all guess. This book is now available for purchase at the price of 30 galleons. The mere thought of Gilderoy Lockhart's books made Daryl feel justified in pricing his at such a reasonable rate, offering both a book and a movie card. Fearing unexpected developments, he quickly signaled to George and Fred. The twin brothers understood immediately, dashing to the stage. "We want 9 copies." Daryl glanced at them, nearly breaking into laughter. The Oscars owed them an award. After the exchange of currency for goods, Daryl addressed the eager young wizards below. "Supplies are limited. First come, first served." The students sprang into action, scrambling toward the stage, fearful of missing out. "For those who are unable to purchase a copy, fret not. Every evening after dinner, I will continue selling them until the end of the month. And for those who still haven't secured a copy, worry not, after the month concludes. The book will be available at Leaky Cauldron's bookstore. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 56, The Humble Hermione. By the end of the month, nearly everyone at Hogwarts had purchased Dudley's book, much to his surprise, including Draco Malfoy, who had acquired more than 1 copy. In accordance with their agreement, Dudley successfully dispatched 1,000 copies of Frozen, along with an equal number of movie cards, to the Leaky Cauldron. "I felt as though I had lost a considerable amount of weight." Dudley indulged in several large spoonfuls of pudding. He, Hermione, Harry, and Ron exchanged glances. Their heads bowed in dejection as they let out a heavy sigh. Aside from the history of magic class, the professors of other subjects were adept at catching young witches and wizards surreptitiously reading Frozen during lessons, and this behavior proved to be a recurring issue. This phenomenon demonstrated that the tendency to sneakily read extracurricular literature during class transcended borders, be it in magical institutions or Muggle schools. Seizing the opportunity presented by this unfortunate trend, Dudley, Percy, George, and Fred collectively declared that any Gryffindor caught reading Frozen in class would be placed on a blacklist. Once on the blacklist, these individuals would receive a pair of small shoes from Percy, and the merchandise sold by Dudley and the Weasley twins would be forever beyond their reach, subjecting them to the disdain of their peers. However, it should not be perceived as a dictatorship or oppressive regime targeting the Gryffindor Lions. The implementation of the blacklist had garnered the unanimous approval of all Gryffindors, who pledged to refrain from reading Frozen during lessons. They shared a common objective, to elevate Gryffindor's standing in the interhouse rankings and secure the House Cup. Yet, this minor aspiration was thwarted by Professor Snape. Unlike other professors, Professor Snape exhibited a surprising leniency towards the young witches and wizards caught reading Frozen in potions class. In other subjects, when students were apprehended, professors would not only deduct points from their house, but also demand a lengthy 20-inch reflection, with the offending text confiscated permanently. Consequently, Dudley's book sales experienced a slight upsurge, yet this did little to elevate his spirits. Professor Snape would deduct points regardless of the house affiliation of the caught student, imposing a penalty of 3 points from Gryffindor for each infraction. Indeed, it was Gryffindor's score that was diminished, as Snape offered a rationale that the book in question was sold by Dudley, thus justifying the deduction. Slytherin was not faring any better, frequently vying with Gryffindor for the bottom ranking, a predicament exacerbated by Professor McGonagall's influence. Dudley and Percy approached Professor McGonagall in her office to explain the situation. Upon hearing their account, her face flushed crimson, her eyes widened in disbelief, and the veins on the back of her hands were distinctly visible. It was outrageous. With so many prisoners in Azkaban, why had the Ministry of Magic not apprehended those who invented spells and crafted wands? Snape may have had his clever strategies, but Professor McGonagall had her own means of counteraction. She maintained her commitment to fairness, albeit with an adjustment to the point deductions. For instance, if Snape deducted 18 points from Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall would impose a penalty of 36 points for any infractions committed by students of any house. As the situation has evolved, Transfiguration and Potions classes have become akin to 2 battlefields devoid of smoke, leaving the young wizards feeling precarious. Dumbledore was compelled to personally intervene, announcing a new decree: no one is permitted to bring the book Frozen into the classroom. Mere prohibition proved insufficient. He also replaced the doors of each classroom with new ones, resembling security gates, but of a more sophisticated design. When first installed, Dudley examined it closely, initially oblivious to its nature, only later realizing it was a product of rune alchemy. If the film card represented a low-tier rune alchemical creation, then these new doors belonged to a high-tier category. The intricate high-tier rune pathways are concealed within, making them particularly suitable for depicting complex and expansive rune networks, with the internal space far exceeding the external. The difficulty in crafting such high-tier rune alchemical products increases exponentially, requiring 2 individuals to possess an exceptional level of synergy, one to perform the alchemical process while the other engraves the runes. Alternatively, a single adept who masters both alchemy and rune pathways, capable of coordinated efforts with both hands, may accomplish this task. Dudley felt a twinge of guilt towards Dumbledore, suspecting that this door was a collaborative creation between Dumbledore and LeMay, unjustly burdening two centenarians with additional work. The purpose of the new door was unmistakable. Any wizard attempting to enter the classroom carrying frozen would encounter an invisible barrier preventing entry. Should one attempt to breach this barrier, the outcome was exemplified by Vincent Crabbe, who, in his fervor to break through, was violently thrown back, suffering a neck fracture and a broken nose, currently recuperating in the infirmary. Following this, the turmoil gradually subsided, and the current ranking of the houses was as follows: Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. Truly, it was a case of the clam and the snipe, with the fishermen reaping the rewards. Harry gazed at them and murmured, "Why hasn't Hagrid written to us yet, even after all this time?" Dudley, having hastily consumed his pudding, felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that Hagrid had discerned his desire for a dragon and was deliberately withholding contact? However, considering Hagrid's nature, it seemed unlikely he would have noticed. Uncertainly, he speculated, perhaps it hasn't hatched yet. Impossible, Hermione asserted with unwavering confidence, calculating the temperature in Hagrid's hut and the incubation formula for dragon eggs, concluding it should have hatched approximately 15 days prior. Hagrid must have forgotten. Think about it. How often do we get to witness a fire dragon hatching? We must hurry to find Hagrid. Even if we miss the hatching, we ought to see the fire dragon, Ron quietly declared, then abruptly stood up, dragging Harry and Dudley out of the hall. Hermione watched their departing figures, her eyes flickering with frustration. How could they embark on a quest to find Hagrid while leaving her behind? She hastily pursued them, her expression urgent but a tempest of emotions roiling within her. How could one live so humbly? Change must be enacted to make these three individuals aware of the consequences of forgetting her. Chapter 57, The Unhatchable Dragon Egg. Bang, bang, bang. Ron pounded fervently on Hagrid's cottage door. At that moment, Hermione hurriedly approached, yet it seemed the trio remained oblivious to her presence, which only solidified her conviction that these three were in deep trouble. No pleas for mercy would suffice. Mark my words. If they were privy to Hermione's current thoughts, Dudley and Harry would undoubtedly protest vehemently. Dudley was preoccupied with the notion that Hagrid might have sensed his desire to consume the dragon egg, though the likelihood was slim. It was not entirely impossible. After all, why else would Hagrid refrain from sending them a letter? He could conjure no other explanation. In truth, it was Ron who had truly forgotten Hermione. "Who is it?" came Hagrid's deep voice from within. "Hagrid, it's us," Harry replied, as the group puzzled over the situation. A crashing sound emanated from behind the door. 2 minutes elapsed, yet the door remained obstinately shut. "Step aside," Hermione urged, pushing past the three to position herself at the forefront. "Hermione," Ron exclaimed in surprise. "When did you arrive?" Hermione did not turn her head. She merely cast a sidelong glance at Ron. Under normal circumstances, Dudley would have likely detected that this was a prelude to Hermione's anger. "Yaga, step back a bit." The crashing ceased. Hermione drew her wand and incanted, Alohomora. The door cracked open, releasing a wave of heat. "We're coming in, Hagrid." Hermione pulled the door wide, and Yaga quickly dashed out, crouching on the grass and panting fervently, clumps of fur matted together, droplets of sweat cascading down like a fountain. Standing at the threshold, they could barely endure the oppressive heat radiating from within. The interior and exterior felt like two disparate realms, the inside akin to a molten hell. "Coming quickly." Hagrid's voice was weak, and to their astonishment, he was still clad in a heavy moleskin coat, half reclined on the bed as if brooding over eggs like a hen. The moment they lingered at the entrance, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Hagrid waved feebly, his appearance weary, as if the mere act of raising his arms drained his strength. "Quickly, come in and shut the door." At this juncture, they could discern Hagrid's visage clearly. His complexion was flushed, sweat streaming down his cheeks, and his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Dudley was taken aback, realizing that Hagrid's reaction indicated severe heat stroke. It was still early in the summer, and the outside air remained quite cool. To have succumbed to such heat under these conditions was indeed remarkable. There was no time for him to comment, as he commanded loudly, "You all need to get inside and open every window for ventilation." Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally grasped the urgency and rushed inside. "Don't close the windows," Dudley shouted as he rushed to the fireplace, urging them on. "What are you dawdling for? Didn't you hear Hagrid? He meant for you to open the windows quickly." "Is that so?" Ron muttered but complied obediently, opening the windows. The flames within the fireplace imparted a searing sensation to Dudley's facial skin. Dousing it with water was out of the question, for such a high temperature would yield a colossal plume of smoke. The air was frigid. A beam of white light emanated from Dudley's wand, striking the flames directly, and instantly, the entire blaze was encased in ice. Amidst the interplay of fire and ice, the frozen flames fractured into myriad shards, blanketing the hearth. Snowflakes began to dance gently, With the flames extinguished, Dudley cast another spell, one capable of conjuring snowflakes. A weather-altering incantation that necessitated immense magical energy to manipulate a region's climate. Gradually, snowflakes commenced their descent within Hagrid's hut. Dudley exerted minimal magical force, merely to allow the temperature within to decrease gradually, primarily for Hagrid's sake. Such a drastic drop would be overwhelming for him in his current state. Dudley approached Hagrid, crouching beside him to observe. Hagrid's body trembled slightly, beads of sweat still trickling down his cheeks, his lips pale and cracked. What has happened to Hagrid? Harry inquired with concern. Dudley conjured a towel and tossed it to Harry to help wipe away Hagrid's perspiration. He then rummaged through the room, retrieving a massive iron bowl filled with fresh water. Placing the bowl on the bed, he and Harry worked together to prop Hagrid upright. Hagrid, now somewhat dazed, blinked his eyes intermittently. Gently tapping Hagrid's cheek, Dudley urged, "Hagrid, wake up, regain your senses." Hagrid lifted his head slightly, his expression vacant. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound emerged. "You need to drink water first," Dudley said, preparing to fetch the bowl of water when Hermione's voice interjected, "Let me feed Hagrid. You two hold him steady." Hermione cradled the large iron bowl in her hands, unsteadily bringing it to Hagrid's lips, tilting it slightly to allow the water to flow gently into his mouth. Before long, Hagrid's eyes fluttered open, a glimmer of awareness illuminating them as he began to drink deeply from the bowl. Phew. Once he finished, Hagrid leaned against the wall. "Another bowl, please." "All right," Dudley replied with a smile, nodding, "but this time, just half a bowl. You mustn't overindulge right after regaining consciousness." Hagrid beamed, revealing a full set of 8 teeth, and took the bowl from Hermione's hands. Gurgling, he set the empty bowl aside and wiped his mouth with his sleeve, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. Dudley gazed at Hagrid, at a loss for words. He estimated that Hagrid must have endured such conditions for at least 10 days. Were a mere mortal to experience this, they would undoubtedly be a mere corpse by now. Considering Hagrid's age, now 63, he ought to express profound gratitude to his parents for bequeathing him the legacy of being a half-giant and a wizard. The lineage of giants bestows inherent advantages upon Hagrid, particularly as a wizard, whose magical essence steadily enhances his physique with each passing moment, albeit modestly. Yet, over time, even minor increments accumulate significantly. This phenomenon elucidates why denizens of the magical realm tend to enjoy prolonged lifespans and possess greater resilience than their Muggle counterparts. "Hagrid, how did you end up like this?" Harry inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Hagrid, retrieving a dragon egg from between his legs, lamented, "It's all because of this." Dudley now comprehended why Hagrid had refrained from notifying them. The egg had yet to hatch. Ron exclaimed in excitement, "This is fantastic. We haven't missed the moment the dragon emerges." Regrettably, he was the only one reveling in the moment, as the others gazed at him in silence. The prolonged incubation of the dragon egg was evidently unusual. Chapter 58, The Dragon Egg Awaits. "What is wrong with you all?" Ron's smile faltered, perplexed that the unhatched egg was perceived as a positive development. He scanned the faces of his companions, unable to fathom their somber expressions. They should be celebrating. "Ron, I mentioned this in the Great Hall," Hermione remarked, tilting her head in his direction. "The dragon egg was supposed to hatch about 15 days ago. This egg is clearly abnormal." "This is not normal." Ron fumbled with his sleeves, his gaze fixated on his shoelaces. "That is still an unhatched dragon egg." "Goodness," Hermione exclaimed, slapping her forehead in exasperation, "your logic is infallible." This conversation was becoming increasingly untenable. Dudley gingerly took the dragon egg from Hagrid, marking his first physical contact with it. Previously, he had only glimpsed it through the flickering light of the fireplace. The egg shell was as smooth as jade. Had he not known it was a dragon egg, he might have suspected he was cradling a massive gemstone. What caught his attention further was the chill emanating from the shell, which was unusual. Typically, dragon eggs do not possess such a frigid sensation. A fire dragon egg, prior to hatching, is at ambient temperature, and its surface gradually warms during the hatching process. Dudley raised the egg to his ear, shaking it gently. "Don't do that," Hagrid exclaimed, hastily intervening. "What if you disturb the dragon inside? Is that even a thing?" Dudley asked, his mouth agape and eyes wide, having just perceived a heavy sound from within the egg, reminiscent of liquid sloshing about. A vague suspicion arose within him. Could this possibly be a dead egg? He carefully placed the dragon egg on the bed to spare Hagrid further distress. Grabbing a thick, plush blanket from beside him, he noticed it was somewhat damp, and the scent was quite pungent. Glancing at the blanket clasped in his hands, he steeled himself and buried both the dragon egg and his head beneath it. With a heavy exhale, Dudley released a breath laden with discomfort. Feeling his breathing grow increasingly labored, the light flickered. The odor was unbearable. He held his breath, pressing the light source against the back of the dragon egg. But his head began to spin as the illumination failed to penetrate, rendering his efforts futile. "What are you doing?" Harry asked, observing Dudley emerge from beneath the blanket with a puzzled expression. Dudley pressed his lips together, striving to display a semblance of a smile before them. He turned and dashed out of Hagrid's hut, gulping down fresh air as if he were on the verge of asphyxiation. Frustrated, he waved his wand, muttering Nox. And the tip of the wand dimmed obediently. Raising his palm to inspect it, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. After a bout of brainstorming, he had absurdly contemplated using Hagrid's blanket, which had been in a sweltering environment for at least 20 days. Surely, he could have conjured a new blanket or employed a cleaning charm instead. Upon re-entering the hut, he was met with Harry's eager gaze. Dudley waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "It's nothing." He perched himself on the edge of the bed, retrieving the dragon egg still nestled within the blanket. "Have you discovered anything after all this time?" Hermione inquired. "I suppose so," Dudley replied, casting a glance at Hermione before refocusing on the egg. He pondered whether to create a small opening in the shell for inspection, knowing full well that Hagrid would likely disapprove. "Hagrid, shall we make a small incision in the dragon egg to take a look?" Dudley finally broached the subject, recognizing that the egg rightfully belonged to Hagrid. "All right." Dudley was taken aback, questioning his own hearing. Hagrid had actually agreed without hesitation. Moreover, making a small opening in the egg would not harm it. Otherwise, the author of Dragon Egg Analysis would not have been able to pen such a book. Dudley carefully placed the egg on the bed, instructing Harry and Ron to support it on either side. "I shall commence," he declared, pointing his wand at the shell above the egg and tracing a square, which shattered into pieces. This spell possessed a remarkable allure, upon first encountering it. Dudley had assumed it would yield results akin to the shatter spell. However, after some study, he discovered it was, in fact, a cutting charm. The magical realm was indeed rife with inventive nomenclature. "Levitate," Dudley commanded, maneuvering the fragmented shell as all leaned in curiously to peer through the opening. Within the shell lay a viscous white albumen, surrounded by a multitude of tiny blue specks, with a dark mass occupying the center, perhaps more aptly termed the egg yolk, or rather, the egg's core. "So this is what a dragon egg contains," Ron remarked, his enthusiasm waning. "It's merely a dead egg," Dudley asserted confidently. Suddenly, Hagrid began to weep, his tear-streaked visage gazing mournfully at the shattered shell. "My poor little darling, it never even glimpsed the beautiful world outside before it perished." Hermione shot Dudley a reproachful glance, gently comforting Hagrid. "Please don't cry, Hagrid. Something feels amiss here." Hagrid bit his lip, his eyes filled with hope. Minutes passed, and Hermione maintained her contemplative demeanor. Dudley intended to prompt Hermione to articulate her thoughts for discussion, yet Hagrid abruptly began to sob uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Let us bury this poor child." Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain how to console the grief-stricken Hagrid. Meanwhile, Hermione lowered her head in shame, her earlobes burning crimson. The thought of Hagrid's hopeful gaze made her cheeks flush intensely, prompting her to wish she could peel back her own skull to discern what felt so profoundly askew. Derry's eyes sparkled with delight, not because he found joy in Hagrid's sorrow, but rather because he had conceived a method to alleviate the pain through consumption. He felt a sense of pride in his cleverness. It was indeed an ingenious solution. "Hagrid, do not be disheartened," he said earnestly, patting Hagrid on the shoulder. "I understand that this dead dragon egg saddens you greatly. Let us allow it to serve its final purpose." "The final purpose?" they exclaimed in unison, struggling to fathom what role a lifeless dragon egg could possibly fulfill. "Indeed," Derry proclaimed, his face aglow with triumph. "It shall forever remain with us." At that moment, he resembled a benevolent angel, as if casting a spell of compassion. Hagrid, clapping his hands in delight, recognized that while the situation was far from ideal, he would remain steadfastly connected to the dragon egg, which, amidst a sea of unfortunate news, was the sole bright spot. Derry, somewhat embarrassed, averted his gaze, questioning whether he had inadvertently led Hagrid astray. Chapter 59, Summoning the Culinary Spirit? "Hagrid, please hand over the dragon egg," Derry declared with utmost seriousness. Though he noticed Hermione's subtle gestures, he chose to disregard them. In such a moment, how could he prioritize Hermione when the dragon egg was of paramount importance? Relegating Hermione's concerns to a lesser priority? Hagrid began to sob, gripping Derry's hand tightly, not out of sorrow, but from overwhelming emotion. "Please." To ensure the dragon egg remained unscathed, he had intentionally cast a restoration spell. Holding the dragon egg, Derry felt an exhilarating rush. His instinct was to exclude Hermione from this venture. He could guarantee that her presence would spell disaster. He cradled the egg with one hand while affectionately ruffling Hermione's hair with the other, reflecting on how her hair seemed less disheveled today, exhibiting a touch of softness. "Almost lost you there," he chuckled at the dragon egg in his arms, quickly concealing it. Such a treasure could not be discovered by others within the castle. Upon arriving at the kitchen, he was greeted by Yu. "Sir, you are here again," Yu said, bowing slightly, its bright green eyes gleaming with anticipation. "What would you like to eat?" Yu was eager to serve. "Yu, I'm not here for food today," Derry replied, placing the dragon egg on the table. "Take a look at this." Yu perched on the edge of the table, leaning toward the egg, tilting its head in uncertainty. Is this a dragon egg? Derry blinked in surprise at Yu's recognition. Indeed, today I shall prepare a nourishing dragon egg feast. Eat the dragon, Yu exclaimed, plopping down on the table, its bulging eyes nearly popping from its sockets. Ha ha, Derry laughed, gently flicking Yu's pointed ear. I'm not going to eat you. So what is there to fear? Yu's breathing quickened, its cheeks lined with wrinkles. Resigned to its fate, it slowly closed its eyes and, with a trembling hand, snapped its fingers, causing a knife to float effortlessly before Derry. Dolly was utterly astonished by this series of actions. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized that Uwu might be fearing for its own safety, thinking it would soon be consumed. He burst into laughter, clutching his stomach, and exclaimed, I have never once claimed I would eat you. Really? Uwu's eyes widened in surprise, and tears that had been welling up began to cascade down like a torrential downpour. Dolly's laughter abruptly ceased, and with a sigh, he conjured a handkerchief to gently wipe away Uwu's tears. Indeed, Uwu choked out, Sir, you are truly a good person. Is this what they call a good person card? Though Dolly understood that Uwu was praising him, he felt no joy in it. Is the place where you cook over there? Allow me to escort you. Uwu nimbly leaped down from the dining table, tugging at Dolly's sleeve as they ventured deeper into the kitchen. Before them stood an exquisite golden door, while to the left loomed an old, decrepit wooden door. Uwu guided Dolly into the corridor on the right. Do you know where those two doors lead? Dolly wondered, his curiosity piqued. The kitchen seemed overly extravagant, as if it were missing a wrought iron gate. Perhaps gathering all three doors would summon a culinary spirit. I'm not certain, Uwu replied. But the wooden door on the left has existed for a long time and has never been opened. Interesting, Dolly mused, stroking his chin. One would think that such a dilapidated door would have been opened by someone. Noticing Uwu's silence, he inquired, and what about the door in the middle? Uwu's expression turned frantic as it covered its mouth and shook its head vigorously. Not allowed to speak? Dolly probed further. Uwu slightly parted its lips and whispered, Yes. I cannot say. Uwu is a well-mannered house elf and must abide by orders. There's no need to be anxious. I won't force you to speak, Dolly reassured, adding, I have one last question. Do any students know about that old wooden door, including those who have graduated? Upon hearing that Dolly had not inquired about the golden door, Uwu relaxed and resumed grasping Dolly's sleeve. Only the teachers know, aside from you, sir. Dolly couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He felt a pang of guilt for the naive Uwu, which had inadvertently divulged crucial information. Only Hogwarts personnel could issue commands to house elves within the kitchen, thus ruling out students and leaving only the faculty. He wondered which professor had orchestrated such an ostentatious golden door, making it impossible not to be curious. At the end of the corridor, there was no door. Entering led into a long room filled with an array of cooking utensils. Dolly carefully created a 3-centimeter square opening in the dragon egg, allowing the egg white and yolk to flow into a large bowl, leaving only a small amount behind in the shell. The liquid was clear as spring water. After refilling the dragon egg with water, he added a dozen shrimp and stirred gently with a long chopstick. A delicate fragrance wafted from the shell. Perfection. Dolly restored the dragon egg and handed it to Uwu, asking, Could you please place this egg in the fire to roast? Will it not crack? Uwu inquired, cradling the dragon egg. Rest assured. Dolly has replaced his chopsticks and begun to stir the eggs in the bowl. The dragon's eggshell possesses remarkable heat absorption properties. Before long, the egg whites and yolks were perfectly blended together, transforming the bowl into a miniature starry sky, shimmering with countless stars against the backdrop of an endless night, captivating one to the point of enchantment. Uwu, is there any rice left? None, came the reply. Uwu, I'll get right on it. Cook a bit more. Dolly felt a twinge of regret. Eggs and leftover rice are the most sublime combination. However, his lingering thoughts were soon eclipsed by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. He withdrew his chopsticks for a moment to savor the deliciousness. His taste buds quivered with delight, devoid of any fishy egg flavor. Only a lingering sweetness that was utterly delectable. Chapter 60, The Luminous Fried Rice. The rice was already boiling, and Dolly stroked his chin, pondering which ingredients should adorn the dragon egg fried rice. After a thorough search, he decisively abandoned the idea, for high-end ingredients often require only the simplest of culinary techniques. After half an hour of waiting and 5 minutes of bustling activity, Dolly had prepared both a soup and a rice dish. Within the cabin by the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid sat on the bed, alternating between silent tears and hopeful glances toward the door. Hermione, observing Hagrid's peculiar demeanor, felt a knot tighten in her heart. If Dolly truly transformed the dragon egg into a dish, she wondered if Hagrid would be able to accept such a reality. Was Hagrid on the verge of collapse? Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were engaged in a game of wizard chess, and she shook her head in exasperation, contemplating how to bring this situation to a close. Wait a moment, Hermione murmured. I refuse to help clean up the mess Dolly has created. Dolly's lips twitched. What was happening today? The house elf Uwu had bestowed him with a good person card, and Hagrid welcomed him as if he were a long-lost daughter-in-law. Hagrid, please remain calm. Let us discuss this at the table, Dolly urged. Hagrid moved ahead, and seizing the opportunity, Hermione stealthily approached Dolly, whispering, "You wouldn't actually be cooking the dragon egg, would you?" "Guess," Dolly replied with a playful wink. "Guess? You must be joking." Hermione pouted, shaking her fist behind Dolly. "Hagrid, where's the dragon egg?" Hagrid asked excitedly, gripping Dolly's arm. "How is it with me?" Suddenly, a cup that Hermione had just picked up fell to the ground with a clatter. Covering her mouth and nose with her hands, her eyes widened in surprise, resembling fish eyes. "Hermione, what's wrong?" Hagrid asked with concern. "And nothing," Hermione stammered. "I just didn't hold it steady." She bent down to retrieve the cup, and as she stood, she pinched Dolly's waist sharply. A sharp pain shot from his soft flesh to his spine, reaching the pain receptors in his brain. Dolly grimaced, his mind racing, but unfortunately, he recalled no spells to protect his tender waist. The softness of his waist was suffering. It was uncomfortable, yet he had to face it with a smile. "This must happen," Dolly declared, producing his wand and tapping the table. Instantly, 2 large bowls, for small bowls, and an equal number of spoons appeared on the surface. 2 large bowls nearly occupied half the table, one of which exuded a steamy aroma, with vibrant red shrimp floating in a milky broth, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea. This broth was truly the epitome of culinary excellence. In an instant, the Hagrid's hut was enveloped in a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of a refreshing ocean breeze. Harry, Ron, and Hagrid slowly closed their eyes, their noses twitching in an attempt to eternally capture the scent. Even Hermione was fixated on the bowl of soup. The main event of the nourishing feast was about to be unveiled as Dudley stood up, one hand grasping the lid of the other large bowl. "Ron, do try to contain your drool," he remarked. Ron wiped his mouth and urged, "Hurry up and open it." "I can hardly wait." Dudley gradually lifted the lid, and suddenly, a column of black light, as wide as the bowl's rim, shot upwards and spread out. The individuals enveloped in the black light felt a wave of heat wash over them. Once the darkness dissipated, they could finally discern the contents of the bowl. Inside was only black rice, each grain adorned with tiny blue specks. The grains were meticulously arranged, each standing alone, untouched by its neighbors. The aromas of the soup and the fried rice melded together, creating a scent that transported one to a sun-soaked summer day, surfing on the waves, elevating the spirit. The fragrance was intoxicating. I found myself unable to restrain my mouth and hands. If I didn't eat soon, I felt I might go mad. Ron lifted his bowl, ready to serve himself. Suddenly, a distortion in the space beside Dudley heralded the arrival of an elderly man with a silver beard. "Ah, just in time." The old man chuckled, rubbing his palms together. Dudley sighed deeply, wondering why Dumbledore seemed to be everywhere. Was he being monitored? Even a meal couldn't be enjoyed in peace. "Professor." Harry and the others stood up in alarm. "No need to panic. Please sit," Dumbledore said kindly, though his gaze remained fixed on the food before him. "Professor Dumbledore, please take my seat," Hermione said as she moved next to Dudley, turning slightly to cover her mouth as she quietly inquired, "How can the professor operate within Hogwarts?" "Principal's privilege," she was reminded, knowing that all of Hogwarts' protective spells were under Dumbledore's command. Since Dumbledore's arrival, Dudley's heart raced. Surely, Dumbledore had never eaten a dragon egg. He mustn't say anything about it. "Thank you, Miss Granger," Dumbledore said as he settled into Hermione's former seat. "Is there an extra bowl and spoon?" The others glanced at Dudley. A sense of unease filled him as he shrugged and replied curtly, "We didn't prepare extra. Alas, it seems I must rely on myself." Dumbledore feigned a look of utmost pity, which would lead any uninformed observer to believe he was a victim of elder abuse. He waved his hand above the table, revealing utensils beneath. Dudley glanced disdainfully at Dumbledore, surprised that he would even inquire, yet he thought it was rather cool, with a mouth still full of unchewed rice. Ron had seized the opportunity to stealthily fill his bowl while others were distracted, relishing the aroma that seemed almost criminal to delay even for a moment. "Are you a pig?" Hermione remarked, gazing at Ron. He paid her no heed, continuing to devour mouthful after mouthful of rice. "A pig? The delectable feast lies before me. It would be foolish not to indulge." Chapter 61, I Shall Be With You. Ron ought to feel fortunate that the 2 skilled individuals at the table possessed remarkable self-control. Had they been aware of his indiscretion, regardless of Dumbledore's reaction, Dudley would undoubtedly have relished the opportunity to make Ron experience what it meant to be a pig. Hagrid pushed a small bowl aside, startling Dudley. Could it be that Hagrid had discerned the dish was made from dragon eggs? That seemed unlikely. Neither the soup nor the rice bore any trace of egg flavor. Hagrid then produced a bowl, equal in size to Dudley's round face, from his moleskin coat. Grinning foolishly as he announced, "I prefer using this bowl." No fault to be found. It was quintessentially Hagrid. Dudley's heart raced erratically, wondering if Professor Snape might concoct a potion for quickening the heart. Observing the ravenous crowd, Dudley felt no urgency to partake in the dragon egg fried rice. He had prepared in ample quantity, yet one matter troubled him more than the meal itself. Old Dumbledore, why did you suddenly apparate here? Is there something of great importance? Dudley inquired nonchalantly, lifting his bowl. Given Dumbledore's keen interest in Harry, it was highly probable he was monitoring Harry's surroundings, which meant Dudley, as Harry's cousin, would likely be under surveillance as well. Dudley's suspicions were not unfounded. Dumbledore's sudden appearance, accompanied by the use of apparition, raised his concerns. If that were indeed the case, it did not bode well. No one would relish the knowledge of being constantly watched. Dumbledore glanced at Dudley's face, seemingly aware of Dudley's questioning demeanor. Unfazed, he offered Dudley a gentle smile and took the bowl from Dudley's hands, filling it with dragon egg fried rice before serving himself. Holding the bowl to his nose, eyes closed in rapture, he exclaimed, "How delightful! Do you know? This aroma pervades the entire castle. I never imagined I possessed such a talent. Perhaps after graduation, I could open a restaurant in Hogsmeade. I believe the sales would be splendid." A faint smile graced Dudley's lips. The answers he sought had been revealed, and his mood lifted as he took a generous spoonful of the dragon egg fried rice. Dudley's eyes sparkled. The rice was extraordinary, firm yet yielding, seasoned only with salt, yet carrying a hint of spiciness, each bite producing a tingling sensation. As the rice slid down his throat into his stomach, he felt as if basking in warm sunlight. Dudley could hardly stop eating. It was simply too delicious. His spirits soared higher with every mouthful. If you open a restaurant, you might end up losing money. Darryl gazed over in confusion as Dumbledore, having finished one bowl, eagerly began to serve himself another. How could an elderly gentleman consume his meal with such swiftness, even faster than a youthful man? Dumbledore held the filled bowl beneath his nose, inhaling its aroma with rapture. Is that you, Shua? One learns throughout life. Darryl felt he had gleaned a new insight. Indulging in dragon egg fried rice requires a certain ceremonial significance. The quality of the ingredients is paramount. Dumbledore savored a mouthful, inquiring, "Where did you acquire this? It evokes such nostalgia. I haven't tasted this in roughly 70 or 80 years. Heartless." Darryl never imagined that Dumbledore had dined on dragon eggs or dragon meat in his 30s. Woof, woof. Yaya barked beside Hagrid, having devoured a large plateful. Darryl glanced at his own barely touched first bowl, thinking, these folks must all be born under the sign of the pig. He hastily shoveled several bites of dragon egg fried rice into his mouth. Darryl, this dish has a soup. What did you use to prepare it? I want to try making it next time, Hagrid suddenly queried. Hermione, in a most ungraceful manner, sprayed her food across the table. Darryl pounded his chest, startled by Hagrid's words, nearly choking. He coughed, almost becoming the man who choked to death. Dragon egg. No. Darryl intervened just as Dumbledore announced the correct answer. Exhausted, he thought, couldn't such matters wait until after the meal? He stiffly turned his neck to look at Hagrid, who, with unchewed food still in his mouth, stood frozen, his eyes glazed over, tears trailing down his cheeks. Darryl covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Hagrid. Hermione was at a loss for words to console him, discreetly kicking Darryl's shins beneath the table. Ron stealthily slid his bowl under the table, nervously glancing around before quickly lowering his head to take a spoonful of rice, puffing out his cheeks, and sitting upright with feigned seriousness. Harry placed a hand on Hagrid's shoulder, his tone heavy with concern. Hagrid, don't be sad. It was merely a dead egg. And now it's here with you. Hagrid, Darryl tentatively called out. Hagrid, in a fit of anguish, spat the dragon egg into the bowl, sobbing. I've always wanted to raise a dragon, but I never imagined. Look behind you. Darryl pointed towards Hagrid's back. A blinding flash of white light erupted, causing Hagrid, Harry, Ron, and Hermione to squint against the brilliance. Darryl and Dumbledore had closed their eyes in advance, as it was Darryl who had cast the spell. Dumbledore, however, sensed the surge of magic. No one could perform a spell beneath his very nose without detection. After a moment, they opened their eyes to behold a white orb, approximately 20 inches in diameter, floating in the air. Gradually, the orb's color faded, revealing a dragon flapping its wings within. This dragon was a Norwegian ridgeback, meticulously recreated from Darryl's memories. It bore a striking resemblance to a tree bee, though its tail lacked spikes and a particularly flamboyant black jade spine arched along its back. Hagrid, don't be sad. I shall be with you. It spoke in a gentle voice. The Norwegian ridgeback emerged from a white orb of light, circling Hagrid's head 7 times before hovering in front of him, performing a series of acrobatic feats. Alas, Hagrid could not reach out to touch it. Dudley lacked the ability to conjure a living magical creature, and thus, the Norwegian ridgeback was but a mere illusion. Do not be disheartened, Hagrid. You are a strong warrior. I have faith that you can remain composed. Remember, I stand with you. With that, the Norwegian ridgeback vanished into thin air. Hagrid turned away, the smile that once graced his face now absent, his beard and eyebrows nearly entwined in despair. He remained silent, fixating on the dragon egg fried rice and the dragon egg shrimp soup before him. Dumbledore spoke slowly. Hagrid, since the event has transpired, there is no altering its course. I shall be with you. Hagrid let out a mighty roar, tears streaming down his face as he frantically shoveled dragon egg fried rice into his mouth. The scene was indeed peculiar. Hagrid's tears flowed unabated, yet with each bite, the corners of his mouth twitched upwards. Chapter 62. Auditory Hallucinations. The dining table was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere, as the others were uncertain whether to mourn the dragon egg or commend the culinary delights. A group of individuals quietly consumed their dragon egg fried rice. This strange ambience did not linger for long. As Harry indulged in his third bowl, he suddenly contorted his face in agony, clutching his throat, and fell backward onto the floor, emitting a low, guttural roar as he rolled about. This dragon egg fried rice is poisoned, Ron exclaimed in a panic, tossing his bowl and spoon aside. He crouched down. Harry, don't frighten me like that. I don't want to die in such agony. Was this even coherent speech? Dudley raised an eyebrow, thinking perhaps Madame Pomfrey had slackened her vigilance, allowing the patients to escape. Dumbledore, adjusting his wizarding robes, swiftly approached Harry and helped him sit up, his fingers glowing as he examined Harry's mouth while bringing over a bowl of soup. Quick, take a hearty sip of this soup, Dudley urged as he brought the bowl to Harry's lips. After Harry drank, Dumbledore gave several firm pats on his back, prompting Harry to cough and gasp for air. There, Dudley said, helping Harry upright. You choked, didn't you? No one was trying to snatch it away from you, so why eat so hastily? Harry grimaced, rubbing his throat. It feels as though something solid is lodged in my throat. I'm not choking. You were the one who started it. Dudley, rubbing his now throbbing head, glanced around the table. Everyone, save for Hermione, seemed rather peculiar. Even a simple meal was fraught with complications. He sighed, realizing that Harry had indeed changed. The once adorably foolish boy was now capable of piercing remarks and blatant falsehoods. Did he not know whether his own dragon egg fried rice contained any unknown substances? Ultimately, Dudley felt that all this chaos could be attributed to Dumbledore. Only an abnormal Dumbledore could give rise to an equally abnormal Harry. The soup, roasted with dragon eggs, was not only rich in flavor, but also exceptionally nutritious. His spirits lifted once more. Ron, what are you doing? Hermione inquired, blinking her small eyes. Eating, of course. What else could I possibly be doing? Ron took a generous mouthful of dragon egg fried rice. Harry looked at him with disdain, exclaiming, You explicitly stated that the dragon egg fried rice is poisonous. Are you not afraid of succumbing to its toxins? Indeed, it was poisonous. Ron nodded affirmatively, placing his bowl down on the table, gazing at the others with a pained expression, and lamented, Please, do not partake. Allow me to perish from this dragon egg fried rice. The others were silent. They spent nearly an hour consuming their meal, with a significant portion of the rice and soup devoured by Hagrid, who even neglected to leave behind the greasy remnants in his bowl. Goodness, at this rate, there would be no need to wash the bowl. Harry watched Hagrid's voracious appetite with growing concern, fearing he might one day be led to believe he was a dragon and leap from the astronomy tower, flailing his arms. After satiating their appetites, everyone slumped in their chairs, rubbing their round bellies and emitting sounds of contentment and burps. In the deepest part of the Black Sea, a vast, unfathomable trench lay hidden. A colossal octopus glided leisurely through the waters, relishing its reign as the sovereign of the Black Sea, pondering how splendid life was within its inky head. Suddenly, a radiant green aurora, stretching hundreds of meters, emanated from the trench. The giant squid was momentarily blinded, struggling to shield its eyes with its massive tentacles, only to feel itself plummeting downward as if weightless. After a dizzying whirl, it found itself falling from the sky, flailing its appendages in panic. Aware that its fate was sealed, the giant octopus's head swelled as it desperately sprayed ink into the air, attempting to leave a trace of its existence in this world. Unfortunately, before it could finish its masterpiece, a supersized, rotund dragon, over 50 meters tall, devoured it in one swift gulp. The excessively plump dragon emitted a thunderous wail, tears streaming down its uneven face. Countless dragons soared before the hefty dragon, bowing their proud heads. This corpulent dragon flapped its disproportionately small wings, ascending above all the other dragons, its eyes ablaze with fierce flames. The roars that erupted were filled with unrestrained fury. How did the dragon egg come to be? Dumbledore inquired, rising and stretching his aged back nonchalantly. Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid feared, was about to hold him accountable. For acquiring a dragon egg without permission was a breach of wizarding law. He stammered, I won it in a card game. Do not be anxious, Hagrid. I must say your fortune is remarkable, Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. Dragon eggs are quite rare outside. Initially, he hesitated over whether or not to give Hagrid the empty shell. He feared that Hagrid might become sentimental. However, that concern was now moot. Hagrid, this is for you, Harry stated, presenting the dragon egg, his face slightly flushed, acknowledging that it was he who had turned the egg into a dish. Hagrid smiled at Harry, saying, I don't mind at all. You shouldn't either. Let us bury it. Agreed. to demonstrate their sincerity. Several of them took shovels and excavated a grave beside Hagrid's hut for the dragon egg. With an air of tranquility, Hagrid placed the dragon egg within and personally buried it. He fashioned a gravestone for the egg, inscribed with the words, "I shall be with you." They solemnly bowed before the gravestone. Dudley quietly murmured to himself, "Thank you for your selfless sacrifice in your final moments. May you rest in peace. Farewell." Suddenly, Harry winced, pressing his hands to his ears. "What's wrong with you?" Dudley asked, puzzled. "Listen." Harry gazed anxiously at the pristine clouds above, as if searching for something. The others looked at him in confusion, wondering what he could possibly hear. "Did you not hear that?" Harry exclaimed, tapping his ears. "It's gone now." "What did you hear?" Dumbledore inquired gravely, placing his hands on Harry's shoulders. "A roar, like that of a dragon." Chapter 63, The Complete Defeat of the Little Fox. Dumbledore's expression was exceedingly serious, and everyone looked at Harry with concern, their hearts heavy with dread for his well-being. "Old Dumbledore, is something wrong with Harry?" Dudley's voice was laced with urgency. Dumbledore's face softened into a warm smile, akin to sunlight breaking through the darkest abyss. "He is not unwell, he simply overindulged." Ron nudged Harry's shoulder, laughing joyfully. "It's a relief to hear that." However, Dudley remained skeptical of Dumbledore's assertion. How could Harry be merely overindulged? He was no longer the frail boy he once was. This was all too peculiar. They had all shared the dragon egg's nourishing meal. If there were an issue, they would all share in it. Why was it only Harry who could hear the dragon's roar? Could there be some truth to this? Yet, it made little sense. He had not noticed anything unusual while stirring the dragon egg. If Harry's claims were genuine, where could such an anomaly have originated? Dudley felt as though his head might explode from overthinking. Dudley grinned at Hermione. "I wonder how much weight you'll gain after eating so much today?" "Not as much as you," Hermione retorted, leaving him with a glare. Dudley decided against further contemplation. After all, Harry seemed fine for the moment. If issues arose later, they could be addressed then. After all, it was merely a matter of facing whatever challenges came their way, with the towering Dumbledore to provide support should the sky fall. With finals approaching, the priority was to navigate through the upcoming troublesome matters. Dudley suddenly realized that the absence of the dragon egg seemed to have spared him from one troublesome situation. Without it, there would be no detention, which meant he would not be punished by being sent into the Forbidden Forest to encounter Voldemort. He truly did not wish to partake in the protection of the Philosopher's Stone, having already alerted Dumbledore to Quirrell's dubious nature, yet the man remained in place. This old fool seemed to be lost in thought. Dudley. At the sound of his name, Dudley felt as though his heart had been tightly squeezed. He concluded, whenever Dumbledore called him, it was a guarantee that trouble was afoot. Squinting with a forced grin, he inquired, "Is something the matter? Please assist me. I've eaten too much to move." Daryl's mind raced. What could Dumbledore possibly want? Unable to walk, was he being treated like an ancient eunuch? Did he not care for his dignity? Come on. Just as Daryl grasped Dumbledore's hand, a surge of thoughts flooded his mind, and he hastily blocked any means of mental communication. After several failed attempts, Dumbledore quietly inquired, "Would you like to visit my office shortly?" Daryl indulged in a moment of self-admiration. Exceptional individuals inevitably attract the frequent attention of professors, such as the burden of being remarkable. This self-adoration served only as a balm for his ego, and he discreetly reopened the communication channel. Ding! Daryl heard Dumbledore's voice resonate in his mind. "Our fish has bitten the bait." Daryl paused, perplexed by the term "our." A foreboding sense of dread crept into his heart. One misstep could lead to eternal regret. He should never have obstructed Snape's soul extraction. A fabricated memory should have been offered instead, ensuring his mastery of mental cloaking remained undiscovered. As for Snape's awareness of his abilities, it stemmed from his own recklessness. Only those adept in both arts could communicate within the mind. "I must clarify, there is only you, not us." Daryl was resolute in preventing Dumbledore from concocting any mischief. "Very well, but you have already posed one question. May I ask you two?" Dumbledore remained unperturbed. "Certainly, but you have already asked two questions." Daryl suppressed a chuckle, reveling in his own cleverness, wondering who would ultimately prevail. "May I inquire about 4 questions?" "Indeed, but you have already asked 4. Daryl felt as if his head might be blown off by Dumbledore's unpredictable responses. Such antics were hardly fair. "Since you have sincerely posed your questions, I shall benevolently reveal that I am an omniscient oracle." Dumbledore's eyelids twitched unnaturally. This inquiry was as futile as it was obvious. "Did you know that Quirrell is allied with Voldemort?" "Goodness, is that possible? I thought he was dead." Daryl's face displayed astonishment, primarily to deceive Dumbledore. The mental shield preserved his thoughts, not his expressions. He must not let Dumbledore realize he was aware of Voldemort's survival. "Stop pretending. Your performance is excessively theatrical. You should learn from Severus." Dumbledore's piercing gaze exposed Daryl's ruse. "Has Harry found out?" Daryl felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, akin to a fool. He surrendered to the inevitable. "No, just tell me what you wish to do." "Ever since I discovered Voldemort's shadow behind Quirrell, a plan has formed in my mind." I wish to prompt Harry to confront Voldemort, especially given Voldemort's current state. You overestimate my capabilities. I refuse. Darryl abruptly severed the communication channel. Professor, we've arrived at the lounge, Darryl declared with a demeanor suggesting he would not see him off. He raised an eyebrow at Dudley, stroked his beard, and turned to leave without a trace of reluctance. Dudley gazed at Dumbledore's departing figure, seething with indignation. Chapter 64. Were you right or wrong? That night, as Dudley lay in bed, his anger grew with every thought. That cunning old fox, Dumbledore, had nearly implied that Harry and the others should meander through the Forbidden Forest. Was this an outing? Just around the corner lurked a fated encounter with Voldemort. According to Dudley's original plan, should Harry and his friends venture to protect the Philosopher's Stone, he would incapacitate them all, even without Harry's interference. Voldemort could never seize the stone. Sighing, Dudley reflected that his refusal to comply with Dumbledore's scheme was not born of fear, but rather a recognition of the significant risks involved. Moreover, the Avada Kedavra curse was no jest. The victim would perish instantly. In the film, Harry and his companions seemed to rely solely on evading curses, a notion both frivolous and exhausting. This plan was tantamount to courting death. Given Dumbledore's capabilities, he could effortlessly neutralize Quirrell. Even if he could not vanquish Voldemort, he could surely drive him away. Dudley could not fathom the practical significance of Dumbledore's design. Was it merely to have free labor? Dudley turned over, observing Harry soundly asleep in the adjacent bed, and mentally replayed recent events, pondering various predictions. Dumbledore was indeed shrewd, having set a hook for Harry in advance. In the current circumstances, Harry had frequent encounters with Quirrell and would inevitably uncover Quirrell's little secret. Even if he did not, his curiosity would surely be piqued. Now, the old fox had ensnared him completely. Dudley buried his head beneath his pillow. The more Harry learned, the greater the danger he might face. And Dudley could not remain an indifferent bystander. Sometimes, ignorance could indeed be bliss. That night, under a resplendent starry sky, several souls found themselves restless. Dudley, Hermione, Dumbledore, Hagrid, and Quirrell. The following morning, Hermione's behavior was particularly peculiar. Dudley received the homework he had asked Hermione to complete, although he typically neglected his assignments. He always glanced at them once Hermione finished. However, today's work was unlike any other. Upon opening it, he found it entirely blank. Initially, he assumed Hermione had merely forgotten to write, only to realize she had not written a single word. Hermione's face was obscured by disheveled hair, through which her weary eyes were barely visible. Were you right or wrong? Her voice bore no inflection, sending chills down Dudley's spine. Taken aback, he thought she was jesting and attempted to push her hair aside, only to receive a sharp slap that sent his hand flying away. It dawned on him that Hermione was not joking. Bewildered, Dudley pondered life for a brief moment before exclaiming, I was wrong. I am a sinner. And just where did you go wrong? She inquired. A sly smile danced at the corners of Hermione's lips. There stood Dudley, having pondered for an eternity, yet failing to articulate any semblance of understanding. He tilted his head back, deep in thought, ultimately concluding that he had done nothing amiss. Confounded, he inquired, so, what exactly did I do wrong? Hermione, with a grin that barely concealed her amusement, retorted, Are you truly asking me what you did wrong? Shouldn't you utilize your brain to figure that out yourself? Well, I am intrigued to see what it is that I have erred in. Dudley, his stubbornness flaring, crossed his legs on the plush sofa and, wand in hand, closed his eyes slowly, delving into the memories associated with Hermione from the past week. 2 hours later, he began to question his very existence, muttering, I did nothing wrong. What are you doing here? Harry and Ron, sitting on either side of Dudley, sensed a glimmer of hope as Dudley asked, Do you think I have upset Hermione lately? However, Harry and Ron bolted from the common room in haste, their past experience with Hermione's wrath still vividly etched in their minds. Dudley, feeling betrayed by his so-called friends, scorned their cowardice. An hour later, Dudley's lifeless eyes mirrored a profound disillusionment with life. Not only had he failed to identify his misstep, but he was also on the verge of exhaustion. The effort of sifting through memories was both taxing on his magical reserves and mentally draining. Had it not been for his earlier altercation with Dumbledore, he might have considered borrowing the pensive. Sitting in the great hall, Dudley sighed heavily, tucking a quill behind his ear and propping his head up with one hand, lamenting, Hermione, do tell me, where have I gone awry? Speak up. He gently nudged Hermione. Startled, she slammed her hand on the table, causing those around them to jump. With an awkward smile directed at her fellow witches and wizards, she quickly adopted a serious demeanor and replied, Do not disturb me while I read. Figure it out on your own. Dudley muttered under his breath, unreasonable. What did you say? Hermione inquired, casting a questioning glance his way. And nothing, Dudley stammered, hastily averting his gaze, heart racing in trepidation. With fervor, he scribbled in his notebook, I did nothing wrong. Just as he was caught up in his writing, he noticed a hand snatch his notebook away. Maintaining a calm facade, he was inwardly in a frenzy, fervently praying it was not Hermione who had taken it. Surely, This cannot be the act of a fool, Dudley thought, gazing blankly at Harry, who wore a mischievous grin. Dudley felt as though he might perish from embarrassment. He had heard of parental betrayals, but this was a sibling-esque treachery. Harry, regretting his earlier antics, chuckled awkwardly. Now, let us not get overly excited. Do you know what Ron and I have just discovered? Chapter 65, The Actors of Hogwarts. Dudley scrutinized Harry momentarily, finding no useful information reflected on his face. You two have uncovered a secret? Dudley queried. Indeed, Harry and Ron nodded excitedly. Harry glanced around cautiously and said, We discovered something important this morning. Dudley hurriedly interrupted, not wanting to hear any more, for he understood that a secret is meant to be buried deep within one's heart. Harry felt as if he might burst from the tension. Listen to me, what we found is crucial. Shoo! Dudley interrupted again, insisting that once spoken, it would no longer be a secret. I'm quite curious about what you've uncovered, Hermione interjected, closing her book and brandishing her wand. She cast a silencing charm upon Harry and Ron, ensuring their conversation would remain unheard. Now, Harry, you may reveal your discovery. No one around will overhear. Dudley, unable to hear Hermione's words, could only see her lips moving while a buzzing sound akin to a mosquito filled his ears. He was at a loss for words, realizing that although the silencing spell was invented by Snape, it was Hermione who had learned it from him. Ironically, she now used it against Dudley. A fitting retribution for his past actions. Dudley waved his wand at the three of them, exclaiming, Silencio. The effectiveness of this spell was noteworthy, capable of restricting or halting most enchantments. However, each time he cast it, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if Silencio was akin to an exasperating release. He waved his wand again to reapply the silencing charm, casting a deadpan stare at Hermione, who had audaciously excluded him. Didn't you say you didn't want to know? You should be grateful to me. Hermione replied with an innocent shrug. Oh, I truly appreciate it, Dudley retorted. Now, I shall begin. Harry said. Wait, have a sweet first. Dudley pulled a popping candy from his wizarding robe. Lacking a proper restorative potion, this confection would have to suffice. The candy would create a minor explosion upon consumption without causing harm, resembling a marshmallow enveloping popping candy. Snape has overpowered Quirrell, and the warning from Professor Dumbledore about the Forbidden Forest dangers must relate to Quirrell as well. Dudley clutched his heart, nearly choking on a surge of blood. He hadn't anticipated such swift developments regarding his concerns from the previous day, though he didn't entirely grasp what Harry meant by Snape overpowering Quirrell. He recognized that Harry's deductions were likely accurate. Harry began recounting the events of that morning with Ron. They had exited the common room, as was customary, to visit the third-floor office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor to offer encouragement to Quirrell. As they reached the door, a low, intermittent voice resonated from within. I knew it. Intelligent individuals invariably make the right choices. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. It was Snape's voice. Ron made a face at Harry, aware that Quirrell would succumb to Snape's influence. He tugged at Harry's arm, eager to flee the scene. Harry shrugged him off, placing a finger to his lips and gesturing toward the door, signaling that they should avoid creating any disturbances. I understand, Ron replied. Have you clarified the matter I asked you about? Quirrell began to sob. Useless. This thunderous roar startled both Harry and Ron outside the door, nearly causing them to make a noise. Ron trembled uncontrollably, gripping Harry's arm in an attempt to pull him away, yet he found himself unable to muster any strength. Given your current condition, you will need to venture into the Forbidden Forest again tonight. Remember, do not create any disturbances, otherwise I will have no choice but to eliminate you. Aye. Harry struggled to comprehend Quirrell's words, wanting to press his ear against the door to eavesdrop. But in doing so, he inadvertently caused Ron to stumble, his hands bracing against the door, producing a sound. Who's there? Harry jumped, startled by the hurried footsteps from behind the door. He quickly pulled Ron down the corridor. They hid in the corner, pressed against the wall, Harry's heart racing vigorously. As he heard the door close once more, he exhaled in relief, glancing at Ron with a sigh. This seemed to embody Dudley's saying, it's not the formidable enemy one fears, but the foolish ally. Continuing to eavesdrop was now impossible, although they had gleaned little. What they did here was significant. Let's go. Wait. Ron leaned his full weight against Harry, offering a wry smile. My legs are weak. Harry shrugged, looking at the group. He stated, that is essentially the situation. Oh my, Hermione looks like a frightened rabbit. We must inform the professor at once. It's futile. Harry sorrowfully shook his head. We are on such good terms with Hagrid. He wouldn't believe us, let alone the professors. I've decided to venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight to gather evidence. Only then will they believe us. What? Ron and Hermione exclaimed in unison, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at Harry. Dudley continued to stuff several explosive candy treats into his mouth. The notion Harry proposed carried an eerie undertone, as he leaned closer to Harry, sniffing intently. Harry pushed Dudley away, puzzled. What are you smelling? I detect the scent of conspiracy. Dudley did not believe that the voices Harry and the others had heard belonged to Snape. Last time in the Forbidden Forest. Snape's conversation with Quirrell indicated that Snape was unaware of the dark presence lurking behind Quirrell's head. Snape's interest in Quirrell was likely due to Dumbledore instructing him to keep an eye on him. You cannot go into the Forbidden Forest tonight. If Dudley was correct, this was likely a ruse orchestrated by Quirrell and Voldemort. I must go, Harry asserted resolutely. Are you out of your mind? Dudley poked Harry's forehead. Think logically. What if it's a trap? Even if it isn't, what will you do after witnessing it? How will you preserve the evidence? Harry did not resist Dudley's poking. Once Dudley ceased, he spoke slowly. I have compelling reasons to go. Dudley chuckled. Looks like you're under the influence of some delusions, insisting you must go. All right, I'll accompany you tonight. Harry embraced Dudley's arm, rubbing his face against it. I knew you were the best cousin. Get off me, you jerk. Harry covered his head with both hands and smiled sheepishly. Hermione, may I borrow your homework to copy from Ron? Do you even realize your mistake? Dudley observed the dazed duo, feeling a surge of delight as if he were about to burst into song, for retribution arrived as swiftly as a tempest. Chapter 66, A Nocturnal Excursion into the Forbidden Forest. Under the cover of midnight, a perfect opportunity to sneak out of the school presented itself. The deserted corridors echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by faint rustling noises. Honestly, there's no way to move. You're too heavy. Dudley's figure suddenly materialized in the hallway, reaching out to seize them. Instantly, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves before Dudley. What do you want? Harry snatched the invisibility cloak from Dudley's grasp. What if we get caught? Although you are hefty, the cloak should still manage to conceal us. Dudley retaliated by flicking Harry on the head and declared, feigning menace, let me say this one last time. I am not fat. I am robust. He spun around, insisting, no doubt about it, I am robust. You three can use the invisibility cloak. I shall employ the disillusionment charm myself. After uttering those words, Dudley cast the charm upon himself, a chill coursing through his body as he gradually vanished from sight. He was dissatisfied with his disillusionment charm, capable only of blending into the surroundings like a chameleon, creating an illusion for the eyes. As far as he knew, Dumbledore's charm could achieve true invisibility. Upon successfully exiting the castle, they were greeted by the bright moonlight, though clouds frequently drifted by, obscuring their view of the path ahead. They approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a narrow, winding path faded into the depths of the dark woods. A gentle breeze ruffled their hair as they gazed into the forest, when suddenly, a series of wolf howls echoed from within the shadows. Are we really going in? Ron stammered, his teeth chattering, even his voice faltering. Yes, Harry replied, extending the invisibility cloak toward Ron. If you're scared, you can wear it. But make sure to stay close and don't get lost. Ron hesitated, eyeing the cloak in Harry's hands, then glanced at the others, asking, is anyone else going to join? Well, I suppose I'll manage without it. Everyone, draw your wands. Observing their frantic movements, Dudley felt a sense of superiority, akin to a novice adventurer leading three fools into a high-level challenge. He contemplated that should anything go awry, he would create a commotion to summon a professor, even willing to set the Forbidden Forest ablaze if necessary. Since Dumbledore had acted unjustly, he would not hesitate to return the favor. As they embarked on the winding path, they walked for about 7 or 8 minutes, during which the only sound was the whisper of the wind through the leaves, devoid of any other noise. Watch your step as you walk. Be cautious of the protruding tree trunks, Dudley advised. They relied solely on the moonlight to navigate, as the current situation rendered Lumos' spells conspicuous. Suddenly, Dudley halted, turning to the group and asking, do any of you know the sensitivity charm? The three stared at him in confusion. What is it for? Harry inquired. Enhancing perception to anticipate danger is essential. Do not expect me to assist you, for it is bound by special restrictions to be utilized solely for oneself. One cannot blame you for your ignorance, as your lack of reading is now painfully evident in times of need. As Dudley scorned them, he discreetly cast a heightened sense spell upon himself, urging them not to gaze at him so intently, lest he feel embarrassed. Unabashed, Hermione resembled a disgruntled little lion, indignantly retorting that she indeed read. She questioned the source of his heightened sense spell. Suddenly, Dudley recalled that the three of them lacked the privilege to access the restricted section of books, reaffirming that their reading habits were indeed insufficient. Let us not squander any more time, he urged, fear coursing through him as he led the way. Feeling a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck, he silently reassured himself. Surely, there is nothing to fear. Those who roam the world must endure some peril. Only a thick skin will see one through. The group traversed the Forbidden Forest like lost souls. Look over there, Ron exclaimed, pointing to a shimmering silvery substance not far away. Dudley hesitated, uncertain if it was unicorn blood, as it differed markedly from depictions in films of yore. He picked up a twig and approached the substance, crouching to investigate. Stirring it with the branch revealed a viscous texture. What is this? Harry inquired. Bringing the twig to his nose, Dudley detected no pungent scent of blood, only a fragrant aroma, leading him to conclusively determine that it was indeed unicorn blood. He recalled reading that unicorns are beautiful, pure, noble, and elegant, yet they embody a paradox of magical creatures. The spear represents their blood, the shield embodies the curse. Those who slay unicorns are doomed to suffer a curse upon their souls. Beneath their seemingly exquisite exterior lies profound danger. This is utterly cruel, Hermione exclaimed incredulously. Who would commit such an atrocity? Who goes there? Harry suddenly shouted. Dudley sprang to his feet and peered in the direction Harry was gazing. But the darkness revealed no figures. Are you certain someone is present? Earlier that day, Harry had dubbed Ron a pig. And now Dudley found himself bestowing the same title upon Harry. With a sigh of exasperation, Dudley earnestly advised Harry, in such situations, refrain from shouting. Remain composed. Your exclamation alerts even the most oblivious creatures. What should have been an advantageous position has turned into a disadvantage. Silence enveloped the forbidden forest once more as they cautiously advanced towards the area where Harry had detected a presence. Moonlight filtered through the branches above, illuminating a patch of silvery blood on the ground. Be cautious, Dudley cautioned as they followed the trail of blood, which meandered along a winding path, still marked by splatters of unicorn blood. Are you worried for the unicorn? Dudley noted Hermione's pallid complexion. Do not fret, given the trail of blood. We must be near the unicorn and whoever else may be here. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Quickly, hide behind that large tree, Dudley exclaimed, hastily seizing Hermione's arm and darting towards the shelter of the tree. A group of individuals concealed themselves behind a towering oak tree. Silence, be vigilant, Derry urged, gripping his wand tightly, ever ready to strike. The four leaned against the tree, straining to listen. A rustling sound emanated from nearby, as if something was gliding over the leaves. Derry squinted into the darkened path, and moments later, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 67. The stars shine brightly tonight, he murmured, casting his gaze toward the retreating figure of Quirrell. There was no need to hinder Quirrell's departure. Derry had accompanied Harry and the others into the Forbidden Forest not to confront Quirrell and Voldemort in a deadly clash, but to safeguard them. Should a confrontation arise, it would be preferable to face it head-on. Otherwise, evasion would be the wiser course, ideally resulting in a perfect miss. Yet, this approach felt somewhat unjust to the injured unicorn. What was that just passed by? Harry inquired softly, standing beside Derry. Your old acquaintance, perhaps. Maybe, Harry replied. His head bowed, obscuring his expression. A chill breeze swept through, revealing a glimpse of the scar on Harry's forehead, concealed beneath his fringe. Derry shrugged and gestured. You decide. From Harry's earlier hesitation, Derry had confirmed his suspicions. The reason Harry felt compelled to venture forth was likely to discern whether Voldemort's shadow loomed behind this unfolding mystery. What puzzled him was how Harry, with the scant clues he possessed, could ascertain Voldemort's presence. Derry chose not to pry. When Harry was ready to share, he would. There was no rush. Everyone harbored their own secrets. Harry's expression fluctuated, and at last, he resolutely declared, let us go. Ron, what about you? Time was of the essence if they wished to save the injured unicorn, for Quirrell's figure had already vanished into the distance. They moved even more swiftly than before. Their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings, ears attuned to the faintest sounds. Suddenly, in the clearing ahead, they distinctly observed something stirring. Prepare to disperse, Derry instructed. Positioning himself protectively in front of them, wand pointed forward. As the sound of hooves approached, the creature emerged into the clearing. Before them stood a rare and intelligent magical being, commonly referred to as a centaur. In fact, the term centaur is more accurate. Centaurs take great pride in their lineage. They consider themselves beasts rather than humans, primarily because they refuse to share the identity of human with beings such as nymphs and vampires. Historical research reveals that centaurs are an entirely independent species, not a hybrid of man and beast. Their upper bodies are human, while their lower halves are equine, with fur colors ranging from deep to light hues. They do not wield wands but are exceptionally skilled in healing magic, divination, archery, and astronomy. Before them stood a centaur with flowing red hair and a matching beard, his glossy chestnut coat and nearly ground-dragging crimson tail captivating their attention. Do not approach. Remain where you are. Advance further, and I shall be compelled to cast a spell, warned Dudley, wary of drawing too close to the centaur. He remained uncertain whether this was merely a trick of Voldemort's. Regardless, he could not permit the centaur to come within reach, for a confrontation would be insufferable. Good evening. I am Ronan, the centaur intoned, his voice deep and melancholic. Do you intend to strike me with a spell? Good evening, Ronan. I am left with no choice in this matter. Please do not take offense. We are students from Hogwarts. I am Dudley Dursley, and these are my companions, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. This lady is Hermione Granger. Dudley's voice brimmed with goodwill as he gradually lowered his wand, though he remained poised for any sudden retaliation. They exchanged glances, aware that Hagrid's absence likely meant he was occupied with hatching a dragon egg. We are cognizant of the unrest, Hermione whispered. Hagrid is our friend. Is that so? Please extend my regards to him, Ronan sighed. tilting his gaze skyward, where the evening Mars shone brilliantly. By the way, Hermione interjected anxiously. Have you seen an injured unicorn? It is always the innocent who suffer first, he replied. This was true centuries ago, and it remains so today. Dudley shrugged. Non-committal to this remark, Hermione felt a distinct barrier in communicating with the centaur. She gently nudged Dudley and whispered in his ear. This is not the time for you to stand idly by. Dudley, somewhat exasperated, pursed his lips. Extracting information from a centaur was no less challenging than soaring through the skies. With the leader having spoken, he had little choice but to muster the courage to inquire. Ronan, have you witnessed anything unusual? The evening Mars shines exceptionally bright, Ronan reiterated. Indeed, it is remarkably luminous. Dudley gazed upward and continued. Have you noticed any strange occurrences? Is this forbidden forest truly a haven for the little dragons? If that is the case, we shall take our leave, Dudley announced, preparing to circumvent the area. At that moment, rustling emerged from the thicket behind Ronan, prompting Dudley to raise his wand once more, only to find another centaur, a striking figure with platinum hair, a silver-hued coat, and eyes that sparkled with an astonishing blue, reminiscent of pale sapphires. Ronan, there you are. Greetings. Farewell, they called as they pressed onward through the dense, shadowy woods. The only sounds accompanying them were the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and the gentle rustle of foliage in the wind, while Harry remained tense, frequently glancing over his shoulder. Are you afraid? Dudley inquired with curiosity. I am not, Harry retorted defiantly. Is that so? Dudley smirked mischievously at Harry. You are indeed frightened. It is Harry who ventured into the forbidden forest, and it is Harry who cowers. It would be a travesty not to tease him at such a moment. Time was spent in pursuit and anguish as they ventured deeper into the forbidden forest for nearly half an hour. The trees grew increasingly dense behind them, rendering the path nearly impassable. Bloodstains multiplied on the ground, with a significant splatter at the base of a tree, suggesting that the unfortunate unicorn had once writhed in agony nearby. Through the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, they glimpsed a clearing ahead. In that clearing lay two radiant forms shimmering in the light. Indeed, these were the unicorns. One lay lifeless, a breathtaking yet tragic sight. Its elongated legs frozen in an unnatural position as it fell, its mane spread over the dark leaves, pure as pearls. The other unicorn, diminutive in stature, boasted silvery fur and bore no horn, appearing to be less than 4 years old. The age of a unicorn under 7 is easily discerned during their youth. They are entirely golden, turning silver around 2 years of age, sprouting horns at 4, and reaching full maturity at 7, their coats becoming a pristine white. At this moment, the young unicorn was nuzzling its fallen companion, emitting a series of whinnies as if pleading, Don't be silly, get up and play with me. Harry restrained Hermione, who was on the verge of rushing forward, shaking his head at her reddened eyes. The situation remained uncertain. Those who should be present were still absent, and boldly approaching the clearing was perilously unwise. Suddenly, they heard a rustling sound. A thicket at the edge of the clearing trembled violently, and shortly after, a hooded figure emerged, sliding almost along the ground like a famished beast. The young unicorn startled and dashed away, taking a few tentative steps before sensing it was not being pursued. It paused, turning its little head to observe. The cloaked figure approached the deceased unicorn, lowering its head to drink from the wound on the corpse. Harry's face contorted, not from fear, but from pain. As he glanced sideways to see Hermione gripping his arm tightly, he felt as though he had undergone a triple torment: the physical pain, the horror of the sight, and an inexplicable sense of dark amusement. The young unicorn seemed to have forgotten to pay its intelligence fee, curiously watching instead of fleeing. He decided to continue observing, hoping to avoid acting unless absolutely necessary, wishing fervently for the surviving unicorn to escape while it still could. Such hopes, however, remained mere wishes. After drinking the unicorn's blood, Voldemort raised his head, the remnants of crimson trailing down his chin to his chest, his gaze fixated on the still-watching young unicorn. Alarmed, the little creature began to retreat slowly, before bolting a few steps and burying itself amidst the massive tree roots, its tiny tail flicking in disarray. Dudley felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and finally understood the source of the inexplicable humor he had just experienced. It was the signature gesture of the foolish robe-wearer, curiously observing why the enemy had not pursued them, coupled with the belief that concealing his head rendered him invisible to foes. Could this unicorn possibly be a mere hybrid? Voldemort glided towards the small unicorn. Suddenly, Hermione, seemingly expending all her strength, unleashed a beam of light from her wand. Voldemort, as if he had anticipated this move, deftly sidestepped the attack and turned his gaze towards the approaching crowd. Ah! Harry cried out, clutching his scar as a sharp pain pierced through his head, a sensation he had never before encountered, as if his scar had ignited in flames. His vision began to blur, and he stumbled backward, supported by Ron at his side. Dudley felt an overwhelming fatigue. They had yet to officially engage in battle, and already they had lost one person. Flames roared, This was the second time he had cast this spell since the incident with the troll, and the mutated fire magic had instilled such fear in him that he hesitated to practice the Fiendfire curse. A single misstep could lead to chaos. However, the ensuing spectacle nearly blinded him. Dudley could hardly believe his eyes. Was his spell truly that powerful, or was Voldemort merely an impostor? The sight of Voldemort fleeing so decisively was beyond anything he could have imagined. Harry, overwhelmed by the pain, fell to his knees, taking a couple of minutes to recover. "Are you all right?" Dudley asked, helping Harry to his feet. He finally grasped why Harry sensed Voldemort's presence. The scar on Harry's forehead served as an early warning system, a detail he had completely overlooked. "Is everything okay now? What happened to that person?" "He ran away," Dudley replied, still in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. "Dudley is incredible. A single spell sent that thing fleeing," Ron exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Dudley managed a weak smile. He would not allow himself to become conceited, believing that one spell could intimidate Voldemort. Such a notion was far too bizarre, indicating that there were mysteries yet to be uncovered. "What about the unicorn?" Hermione inquired, pointing at the lifeless creature. "Let us bury it later," Dudley said as he approached the unfortunate unicorn and struck the base of its tail with a slap. A mournful wail erupted as the unicorn sprang up, performing a clumsy dance. After a moment, it gazed at Dudley with tear-filled eyes. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Dudley feigned ferocity, extending his hand once more. Move aside, move aside. Why so fierce?" Hermione pushed Dudley away and gently approached the unicorn, speaking softly. "It's all right. Don't be afraid." Dudley huffed in annoyance. It might be best to bury the unicorn, as Harry and Ron stood by, clueless about what to do next. He conjured a large pit in the ground, using magic, and then levitated the unicorn's body into the grave. Rest in peace. Chapter 69, Speculation. In the tranquil depths of the forest, Dudley, Harry, and Ron stood in silent contemplation before the newly erected gravestone, as the faint moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a sacred glow upon the stone. Dudley sat beside it, his fingers brushing the cold surface, and he lifted his gaze through the gaps in the foliage to behold the moon above, which appeared to dance like a unicorn in the night sky, exuding an ethereal beauty. "Are you all right?" Harry inquired, placing a reassuring hand on Dudley's shoulder. The notion of coldly and methodically ending a life, it seemed, was far more complex than one might imagine. Dudley's eyelid twitched as he observed the thrashing unicorn nearby, perplexed, and asked, "What is it doing?" "It's trying to get under my wizarding robe," Hermione replied, her face flushed crimson. Dudley found himself at a loss for words, finally understanding why the text suggested unicorns were more welcoming towards female wizards. Dudley, Ron, and Hermione gathered around the fireplace, while Harry, brimming with excitement, could not remain seated and paced restlessly behind them. Even after Dudley managed to calm Harry into a seated position, his body continued to tremble. It was only when impatience began to ripple through the group that he whispered, "Do you know who the hooded figure we encountered in the Forbidden Forest was?" "Wasn't it Quirrell?" Ron replied, puzzled. "We heard him talking with Snape in his office." "No, it wasn't," Harry said, his voice low and gravelly. "I have a bold hypothesis. It was Voldemort." "That's impossible. Isn't he dead?" Ron exclaimed in a panic, Harry's suggestion causing his heart to race. "Ouch." Dudley winced as he felt a sharp pain in his side, glaring at Hermione. "Why are you pinching me?" "I wanted to see if Harry was dreaming. After all, everyone says Voldemort is dead," she replied. Dudley rubbed his side, grimacing. "Why don't you pinch Harry instead?" "I forgot," Hermione said, blinking innocently at Dudley. "Enough of this," Harry thought, wishing he could cast a spell on the two of them. The thought brought tears to his eyes, and he hastily removed his glasses to pinch the bridge of his nose. They had engaged in mock duels before, and Harry, despite his best efforts, could not best Dudley. Managing only a stalemate with Hermione, Ron was the only one he could defeat. This memory was both painful and unforgettable for Harry. Though Voldemort flickered through Ron's mind, he vehemently countered, "These are merely speculations." Hermione appeared somewhat frightened, inching closer to the fire, her arms wrapped around herself. The common room fell into a hushed silence, the only sound being the flickering flames. Dudley scanned the faces of his companions, finally resting his gaze on one illuminated by the fire's glow. He felt a sense of comfort. Harry had undergone a remarkable transformation from the boy depicted in the television series of the past. Each of them was being influenced by him in profound ways. Though uncertain of what the future held, Dudley was assured that the present was positive, and he resolved to leave the future for another time. After a brief silence, Harry looked at Ron, who still seemed unwilling to accept the truth. Frustrated, he shook Ron, urging him to wake up. Even if he was reluctant to believe it, the facts remained. "I believe Dudley must also understand that Voldemort lurks behind it all. After all, when we mentioned Voldemort earlier, he showed no signs of shock, as if he had known all along." Dudley, observing the terror in Ron's wide eyes, felt a pang of sympathy. He nearly urged Ron to deny everything outright, but alas, Harry had already surmised the truth. To continue in denial would bear no fruit. Harry was right. Voldemort was indeed biding his time, eager to rise again. "Stop mentioning that name," Ron whispered in terror, as if fearing Voldemort would hear him. Harry shook his head, disregarding Ron's plea. "But how could you know about Voldemort beforehand? You blockhead." Dudley lightly tapped Harry on the back of his head. "Since the start of the term, you've been in pain from that scar, and you didn't mention it to me. Now you have the audacity to ask me about it? Remember to tell us sooner next time." Harry furrowed his brow in contemplation before retorting. "I do not believe Snape is a good person. Have you forgotten? Ron and I overheard a conversation between Quirrell and Snape outside Quirrell's office. In hindsight, they were trying to lure me into the Forbidden Forest so that Voldemort could eliminate me." Dudley chuckled dismissively. Hermione thought for a moment before comforting Harry. "Everyone says the Dark Lord has always feared Dumbledore. As long as Dumbledore is here, the Dark Lord certainly won't harm you." As dawn gradually broke, they ceased their conversation. Their throats dry and sore, utterly exhausted, they climbed into bed to sleep. Chapter 70. The impending battle life in the Forbidden Forest had been relatively peaceful for everyone. Except for Harry. He was growing increasingly gaunt, his face perpetually lacking vitality. Neville, noticing Harry's sleepless nights, assumed he was suffering from severe exam anxiety. In reality, Harry was waking from relentless nightmares, each featuring a hooded figure with blood dripping from its mouth. Dudley observed all of this, but was at a loss for how to console Harry. He was indeed aware of everything, knowing that Voldemort had possessed Quirrell and when he would attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The question remained, what good was this knowledge? What would telling Harry accomplish? It would only add to his worries. Dudley came to realize that without absolute power, one must adhere to the course laid out before them. This principle held true in any circumstance. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts, he recognized their inherent flaws and found them somewhat ridiculous. If he were to directly expose Voldemort's true nature, revealing the futility of acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort would undoubtedly go mad. And a crazed Voldemort, who could not truly die, was a threat Dumbledore could not guarantee to subdue or repel without risking the safety of the students. At present, the only viable course of action appears to be to refrain from exposing Voldemort's sinister schemes and to dutifully follow the meticulously crafted plan devised by Dumbledore. Allowing Voldemort to obediently procure the Philosopher's Stone, which holds a significant potential for a flawless resolution to this predicament. While Dudley believes that Harry will succumb to the internal pressures and ultimately break down, he himself gradually improves. In his own words, Voldemort's prolonged inactivity suggests he is unlikely to strike. And Quirrell and Snape's failure to seize the Philosopher's Stone stems from their inability to procure Hagrid's method of traversing the three-headed dog. Ron and Hermione do not share Harry's constant anxiety regarding their safety and the Philosopher's Stone. Although Voldemort instills a sense of fear, it remains an abstract concept for them, and they lack Dudley's foresight into the true terror Voldemort embodies. As the examination date approaches, the young wizard's emotions become increasingly complex. For those who struggle academically, exams symbolize an impending doom, while the conclusion of these assessments heralds the eagerly anticipated summer vacation. The weather grows increasingly sweltering, and the young wizards become restless. Malfoy occasionally provokes Harry and Dudley, yet they possess neither the energy nor inclination to respond. This is primarily due to Dudley, who, upon Harry's recovery, has ensnared Harry, Ron, and Hermione into a grueling regimen, adhering to a stringent timetable that mandates physical training, exam preparation, and extensive time devoted to spell practice, thus compressing their time to an extreme. Consequently, Malfoy exhibits a disgruntled demeanor upon seeing Harry, as a single hand cannot clap alone. On the day of the examinations, the oppressive heat renders their large classroom almost unbearable. Each subject entails written assessments, during which the teachers distribute specially designated new quills, enchanted to prevent cheating. Certain examinations, apart from the written tests, also include practical components. In the Charms examination, Professor Flitwick instructs them to enter the classroom one by one, assessing their ability to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. For Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall similarly allows them to proceed individually, with the task being to transform a mouse into a snuff box, where the elegance of the resultant box determines the score. Should the transformed box be of inferior quality or retain animal characteristics, points will be deducted. Dudley's experience is rather pleasant. Snape merely glances at him before moving on, as he is the only Gryffindor to have gifted Snape a Christmas present, and moreover, Snape finds no grounds for penalties or cheating in his case. The final examination is in the history of magic, a subject Dudley despises for its reliance on rote memorization, which he feels is a waste of mental capacity with little practical application. However, enduring just one more hour will liberate him from the inferno of magical history. When Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor, instructs them to set down their quills and roll up their parchment, the room erupts in jubilant cheers. At last, everyone is free, able to leisurely enjoy an entire week until the examination results are announced. By that time, some may break down in tears. It has been far easier than I initially anticipated. As they emerged into the sunlit expanse with the crowd, Hermione remarked, I really don't need to remember the werewolf code of conduct from 1637 or the details of the House Elf Rebellion. Please stop recounting those tales. I feel nauseous. Ron interjected, mimicking a retching motion. Hermione glared at Dudley and said, Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall will undoubtedly award you high marks. He believed that employing intricate spells to create fanciful displays during exams served no practical purpose, aside from capturing the professor's attention and perhaps earning a few extra points. What else could it achieve? As they conversed, they ambled down the slope to the lakeside, plopping down beneath a tree. Nearby, a large squid basked in the warm shallows, while the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan gently played with its tentacles. How delightful it is to be free from revision, Ron sighed contentedly, stretching out on the grass. Harry, look how joyful we are. You should be a bit happier too. We want to know how dreadful our results are for another week. So there's no need to fret about it now. I'm not unhappy about the exams, Harry replied, rubbing his forehead, but my scar occasionally twinges. Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey, suggested Hermione. I'm not ill. Do you not believe me? Harry countered. I've already mentioned that it's a premonition of danger approaching. Ron felt lethargic. The heat was oppressive. Harry, relax. As long as Dumbledore is around. The Philosopher's Stone is safe. Didn't you say they have no idea how to get past Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy? If Hagrid betrayed Dumbledore, Neville could make the England Quidditch team. Dudley gazed up at the clouds, the specter of Voldemort flickering in and out of sight before him. Chapter 71, Inescapable Fate. Dudley sighed. The sweltering weather emanated a sense of foreboding. Tonight, it was likely he would confront Voldemort directly, who surely would not flee again. Yet, Dudley still could not comprehend why Voldemort had retreated in the Forbidden Forest. A lingering feeling of inevitability crept over Harry as he stared into the distance. This was his fated confrontation with Voldemort, one from which he could not evade. It seems we've all forgotten something very important, he said, his lips twitching. Harry, a diligent scholar, could rise in the middle of sleep to study, yet he was certain that the sensation stirring within him had nothing to do with the upcoming exams. Dudley, absent-mindedly chewing on a blade of grass, muttered, You're broken, but Harry won TB. Dudley, do you know something? Harry asked, puzzled. Dudley turned onto his side, presenting his back to Harry, and replied, I don't know. Although Dumbledore had meticulously planned everything, following the predetermined course with unwavering resolve, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. This was also the reason he hesitated to confide in Harry. He attempted to deter Harry from safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone in this manner. Yet, if Harry were to deduce the truth and insist on protecting the stone, Dumbledore would not forcibly dissuade him. After all, each individual is a distinct entity, possessing their own thoughts and actions. Whatever choice Harry made, Dumbledore would support him. Suddenly, Dudley sprang up, looking at Harry with an air of bashful charm, as if to say, Am I not adorable? This was promptly met with the collective retching sounds from the trio. Abruptly, the three of them burst into hearty laughter. Dudley, taken aback by their sweet smiles, found himself laughing along. What a delightful feeling it was, comfort and joy. How wonderful it would be if it could last forever. What is going on? Ron, who had laughed the longest, now felt somewhat fatigued and reluctant to move. What are we going to do? Quickly, let us not waste time. This matter is of utmost importance. And Dudley, you should stop lounging around, Harry urged, his complexion turning pale. We must find Hagrid immediately. As they raced down the hill, Hermione queried in confusion, Why? Don't you find it odd? Harry replied, hurrying down the grassy slope. Hagrid's greatest desire is to acquire a dragon. Yet a random stranger he encounters just happens to possess a dragon egg? Surely you don't believe Hagrid is that fortunate. How many people would casually carry a dragon egg around? This is a violation of wizarding law. Damn it. Why hadn't I thought of this before? Hagrid sat outside his hut, perched on a chair with his trousers rolled up, busily shelling peas into a large bowl. Why the rush? He chuckled. Finished with your exams? Got time for a cup of tea? Sure. Ron exclaimed excitedly, but Harry interrupted him. No, we have an urgent matter at hand. Hagrid, I need to ask you something, though it may cause you distress. Taking a deep breath, Harry inquired, Do you remember the stranger who sold you the dragon egg? What did he look like? Hagrid paused, glancing at the grave where the dragon egg was buried, and sighed. I don't know. He wouldn't remove his cloak. Noticing the astonished expression that crossed Harry's face, Hagrid raised his eyebrows in surprise. That is not so unusual, at the Hogwarts Inn. Oh. You probably don't know it. It's the pub in the village, Hagrid casually remarked. Strange folk often frequent that place. That fellow might have been a dragon egg trader. After all, it's illegal, and he likely wore the hood for his own safety. I couldn't very well ask him to take it off. Harry plopped down beside the bowl of peas. What did you say to him? Did you mention Hogwarts? Grasping Hagrid's large hand, Harry fixed his serious gaze upon him. Think carefully. This is crucial. Well, let me ponder this a moment, Hagrid said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Harry's gaze. He told me he had a dragon egg and asked if I was interested. Of course, I was extremely eager. I had saved money specifically to acquire a dragon egg. However, instead of asking for money, he proposed a wager. He insisted on ascertaining whether I possessed the capability to handle a fire-breathing dragon. As he certainly did not want the creature to escape and cause chaos. It would be a tremendous embarrassment. After all, if I can manage a blast-ended skrut, what is a mere dragon to me? Indeed, he was quite intrigued, as it is far easier to encounter a single-headed dragon than a three-headed dog. Hagrid beamed with pride as he continued. So, I explained a bit about the skrut. With the right approach, they can be quite manageable. To calm one down, you merely need to play some music, and it will quickly fall asleep. Suddenly, a look of horror crossed Hagrid's face as he exclaimed, I shouldn't have revealed that to you. Goodness, what have I just said? Forget everything I just mentioned. Hagrid, did you say something just now? Dudley asked, patting Hagrid's shoulder in confusion. Harry and his friends vigorously shook their heads, indicating they knew nothing. On their way back, they spoke not a word until they reached the entrance hall, where the atmosphere felt especially cold and dark after returning from the outdoor grounds. Chapter 72, Harry's Resolve. Are we going to find Professor Dumbledore? Harry stood in the entrance hall, appearing somewhat lost. He was unsure of how to approach the professor regarding Voldemort's intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone, fearing they might not take him seriously, especially since he lacked concrete evidence. Dudley shrugged, looking utterly defeated. You might be disappointed then. Dumbledore is likely not even at the school, and even if he were, he wouldn't see you. Harry and the others wore puzzled expressions, and before they could voice their questions, a voice suddenly echoed from across the hall. You lot aren't out enjoying yourselves? It was Professor McGonagall, carrying a large stack of books. Hermione, summoning her courage, replied, We wish to see Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall repeated Hermione's words with a perplexed expression, questioning the significance of such a meeting. Why? It's a secret, Harry blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, stepping back in trepidation at McGonagall's angry glare. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she stated coldly. He received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic and departed for London immediately. What? He has gone? Harry exclaimed, feeling frantic, as if he were a restless ant on a hot skillet. How could he leave at such a critical moment? Professor Dumbledore was an extraordinary wizard, always busy, and time was of the essence. Interrupting Professor McGonagall, Harry insisted, But this matter is incredibly important. Is what you have to say more significant than the Ministry of Magic? McGonagall fixed her gaze on Harry, her demeanor suggesting that any further disagreement could lead to repercussions. Dudley tugged at Harry's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. It was likely that Dumbledore had not disclosed Voldemort's presence at the school to any of the professors. The fewer who knew about such matters, the better to ensnare Voldemort in a trap. Don't you think that's rather coincidental? Harry whispered in Dudley's ear, defiantly locking eyes with Professor McGonagall. This might render their intentions more sincere. Professor, what we wish to discuss pertains to the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall could hardly fathom that this was the matter at hand. The books in her arms tumbled to the floor, but she did not stoop to retrieve them. Instead, she stammered, How could you possibly know? Dudley appeared perplexed. His mastery of legilimency revealed that McGonagall's reaction was genuine. Indeed, as he suspected, Dumbledore had not informed any professors in advance. Dumbledore was truly vexing during their last discussion. He had failed to convey the entirety of the plan, and Dudley regretted not having listened more attentively. Dumbledore had never conferred with him, leaving him in a state of complete bewilderment, relying solely on the fragmented memories of his past life for conjecture. This old fellow had an immense amount of faith, entrusting such grave matters to a mere handful of children. When he next encountered Dumbledore, Dudley would surely admonish him for his irresponsible demeanor. Professor, I suspect that someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We must speak with Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall regarded Harry with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. Harry appeared to anticipate such a response. There were far too many who distrusted him. But, Professor Potter, there is no but. I am fully aware of what I am saying. McGonagall replied impatiently, then bent down to collect the fallen books. She glanced at the group and solemnly urged, Forget about the Philosopher's Stone. This matter is not for you to know. I suggest you all go outdoors and enjoy the splendid sunshine. The group murmured in agreement, feigning a desire to bask in the sunlight as they watched McGonagall walk away. Tonight, Harry asserted, Quirrell and Snape are undoubtedly aiding Voldemort in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Ron looked at Harry in confusion, prompting Harry to patiently elucidate. They have deciphered all the obstacles set by the professors. And now Dumbledore has been deceived away from the school. They have only this one opportunity tonight to procure the stone. Let us proceed to the 4th floor and lay in wait. This was Harry's plan. He intended to ambush Quirrell and Snape outside, aiming for a swift capture. Dudley, taken aback by Harry's audacity, questioned the timing. It was still early evening, and would they not be hungry awaiting their ambush? After a prolonged silence, Dudley finally inquired, What are you planning to do? He secretly hoped Harry would abandon his quest to guard the Philosopher's Stone. I will sneak out tonight. I must secure the Philosopher's Stone first. You are mad, Ron exclaimed, aghast. You cannot do this. Hermione was terrified by Harry's decision. You might die or be expelled. Harry glared furiously at Ron and Hermione before turning his gaze to Dudley. Are you going to stop me as well? Chapter 73. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Dudley wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, gazing at Harry with a maternal tenderness. Since Harry was resolute in his determination to protect the Philosopher's Stone, what could he do but support him wholeheartedly? I am undoubtedly on your side. You are absolutely right. Harry, Hermione whispered gently. Harry's expression was one of unwavering resolve. Tonight, just wait for my good news. Unfortunately, his steadfastness did not last long. Dudley seized his ear, declaring, I shall grant you an opportunity to rephrase your words. In the film, Quirrell and Voldemort displayed a conspicuous lack of intelligence. After all, they were wizards, not warriors. Why resort to directly throttling Harry? As a wizard, one should resolve issues with spells. If one spell proves insufficient, then utilize two. Presently, Quirrell and Voldemort seemed to perform a farcical act to lure Harry into the Forbidden Forest. Although the reason for their eventual escape remained unclear, it was evident that a lack of intellect could not account for their actions. Stop! Stop! Let go, you brute! Harry exclaimed, freeing himself and clutching his ear. Looking quite aggrieved. We can go together tonight, right? What nonsense are you two spouting? Do you intend to abandon Hermione and me? Ron stepped forward, draping an arm around Harry's shoulder. Hey, mate, unless you think our spells are utterly inadequate. Dudley exchanged a glance with Harry, and it was apparent that they shared a brotherly bond. The term abandon was rather excessive. Only you are truly inadequate, Hermione retorted sharply, piercing Ron's pride like a needle. Ron, his face flushed, glared at Hermione, at a loss for words, as the truth was undeniable. Among the four of them, he was the least skilled in magic. Hermione, fiercely gripping Dudley's collar, asserted, How could you even think of leaving us behind? I want to stand for it. Ron and I are definitely going. She added, I ought to review my books. Perhaps I can uncover something useful. No, you said it yourself at the start. Doing this might result in expulsion. Harry interrupted Hermione, his urgency palpable. What's worse is that you could be killed. This matter does not concern you. You cannot go. Impossible. Hermione's stance was resolute. I am a diligent student. I have privileges. They would never expel me from Hogwarts. With that, she lifted her chin haughtily, shooting a glare at Harry before turning to leave. The atmosphere grew heavy as the group prepared in silence. Dudley, harboring a glimmer of hope, penned a letter, requesting the delivery by Pigwidgeon to Dumbledore. He was uncertain if Pigwidgeon could locate him, considering Dumbledore was in hiding. He found himself curious about what Dumbledore might have placed at the final challenge, especially since Harry had yet to encounter the Mirror of Erist. In the ensuing hours, he made several preparations for the evening's events. After dinner, everyone sat in the common room, waiting, though Harry and Ron appeared particularly anxious, casting furtive glances at the other occupants. You all need to remain calm, he urged. Hermione was relatively composed, yet she had no time to be anything but normal, as she busily perused an array of books, hoping to serendipitously discover some spells that might prove useful later on. As time gradually slipped away, the young wizards retired to their beds one by one, leaving only the four of them in the common room. Harry, Ron, and Hermione donned the invisibility cloak, while Dudley employed the disillusionment charm. Stealthily, they slipped out of the common room, in an atmosphere thick with tension. Every statue in the shadows seemed to embody the presence of Filch, and every whisper of wind from afar sounded like Peeves lunging toward them. They encountered no one on their journey and arrived at the foot of the staircase leading to the 4th floor without incident. There, they spotted Peeves bouncing merrily up the stairs, tugging at the carpet in an attempt to cause others to trip. Who's there? Peeves suddenly squinted his mischievous black eyes and exclaimed, I know you're there, even if I cannot see you. Are you a ghoul, a ghost, or a little student prankster? He hovered upward, pausing to squint in Dudley's direction. Startled, Dudley pressed himself against the wall, frozen in place. As his disillusionment charm was not perfected, fearing that any movement would reveal him to Peeves. There's something invisible lurking about. I ought to report this to Filch. Peeves declared just as Dudley braced for exposure when Harry intervened. Peeves, Harry whispered hoarsely. The Bloody Baron prefers to remain unseen for a reason. Peeves was taken aback, nearly tumbling from the air. He steadied himself, hovering a foot above the staircase. My apologies, your Bloody Barrenness, Mr. Baron, my lord, he sweetly babbled. It's all my fault. I didn't realize it was you. Please forgive Peeves for this little jest, my lord. I have business here, Harry hissed. And you are not to return tonight. At once, my lord. I shall comply, Peeves responded, ascending once more. I hope your affairs proceed smoothly. With that, Peeves hastily departed, having seen and heard nothing. That was close, Dudley murmured softly. They proceeded down the corridor to the end of the 4th floor, where a door stood ajar. We're a bit late, Harry whispered, aware that they had successfully navigated past the three-headed dog, Fluffy. He removed the invisibility cloak, as the half-open door clearly revealed the challenges that awaited them. He presented the cloak to Ron and Hermione, allowing them one final opportunity to reconsider. If you wish to back out now, I 1T hold it against you. You may take the cloak. I no longer require it. Do you think they would choose to leave? Dudley rolled his eyes. Harry nodded and pushed the door open. As it creaked ominously, Fluffy let out a furious growl directed at them. The moment the first note of sound escaped, the three-headed dog's eyes began to droop. Gradually, the cacophonous barking of the three-headed dog subsided. It swayed unsteadily for a moment, its knees buckled, and then it collapsed onto the floor, sinking into a deep slumber. Truly, Chilo was a commendable individual. He did not confiscate the harp, or else Derry would have wasted a considerable amount of magical energy conjuring another one. Chapter 74. Is there a possibility of expelling a teammate? They crept inside, and as they approached the three formidable heads, a warm, foul breath enveloped them. Ron was the last to step over the enormous paw of the three-headed beast, casting a disdainful glance at the snoring canine head beside him. I suggest we hasten to open the trapdoor. I have no desire to linger by this stench-ridden maw. Derry bent down and tugged at the pull ring on the trapdoor, which swung open immediately. Peering through the opening, they were greeted by an inky darkness that obscured all visibility. A flicker of light illuminated the abyss. Derry tossed a small glowing orb into the hole, a clever application of the luminescent sphere that could illuminate distant places. Indeed, the first obstacle beyond the trapdoor was the devil's snare. With no ladder to descend, it appeared their only option was to jump. Shall we venture forth? Derry asked, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he looked at Hermione. Absolutely not. Hermione protested, but before she could finish, Derry had already pushed her down, eliciting a prolonged scream of terror as she fell. Blimey! Harry exclaimed, staring incredulously at Derry, regretting his own ignorance, muttering an idiom that seemed to encapsulate his shock. This audacious act had truly dazzled him. Indeed, one learns throughout life. Relax. Derry waved dismissively as he slid down the opening, finally grasping the edge with his 10 fingers. He raised his head to address Harry and Ron. I bear some unfortunate news. Harry placed his hand firmly on Derry's head and gave him a forceful shove. Get on with it. You talk too much. You two better jump down quickly. The music I conjured earlier did not consume much magical energy, so it is likely to cease soon. A chill, damp air rushed into Derry's throat as he plummeted downward. Did he mention music? Just as Harry and Ron stood there in bewilderment, the music abruptly halted. The three-headed dog instantly awoke, regarding the two minuscule beings before it. Although it was oblivious to the reason for the absence of two figures, its menacing aura remained intact as it let out a furious growl. Jump! It was Harry's voice, followed by Ron's terrified shout. Harry, you're as much of a liability as Derry. With a thud, a strange, muffled sound echoed as Derry landed on something soft. He grasped the dark, thick object beneath him, astonished by the unexpected softness of the devil's snare. Following closely was Ron, who landed with his eyes still shut, flailing his arms and exclaiming, We're doomed. We're doomed. Harry landed beside Derry, casting a disdainful gaze at the object beneath them. What on earth is this? It looks repulsive. Derry. Hermione's icy voice rang out from behind. Derry felt an unusual sense of determination. This was not cowardice, merely a resolute acceptance of the impending storm. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself for what lay ahead. Hermione wrapped her arm around Dudley's neck, and before he could fully sit up, she effortlessly flipped him back onto the devil's snare. With a nimble leap, she positioned herself atop Dudley's abdomen, gripping his collar tightly while glaring at him with her large, expressive eyes. Surprised, were you? Thrilling, isn't it? I, Hermione, found myself utterly speechless, exasperated by Dudley's thick-skinned demeanor. At that moment, the devil's snare extended its serpent-like tendrils, ensnaring both Hermione and Dudley, while Harry and Ron unwittingly found their feet bound by the long vines. Hermione lay on Dudley's chest, struggling in desperation. Don't move. Dudley gasped weakly, nearly suffocated by Hermione's disheveled hair that obscured his face and hindered his breathing. This is the devil's snare. The devil's snare? Hermione paused, then shouted. Whatever you do, don't struggle. The more you resist, the tighter the vines will constrict, and you'll perish even faster. Perish faster? Ron wheezed. Help me. Help me. He writhed in a frantic attempt to prevent the vines from wrapping around his neck. It seemed Ron had only caught the last part of Hermione's warning. Dudley, feeling on the verge of death, found solace in the fact that both he and Hermione were relaxed. 2 seconds later, they both slid down. With a thud, Dudley gasped sharply, tears brimming in his eyes from the pain. Although the ground was not far from the devil's snare, the impact was jarring due to the awkwardness of his landing and Hermione's weight pressing down on him. His back and backside burned with discomfort. Hermione opened her eyes and, propping herself up on Dudley's chest, looked at him with concern. Are you all right? Just get off me, Dudley replied irritably, feeling as though he had nearly lost his life in the commotion. Hermione gasped in alarm, hastily rising to assist Dudley while awkwardly standing to the side, her gaze fixated on her toes. Dudley, Hermione, Harry shouted, breathless, as he struggled to pull away a vine that sought to ensnare him. We're fine, Dudley replied, looking up to see only the dark, ominous devil's snare. Relax and let it go. Don't struggle. Harry took several deep breaths, slowly closing his eyes to calm himself. Ah, Harry, Harry. Ron's frantic cries echoed as Harry fell. Dudley envied Harry's ability to land on his feet. It must not hurt at all. Meanwhile, his back and backside continued to throb painfully, and he had no desire to move, leaning against the damp wall for relief. He turned to Harry and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Harry waved his hand dismissively, looking upward only to hear Ron's pitiful cries. He had not heeded Hermione's advice at all, and had not relaxed in the slightest. "What do we do?" Hermione asked anxiously, repeatedly muttering, "Devil's snare. Devil's snare. What did Professor Sprout say? That it thrives in darkness and dampness." "Fire." Dudley covered his eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. If only his flames had warmth. He would have acted sooner. His teammates were proving to be somewhat ineffective, lacking composure. How could they confront Voldemort in such a state? If this were a game, he would have eagerly executed a powerful maneuver to expel this inept team. "Fire." "Yes," Hermione exclaimed, drawing her wand with a flourish and reciting an incantation. A beam of red light intermingled with orange flames burst forth from the tip of her wand. Dudley first shook his head, then nodded. One could not be overly critical. Hermione's spell was indeed commendable, capable of conjuring flames with orange hues even in the first year, while some wizards might spend their entire lives never wielding such magic. Within mere seconds, the tendrils of the devil's snare twisted and recoiled, desperately avoiding the dazzling light and searing flames, loosening their grip on Ron. Chapter 75, A Forceful Breakthrough. Unfortunate Ron landed much like Dudley, his bottom hitting the ground first. Harry hurried forward to help Ron to his feet, asking if he was all right. "Ouch, I'm fine," Ron replied, lifting his head to survey the scene. Above them, the devil's snare had revealed a massive opening, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful for his relaxed demeanor, Dudley silently cast a glance at Hermione, acknowledging that without any additional weight, the pain from the fall was considerably lessened. "You should be thankful for Hermione and Dudley," Harry remarked solemnly, patting Ron on the shoulder. "Since you're all right, let us press on." He gestured toward the stone corridor beside them. This corridor was the only path accessible beneath the devil's snare, despite the throbbing pain in his back and behind. Poor Dudley was compelled to lead the way, holding the glowing wand aloft. The only sounds accompanying their footsteps were the gentle trickle of water cascading down the walls. "Did you hear something?" Ron whispered. They paused, each straining to listen, detecting faint rustling noises. The sounds emanated from ahead, a soft shuffling coupled with a tinkling clatter. "Could it be a ghost?" Ron asked, his voice trembling. He felt a bit embarrassed under the bemused gazes of Harry, Dudley, and Hermione. "Heh, we've encountered ghosts before. It sounds like the fluttering of wings," Hermione observed, lifting her gaze to the myriad of shimmering birds flitting about the room. "I've never seen such birds." "Those aren't birds," Dudley clarified. "Those are keys, winged keys. There's a door over there," Ron said hastily, rushing toward it. He tugged on the doorknob, only to find it locked. Unwilling to accept defeat, he pulled and yanked at the handle repeatedly, but the wooden door remained steadfast. "Alohomora," he incanted, yet to no avail. Ron pouted at his companions. "I just wanted to try a bit more. What should we do?" Hermione lamented. "If we can't even open the door, how can we hope to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone? There must be hundreds of keys. Look over there." Harry pointed to a corner of the room. "There's a broomstick. It seems we need to catch the key that will unlock the door." Ron scrutinized the lock on the door and suddenly declared, "We need to find an ornate, old key among these. It's likely silver and shaped like a doorknob." "I found it," Harry exclaimed with excitement, ready to mount his broomstick to capture the key. "Wait." Dudley halted Harry, glancing around the room once more. The winged key and the broomstick remained intact. It appeared that Voldemort did not retrieve the key by riding a broom, as that would certainly leave traces. He must have employed some other means to surpass this challenge. One need not possess the original key to unlock a door. With a flick of his wand, a key floated into the air, almost identical to the one Harry had discovered, the only distinction being that this conjured key lacked wings. What a brilliant idea, Hermione marveled, though she soon questioned. "But will this truly work?" "There's only one way to find out," Dudley replied, seizing the key and approaching the door, inserting it into the lock and turning it forcefully. Click. He smiled at the others. It seemed that Professor Flitwick's challenge was not particularly formidable. If the wooden door had more restrictions, they might have had to obediently ride the broom to capture the key. Preparing to enter, Dudley twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. The second room was utterly dark, obscuring all visibility. Yet, as they stepped inside, the room suddenly illuminated, revealing a shocking scene. The chamber resembled a vast chessboard, with them standing atop it. Surrounding them were towering black pieces, seemingly carved from black stone. At the far end of the room, facing them, were white pieces. "Surely, we are not expected to play chess," Harry skeptically remarked, half joking. "The door is over there. Why not take a few steps forward?" Dudley indicated towards a door behind the white pieces. Harry glanced at Dudley, then at the door, tentatively advancing. As he neared the white pieces, the foremost row revealed sharp fangs and raised pointed blades. In my opinion, Ron declared, we must act as the pieces. He approached a black knight, reaching out to touch its horse. Instantly, the stone came to life. The horse began to paw at the ground, and the knight turned its helmeted head to regard Ron. Do we have to join you to pass? The black knight nodded. Ron turned to Dudley, Harry, and Hermione. What are you so anxious about? Dudley sighed, looking at Ron. This challenge designed by Professor McGonagall doesn't demand that we win a game of chess to proceed. You can step down. Ron was taken aback, but soon beamed as he slid off the piece. Although he was the best chess player among them, the thought of playing in such an environment made him anxious. It was preferable not to play at all. Just then, the black and white pieces simultaneously tilted their heads to observe them, drawing forth stone blades and advancing slowly. The situation had become complicated. It seemed the pieces allowed only upward movement, not downward. The four of them stood in the very center, with no avenue for retreat. Freeze! Derry swiftly directed his wand towards the ground. Waves of white energy emanated outward, signaling something amiss. He sensed the magic within him rapidly dissipating. Don't just stand there, hurry. Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally snapped into action, casting spells in unison. Chapter 76, A Reunion Approaches. Under the combined might of their incantations, the black and white chess pieces ultimately ceased their movements, yet they remained unable to pass through, as the pieces stood firm, launching relentless attacks. They found themselves ensnared in the midst of the chessboard. How do we proceed? Harry gasped, leaning heavily on his knees. The others were no better off. They had expended a significant portion of their magic to counter Professor McGonagall's spell. Derry sighed, gazing at the shattered pieces beside the chessboard. It was no wonder Voldemort had chosen to play chess to navigate this challenge. He had underestimated the situation. To brute force their way through would require an immense amount of magical energy, a course Voldemort would certainly avoid. With a weary exhalation, Derry sank to the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. Among the group, he had lost the most magic. It was indeed a testament to Professor McGonagall's prowess. Were it not for Harry, Ron, and Hermione, even draining him of his magic would have been insufficient to halt the spell set by Professor McGonagall. Ron surveyed their predicament, struggling to take a step, and despondently remarked, "We are trapped here." "Not entirely trapped," Derry replied, producing 4 small vials of potion from his wizarding robes and handing them to the others. "Drink this." He took the lead and downed the potion, relieved he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, they would be doomed, unable to protect the Philosopher's Stone. The potion tasted bitter, leaving a cool sensation in his stomach. "What is this?" Hermione inquired, examining the silvery, viscous liquid within the glass vial. This potion sounded rather sophisticated, claiming to restore magical energy, yet it was seldom concocted in the magical community. Its effects were somewhat lackluster. While it could replenish magic, the recovery was slow, and one of its ingredients was rather expensive. In the heat of battle, few would take the time to consume such a concoction. In duels against dark wizards, it was often a matter of life or death. Consuming this would not suffice, and defeat would still come. Fortunately, Derry had prudently brewed this potion as a precaution. After all, one must be prepared for various contingencies. Half an hour later, they had regained enough magical energy to manage the challenges ahead. "It's time to move on," Derry declared. "How do we do that?" Harry asked, puzzled about how to navigate the advancing chess pieces that were attacking without respite, leaving no apparent path for them to traverse. "Reversal charm." Derry waved his wand at the foremost chess piece, transforming it into a massive stone. This challenge had been designed by Professor McGonagall, and the counterspell for transfiguration was indeed the reversal charm. "Ah, I see," Ron said, attempting the same. However, his reversal charm only turned the lower half of the chess piece into stone. He offered an awkward smile to the group. "I suppose I still have much to learn." "It's all right. It's merely a mismatch between your wand and your abilities," Derry reassured him. "Derry, spare me the comfort," Ron replied. Ron gripped his wand tightly, filled with a sense of reluctance, as Harry and Hermione effortlessly restored the chess pieces to their original stone forms. He bit his lip in frustration, despite his diligent training. His spellcasting abilities had shown no significant improvement. "Ron, this is not mere consolation. Your magical prowess is indeed sufficient to reverse the chess pieces. You should visit Ollivander to acquire a wand that truly belongs to you." Dudley patted Ron's shoulder, recalling that the wand he was using was not his own, a circumstance beyond anyone's control. A wand that does not resonate with its master cannot fully unleash their potential. This realization dawned upon him after he passed through that peculiar wooden door. Setting aside the magical essence, he found his spells to be more potent and swift, a testament to his advancement and newfound affinity with his wand after confronting death. Feeling considerably better, Ron still could not shake off his dismay at the prospect of purchasing a new wand. Their family had no surplus funds for such an expense. At last, they navigated through the repulsive chess set. Dudley pushed open the door, and a wave of nauseating stench assaulted them, compelling them to lift their garments to shield their noses. Tears welled in their eyes as they beheld a giant troll. This creature was even larger than the one they had previously encountered. It lay motionless on the floor, unconscious, with a gruesome, swollen lump on its head. Wonderful, we won't have to battle this troll, Harry whispered. They cautiously stepped over the troll's massive legs. Dudley, we must move quickly. I can scarcely catch my breath. Wait, Dudley observed the troll's wound closely, brushing his hand gently above it. What are you looking at? He shook his head, urging, let us go. The rancid odor was overwhelming, and Harry, unable to contain himself, flung open the next door. In an instant, they rushed inside. Ron and Hermione's faces flushed as they gasped for air, having held their breath for far too long. Dudley was the last to cross the threshold. At that moment, a surge of flames erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. The flames were peculiar, a vivid purple. Simultaneously, black flames leapt from the doorway ahead, trapping them in between. The room contained only a table, upon which 7 distinct bottles were arranged. Harry gazed at the 2 flames, bewildered. What should we do? Dudley stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. Professor Snape's fire magic is truly astonishing. He can conjure the most formidable black flames. A mere touch would reduce anything to ashes. Look. Hermione seized a scroll of parchment resting beside the bottles and began to read. 2 of them contain nettle wine, while 3 are deadly poisons, lined up in wait. Choose wisely, unless you wish to remain here forever. I shall provide you with 4 clues to aid your selection. First, regardless of how cunningly the poison conceals itself, it invariably resides to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends differ, and should you wish to advance, they will prove futile. Third, you will observe that the sizes of the bottles vary, and within the realms of giants and dwarfs, the Grim Reaper is not to be found. Fourth, the second bottle on the left and the second on the right, though differing in appearance, share an identical taste. Hermione exhaled deeply, a confident smile gracing her face. You can still smile? Ron, on the other hand, found no humor in the situation, entirely bewildered by the notions of first and second. Chapter 77. Is Hermione a worm? To be honest, Harry awkwardly scratched his head. I don't quite understand either. Indeed, Hermione replied, gazing at Harry and Ron, shaking her head. This is a logical deduction, and simultaneously a riddle. A misstep could lead to eternal entrapment here. Dudley gazed at the assortment of small bottles before him, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Truly, Snape is formidable. He possesses both power and wisdom. Many great wizards lack even the slightest aptitude for logical reasoning. What about us? Are we doomed to remain here forever? Ron asked, panic etched across his face, conjuring horrific scenarios in his mind. I still don't grasp how to determine which bottle to drink from, Harry remarked, surveying the array of bottles on the table, some large, others small, some stout, and others slender, uncertain of how to make a selection. Grant me a minute. It needn't be so complicated. Dudley flashed a smile at the astonished Hermione and began inspecting the bottles from left to right. Upon reaching the center, he seized the smallest bottle, which leaned against the leftmost side. He held it up to the firelight, declaring, this one is it. Snape's design is clever, yet he has erred, and so has Quirrell. Perhaps intentionally left as a mark of overconfidence. How do you know? The others questioned, their gazes fixed on Dudley, awaiting his explanation. No matter how one views it, the capacity of these bottles is sufficient for 2 or even more to partake. Furthermore, there have been others who entered before us. Dudley raised the bottle before them. Of all the bottles, this one alone has been partially consumed. Harry stared at the inconspicuous little bottle, noting that little remained, perhaps just enough for one to drink. It appears to hold less than a sip, he remarked. Wait, Ron interjected suddenly. That is merely your conjecture. What if it has been deliberately disguised as poison? He was correct. No matter how astonished Hermione was, she had to concede that Dudley was indeed quick. Ron gazed at Hermione, who had so swiftly changed her allegiance, perplexed by how he could be right. Dudley sighed, casting a patient look at Ron as he explained. If we label the bottles from left to right as 1 to 7, we can deduce from the second clue that 1 and 7 are not meant to traverse the black flames. Then, through the fourth and first clues, we can ascertain that 2 and 6 contain nettle wine, while 1 and 5 must be poison. At present, only the third and fourth items remain unconfirmed. However, based on the third clue, it is evident that the third item can be identified as a potion capable of passing through black flames, while the fourth is a poison. Ron's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. Dudley sighed, not out of pity for Ron's lack of intelligence, but rather due to the backwardness of magical education, akin to a self-imposed isolation that only accepts magical matters. The group exchanged glances, and Hermione pointed at the vial, inquiring, what should we do if there isn't enough potion? Dudley handed the small vial to Harry, having anticipated their attempt to overcome the challenge. How could he not be adequately prepared? Ron hastily interjected, but what if you find Voldemort, Quirrell, and Snape inside? How can you two confront all 3? He gently nudged Hermione, who was deep in thought, asking, Isn't that right? Hermione's eyes widened as she stared intently at Dudley. She leaned closer and suddenly grasped his ear, exclaiming, "You must have another potion that can pass through the black flames." "How could that be?" Dudley explained humbly. "Hermione, you are rather terrifying. Are you not harboring a worm in your belly?" He indeed possessed another potion, though it was one he had secretly brewed. How had Hermione deduced this? Initially, he had intended for all four of them to enter together. But after witnessing Quirrell's formidable skills in the previous troll room, he realized the risks had escalated significantly, not wanting Hermione and Ron to take such perilous chances. "I knew it." Hermione suddenly stepped back, holding 2 vials in her hands. "How did you?" Dudley frantically searched his pockets, discovering that his own potions were completely depleted. Hermione tossed 1 vial to Ron and promptly drank the other, asking, "Shall we go in now? I have no idea how long this potion will last. If we delay any longer, its effects may dissipate in the flames." "Oh dear." Dudley glanced at Hermione, feeling exasperated, then let us proceed. Harry and Ron, upon witnessing this, drank the potion as well. The concoction was rather unpleasant, and upon swallowing it, they felt as if they were encased in ice, a chilling sensation permeating their entire beings. Dudley was the first to advance, observing the black flames licking at his body with wild fervor, yet he felt no discomfort. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in darkness, with only the black flames in sight. He soon successfully crossed to the other side, entering the final chamber. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed closely behind. "Why are you the only one here?" Harry, astonished, felt a wave of relief wash over him, for Quirrell was the sole occupant. Quirrell smiled, his face no longer twitching. "It is I," he stated calmly. "I was just pondering whether I would encounter you here, Potter." Harry grew anxious, wary of Snape lurking nearby or possibly lying in wait for an ambush. He cautiously probed, "Where is Snape? Isn't he part of your team?" "Snape?" Quirrell erupted in laughter, but this was not the shrill, piercing sound he usually emitted. Rather, it was a chilling, sinister chuckle. "Indeed, Snape does not appear to be a man of virtue. He resembles a colossal bat flitting about, which serves our purposes quite well. With him present, who would dare to cast doubt upon the pitiable, stuttering Professor Quirrell?" Chapter 78, The Well-Powered Voldemort. I find a strange delight in silently observing Quirrell's pretentious display. It remains uncertain whether Quirrell has acquired the Philosopher's Stone, as the current arrangement of the room suggests that Dumbledore has not employed the Mirror of Eris to safeguard it. Yet, was Snape not reciting incantations at that moment? Harry could scarcely believe Quirrell's words. Could it be true, as Dudley claimed, that Snape is, in fact, a good man? Humph, that scoundrel. Quirrell suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, declaring that it was he who truly wished to bring about your demise. Were it not for Snape's relentless efforts to preserve your life, continuously casting countercharms at the side, you would have met your end long ago. And as for your cousin, Mr. Dursley, he glared darkly at Dudley, his face awash with resentment. And he would never find the time to cast a spell to envelop you in mist and thwart my gaze. If only you could hold on for a few more seconds, your death would be inevitable. To my astonishment, Snape was indeed saving me. That meddlesome fellow, Quirrell remarked coldly. Otherwise, why would he officiate your second match? He is merely ensuring that I do not harm you again. It is truly ludicrous. He need not expend such effort. With Dumbledore present, I am rendered powerless. I hold a profound admiration for Snape's ability to render himself so thoroughly unpopular. The other professors believe he seeks to thwart Gryffindor's victory. Yet, none of this matters anymore. Come what may, I shall eliminate you tonight. Quirrell's antics are not only numerous, but also somewhat naive. He believes he can cast a curse to send Harry plummeting from his broomstick to his demise. What a fanciful notion. In the midst of the competition, with so many witnesses, including Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Madame Hooch, how could they stand idly by? Quirrell glared menacingly at Dudley, as if he were a ferocious beast eager to devour him whole, his sharp tongue barely concealing his fury. However, I am genuinely astounded by your abilities. Your flames can indeed freeze the very souls of living beings, far surpassing the magical prowess of a first-year wizard. Before his words had fully escaped, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, several ropes appeared from thin air. Shattered. Immediately, the ropes fragmented into countless pieces, ensnaring no one. You truly possess a remarkable talent. Dudley feigned indifference towards Quirrell's spell, yet internally, he was filled with dread. Had he not remained vigilant, it could have resulted in utter disaster. With all four of them bound in unyielding restraint, were you astonished, or was it the fellow lurking behind you who was taken aback? Harry, Ron, and Hermione, slow to comprehend the gravity of the situation, were on edge, having observed that Quirrell had no wand in hand, which momentarily eased their apprehension. What a close call. Ron exhaled in relief. The group was then met with a chilling laughter that seemed to emanate from Quirrell, though he himself did not laugh. The laughter persisted for a while before it finally ceased, only to resurface once again, indeed a display of utter foolishness. During my moments of respite, so much chaos was unleashed. The intentions of the monstrous curse remained unfulfilled, casting doubt upon its effectiveness. Had I not still required the inept Quirrell, I would have long since dispatched him. Master Quirrell trembled all over. Suddenly, he regained his composure, his visage adorned with a semblance of piety. Master, he began, I encountered you while traversing the globe, a time when I was but a naive youth, harboring a rather absurd understanding of good and evil. It was you who illuminated my misconceptions. In this world, there exists no such dichotomy of good and evil, only power, and those inept beings forever deprived of it. Since that moment, I have devoted myself loyally to your service. Yet, he began to tremble anew, even descending into quiet sobs. I have indeed erred. I should have stolen the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, but I cannot bear the blame for this. Master, you have punished me severely, yet it truly is not my fault. Quirrell's voice dwindled to a whisper, inaudible to them. However, time did not linger. That voice resumed its tirade. Silence. You wretched fool. The voice was sharp and irritable. What have you accomplished? You failed to procure the stone from the Nickel family, failed to seize it from Gringotts, and even after you discerned the obstacles, you still managed to create such a debacle. What else could you be but a failure? Release me. I wish to converse face to face. Yes, master. Quirrell slowly lifted his hand to loosen the scarf around his head. Dudley, inwardly mocking Dumbledore for his incompetence, stumbled upon a disquieting realization. Voldemort did not seem weak at all. He pondered that it must be due to the Dragon Egg incident. Hagrid had not ventured into the Forbidden Forest for an inspection, thus allowing Voldemort to obtain ample unicorn blood. Caught off guard, Dudley resolved to seize this opportunity for a surprise attack. As Quirrell's large scarf slipped from his head, his exposed scalp appeared peculiarly small. He then slowly turned around. Where the back of Quirrell's head had been, there now emerged a face as pale as chalk, with crimson eyes gleaming, and beneath were two elongated nostrils akin to those of a serpent. Hermione let out a terrified scream. Dudley recognized that this was the moment to strike. After a prolonged period of clandestine preparation, he unleashed a fierce fireball towards that grotesque visage. The elegant flame arced gracefully through the air, striking the adjacent wall. To Dudley's astonishment, his spell veered off course. At that moment, Quirrell's left hand twisted unnaturally, facing Dudley directly. You are quite impressive, Voldemort remarked with evident admiration. I shall grant you an opportunity to pledge your allegiance to me. It may preserve your life. He seemed confident that Dudley would acquiesce, turning his attention instead to Harry. In a whisper that seemed to linger in the air, he said, Harry Potter, we meet again. Harry, taken aback, staggered backward in confusion. I also present you with an opportunity to pledge your allegiance to me. Surrender, or you shall meet the same fate as your parents. How I remember their desperate pleas for mercy before their demise. Voldemort chuckled, proclaiming that loyalty to him would grant him dominion over the world. Have you acquired the Philosopher's Stone? Dudley feared that Dumbledore would prove inadequate in the final challenge. Quirrell stepped aside, and Dudley suddenly realized that Dumbledore had employed it to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 79, A Mutual Demise. Dumbledore truly is a remarkable individual, devising such a method to protect the stone. Indeed, he is a wretched old man, profoundly cunning. Voldemort must be seething with rage. Beside Quirrell stood a sizable glass cylinder, at the base of which lay a brilliantly red Philosopher's Stone, while above it was inserted a sword. This sword was none other than the Sword of Gryffindor. Thus, the only means to obtain the stone was to draw forth the Sword of Gryffindor. Yet alas, only a true Gryffindor could accomplish such a feat. The torment of witnessing something unattainable. It seems only Voldemort could genuinely comprehend this anguish. Dudley could almost hear the sound of Quirrell's heart shattering at this sight. How truly unfortunate for Voldemort. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, So you have yet to obtain the Philosopher's Stone? Voldemort rasped, As long as you assist me. Once I acquire the stone, I shall concoct the elixir of life, and you shall partake in this boon. Furthermore, I will be able to forge a new body, creating a rare win-win scenario. Have you considered my proposition? Help me draw forth the Sword of Gryffindor and seize the Philosopher's Stone. The Fiendfire. Dudley seized this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Voldemort. Cooperation was an impossibility, now and forever. Initially, Dudley had hesitated to learn the Fiendfire, but following his encounter in the Forbidden Forest, he discovered that his fire magic could only freeze the souls of living beings. For creatures devoid of souls, his flames held no effect. Dudley was perplexed as to why his fire magic had transformed in such a manner. Perhaps Dumbledore was correct in asserting that it was a manifestation of bloodline power, a kind of power he found utterly distasteful. He preferred the conventional fire magic, so magnificent, capable of incinerating all. Yet, his flames bore no warmth, only an icy chill. Rather than being a fire spell, it was more akin to an ice spell, merely resembling flames. Observing the fierceness of his Fiendfire, Dudley acknowledged its potency, yet he had not mastered it to perfection. The fire had not morphed into a beastly form. Voldemort displayed no emotion, remaining utterly composed as he controlled Quirrell's body to lightly wave his wand, declaring, To oblivion. the fiend fire extinguished in the air. This cannot be. Dudley found it difficult to believe this scenario, yet he feigned calmness. In truth, even extinguishing his own fiend fire proved laborious. How could a Voldemort, whose essence was fractured, so effortlessly command another's body? I granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it, repeatedly launching attacks against me. Voldemort now resembles Dudley in his current state, inwardly fraught with anxiety while feigning composure. This curse has instilled fear within him, nearly resulting in his downfall. Voldemort is in considerable distress. Yet in pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, he must continue to pretend and deceive. Your efforts are utterly futile, for your abilities cannot surpass mine. Dudley, oblivious to Voldemort's true condition, finds himself bewildered, contemplating a strategy of delay. But why, then, did you flee the Forbidden Forest last time? Humph. Voldemort's terrifying visage contorts. Had Dumbledore not been nearby, you would have faced annihilation at my hands. Dudley takes a deep breath, now comprehending Voldemort's retreat. It appears Dumbledore is wary of their venture into the Forbidden Forest alone. He dares not gamble on whether Dumbledore is covertly observing. Presently, he must devise a means to eliminate Voldemort. As Dudley ponders his next move, Voldemort unleashes a particularly malevolent dark spell. A cacophony of chaos fills Dudley's ears as a blinding green light hurtles towards him. In a moment of desperation, Dudley channels nearly all of his magical energy. Just as the killing curse is about to strike, a massive and sturdy shield materializes before him. The ensuing explosion reverberates through the air, propelling everyone away, shrouding Dudley's former position in a cloud of dust. Unfortunately, Dudley finds himself at the epicenter of the blast, collapsing to the ground, coughing and dizzy. Harry rushes to his aid, helping him to his feet. Dudley stands unsteadily, his combat capabilities utterly depleted, his magic nearly exhausted. Were it not for his last-ditch effort to counter the killing curse, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. However, he is relieved that he channeled almost all his magic to withstand the curse. Otherwise, Voldemort's spell would have pierced through the shield he conjured. As the dust settles, it is evident that Voldemort, too, suffers from the exertion of casting the killing curse. His once menacing face now betrays exhaustion, as he gasps for breath. Dudley steels himself. Realizing he must rely on Harry, he whispers in Harry's ear, promising to create an opportunity for him to approach Voldemort, whereupon Harry should strike him directly in the face. Yet, he murmurs to himself, biting his lip to sharpen his focus. Trust me, whether we can escape is uncertain, but Voldemort's voice remains shrill, declaring that the four of you will not survive. Dudley scoffs inwardly, sensing Voldemort's significant weakness, so diminished that he struggles to cast another spell. Harry can assist you in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, but you must ensure your departure without harming us. Observing Voldemort lost in contemplation, Dudley suddenly exclaims, "There is no more time for your deliberations. You may choose to kill us now if you wish." Dudley gestures to Harry, limping toward the glass cylinder. Chapter 8. Did you kill me? Both parties found themselves in dire straits. Voldemort had lost the ability to cast spells, relying instead on Quirrell's dwindling magic, which meant that Quirrell too was rendered incapable of performing any enchantments. Hermione and Ron lay unconscious, while Dudley's magical reserves were nearly depleted. The explosive force of the killing curse had immobilized him, and were it not for the ongoing crisis, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness. Among the four, only Harry appeared to be in a somewhat better condition. In reality, both sides were evenly matched, yet Voldemort and Quirrell held the upper hand. For Harry's wand had inexplicably vanished moments ago, and Quirrell still possessed greater stamina. At that moment, Harry stood transfixed before a glass cabinet, feeling as though he were ensnared in a devilish web, utterly unable to move. He could not comprehend why Dudley urged him to smear his hand across Voldemort's face, nor did he understand the purpose of such an act. Nevertheless, he trusted Dudley's words, even though the opportunity to execute the plan had not yet presented itself. "Hurry, draw the sword. Do not let your friends languish and lose their lives." Voldemort's voice oozed with temptation, though his current state rendered him too weak to exert influence. A dull ache radiated from Harry's scar, sending jolts through his nervous system. Dudley, struggling to lift his head, gazed ahead, aware that Harry was in a precarious situation, as Voldemort was particularly wary of him. Taking several deep breaths to bolster his resolve, Harry gripped the sword's hilt firmly. This was his sole chance. He wagered that the moment he drew the sword, Voldemort would let his guard down, thereby granting him the opportunity to press his hand against Voldemort's face. Dudley, despite his pain, managed a strained smile, having discerned Harry's intentions. How clever! He had faith that Harry could indeed lift the sword of Gryffindor. Reflecting on Harry's actions throughout the year, Dudley thought he resembled a true Gryffindor more than himself. Just as Dudley's thoughts spiraled, Harry shouted and raised the sword of Gryffindor above his head. To his astonishment, the sword was easier to lift than he had anticipated, and he felt no weight at all. "Stand aside. The Philosopher's Stone shall be mine," Voldemort commanded, controlling Quirrell's body as he advanced toward Harry. "Not so fast. Harry retorted, taking a bold step forward, and with a powerful swing, brought the sword of Gryffindor crashing down, severing Quirrell's left arm without any hindrance. Voldemort staggered forward, feeling no pain, for the body was not his. Thus, he was oblivious to the sensation. Poor Quirrell, however, bore the brunt of the agony, his screams echoing in desperation as he struggled to regain control of his body. "Master, my hand!" Quirrell cried. Harry stared at the severed limb on the ground, dropping the sword in shock, yet he did not forget Dudley's exhortation. He lunged forward, pressing his hands against Voldemort's face. "Ah, ah, ah!" Voldemort shrieked in torment, fissures appearing on his grotesque visage. In an instant, Harry's scar throbbed intensely, and darkness clouded his vision, yet he persevered, refusing to let go. Quirrell, regaining control, suddenly pivoted and swatted Harry away with his sole remaining hand. Harry fell heavily to the ground, and at that moment, he grasped why Dudley had urged him to smear his hand against Voldemort. Due to the exposure of his bare skin to Voldemort, he felt excruciating pain. "Eliminate him, you fool, swiftly!" Voldemort seethed with rage, disregarding the Philosopher's Stone, consumed only by the desire to annihilate Harry. Quirrell summoned all his strength, leaping onto Harry, one hand tightening around his throat, the veins on the back of his hand visibly bulging. Harry, gasping for breath, clutched Quirrell's right hand with one of his own, while the other pressed against Quirrell's face. The situation shifted dramatically as Quirrell screamed in desperation, attempting to break free. Harry's headache intensified, darkness enveloping his vision. He could only hear Quirrell's terrified shrieks and Voldemort's menacing roar. "Kill him! Kill him!" Additionally, he could faintly discern voices calling, "Harry! Harry!" resembling Dudley's voice, mingled with that of a woman. Gradually, he felt Quirrell's grip loosen. He understood that it was all over, and no one could thwart Voldemort now. He soon succumbed to darkness, plummeting downward. Dudley managed to prop himself up slightly, observing the staggering Quirrell. He coughed and chuckled, realizing that Quirrell's body could not endure much longer. The entire sequence of events was beyond his expectations. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet it turned out that both he and Voldemort were left in a state of near demise after casting a single spell each. Dudley had not foreseen this, yet it was inevitable. Voldemort possessed merely a fractured soul, and he was controlling Quirrell's body to cast spells. The body and magic were not Voldemort's own, which affected him, albeit not significantly. The true cause of his predicament was the forced casting of the killing curse. Each time this curse was unleashed, it distorted the soul of the caster, and at this moment, Voldemort could scarcely endure it. Such a scenario was bound to unfold, had Voldemort not manipulated Quirrell's body, but rather allowed Quirrell to engage Dudley and the others in a magical duel. Quirrell would have had a substantial advantage. A promising hand had been squandered by Voldemort. Dudley, observing Voldemort's undeterred attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone, taunted, "You've lost. Abandon any hope of obtaining the stone." He paused, pondering why Voldemort had not issued a more threatening declaration, only to be startled by a cracking sound. Quirrell's body began to transform into stone, fissures appearing across his form, and before long, he shattered into countless fragments. At last, Dudley felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was finally over, leaving him nearly lifeless. "Where's the conclusion?" he muttered, believing that with the resolution of the matter, the end should also make its appearance. Dudley Dursley was taken aback. Why did Voldemort's voice still linger, preventing him from finding peace in death? He propped himself up once more to gaze ahead. Quirrell was undeniably lifeless. Yet Voldemort's wretched soul lingered in the air, a sight Dudley had never witnessed before. Unlike the ghosts within Hogwarts, this soul resembled a mass of black mist, devoid of any human form. "I will ensure your demise," Voldemort hissed as he surged towards Dudley. Dudley found himself utterly devoid of strength, unable to evade Voldemort's malevolent spirit. He could only watch helplessly as Voldemort drew nearer, until their essences collided. Voldemort passed through him, and Dudley lost consciousness. In the enveloping darkness, he felt nothing, but was haunted by a cacophony of chilling screams. "It was you who killed me." Chapter 81. Whose blame is it? Dudley felt as though he had been ensnared in a vivid, yet surreal dream. Upon awakening, the events of the dream eluded him, save for the haunting echoes of those dreadful screams. "It was you who killed me." The question lingered in his mind. Whom had he slain? As his consciousness gradually returned, he opened his eyes, only to shut them again in discomfort, the sudden brightness overwhelming him. Yet in that fleeting moment, he was certain he had glimpsed a face he longed to strike. "Good afternoon. How dare you show yourself?" Dudley lay on a pristine white hospital bed, twisting his neck and clenching his fists, feeling utterly drained. Dumbledore, with a benevolent smile, remarked, "It seems you harbor quite the grudge against me. How long have I been unconscious?" 3 days. Ron Weasley and Miss Hermione Granger will surely breathe a sigh of relief upon learning of your awakening. They have been terribly worried about you and Harry. Unfortunately, Harry remains in a state of unconsciousness. Dudley felt a flicker of surprise. It made sense why he felt so weak and disoriented. It was due to the prolonged coma. He turned his head to the side and noticed Harry lying on the bed to his left. He glared at Dumbledore and retorted, "So this predicament isn't entirely your fault for not appearing sooner. You should be aware," Dumbledore replied, slightly adjusting the disheveled bed covers, "that Voldemort would not act while I remained at the school." "Of course I know that," Dolly scoffed, "but your arrival was far too tardy. You must have received the letter I had black sent to you." Indeed, it was not merely a matter of emotional distress. It was a grave concern for his well-being. Dolly could sense that in his current condition, he would be utterly annihilated by a fully restored Voldemort. "I recognize the gravity of the situation," Dumbledore said, his expression somber. "Believe me, I was nearly paralyzed with fear upon my arrival, seeing you four sprawled on the ground. I truly feared you were beyond saving. To be honest, I did not anticipate your swift progress." His gaze darted around, feeling a sense of unease about the blame he bore. Just as he pondered what else to say, Harry, lying on the other bed, stirred. Dumbledore hastily approached Harry's bedside and leaned in to observe him. In a haze, Harry heard voices arguing and sought the source. Suddenly, he perceived a glimmering golden object above him. It must be the golden snitch, he thought, yearning to seize it, but his arms felt too heavy to raise. In a daze, he opened his eyes, only to discover that the shimmering object was not a snitch at all, but rather a pair of spectacles. He blinked vigorously, and gradually, the smiling face of Albus Dumbledore materialized before him. "Good afternoon, Harry," Dumbledore said. Dudley felt a surge of strength, propping himself up to sit on the bed. Grinning as he greeted Harry, "So you're awake too. What a coincidence that we both fainted and then revived one after the other." Harry stared blankly at Dumbledore, then stiffly turned his head to glance at Dudley. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Ron and Hermione, the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell and Voldemort. Calm down, dear boy." Dumbledore gently pressed down on Harry's writhing body. "There's no need for alarm. Ron and Hermione are safe, and Quirrell and Voldemort did not obtain the Philosopher's Stone." Dudley chuckled helplessly at Harry, who bore a tremendous burden. "So who has it then? And, Harry, please try to remain composed, otherwise Madame Pomfrey will throw me out." Harry paused for a moment, then swallowed hard, surveying his surroundings. He finally realized he was safe. Lying on a hospital bed in the school infirmary, the small table beside the bed was piled high, resembling a miniature mountain, as if half a candy shop had been transported there. "These sweets are from your friends and admirers," Dumbledore said with a grin. "What transpired between you four and Professor Quirrell in the underground classroom is a complete secret, and secrets always have a way of spreading, so naturally. The entire school is aware of it. As far as I know, the Weasley twins initially intended to gift each of you a toilet seat as a joke. However, Madame Pomfrey deemed it unsanitary and confiscated it." Dudley raised an eyebrow and picked out some small cakes from the pile of candies, savoring them with delight. Initially disinterested in eating, he now relished the role of a mere bystander. Dumbledore, that old rascal, certainly had a knack for spinning tales. The notion that secrets spread on their own was evidently absurd. However, Dumbledore's bluster had little effect on Harry, who was far more concerned about the sweets. He anxiously asked, "But Professor, the Philosopher's Stone?" Before Harry could finish, Dumbledore interrupted him, shaking his head with a smile. "It seems these matters are incapable of diverting your attention. Let us discuss the Philosopher's Stone. No one acquired it. I destroyed it." "Destroyed it?" Harry asked, bewildered. "But what about your friend Nicholas Flamel? You're aware of Nicholas?" Dumbledore responded, his tone revealing delight. "You have investigated this matter thoroughly. In fact, Nicholas and I discussed it, and we agreed it was the best course of action. But if the Philosopher's Stone is destroyed, he and his wife will die. They had stored a supply of the elixir of life, but once matters are settled, they will embrace death." Chapter 82. Harry wishes for something absurd. "What?" Dudley, resembling a little squirrel with his mouth stuffed full of cake, suddenly attempted to speak, nearly causing him to choke. He covered his mouth with both hands, chewed a few times, and desperately swallowed, turning his face a shade of crimson. "What did you just say, old dumb? What do you mean, not much? You've just woken up. Don't eat so much." Dumbledore knew that Dudley had not absorbed his words and shook his head in resignation. "It's nothing much, you will understand in due time. I promise to keep it a secret. The beauty of life lies in the pleasures of eating. Only food can distract Dudley from the losses he has incurred." He still intended to thwart Dumbledore's plan to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, hoping to study it, but plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Harry wore an expression of astonishment, unable to fathom why Nicholas Flamel and his wife could face death with such serenity. He also struggled to comprehend how, after living for over 6 centuries thanks to the Philosopher's Stone, one could resolutely choose to destroy it. Dumbledore chuckled softly, ruffling Harry's hair. "I understand that for you young ones, the decision to destroy the Philosopher's Stone may seem utterly incomprehensible. However, for Nicholas and Perenelle, death is akin to finally lying down on a comfortable bed after a long day's toil. My dear child, do you know? Death is not to be feared. For those with a clear mind, it is merely another grand adventure." Dumbledore gazed at Harry's puzzled expression and smiled. Everyone desires the Philosopher's Stone, for it promises wealth and longevity, fulfilling one's deepest wishes. Consider, are these not the most coveted desires of humanity? It seems splendid. Yet the stone is not as miraculous as it appears. Yet, humanity often chooses that which serves them least well. Harry lay in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Dumbledore hummed a cheerful tune, smiling at the ceiling. Professor, Harry hesitated, then stammered, I was wondering, since the Philosopher's Stone is destroyed, what about Quirrell and Voldemort? I mean, the Dark Lord? Let us call him Voldemort, Harry. Always use the correct name. Fear of a name only strengthens the fear of the thing itself. Dumbledore encouraged Harry, disapproving of the term the Dark Lord. As he had said, how can one confront what they fear? Harry pressed his lips together, sharing Dumbledore's disdain for referring to Voldemort as the Dark Lord, but the name was widely used, leading him to forget that Dumbledore never resorted to euphemisms. I understand now. Professor, so, has Quirrell died along with Voldemort? You're being foolish. Dudley retorted. Quirrell is dead, but he was entirely consumed by the chamber. How could Voldemort perish so easily? Then Voldemort. Harry pondered. Might he attempt to return through some other means? You are correct, Harry. He has likely retreated. Perhaps seeking another host willing to share his body, but that does not constitute true existence. He has always been self-serving, merciless towards his enemies, and equally cold-hearted to his followers. Dumbledore glanced at Dudley, who was ravenously consuming food, and at Harry, who had his head bowed. With a gentle smile, he remarked, You both performed admirably this time, hindering him and preventing him from regaining his strength immediately. Should he truly rise again in the future, a decisive confrontation may be necessary. However, if he is thwarted repeatedly, he may never recover his powers. Dudley shot a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, thinking to himself that such words sounded pleasant, but soon enough, he would realize that no matter how much they obstructed Voldemort, he would always find a way to regain his strength. Indeed, movies often mislead. Harry nodded, but quickly halted, as the thought caused him discomfort. Professor, there are still matters I do not fully understand. I wonder if you could enlighten me on the truth of these issues. Dudley scoffed at the notion of trying. If completing a task required 50% effort, but one only exerted 10, one could hardly claim to have tried. I wish to know why Voldemort sought to kill my parents, Harry said, feeling anxious as he swallowed hard, and why he wants to kill me. You've posed quite the conundrum. Dumbledore replied, smiling wryly at Harry's earnestness. Regrettably, I cannot divulge the answer to your first question, not at this moment, at least. I believe there will come a day when you will understand. For now, it is best not to dwell on it. As you mature and are better prepared, the truth will reveal itself to you. Harry felt disheartened, realizing further inquiries would yield no benefit. I know you are reluctant to hear this, Dudley interjected. But since you are aware, there's no need to state it. It's merely the content of a prophecy. Only one of you, Harry or Voldemort, can survive. Shifting his perspective, he continued, Harry, have you lost your senses? What good does it do to ponder why Voldemort wishes to kill you, knowing that one T change anything? You must consider what you would do if he truly intends to take your life. Of course, I would resist, Harry exclaimed passionately. Dudley shrugged, then that is settled. What more is there to ask? Let me summarize. Either Voldemort kills you, or you kill Voldemort. He made a flamboyant gesture with his fingers, gliding them aside with exaggerated flair. Harry stared at Dudley in disbelief, disgusted by the overly dramatic display. Dumbledore's eyes twitched slightly. He acknowledged Dudley's sharp commentary with a silent nod. Chapter 83, The Art of Betraying Allies. Initially, Dumbledore was taken aback. Honestly, he was repulsed by Dudley's antics. Had Dudley not been reclining on the bed, he might have engaged him in a more cordial manner. Regaining his composure, Dumbledore pondered Dudley's words and felt something was amiss. He subtly shifted to obscure his expression from Harry, lowering his gaze slightly, so that his eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, pierced into Dudley's. Dudley felt a ripple of unease in his mind and sighed softly, wondering what peculiarities Dumbledore was concocting this time. What knowledge does he possess? Dumbledore pondered within his mind, uncertain as to whether Dudley possessed any knowledge, or to what extent he was aware. Yet, he sensed that Dudley knew more than he let on. Perhaps a testament to the instincts of age. Do not inquire further. I truly know nothing. I do not know. I genuinely do not know. Dumbledore shot an irritated glance at Dudley, overwhelmed by the urge to deliver a sharp rap upon his head. Such pretense is evident in your expression. Dudley, realizing the extent of Dumbledore's perceptiveness, reflected, the Great One not only reads minds, but also faces. Even the renowned I know nothing cannot deceive Dumbledore. Old Dung, Dudley spoke earnestly. At least not at this moment can I reveal anything to you. I trust that there will come a day when you shall know. Dumbledore rose to his feet, slowly approaching Dudley's bedside. Dudley remained in a daze, perplexed by Dumbledore's intentions. Suddenly, Dumbledore delivered a sharp slap to the back of Dudley's head. What is this? Harry inquired, bewildered by the serene atmosphere abruptly disrupted by Dumbledore's action. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore coughed lightly into his fist, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. There was a bug. Dudley, rubbing the back of his head and puffing out his cheeks in indignation, exclaimed, "Why the rush? I know what can be said now and what cannot." He found himself at a loss for words regarding the miserly old man. Revealing his knowledge at this juncture would only bring harm. After all, it was precisely why he had altered his words for Harry moments ago. If Harry were to learn of the prophecy now, that he and Voldemort could not coexist, his psyche would surely shatter, a truth he could not bear at this moment. Just as Dudley prepared to engage Dumbledore in further conversation, Harry suddenly posed a question. "By the way, why do I suffer when I encounter Quirrell and Voldemort?" "It is entirely due to your mother," Dumbledore responded. "She perished to save you. If Voldemort struggles to comprehend anything, it is the concept of love. He fails to realize that a love as profound as that which your mother bore for you leaves an indelible mark upon one's being." Observing Harry as he touched the scar upon his forehead, Dumbledore shook his head and continued, "Child, this mark is not merely a scar, but an invisible trace left by a person who loved deeply. Although that beloved individual has departed, she has bestowed upon you an everlasting talisman." He gently stroked Harry's head, remarking, "This mark resides within your skin, within your blood. For this reason, when you come into contact with Quirrell and Voldemort, they experience unbearable agony. How could those whose hearts overflow with hatred, greed, and ambition, who have sold their souls, dare to touch one marked with such a beautiful symbol?" At this juncture, he feigned an intense interest in a small bird outside the window. Meanwhile, Dudley had long since turned his head away, enviously reflecting upon Harry, lamenting that in his past life, he had received not a shred of parental concern, not even a memory. Though Harry's mother was no longer present, with only a hazy recollection lingering in his mind, she accompanied him in other profound ways. Dudley patted his cheek, dispelling the thoughts swirling in his mind. There was no need to envy what his previous life lacked, for he felt content in this one. Meanwhile, Harry seized the moment to dry his tears with the bedsheet. Once his emotions stabilized, he inquired about the invisibility cloak. "Is it true that you gifted it to me?" he asked Dudley. Goodness, Dudley thought to himself, what a traitor. Dumbledore regarded Dudley with a profound gaze. He had never revealed to Dudley that he possessed an invisibility cloak, which he had deliberately concealed. As anticipated, Dudley was privy to numerous secrets. Contemplating this, he refrained from probing further, understanding that he too harbored many secrets, and that knowledge would come when the time was right. "It was not a gift from me, but rather your father left it in my care, and I believed you would appreciate it," Dumbledore remarked, his eyes shimmering with mischief. "This cloak proved invaluable. During your father's time at school, he often utilized it to sneak into the kitchen for midnight snacks." Harry chuckled, never having imagined his father indulged in such antics. Dudley's thoughts diverged entirely from Harry's. The invisibility cloak indeed eluded Dumbledore's scrutiny. There was one final matter that Harry found difficult to articulate. "Go ahead and ask." Dumbledore encouraged generously, unconcerned about discussing a few trivial matters after having divulged so much already. Had Dudley known Dumbledore's sentiments, he would have undoubtedly scoffed at the old man. Harry's expression reflected inner turmoil as he hesitated before finally speaking. "It concerns Professor Snape. Why did he save me? He usually appears to despise me. Indeed, he often seems to look upon you with disdain." Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Harry, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. In truth, Snape and your father were quite adversarial in their youth, much like you and Mr. Malfoy." Harry was taken aback, recalling Dudley's earlier words. "Is it because of my mother?" Dumbledore cast a glance at Dudley, recognizing that only Dudley could broach such a topic with Harry. He replied, "It is not entirely that. Rather, your father committed an act that Snape could never forgive. He saved Snape's life. Unable to bear the debt he owed your father. I believe Snape has spent the past year attempting to protect you, feeling that this would somehow balance the scales between them, allowing him to rekindle his animosity toward your father without guilt. The human mind is perpetually fascinating." In a hidden corner, Dudley furrowed his brow momentarily before easing into a more relaxed expression. He chose to refrain from commenting on Dumbledore's perspective. Dumbledore did not seek to vilify or glorify Snape. His assertions were both accurate and incomplete. The relationship between James Potter and Severus Snape could spawn myriad issues within the magical community, with the most apparent being the complexities of bloodlines and educational systems. Who was right and who was wrong had become nearly indistinguishable, as they were all merely unfortunate souls. Yet, their love for Lily was beyond dispute. Dumbledore rose to his feet and stretched, remarking that enough questions had been asked. He approached the bedside table, eyeing a pile of sweets, and suggested that they begin to savor these delightful confections, lest they find them gone when the desire to indulge strikes. Dudley shot a glare at Dumbledore, thinking how absurdly truthful his words were. Despite claiming a disinterest, his body betrayed him as he retrieved a golden-brown jelly bean, grinning as he tossed it into his mouth, only to be met with a choking fit. How unfortunate. It tasted like earwax. Dudley was curious about how Dumbledore discerned the flavor of earwax. Had he tasted it before? After Dumbledore departed, Dudley exchanged a glance with Harry, and neither dared to touch the box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. As the saying goes, without a proper mindset, one is bound to face consequences. In this case, it was not merely a beating, but a matter of life and death. Dudley reflected on his inflated ego and arrogance, which had led him into peril. Had he taken the time to strategize before entering the final chamber, he might have avoided such a predicament. The preparations to confront Voldemort had been in vain. Dudley carefully assessed his shortcomings. Many aspects remained unaddressed, yet for a former shut-in, he had made commendable progress. Now, he could only learn from this experience, ensuring he would not stumble in the same manner twice. Was this a hallucination induced by overwhelming pressure, or something else altogether? However, Dudley did not ponder for long, as Hermione and Ron were on their way to see them, only to be halted by Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey was a kind-hearted woman, yet she possessed a stern demeanor. She believed that the physical condition of Dudley and Harry was not suitable for too many disturbances. Madame Pomfrey, we are truly fine, and we only wish to let them in for 5 minutes, Dudley pleaded eagerly. Absolutely not. Harry was quite displeased, finding the situation unjust. You allowed Professor Dumbledore to enter. He began, but fell silent under Madame Pomfrey's stern gaze. Of course, he is the headmaster. Naturally, it is different, she replied. What you both need now is rest. Once again, the legendary privilege of the headmaster was invoked, leaving Dudley too weary to retort, feeling pitiful, weak, and entirely innocent. Are we not resting? Dudley protested. Indeed. Indeed. Harry chimed in, employing a long and used tactic. Please, Madame Pomfrey, I know you are kind. Can you truly refuse their affection for friends? Just 5 minutes. Very well. Madame Pomfrey, unable to withstand Harry's tone, relented, but not before admonishing. Remember, only 5 minutes. Dudley. Hermione burst into the room, arms wide open, enveloping Dudley in a bear hug that left him breathless. After a moment, she noticed the astonished expressions of the two boys, and her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Harry. Haha, Harry, you're looking quite well. Indeed, you've recovered nicely, Ron added. We were so worried about you. His emphasis made Hermione's face redden even more. Dudley rubbed his still sore throat, thinking how he had narrowly escaped death in the Chamber of Secrets, almost perishing at their hands. Ugh. Hermione awkwardly stood up and walked to the other side. A dog's mouth cannot utter ivory. Are you aware? Now the entire school is abuzz with discussions about what transpired after we lost consciousness. Ron, seated beside Harry's bed, inquired with palpable excitement, despite the fact that he had not been involved in the subsequent events. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of participation, which did not diminish his exhilaration. I'm sorry, Hermione lamented, her spirits low as she cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Dudley's or Harry's eyes. I really didn't contribute much. I fainted so quickly. Nonsense, Dudley replied, offering Hermione a sickly sweet candy. While you were unconscious, I was equally incapacitated. Ultimately, the protection of the Philosopher's Stone rested entirely on Harry. Harry smiled bashfully, attributing the success to Dudley, and recounted the events that had unfolded in their absence. In truth, the unfounded rumors circulating within the school were far more absurd and fantastical than the actual story. One could only wonder if the purveyor of such a thrilling version felt any embarrassment. So, the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed? Ron asked in disbelief, shocked that the renowned Philosopher's Stone in the Wizarding World had come to such an end. Does that mean Quirrell is near death? Indeed, it seems so, Harry mused, then shrugged. But Dumbledore believes that for those with a clear mind, death is merely another grand adventure. I always knew he was a bit eccentric, Ron remarked with a grimace, astonished by the irrationality of his idol. What a pity, Dudley sighed, not lamenting Quirrell's impending demise, as they were strangers, but rather mourning the loss of the Philosopher's Stone, which had been destroyed without even a chance for study. Observing Hermione's sorrowful expression, he assumed she was still disheartened about not being able to help protect the stone. After offering her a few words of comfort, he shifted the topic. When did you both wake up? Just the next day, they replied. Dudley gazed enviously at them, wishing he too could leave the hospital and experience freedom. Chapter 85. The visit concludes. The mere thought of Madame Pomfrey made Dudley abandon that notion. It was merely a fanciful idea. Although he had to remain in the infirmary, the days were few, and once he persevered, summer vacation would soon arrive. Why are you saying such things? Hermione glared at Ron, believing that since they were there to visit the sick, there was no need to share unpleasant information. Why not? You saw Malfoy's demeanor, Ron retorted angrily. He had always despised Malfoy, and Hermione's refusal to let him vent his frustrations felt stifling. He huffed. I don't even want to attend the end-of-year feast tomorrow. Oh, is that so? Hermione's lips curled slightly upward. That is not a decision for you to make. Darcy, noticing the brewing argument between the two, hastily interjected, since the year-end banquet is about to commence, have the scores from each college been released? No sooner had he spoken than Hermione's expression darkened further. Indeed, the results were in. Slytherin had claimed the top position, while they languished at the bottom. Darcy regretted his choice of topic. He had not anticipated that Slytherin would rise to first place, having previously been at the bottom after the last incident. He had not kept track of the college scores since then. Maintaining his composure, Darcy bravely smiled, asserting that being at the bottom was nothing to fear. After all, the final outcome of the House Cup was not yet determined, and there could still be changes ahead. Ron gazed at Darcy in disbelief. What changes could possibly occur when the scores were so glaringly evident? Acceptance was the only option when faced with such dismal results. And his sole annoyance lay in Malfoy's arrogant demeanor. "Will you be attending the year-end banquet tomorrow?" Hermione inquired. Perhaps. Darcy and Harry exchanged glances. Their physical condition was only slightly weakened, and a night's rest should suffice. However, they wondered if Madame Pomfrey would permit their attendance. If she were to deny them, Harry would likely resort to his usual tactics. Darcy couldn't help but speculate maliciously. Would Harry don female attire to enhance his charm? He smirked, stroking his chin, pondering whether Snape would appreciate such an endeavor. This remained to be seen. "You needn't grin so grotesquely," Harry remarked, though unaware of Darcy's thoughts. That smile sent shivers down his spine, reminiscent of Voldemort's ghastly visage. Darcy retorted, "Dare to call him grotesque? A 3-day hiatus from punishment would surely lead to chaos." "Well said." Hermione chuckled, one hand clutching her stomach and the other covering her mouth as she bent over in laughter, only ceasing after a considerable time. She approached Harry, patting his shoulder, and exclaimed, "The use of grotesque is spot on. I adore it." At that moment, Madame Pomfrey burst in hurriedly, glowering at Hermione and Ron as she declared, "You have exceeded the time limit. You've been visiting for nearly 15 minutes. Hurry up and get out." At last, tranquility returned, and Darcy sighed in relief, only to be met with the prospect of consuming the special restorative potion brought by Madame Pomfrey. The thought of drinking a potion filled his expression with trepidation, for any concoction associated with the hospital wing was likely to be exceedingly bitter. This was likely a reflection of Professor Snape's peculiar sense of humor, given that nearly all potions within the school were crafted by him. With a sense of resignation, Darcy grasped the potion bottle and drank it down. Confirming his suspicions, the original recipe remained unchanged. A Snape creation guaranteed bitterness. Not long after the potion settled in his stomach, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him. He lay down and soon fell into a deep slumber, awakening the next day, feeling remarkably sprightly. As Madame Pomfrey organized a chaotic array of candy boxes on the bedside table, Harry, at Darcy's signal, inquired, "May we attend the banquet?" Madame Pomfrey shrugged and remarked with a hint of indifference, "Of course, Professor Dumbledore has informed me that you are permitted to attend the feast." Dudley felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, for he had not anticipated that Dumbledore would have given prior notice, leaving him unable to witness Harry's remarkable feats. He then snapped his fingers to shake off the thought, questioning the very nature of his own anticipation. Madame Pomfrey regarded Harry and Dudley with a sympathetic gaze, seemingly oblivious to the potential folly of allowing two children, still in the throes of recovery, to partake in the festivities. As she paused at the door, she announced, "Someone is here to see you," before departing without a moment's hesitation or warning, as if she had resigned herself to the relentless disturbances besieging her patients. Harry cast a puzzled glance at Dudley and wondered aloud, who could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, Hagrid squeezed himself through the door. This was also a reason for Hagrid's reluctance to visit the castle. The mere act of entering a room was a considerable struggle. "It's all my fault," he lamented, covering his face with his hands as tears streamed down. "I was the one who told that monster how to get past Fluffy. It was I who revealed the secret. He already knew about the other challenges. It was only my foolishness that divulged this one. I put your lives in jeopardy. Forget about the dragon egg and the drink. I'll never touch them again. I should have been expelled ages ago. I ought to live my life as a humble muggle." Dudley, witnessing Hagrid's distress, was at a loss for how to respond, for he was ill-equipped to handle such emotional turmoil. Should he inform Hagrid that all of this had been orchestrated by Dumbledore? His heart was a tumult of conflicting thoughts. "Hagrid!" Harry exclaimed. He was taken aback to see Hagrid trembling with sorrow and regret, large tears seeping into his beard. "Hagrid, we have never blamed you for this. It is not your fault. You must understand that we are up against Voldemort. Even if you hadn't told him, he would have found another way. But you nearly lost your lives." Hagrid sobbed. "What? Do not speak that name." "I will say it, Voldemort," Harry shouted. He halted his tirade upon witnessing Hagrid's fearful reaction. "We have faced him, and he is not as terrifying as one might think. Besides, we have safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone. Now cheer up. Have a chocolate frog. I have plenty." Chapter 86, Awaiting Old Dumbledore's Behind-the-Scenes Maneuvering. How can one speak of Hagrid kindly? He devoured the chocolate frogs as if they were mere morsels, consuming them one after another. Even more alarming was the fact that he wept as he ate, regretting his earlier decision to reveal to Voldemort how to bypass the three-headed dog, Fluffy. Harry and Dudley exerted considerable effort to console Hagrid. As they indulged in sweets and engaged in light-hearted conversation, a sense of joy enveloped the room. Time, as it often does in such moments of merriment, flew by swiftly. Eventually, Hagrid took his leave, and the two boys reclined in their beds, awaiting the evening's festivities. As dusk descended upon them, Dudley and Harry exchanged knowing smiles. The feast mattered little, for what truly counted was the delectable food that awaited them. The two of them donned their wizarding robes, ready to descend for the year-end feast, only to be abruptly halted by Mrs. Pomfrey, who appeared flustered. "You cannot go now?" The words struck Dudley and Harry as if they had been struck by lightning. "Why not? Was it not agreed that we could go?" Dudley protested, and Harry echoed him, both of them voicing their complaints incessantly. Mrs. Pomfrey felt as though a swarm of buzzing flies hovered around her ears. "Silence!" she exclaimed, covering her ears, and upon seeing the two cease their incessant chatter, she lowered her hands. Casting a glare at Dudley, who had instigated the questioning, she felt her head was about to burst. "What is the rush? Do you still wish to attend?" Observing their eager nods, a wave of delight surged through her. After all, these two little rascals had interrupted her. She began gently. "I did not say you couldn't go. I merely wanted to conduct another health check on both of you before you attend the feast." Dudley, exasperated, replied, "Didn't we just have one yesterday? I know my own body well enough. A few more exams won't change anything. Do you still wish to go?" Mrs. Pomfrey asked, her displeasure evident. The examinations were for their own good, and they were being rather ungrateful. Harry discreetly tugged at Dudley's sleeve and flashed a sweet smile at Mrs. Pomfrey. "Of course we want to go. Then a checkup is mandatory." Thus, after they completed the examinations, they hurried to the hall, only to find it filled to capacity. The hall was adorned in the green and silver emblematic of Slytherin, celebrating their 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. A grand banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung from the wall behind the main guest seats. As Dudley and Harry entered, an immediate hush fell over the hall, followed by a sudden cacophony of voices. They approached the Gryffindor table, taking seats between Ron and Hermione. Harry, feeling like a fool, nearly buried his head under the table, pretending not to notice the gaze of the standing crowd upon him. "Let us see who this is," came Draco Malfoy's mocking voice from behind Dudley. Before Dudley could turn to confront him, Malfoy continued, "TSK. Isn't this the boy who is about to eat the table? Do you want to fight?" Ron snapped at Malfoy, his pent-up frustration boiling over. Malfoy scoffed dismissively at Ron. "Are you a dog?" Dudley remarked, digging at his ear, unfazed by Malfoy's taunts, knowing eating a table was impossible. "What? Calling you nosy? Illiterate," Dudley retorted, surprisingly amused by Malfoy's antics. However, this farce was short-lived, as Dumbledore entered through a side door, and the clamor in the hall subsided instantly. "Another year has passed," Dumbledore announced joyfully from the small platform at the front of the hall. "Before we indulge in the delicious feast, I must trouble you all with the old man's cliches. What a splendid year it has been. I trust you all feel the same." Dudley sat below, leaning towards Harry, and remarked sarcastically, "How could it not be thrilling? A giant, a three-headed dog, the Philosopher's Stone, along with trials and Voldemort. It is indeed exhilarating." Harry felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This year had left his heart feeling utterly overburdened. Dudley heavily patted Harry's thigh, adding that this year was still the simplest one. If he could hardly bear it now, the coming years would likely be unbearable. "Firstly, we must conduct the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. As far as I know, the scores for the houses are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor with 288 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 343 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw with 400 points. 1st place, Slytherin with 437 points. Due to Dudley's frozen book, the scores across the schools were not particularly high. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by stomping feet. Particularly, Draco Malfoy was banging a goblet against the table with fervor, his demeanor quite repulsive. Dudley smirked, knowing that Malfoy wouldn't gloat for long. Upon hearing Dumbledore mention the current standings, he realized the outcome was already secure. As the cheers from the Slytherin wizards subsided, Dumbledore began to speak. "Slytherin has indeed performed commendably and deserves encouragement. However, recent events must also be taken into account." The hall fell into a profound silence, and the smiles of the Slytherins faded somewhat. Yes, they could no longer muster excitement. They were all too aware of recent occurrences and were now awaiting the final verdict. Dumbledore cleared his throat and, with a gentle smile, continued, "Now, I will proceed with the final distribution of points. First up is Mr. Ron Weasley." Ron's face turned crimson, resembling a sun-dried carrot. Dudley, however, was curious about how Dumbledore would award points, as Ron had not engaged in chess as depicted in the films of a previous life. For Dumbledore to award points, it would need to be justifiable and fair. Courage is vital. When a friend is in need, overcoming one's fears and bravely facing challenges alongside them is commendable. For this, I award Gryffindor 25 points. The cheers from Gryffindor nearly threatened to lift the enchanted ceiling, and the stars above seemed to tremble slightly. One could hear Percy loudly announcing to his peers, "That's my brother, you know. My youngest brother. I am immensely proud of him. Mother will be so pleased to hear that you could earn points for the house." George excitedly patted Ron on the back, and even Fred was eager to join in the celebration. The Weasley family was simply beyond ecstatic. Dudley frowned, gnawing at his thumb. This score seemed rather low.